He had barely stepped out of the office when a mechanical chime sounded in his ear. Ding, the Age of Glory is now live. Selected Fusion World, Blue Planet. Fusion commencing. In the next instant the process was complete, and more than 20 billion people were swept into it. An ancient, rugged hall took shape before his eyes. 12 stone pillars evenly spaced beneath a lofty, sunken roof, gray block walls weathered by centuries of wind and rain. A long black table occupied the center, ringed by a dozen chairs. He swiped a finger through the thick dust and left a clear streak. 2 enormous wooden windows, unshielded by glass, allowed blinding sunlight to spill inside, revealing every detail. The place radiated a foreign, time-worn mystery. Li Cha finally came to himself, the announcement still echoing in his mind. The Age of Glory, the first virtual game jointly developed by the world's 10 biggest studios, had somehow fused with reality. He had hurried home to log in for the long-awaited open beta, never imagining the launch would engulf the entire planet. As shock and disbelief tangled within him, the voice returned. Ding, you have been assigned to Desert Territory. Initial unit Lair, Mummy Pyramid, Common 3-star. You are now a Desert Lord. Bloodline awakened. Special growth talent acquired. Desert Lord, current grade C. A status panel unfolded in his head. Level 1. Title, Lord of Dusk City. Faction, Desert. Alignment, Lawful Neutral. Territory, Dusk City. Tier 1 Village. Unit Lair, Mummy Pyramid, Common 3-star. Lord Talent, Desert Lord, grade C. The system proclaimed him Master of the Sands, able to sense approaching sandstorms and wield the power of sandification. Sandification, grade C, let his body turn to sand, cutting physical damage by 99% and letting him absorb sand to heal. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. He could also bestow a graded version on recruited units for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Strategic artifacts were unlisted. On the whole, the panel looked unremarkable. Li Cha reread the stats, his expression torn. The extremely rare growth talent flaunted on the official site had fallen to him, and the numbers were impressive. He drew several deep breaths, tamping down his turmoil. Only half a year into his first job, he now faced blatant absurdity, a game welded to reality. Fortunately, he had no family burdens and lived alone, so he adjusted quickly. Reality, he told himself, was simply a more vivid game. Excitement flickered in his eyes. He had longed for the Age of Glory since its announcement, poring over every scrap of information. His wish had come true, though far more dramatically than he had ever imagined. He left the hall and stepped into a courtyard. Neat bluestone slabs paved the ground, and 3-meter gray walls blocked part of the view. Overhead, a flawless blue sky met bone-dry air that rasped with every breath. In one corner rose a 3-meter pyramid, its rough surface etched by wind and time. Li Cha approached, and data surfaced in his mind. Mummy Pyramid, Common 3-star. Recruit Common 3-star Mummies. Capacity, 14. Weekly output, 7. Cost per unit. For gold, for wood, for stone. So this was a unit Lair. He had just finished reading when translucent text appeared at the bottom of the panel. Black gold system initializing success. Mummy Pyramid, Common 3-star, consume 10 common desert faction layers to upgrade to Elite 3-star. Li Cha's eyes flew open. The black gold system? Had seen it only in a friend's indie game. Added as a favor after Head complained about the brutal difficulty system that allowed limitless item enhancement. And now it was here. Exhilaration surged through him. According to official data, lairs were critical and immutable. The only way to strengthen one was to capture wild strongholds and rebuild them. Yet he could upgrade directly by consuming resources. Was it fair? Absolutely. It was perfect. While Richard was still poring over the black gold system, a mechanical chime sounded in his ear once more. Ding, Lord Forum is now open. Please check it at your convenience. Lord Forum? It felt exactly like a fully fledged online game. With a single thought, a new screen appeared in his mind. A black interface trimmed with gold, divided into 3 sections: forum chat, trading market, and territory rankings. At the moment, only forum chat and trading market were lit. Territory rankings was still grayed out and inactive. He opened forum chat first, hoping to figure out what had happened to the world. Messages were flooding in so fast that tens of thousands of new posts popped up whenever he tried to scroll. 1. Screw the top 10 game studios. Was this planned? Why has our world merged with the game? Somebody explain. 2. I woke up to find my kindergartner waving a bleached wolf skull in my face, nearly scared me to death. 3. Science is dead, burn offerings instead. I'm calling the cops, filing complaints, cursing everyone. 4. I spawned in an orc territory. My first unit Lair is a bunch of orc laborers useless for anything, but working. Of course, there's an entire wolf pack right outside. 5. Haha. My unit Lair is a rag-feathered griffin elite, 1 star. 6. Someone help. There's a bear outside my territory. If it charges in, my weak troops won't hold. 7. Does anyone know how to get home? I've got 20 apartments in Lujiang City. Get me back, and he'll give you 10 of them. 8. This has to be a prank, right? I don't want to stay in this damned place. 9. You idiots still want to go back? Moving an entire world takes divine power. Since I'm here, destiny clearly chose me as the protagonist. Wait till I become a god, then I'll send you home. 10. Help. How do I get more resources? I only recruited half my units before everything stalled. The channel was a whirlwind of panic, complaints, and excitement. Some were confused, others were desperate, and a few were itching to explore. Richard skimmed for a while until his own nerves finally settled. At least he wasn't alone. He then switched to the trading market, expecting empty shelves. To his surprise, it was already brimming with goods. Beast head price, 10 gold coins. Bloodstained Fong price, 5 units of stone. Unusual or price, 8 units of wood. In barely 10 minutes, people had posted all sorts of odd materials. Even more common were basic resource swaps. 10 gold coins price, 10 units of wood. 10 units of wood price, 10 units of stone. 10 units of stone price, 10 units of iron ore. Richard was quietly impressed, wondering how these players managed to stock the market so quickly. According to the official Age of Radiance website, resources fall into 2 categories, common and rare. Both are mainly used to recruit units and construct buildings. Common resources are gold, stone, wood, and iron ore. Rare resources are gems, sulfur, mercury, and crystal. Different units require different mixes of these resources for recruitment. Low-tier units can be recruited with ordinary resources, while high-tier troops demand rare materials, and the same rule applies to buildings. Li Cha withdrew his gaze and checked the resource bar at the bottom of his panel. Gold, 2,000. Wood, 2,000. Stone, 2,000. Iron, 2,000. Rare resources, 0. Clearly, these were the standard starter resources granted to every player. A quick calculation followed. The mummy pyramid could summon 14 mummies at a time, and each one cost just 12 common resources, barely 200 in total, well within his budget. Still, with the black gold system in play, spamming basic troops felt wasteful. It made more sense to upgrade the building first and unlock stronger mummies. With that in mind, he switched to the trading market. The moment he typed in a search term, a line of text appeared in his mind. Items bought on the market will be stored automatically in the 10 cubic meter space provided by the system. After skimming the rules, he kept scrolling. Because starting polls were completely random, a few chosen ones had landed elite-grade nests, or even multiple nest cores at once. They were only 1 in 2,000, yet with a player base of 20 billion, their numbers still ran into the tens of millions. Some kept their windfalls, others rushed to cash out. So prices were all over the place, thousands of resources for the priciest core, a few hundred for the cheapest. Li Cha filtered for the desert faction and bought anything reasonably priced. Spend 400 wood for a desert plague rat nest core? Spend 500 gold for a desert lizardman nest core? The confirmations came one after another. 10 nest cores soon lay in his inventory, costing exactly 4,000 resources. Thanks to careful balancing, he still held 1,000 units each of gold, wood, stone, and iron. A thought was all it took to summon the loot. 10 thumb-sized, crystal-clear cores appeared in his palm, like freshly formed gems. He picked one up, and a window popped open. Desert Viper Nest. Grade, common, 1 star. Construction cost, 200 gold, 200 stone, 200 wood. Function, allows recruitment of common 1-star unit Desert Viper. The price is low, yet people are already dumping these? He muttered, convinced many players still had no idea what a nest core was really worth. Just then, the black gold system sent a prompt. Mummy Pyramid, common 3-star, consume 10 common desert faction nest cores to upgrade to elite 3-star. Conditions met. Proceed with upgrade? A perfect chance. Heart racing, Li Cha selected confirm. A low hum filled the air as the 10 cores dissolved into white streaks of light that flowed into the 3-mid-turtle pyramid. With a sharp crack, the structure shot upward like a bamboo shoot, stopping only after it reached 4 meters. Upgrade successful. A new window followed. Mummy Pyramid, elite 3-star. Consume 10 elite desert faction nest cores to advance to rare 1-star. Note 1. 10 common nest cores combined into 1 elite core. Note 2. After this upgrade, the pyramid cannot be enhanced again for 7 days. After the blinking alert, the black gold system fell silent again. Li Cha gave a wry chuckle, suddenly feeling much lighter. Then the next upgrade requirement appeared. 10 elite-grade creature nests, a full 100 common cores if he wanted to synthesize them. Scrolling down, he noticed a small footnote that made the corner of his mouth twitch. He had almost forgotten that the guy who coded the system had slipped in an extra cooldown just to keep him from finishing the game too fast. Li Cha didn't mind. Raising a few more troops wasn't a problem. In fact, he almost felt grateful to the friend who had written the game. If that developer hadn't been so sloppy, he would never have ended up with this cheat. He closed the prompt and pulled up the stats for the Mummy Pyramid. The Great Pyramid. Tier, Elite, 3-star. Recruitable unit, Bandaged Mummy Elite, 3-star. Garrison size, 14. Weekly spawn, 7. Recruitment cost, 40 gold, 40 wood, 40 stone. Description, a standard desert creature nest. After the upgrade, The resource cost had skyrocketed tenfold. What used to be 12 units of materials and a few coins per mummy now demanded 120. Li Cha still felt it was a steal and hit recruit all without hesitation. 14 bandaged mummies instantly devoured 560 gold coins, 560 units of wood, and 560 units of stone, and his resource counters plunged. A gray halo spread over the pyramid's walls, as if dusk were settling in before the sun had fully set. Crack sand and stone split apart. SSSSH. A bandaged arm burst from the ground. A moment later, a mummy crawled out in full view, followed by a second, a third, until all 14 stood in formation before him. This entrance is way over the top, Li Cha muttered, grateful they hadn't crawled out of a television screen. The scorching sun didn't faze the bandaged mummies, and they looked even more unsettling than their movie counterparts. Their bodies were wrapped head to toe in pristine white cloth, leaving only 2 hollow sockets where eyes should have been. Shriveled hands resembled dead branches, claws sharp enough to tear through armor. A stale, ancient rot wafted from their bodies as though their coffins had just been pried open. Even a casual glance would make the average person's scalp tingle. Li Cha nodded in satisfaction. Only wimps fancy those whiny beast girls. A real man plays with mummies. He opened the unit panel. Bandaged mummy. Level 1. Potential, Elite, 3-star. Skills. 1. Corpse of Death E-grade. Immune to pain and death, and immune to deadly poison and plague. 2. Burial Wrap E-grade. Reduces physical damage by 30. The bandages carry a plague that lowers all attributes of the infected by 20 and, if untreated, eventually kills them. 3. Claw Rend E-grade. Increases claw sharpness by 30 and durability by 30. Racial trait. While fighting in desert terrain, stamina and wound recovery speed are increased by 50. Bond Mummy. When you field more than 10 mummies, all of them gain 10 strength. With over 30, the bonus rises to 20. With more than 50, strength increases by 30, plague infection rate by 30, and all negative effects they inflict by 30. Description. Try hanging yourself with their bandages, and the plague will kill you before the rope does. The panel doesn't give exact stats for strength or endurance, but the tooltip alone shows just how powerful this unit is. Li Cha nodded, slight line of surprise for an elite 3-star unit. After thinking for a moment, he called up the panel and scrolled down. Lord Talent. Desert Lord. Special Growth Talent. Current rank, C. You rule the desert. You can sense approaching sandstorms and command the power of Sandform, which you may grant permanently to your troops. Units so blessed gain the Drank skill Sandform. This was his unique growth skill, now at rank C. Li Cha grinned. His luck was no worse than players who started with elite or even higher tier nests. He raised his eyes to the mummies, slowly extending his right hand. A golden, sand-like glow poured from his palm, enveloping the 14 bandage-swathed mummies, their hollow eye sockets staring back. Ding through your blessing. 14 bandage mummies have gained a new skill, Sandform D. Sandform D. 1. Transform into sand, reducing physical damage by 99. 2. Consume desert sand to heal injuries. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Li Cha's Spirit Sword. 99% damage reduction plus self-healing, practically invincible. And in a desert, sand was everywhere. These mummies were immortal cockroaches. Best of all, Sandform could be granted without limit. From birth, his units had an extra skill, and as the talent ranked up, the skill would only grow stronger. Endless potential. He drew a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and waved his hand. The mummies filed in behind him without a sound. Li Cha stepped out of the Lord's Manor, a compound ringed by high walls. The gates stood open, and hot, sand-laden wind surged in. The moment he crossed the threshold, he stopped short. More than 100 residents had gathered on the open ground outside. Coarse, faded clothes snapped in the wind. Shoulders hunched, eyes downcast, they looked tense and uneasy. At the sight of Li Cha, their breathing almost ceased. When the mummies appeared, faces went ashen, hands clenched around fraying hems, heads lowered. In the oppressive silence, an elderly man with white hair and a loose white robe tottered forward. He knelt before Li Cha and called out in a trembling voice. My lord, your humble subjects welcome you. The words were in a language he had never heard. While he wondered, a stream of information flooded his mind. Pronunciation, script, meaning everything at once. Continental common speech. Instantly fluent must be a newbie bonus. The old man remained prostrate. Only then did the crowd seem to wake from a dream. They dropped to their knees as though a moment's delay meant punishment. Welcome, my lord. The shout rose unevenly, thick with mousemeat scat fear. Li Cha was about to speak when a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding, you have officially assumed control of the territory. You may now view the territory panel. Richter's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened his territory interface. The panel spread across his vision, pale golden light outlining line after line of data. Territory, Dusk City. Rank, Level 1 Village. Upgrade requirements, 2,000 gold, 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 2,000 iron, Oregon. Current buildings. Basic Lord's Manor unique. Basic houses 10. Basic smithy 1. Basic barracks 1. Special buildings, none. Vacant plots, 10. Population, 100 humans. Resource stockpiles, gold, 1,440. Wood, 1,440. Stone, 1,440. Iron ore, 2,000. Rare resources, mercury 0, sulfur 0, crystal 0, gems 0. Captured resource sites, none. Territory trait, land of shifting sands under Lord Richter's protection. Residents never lose their way in the desert, and stamina consumption is reduced by 30%. Unit Lair, Great Pyramid Elite 3-star unit. Bandaged Mummies 14. Hero, none. Overall appraisal, a pitifully tiny holding. A single sneeze from a powerful creature could erase it. Not much, but the stats aren't bad, Richter muttered. The most valuable by far was land of shifting sands in this endless desert, never getting lost, and using 30% less stamina would send their survival rate soaring. He closed the panel. A sea of kneeling figures still filled the square before him. Beneath the blazing sun, 100 residents sweated, yet none dared wipe their brows. The gray-haired elder at the front raised his head, his voice quivering. My lord. Richter snapped back to the moment, cleared his throat, and switched to the continental common tongue he had just mastered. Rise, my people. This is Dusk City domain and your home. You need not be afraid. The elder exhaled in relief, bowed deeply, and straightened. The other residents followed suit, though their eyes flicked nervously between Richter and the row of mummy guards behind him. The lord really doesn't mind us staying? Those are mummies, right? They look incredible. His lordship is so kind. The murmurs rippled through the crowd. After a brief exchange, Richter learned their story. 3 days ago, this 100-strong band of refugees wandered in from elsewhere, found the manor doors locked, and took shelter in the city. An hour ago, the doors opened without a sound. Realizing the true lord had arrived, they rushed over, trembling, to pay homage. So this is the newbie benefit glorious era gives new lords, Richter mused. People are the foundation of any territory. Mining, logging, farming, construction, nothing happens without them. Without these refugees, this pitifully tiny holding would struggle to begin even basic production. The elder drew a deep breath and spoke again. Honored Lord, forgive our presumption. We humbly beg you to take us in. As his words faded, every heart lodged in a throat, pleading eyes fixed on Richter. He stepped forward, obsidian gaze sweeping over the crowd. Wind whipped up sand between him and the mummy guards, tracing a stark, forbidding line. The weight of his authority crashed over the square, smothering every sound. After a brief pause, he raised his voice and spoke. Do not be afraid, my people. Richard stood on the high platform in front of the manor, surveying the 100 anxious refugees below. His voice was calm, yet powerful. As Lord of Dusk City, I formally welcome you into my lands. Whatever jobs you once held, whatever hardships you endured, all of it is in the past, and will never be held against you. From this day forward, this place is your home, and your only title is Citizen of Dusk City. Here, you will build new lives and new futures. The sun, filtered through dust, cast a dull golden glow, but Richard's gaze remained unwavering. As your lord, I will shield you no matter how dangerous the world becomes. Even if the light itself fades, I will guide you through the endless night. Remember my name, Richard. His fervent declaration washed over the crowd like a wave of heat. Their unease vanished, replaced by eager trust. So this was their lord. Ding. Your brief, yet captivating speech has earned you everyone's respect. Leadership skill progress 20. The system message echoed in Richard's mind, drawing a brief, amused curl of his lips before he refocused on the elderly man before him. Where are you staying now? The old man's weather-worn face softened with relief. He pointed left. My lord, we're temporarily housed in those buildings. Richard followed his finger. About 50 meters away, 10 two-story, sand-colored houses stood in a neat row, their rough walls and heavy eaves perfectly suited to the desert. Resident housing. Footprint, 1 tile. Grade, basic. Upgrade cost, 500 stone, 500 wood. Maximum capacity, 10 people. Traits, none. Description, standard civilian dwellings. 10 basic houses, 10 residents, each exactly enough for the 100 refugees. Richard nodded, but a more urgent issue came to mind. How much food do we have left? In a dry desert, water and grain are a territory's lifeblood. His mummies required no sustenance, but these 100 living souls certainly did. The old man's shoulders sagged. My lord, only 3 days' rations remain. We've searched, but the desert is treacherous and offers almost nothing edible. The strain of feeding 100 mouths was etched in his sleepless eyes. Richard considered for a moment, then nodded reassuringly. He'll handle it. The trade market offers many ways to secure food, as long as we have resources to barter. The real priority is finding something worth trading. He shifted the topic. Have you spotted any resource nodes nearby these past few days? Wood, stone, anything? Basic materials like wood and stone require control of wild resource nodes. According to the public data of Age of Radiance, nodes are classified by reserves: tiny, small, medium, large, and huge. Each node is guarded by local creatures. Clearing them is the only way to claim the site. Fortunately, new nodes periodically spawn around the territory, so exhaustion is never a concern. My lord, while we were out foraging, we discovered 3 resource sites. One is a logging camp, another a quarry, and the third appears to be an iron mine, though we didn't dare get close enough to confirm. At the old man's report, like his spirits lifted. Resources were the lifeblood of the Age of Radiance. With them he could buy unit nests, restock provisions, recruit soldiers, and even upgrade his domain. Very advanced depended on them. Securing those 3 sites and strengthening Twilight City was now the top priority. The Age of Radiance was anything but peaceful. All races vied for supremacy. Beyond the nearly 20 billion players, powerful native factions ruled the continent, and outside the main plane, countless dimensional realms drifted demons, angels, dragons, titans, every legendary being imaginable. Do you have a map? Licha asked offhandedly. To his surprise, the old man produced a piece of sheepskin covered in charcoal lines. Though rough, it outlined the surrounding terrain, and the key landmarks stood out clearly. Ding! You have obtained a crude map. Sync with the system map? Oh, it can do that? Delighted, Licha chose to synchronize. The next moment, a system map spread across his retina. Most of it was still veiled in fog, but every mark from the hand-drawn scroll had transferred perfectly to its proper location. Excellent work. I don't believe I know your name. Licha put the map away and looked at the elder. The old man trembled with excitement. Honored Lord, Karu stands ready to serve. Seeing that Karu commanded respect among the 100 or so residents, Licha opened his status panel. Karu, level 3. Potential D. Skills. Administration D handles territorial affairs more efficiently. Management D coordinates subordinates more effectively. Persuasion D words more likely to sway others. Racial talent can learn the knowledge of other races. Bond. Efficiency 30 when in charge of internal affairs. Profile. Once a formidable hero unit. Age has drained his strength and stripped away his heroic power. So he was a hero, Licha mused, lamenting the cruelty of time. Still, talent like this was rare at the outset. He rose and proclaimed to the gathered residents. Karu, by the authority of Twilight City's lord, I appoint you steward. In my absence, you will oversee the people and protect the city. Karu froze for a heartbeat, then lifted his head, the cloudiness in his eyes replaced by a new light. His voice quavered with emotion. My lord, thank you for your grace. I will defend your honor with my life. Licha nodded. Dismiss the crowd. You'll accompany me on an inspection. As you command. The people dispersed. Flanked by 2 mummy guards, Licha walked the cramped streets of Twilight City with Karu at his side. Only a handful of buildings stood there. The Lord's Manor, a few houses, a smithy, and a barracks. Beyond them stretched bare yellow earth. Just 10 plots remained. Open plots were the foundation for new construction. Without them, nothing could be built. Each measured 10 meters by 10 meters. The amount of space a building occupies varies. A Lord's Manor takes up 30 squares, a house 1, a smithy 4, and a barracks 20. Construction can't even start until the required squares are set aside, or every later expansion and upgrade will be deadlocked. Age of Radiance explains this plainly. As your territory level rises, you unlock more squares. If you want the space early, you can spend rare relics to claim extra land. The layout of Dusk City is straightforward. The Lord's Manor sits at the center, 10 houses line the west side. The smithy stands to the east, and the barracks lie behind the manor. All 10 spare squares have been left beside the smithy for future expansion. Li Cha crunched over loose gravel toward the smithy. Its open gate creaked, sending up a puff of long-settled dust around his boots. He waved a hand. The haze parted, exposing flecks of charcoal in the corners. Smithy. Footprint. 4 squares. Level. Basic. Upgrade cost. 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 timber, 1,000 stone. Trait. 10 forging efficiency. Capacity. 210. Description. An ordinary smithy that can forge farm tools and low-grade weapons. It needs at least 2 people to run? Li Cha nodded, then looked at the Lord's Manor and the barracks. Lord's Manor. Footprint. 30 squares. Level. Basic. Upgrade cost. 2,000 gold, 2,000 stone, 2,000 timber, 2,000 iron ore. Trait 110 work efficiency while inside the manor. Trait 220 stamina recovery speed. Capacity 30. Description. The territory's core structure, endowed with special powers. Both traits were extremely useful. Li Cha's eyes lit up as he turned to the barracks page. Barracks. Footprint. 20 squares. Level. Basic. Upgrade cost. 1,500 gold, 1,500 stone, 1,500 timber, 1,500 iron ore. Trait 1. Small chance for recruits to learn and upgrade skill during training. Trait 2. Hardened physique training efficiency 10, slight boost to physical stats. Capacity 100. Description. A standard barracks. Just as I thought, every functional building except housing comes with extra traits. He counted his remaining resources. After hiring 14 mummies, the stockpile had dropped from 4,000 to just over 2,000. Any upgrade would have to wait. Kalu. Li Cha turned, the hem of his deep blue cloak fluttering. Here. The skeletal butler straightened at once. Sort through the residents and find anyone with a tradesmiths, tailors, whoever. From now on, register every newcomer by specialty. You're in charge. As you wish, my lord. Kalu bowed and clattered off. With the arrangements made, Li Cha pulled off his gloves and opened the forum time to see how everyone else was doing. The channel burst into life, as noisy as any modern chat room. Crap, 300 refugees just showed up outside my territory. Damn it, they look like beggars and all want to join me. Where am I supposed to find food for them? I can't afford to feed them at all. Ha ha, I just recruited a hero from my villagers and she's an adorable girl. This is amazing. A new thread sprang up on the forum. The poster was so excited he could barely string words together. I'm totally inventing stockings and building an army of cute girls in heels. The same user fired off another line, the mood nosediving. How do I get food? My territory's nearly out, only 2 days worth left. Is it still in time to start farming? Whatever you do, don't leave your territory. A torrent of curses followed. Damn it, the territory starts with a 1-month protection period, but if you step outside it drops to 7 days. This freaking game is wrecking my life. No way the devs ignore us. Since I've got protection, I am not going out. Across the screen, other onlookers chimed in. Someone echoed the sentiment. I'm gonna puke. The monsters out there are brutal. 10 human swordsmen, gone to a single ogre. What the hell? I spent all my resources on food, so there's nothing left to hire new units. What now? Why do orcs eat so much? 1 meal, and my warehouse is empty. Where am I supposed to find that much food for them? A sarcastic player cut in. Heh, undead are great, no food worries. You just have to stare at bone shards all day, and there's no way to keep maids around. Bad vibes. The next page loaded with a fangirl screech. Hee hee, so many hot elf guys. I'm dyinga. I'm never going back. I'm making every elf boy mine. 10 a day minimum. Chaotic posts flooded the forum's front page, scrolling faster and faster. More and more lords were shaking off their initial panic and beginning to discuss serious strategies for developing their territories. Richard sat at his screen for a good 10 minutes, committing every bit of information to memory. 1. Almost every new lord was struggling with a food shortage. He wasn't alone. 2. Most players mention the protection mechanics stay inside your borders, and you get a full month of safety. Step outside once, and it shrinks to 7 days. He opened his own lord panel and found the same clause highlighted in bold. Everyone was under the same rules. Scanning the flood of screams, curses, and manic laughter on the forum, Richard felt a plan begin to form. If everyone shares the same starting point, the choice the system offers might just become the defining split. After gathering all the useful information he could, Li Cha closed the forum. Browsing was a time sink, so he quit hesitating, gathered the 14 mummies, and headed straight for the edge of Huanghan City. This was a Tier 1 village, small and unwalled, open on all sides to the endless desert. It was noon. The sun blazed overhead, and the distant dunes shimmered in a dazzling gold. Scorching waves of heat rolled toward him. Looking down, Li Cha saw that the ground inside his territory was neatly paved with stone, while one step beyond lay soft, blistering sand. The two terrains split as sharply as if divided by some invisible rule. Following that boundary, he soon spotted an almost transparent barrier, an inverted hemisphere that enclosed all of Huanghan City. The guardian shield the forum had mentioned was real. Li Cha stretched out his right hand. The moment his fingertip touched the screen-like surface, the familiar system prompt chimed in his mind. Do you wish to leave Huanghan City? The guardian shield grants 1 month of protection. Once you exit, it will collapse in 7 days. Note, as a rule-generated object, the guardian shield cannot be broken. You may remain in your territory for the full month, but leaving now shortens the protection to 1 week. The message catered to many new lords' laziness, yet it hit a trap. Early development time was precious, and wasting a month of safety meant crippling one's progress. Li Cha stepped forward without hesitation and passed through the shield. It offered no resistance, as if it weren't there at all. He refocused on the system map. Kalu's intel had marked several resource sites nearby, a logging camp 10 minutes to the west, a stone hill 15 minutes to the northwest, and a spot that might hold iron or 20 minutes to the northeast. None were more than a 20-minute walk. He decided to secure the closest logging camp first. With the plan set, Li Cha closed the map and stepped onto the burning sand. Grains slid down the tops of his boots with a soft hiss, leaving a crooked trail behind him. Within a kilometer of Huanghan City, the ground was flat. Beyond that, dunes rose and fell, an endless expanse of bleakness. Hot wind, laden with fine sand, slapped his face and dried his mouth instantly. To most people, the desert was a dead zone, but Li Cha's desert lord talent let him move with ease. He even felt the freedom of a fish in water. The mummies were in their element thanks to their racial trait. Their stamina and healing increased by 50% in desert terrain. What others viewed as a land of death was their home turf. Li Cha sent 4 mummies ahead to scout, while the remaining 10 formed a protective ring around him. They had just left the flat ground and climbed the first dune when the lead mummy suddenly grew agitated, turning back to signal urgently. Amusingly, its mouth was sealed, so it couldn't utter a single word. They could relay information only through gestures. Seeing this, Richard wasted no time. He led 10 mummies up the dune to higher ground. From the crest, the desert spread out before him, and, 400 to 500 meters away, a stand of vivid green trees thrust up from the golden sea of sand. The foliage shimmered so brightly, it was almost painful to look at, and through the shifting shadows he glimpsed wooden eaves that seemed utterly out of place in this barren wasteland. Through the sense link with his mummies, a system prompt flashed before his eyes. Lumberyard. Size small. Reserves, 20,000 units. Maximum output, 2,100 units per week. Workforce, minimum 2, maximum 10. Description, an ordinary resource node. Capture it to build a small lumberyard. 20,000 units in stock, 2,100 a week, that's roughly 300 a day. Richard finished the quick calculation, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Wood was exactly what he lacked, so he lengthened his stride and marched his undead troops straight toward the grove. Less than 100 meters out, a chilling howl erupted from the dense undergrowth. With a hiss of leaves, 2 or 3 dozen gray shapes vaulted from treetops 5 or 6 meters high and lunged at the intruders. The creatures had snarling jackal heads, eyes glowing emerald, and thick gray fur that looked like natural armor. They bounded forward on crouched limbs, claws tearing furrows in the sand, and strings of viscous saliva hung from their gaping maws like spider silk. Desert Gnoll. Level 1. Potential, common. Skill, Frenzy F. When attacking, rage devours all reason until the enemy is dead. Racial trait, keen sense of smell. Gnoll bond. Number 10. All gnolls strength 10. Number 20. All gnolls strength 20 active. Description, watch your throat. More than 30 gnolls were charging, their bond amplifying their brutality. Richard felt his blood boil. His mummies were elite units. Attack. At his command, 14 bandage-wrapped mummies burst forward, slamming straight into the oncoming pack. They let out guttural roars, claws flashed. The trailing bandages did nothing to slow them, and in mere heartbeats they were in close quarters with the gnolls. Roar. One gnoll leaped, fangs aimed at a mummy's chest. The undead raised an arm to block, the bandaged limb crashing into the gnoll's skull with a dull crack and sending it stumbling back. Pain only made the beast wilder. It snarled and lunged again, jaws locking onto the mummy's arm, shaking ferociously in an attempt to rip the target apart. Undying body. Immune to pain and fear, immune to poison and plague. The mummy felt neither pain nor fear, and pressed the attack without hesitation. Just as the gnoll's jaws clamped down, 5 razor-sharp claws capable of tearing steel drove straight into its gut. Claw rend, a level sharpness 30, durability 30. Blood spurted everywhere, soaking the mummy's bandages in a deep crimson. The gnoll howled in agony. A faint blue chill crept across its skin, and its strength drained before everyone's eyes. Mummified bandages, a level, reduce physical damage by 30. The bandages carry a plague that lowers all attributes of the infected by 20, leading to death without treatment. The mummy's fingers didn't stop. Inside the gnoll's abdomen, they yanked trip. Flesh split open as if unzipped by a blade, spilling gore in a gruesome cascade. Even so, the savage creature refused to retreat. It lashed out wildly with both claws, trying to strike back before it died. The stench of blood spread fast, drawing nearby gnolls. Their eyes flared crimson, and 7 or 8 of them pounced at once. Their overlapping bodies buried the mummy beneath them. Bandages snapped, revealing its withered frame. Just when the attackers thought victory was theirs, a chorus of piercing screams erupted. A ghostly blue sheen swept over their hides, and their power plummeted as if they had been shocked by lightning. Sandform. Level. Turn the body to flowing sand, reducing incoming physical damage by 99. Can absorb desert sand to heal. Lasts 5 minutes. Cooldown 2 hours. The mummy's body became a drifting current of grains. The gnoll's claws sank in, met only slight resistance, and slipped straight through, leaving the target unscathed. Instead, every attacker fell prey to the plague, their stamina guttering out. The mummy's hand solidified within the sand flow. It grabbed 2 still struggling gnolls and ripped them apart on the spot. At this point the battle scale had tipped beyond recovery. Even without sand form, the mummy could overpower its foes. With the skill active, it was practically untouchable. Heart piercings, throat slashes. One gnoll after another collapsed. In less than 2 minutes it was over. The final gnoll toppled backward, and the system prompt chimed. Ding. The army you command has exterminated a pack of gnolls and won a minor engagement. You gained 34 experience points. Watching from the rear, Li Cha beamed. This is the deterrent power of an elite unit. Outnumbered several times over and still spotless. He glanced at his own stats. Level 1, 34,100. The progress bar had made a visible jump. The bigger prize, though, was the right to claim this resource node now that the gnolls were gone. The rush of excitement passed. and Li Cha frowned at the sight of gnoll corpses scattered everywhere. Blood soaked the yellow sand and severed limbs lay everywhere. Even knowing gnolls were just wild monsters, the grisly scene made his chest tighten. Still, he refused to take a detour. Forcing his back straight, he stepped through the dark red pools and broken bodies. Sooner or later, he would face greater battles, and no one could shield him from the storm. Each crunch of sand echoed beneath his boots, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. When he finally emerged from that ghastly stretch, his face was still pale, but a cold edge had taken shape behind his eyes. Ding, do you wish to claim the resource node? Lumberyard small? He drew a deep breath, thick with the scent of blood and resin, and nodded. Confirm. Capture successful. You have obtained a small resource node. You may assign lumberjacks to harvest wood here. The system prompt lifted his heavy mood a little. Leading the Mummy Legion, their bandages now stained a dark brown. Li Cha stepped into the lumberyard. 5 or 6 myrtle trees intertwined overhead, shutting out the sun and cooling the air at once. In the clearing at the center, 7 or 8 freshly felled logs lay in a rough pile. A wooden shack stood nearby with its door half open. He pushed it aside and found a neat row of a dozen rusty axes in the corner. Despite the corrosion, they looked ready for immediate use. He nodded to himself. Clearly no one had maintained this place for a long time, yet it could start producing resources the moment he took over. Resource nodes in Age of Radiance fell into distinct categories. Some were raw, such as an entire forest where players had to build their own lumber camps, usually large nodes. The small node before him, pre-equipped with the necessary infrastructure, was a deliberate perk for newcomers. It saved him both construction time and cost. After a quick circuit to make sure no hidden elements remained, he neither lingered nor hurried back to recruit workers. Instead, Li Cha led his 14 mummies toward the next resource point to the southeast. The two nodes were close. After crossing 2 sand dunes, he reached a stretch of jagged gravel. Quarry tier, tiny. Reserves, 10,000 units. Maximum output, 1,400 units per week. Crew capacity, minimum 2, maximum 7. Description, a common resource node that produces stone once captured. Compared with the small lumberyard, this tiny quarry fell short on every metric. On a daily basis, it would yield roughly 200 units of stone. Added to the lumberyard's 300 units of wood, that meant a combined 500 units per day, enough to brighten Li Cha's mood. Not bad, a solid haul. Still smarting from the previous gnoll ambush, he advanced cautiously, sending 4 mummies ahead as scouts. Sure enough, the moment they neared the quarry, a volley of rocks whistled through the air. More than 20 stones the size of fists hurtled toward them. Crunch! A rock smashed into a mummy's chest, shattering on impact, and leaving only a patch of gray dust on the dried bandages. The damage was negligible. Ding, your army is under attack by an unknown enemy. Li Cha's lips twitched. Thrown rocks? The creatures guarding a tiny node really are pathetic. All mummies, attack. If they're weak, leave a few alive. Judging the enemy to be no real threat, he kept 2 mummies at his side for protection and ordered the rest forward. The distance of several dozen meters vanished in the blink of an eye. The enemy's stones were weak to begin with, and against pain-insensitive mummies they were little more than an itch. The mummies smashed through the line and charged into the quarry, and after a few terrified screams the battlefield fell silent. Ding, the army you command has defeated a group of long-armed drudges, earning a minor victory and 30 experience points. Level, 164,100. Li Cha brushed the dust from his hands and nodded with satisfaction. One more fight, and he'll level up. He walked toward the center of the quarry. A cluster of ugly creatures crouched there, trembling, with 7 or 8 of their comrades' corpses scattered nearby, while the mummies stood guard impassively. These drudges had 2 tusks jutting from both upper and lower jaws and savage faces. Though roughly human-sized, each dragged a pair of muscular arms that reached past their knees. Long-arm drudge. Level 1. Potential, common 1-star. Skill, endurance, he can withstand extremely harsh working conditions. Racial trait, rapid stamina recovery when food is plentiful. On drudge. Quantity 10, stamina recovery 20. Quantity 20, stamina recovery 40 active. Description, master, don't hit me. He'll get back to work at once. No wonder they're called drudges, Li Cha mused. Their talent is literally hard labor. As soon as he appeared, the drudges noticed how deferential the mummies were to him. They jolted upright, fell prostrate, pressed their foreheads to the dirt, and cried in trembling voices. Great Lord, we submit to you. Please don't kill us. Ding, a group of long-armed drudges, awed by your strength after their defeat, wishes to defect to you. Do you accept? So straightforward. Li Cha grinned and chose without hesitation. Accept. You have gained 30 long-armed drudges. Ding, do you wish to capture the quarry? Capture. You have obtained a minor quarry. You may assign miners to harvest stone. Li Cha pointed at the drudge who had bowed first. I appoint you supervisor of the quarry. Take 6 drudges under you and run the place. The drudge kowtowed fervently. Great master, I will produce more ore for you. Ding, you have inspired a long-armed drudge with your words. The stone mining efficiency of his subordinates increases by 20 for 3 days. Li Cha raised an eyebrow. So even empty promises give a buff. I just need to drop by every few days and pep talk them. After inspecting the site and finding nothing else of value, he left 7 drudges to mine stone. He then chose another drudge, appointed him supervisor of the logging camp, and led the remaining 9 drudges to the newly captured Lumberyard, granting the same 20 efficiency bonus. In a single sweep, he had secured 2 resource points and the workforce to run them. He had paid nothing, yet 13 long-armed laborers had suddenly fallen into his lap. The unexpected windfall lit a fire in Richard's chest, but the spark faded just as quickly. Extra workers were great, yet they also meant 30 more mouths to feed. The warehouse held barely enough rations for 3 more days, and now everything would have to be stretched thinner. Richard hurried to open the trade market. The screen was disturbingly bare, offering no food at all. The few listings that did appear carried ridiculous prices and vanished in an instant. Even if he wanted to pay, there was nothing left to buy. It seems logistics are the real fingers around this territory's throat, he muttered, casting a wary glance at the bandaged mummies following him. He felt a flash of relief that these summoned troops needed no provisions. Otherwise, he would already be turning gray over the grain supply. The resource site lay northeast of the quarry. Richard's party set out, trudging along the dunes for a full half-hour before reaching the coordinates. The sun blazed overhead, and hot grains of sand hissed in the wind. The 13 long-armed laborers labored across the soft ground, clearly slowing the entire march. After they crested a low dune, the target marked on the map leapt into Vaiwan iron deposit. Unlike the loose desert around it, the earth here was hard as stone. Piles of oily black ore lay exposed on the surface, reflecting a muted metallic sheen. Iron mine. Grade, small deposit. Maximum reserves, 20,000 units. Weekly output, 2,100 units. Workforce, minimum 5, maximum 10. Description, an ordinary iron mine. Assign miners to extract ore. With 2 successful captures behind him, Richard didn't hesitate. 14 bandaged mummies, advance. He ordered. The remaining 13 long-armed laborers scooped up loose stones and lined up at the rear, forming a crude but clear front shield, rear thrower formation. The mummies were still marching over the hardened ground when a sharp whistle split the air. Whoosh! More than 20 arrows burst from hiding, slamming into the front rank. Arrowheads sliced cleanly through the dust-caked wrappings and buried themselves in the mummies' desiccated bodies, scattering sand and shredded cloth. Ding, you have angered a band of desert raiders. As undead beings, a mummy's only true weak point is its head. Unless you blow it apart, you can't finish it off for good. Enraged by the arrow volley, 14 mummies let out low, skin-crawling growls and suddenly charged forward, barreling through the rain of arrows and into the iron mine within seconds. Li Cha immediately ordered the 13 long-armed laborers to follow while he stayed on the outskirts. A lord belonged in the rear, directing the fight. If he rushed in and got focused down, it would be a free kill for the enemy. Besides, 14 elite mummies could fight circles around an unarmed lord like him. The mine wasn't high ground, but gullies and scattered boulders blocked every line of sight. Li Cha could only hear steel clashing and mummies roaring. The battle itself was hidden from view. With 14 elite mummies and 13 long-armed laborers, clearing a small resource point should have been effortless. Sure enough, after only a few minutes, Ding, the army you command has wiped out a band of desert bandits and achieved a minor victory. You gained 36 experience points. Your level has increased. A warm current surged through his body, as if he were soaking in hot water while a masseur kneaded every muscle. Bones and sinews drank in the energy. Li Cha felt his strength rise by the second, certain he could drop a calf with one punch. His joints cracked sharply. So this is leveling up? Way better than a 5th sandcoin massage, he muttered. A system panel popped up. Occupy the iron mine. Li Cha had occupy without hesitation and stepped into the shaft in high spirits. The farther he walked, the stronger the metallic scent beneath the hard, dry sand. Deeper still, the corpses of desert bandits came into view. Crossbows slipped from lifeless hands, waist daggers thick with dark blood, torn scarves, chests and bellies ripped open by the mummy's claws, flesh spilling out. Li Cha frowned. He was still uneasy but far calmer than when he had first faced the gnolls. At the mine's center, the mummies and laborers quickly formed up around him. Great master, all those cursed desert bandits are dead. Your light now covers this iron mine. A long-armed laborer reported excitedly. The mummies couldn't speak, but they bowed in unison. Li Cha nodded. Just as he drew breath to speak, another laborer rushed in, eyes shining. Master, I found a chest. Praise the Lady of Luck. A chest? Li Cha's eyes lit up. An age of radiance. Defeating wild units sometimes dropped chests packed with supplies or rare treasures. Lead the way. The laborer darted ahead, winding through several narrow passages before stopping at a tight crevice. A wooden box sat there, its surface tinted with a faint bronze sheen. Wooden chest. Rating, 1 star. Status, unlocked. Description, maybe you'll get some junk out of it. Well, at least the description's honest. Li Cha raised an eyebrow. Chests range from 1 to 5 stars, and this one was rock bottom. The higher the chest's tier, the greater the chance of finding rare loot. Judging by the description, though, this one practically guaranteed disappointment. After all, how valuable could something guarded by a few ordinary desert bandits really be? With zero expectations, Richard flipped the lid. Bronze light flashed, and a fist-sized pouch stitched from coarse cloth appeared. Ding! You have opened a 1-star chest and obtained a resource pouch. Resource pouch contains 500 units of stone. The pouch will be destroyed upon opening. Richard had braced himself, so he felt no letdown. 500 units of stone were enough to buy a creature nest-free profit by any measure. He tore the pouch open, light flared, the cloth disintegrated, and his stats instantly showed an extra 500 stone. Satisfied, he glanced at the long-armed laborers staring at him with eager eyes and chuckled. Pointing to the worker who had found the chest, he said, "Good job. Merit earns reward. I appoint you overseer of the iron mine. You'll handle extraction and manage the rest of the crew." The promoted laborer flailed his arms in excitement. "Ha! Thank you, great master. I'll work my hardest for you." Ding! Your command greatly boosts the morale of the long-armed laborers. Miners under his supervision gained 20 mining efficiency for 3 days. Richard grinned. These guys were easy to please. After confirming nothing else of value remained, he left 10 laborers to work the iron vein and started back toward his territory with the mummies and the last 3 workers. By noon the heat was brutal, and Richard's stamina was fading. He licked his cracked lips. Careless brought no water. His Desert Lord talent reduced consumption, but even so, the trek left his mouth like sandpaper. The laborers were worse off. Their lips were bleeding. Driven by thirst, the party unconsciously quickened their pace. The desert was always vast and desolate. Spotting even a few cacti or a lone tamarisk was rare. But surprises often waited just beyond the next dune. Master, monsters ahead. They had barely crested a sandhill when several laborers shouted in fear. Richard halted and looked forward. 200 to 300 meters away, beneath a clump of tamarisk, more than 20 enormous gray wolves each the size of a calf lounged in the shade. No one doubted how savage they would become if provoked. Even at this distance, their sheer bulk radiated menace. Desert Wolf. Level 3. Potential, Elite 3-star. Skills. Pounce E unleashes powerful force to slam and maul a target. Bite E razor-sharp teeth inflict piercing damage. Racial trait, extremely agile. Bond pack, when desert wolves number more than 10, strength 5, agility 10. When their number exceeds 20, strength 10, agility 20 active. Description: a woo. Tier 3, elite 3-star creatures in the wild and 25 of them. Richard's eyes narrowed. These wolves were nothing like the low-level grunts guarding resource points. Desert wolves were elite 3-star as well, but they outleveled his mummies and outnumbered them by an entire squad. A frontal assault would be suicide. He glanced over the mummy's abilities. Corpse form, burial wraps, rending claws, plus the sandification trait he had personally bestowed. The first 3 skills offered little edge against the nimble desert wolves, but sandification was a different story, 99% immunity to physical damage. The moment it activated, a mummy flipped from underdog to powerhouse. Even better, while sand formed, enemies were far more likely to contract plague, which stripped 20% from every stat. Infect the wolves first, then fight Hedon. The odds would swing sharply in their favor. All of the mummies now had sandification off cooldown. If he waited until combat to trigger it, the wolves' speed would let them scatter, making it nearly impossible to spread the infection. Richard thought for a moment, eyes settling on the pack, dozing lazily on the sand. Inspiration struck. You sandify now. Sink into the ground. He pointed at the nearest mummy. Golden dust flashed across the undead's body. Skin and bandages crumbled into ochre grains. With a faint rustle, the ground dipped as the sand-formed body slipped beneath the surface, leaving only a barely noticeable ripple. Perfect, Richard grinned. Turning his gaze toward the sleepy desert wolves under the shade of a screw tree, everything was falling into place. The afternoon sun broiled the dunes, forcing the wolves to sprawl on the ground, in no hurry to hunt. They preferred to strike after nightfall. A faint scraping beneath the sand, little more than insect chatter, was dismissed as wind-blown grit. Not a single wolf bothered to lift an eyelid. Only 2 or 3, slightly more alert, rose to sniff the air, but thick sand blocked the scent. Finding nothing, they lay back down. Silence. Whoosh. The ground bulged. Yellow sand erupted like an inverted waterfall. 12 desert wolves had no time to react. Claws tore their bellies open, blood splattering onto the scorching grains where it was instantly absorbed, hardening into crimson clumps. Agony and sudden weakness crashed over them as their strength drained away. Howls of pain and fury followed. The pack sprang up like coiled springs. 25 wolves, 12 gut-slashed, 11 rattled, and only 2 quick enough to dodge the first strike. Only now did the desert wolves see what had ambushed them. The sight of the mummies clawing their way out of the ground almost drove the desert wolves insane. Before the dust had settled, 25 wolves, each as big as a calf, were already snarling and leaping at the undead that had just broken through the earth. Their claws sliced the air with enough force to tear a bull's hide. Yet when they struck, there was only a soft, sandy whisper. The talons passed straight through, as if raking loose dunes. After a moment of stunned confusion, the wolves renewed their assault, only to hit nothing but air. Worse still, every wolf whose claws passed through a mummy began to gleam with an eerie blue sheen. Mummy's curse, a debuff that cuts all attributes by 20%. Their vitality plummeted at once, and even their howls dropped an octave. Had they been facing ordinary mummies, the wolves might have prevailed at great cost. Unfortunately, these undead had been granted sand form by Li Cha. In that state, they were virtually unkillable. Their bodies flowed like drifting sand, reforming the instant they were torn apart, as though a blade had cleaved a dune and left no trace. Weakened by the curse, the desert wolves grew feebler with every exchange, while the mummies like ignited blades of death formed packs of 3 or 4 and closed in. They felt no pain, knew no fear, and fought by trading injuries one for one until the prey was finished. A few sweeps of those clawed hands were enough to shred a wolf. Against enemies in this invincible state, the wolves' frenzied counterattacks were useless. The sandform had not even worn off when the battle ended. The last wolf was buried under more than a dozen mummies, its hide scored with wounds as blood poured out. Ding! Your forces have exterminated a pack of desert wolves and won a minor engagement. You gain 50 experience points. Level 2 501,000. Elite units yield 2 experience each, a decent haul, but the jump from level 2 to level 3 requires 10 times the experience, and the progress bar now crawls. Li Cha's surprises were only beginning. Ding! Bandaged mummies have fought extensively and gained a level. As the prompt faded, the aura around 14 mummies surged. Old wounds vanished, and even the recently used sandform ability refreshed itself. A unit upgrade meant more health and defense. The numbers weren't shown, but the power increase was real, and Li Cha's mood soared. This fight had been pure profit. The biggest reward lay at his feet. Corpses of desert wolves were strewn everywhere, mouthwatering spoils for famine-stricken Dusk City. The problem? They carried plague. After a moment's thought, Li Cha looked at the mummies beside him, hope in his voice. Can you purge the plague from these wolf carcasses? The mummies hesitated, clearly never having tried. One stepped forward and pressed a hand to a wolf's wound. The bluish curse on its skin stirred, then seeped through its palm into the corpse. After a dozen breaths, the glow vanished entirely. The foul taint was gone, and the wolf's flesh was once again safe. A fiery light flared in Li Cha's eyes. This unit was a treasure trove. Absolute profit, through and through. Li Cha was thoroughly pleased with the mummy corps. These warriors felt no pain and feared neither wounds nor death. Their strikes were ruthless, and with their sand dive ability they could burst from underground to launch surprise attacks, every desert commander's nightmare. Better still, they demanded nothing from the supply lines. No food, no water, not even a shift change on night watch. Compared with the lumbering baggage trains of a conventional army, Li Cha could only marvel, could anything be more perfect? Cows must graze before they give milk, yet mummies produce combat power without so much as a blade of grass. The 3 long-armed laborers beside him presented a stark contrast. Desert winds had split their lips and streaked their skin with blood. One look told him they were not built for prolonged work in the sands. Li Cha quietly resolved that Dusk City's future troops would be chosen first for one trait: they do not eat. While he pondered, the party returned dragging their spoils. Once the plague had been dispelled, the meat of the desert wolves was safe from rot and immediately became precious rations. Dusk City had only a few days of food left. These carcasses were a godsend. At his command, the long-armed laborers cheered and rushed forward, but a single wolf weighed at least 200 gene, and the larger ones nearly 300. Even with 3 of them together, they could barely budge one animal, so the mummies had to join the hauling detail. When the wolves were stacked before the Lord's manor, the street erupted. Residents craned their necks and chattered nonstop. Goodness, look at the size of that wolf. By the sound of it, that one must be elite tier. Desert wolves are vicious, thin, ordinary people couldn't handle one. Our Lord is incredible. Through the crowd strode Kalu, the newly appointed steward. The sight of the carcasses seemed to shave years from his frame. He placed a hand over his chest and bowed. Good day, my lord. Li Cha nodded. Butcher the wolves, tan and store the hides, turn part of the meat into jerky, and distribute the rest to the townspeople. Kalu's voice shook with excitement. Thank you for your generosity. To meet a lord as great as you is the blessing of our lives. The flattery left Li Cha unmoved. To him, the townsfolk themselves were Dusk City's wealth. Feeding one's own lambs with grass was only common sense. Expected them to provide milk later. No need for ceremony. As Lord of Dusk City, it's my duty to protect you. There are 10 more wolf bodies still out there. Take some men and 4 mummies to bring them back. There are still more? Kalu's eyes lit up. At once, my lord. Li Cha continued. How goes the census? Kalu answered immediately. We have 15 residents with special skills, 5 novice blacksmiths, 3 novice carpenters, 5 novice tailors, and 2 novice builders. Civilian professions run from novice, intermediate, advanced, master, to extraordinary. The higher the rank, the better the products they can make. Though all are only novices, 15 skilled workers out of 100 residents is already a fine ratio. Li Cha surveyed the townspeople waiting for their share of meat and felt a flicker of satisfaction. Assign the 5 blacksmiths to the smithy. I've secured an iron mine. Before long we'll have, or in abundance. 5 tailors cleaned and cured the wolf pelts, debating how best to use them. After a brief discussion, Richard pointed at the 3 long-armed laborers who were standing awkwardly in the camp. The quarry, iron mine, and lumberyard he had mentioned earlier were now secured, and he had captured 30 long-armed laborers at the quarry. According to the plan, 7 would remain at the quarry, 10 at the iron mine, another 10 at the lumberyard, and the last 3 would ferry food and water among the sites. Dusk City possessed a unique territorial trait. Anyone under the Lord's protection would never lose their way in the desert and would consume 20% less stamina. That made the 3 mobile workers especially valuable. Karu bowed at once. As you wish, my lord. At his command, everyone leapt into action. More than 30 strong men, led by 4 mummies, carried the wolf carcasses to the square. Meanwhile, 4 or 5 other residents, together with 3 long-armed laborers, shouldered rations and water skins and set off for the resource sites. Those who stayed behind got busy skinning a 200 to 300-pound wild wolf was no simple task. They hauled the carcass to the city's only well, produced a huge iron cauldron from somewhere, and set it over a fire. Steam soon billowed around the well. Richard watched silently. The laughter and bustle reminded him of New Year celebrations from his childhood, and the genuine smiles gradually eased his sense of estrangement from this world. He looked around until his gaze settled on the well out here in the desert. Water was life itself. The well had been dug the old-fashioned way. A shaft sunk to the groundwater and lined with stone to keep it from collapsing, with water drawn up in a bucket on a rope. Such a setup would be enough for a household of a dozen, yet it served the entire city. What would happen when the population grew? A flicker of concern crossed his mind. Before the thought could take root, gray-haired Karu wiped the sweat from his brow and approached. His thin frame resembled a leafless winter tree, yet his excitement was unmistakable. My lord, I ran the numbers, he said. Once we remove the hides, bones, and offal, each wolf still gives us about 150 units of meat. 25 wolves make nearly 4,000 units, and the system counts 1 unit to the pound. If we include the offal and bones, we have enough to feed everyone for 3 full days. Dry the meat, and those 4,000 units will last roughly 20 days. Combine that with our existing stores, and we can hold out for 25 days. Stretch it a bit, and a month won't be a problem. As he spoke, the wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out. Richard nodded. In one outing he had secured 3 resource sites, recruited 30 long-armed laborers, upgraded the mummies to level 2, and brought back a haul of food, a remarkable profit by any measure. Yet something else caught his attention. He raised a hand and pointed at the waist-high well of packed earth and stone at his feet, lowering his voice. Are there any other water sources near the territory? Kalu paused, then shook his head. Recalling the patrol route, he answered softly, none. We chose this campsite a few days ago because we found this well. His gaze drifted to the mouth of the well, where water trickled like a thread. He hesitated. My lord, we might need to send people out to look for water or dig another well. The flow here is tiny. It's barely kept 100 people supplied these last few days, and if this continues the well could dry up. Li Cha's brows lifted. In a desert, no water meant death. Run out of food and you could still hunt, but without water you simply waited to die. He glanced around. Yellow sand stretched to the horizon, and there wasn't a single tree in sight. If the population grew, this crude little well would never be enough. The thrill of having just killed more than 20 wolves faded by half. He'll handle it, he said gravely. Go and ask if anyone knows how to find water or dig wells. Yes, my lord. Kalu hurried off. Once he was out of sight, Li Cha summoned a virtual screen and logged into the forum. Search term territory water shortage. Hundreds of thousands of posts appeared at once. 1. My territory's on a mountain, not a drop of water anywhere. Am I going to die of thirst? 2. How do you survive on an island with no fresh water? Don't tell me to distill. A deficiency is pathetic. After all that work, it's not even enough for 1 round. 3. A level 10 giant bear is sitting outside my border blocking the water source. It's been half a day. Can someone bring me a drink? Help requests piled up, but useful information was scarce. Li Cha flipped through more than 10 pages before a post caught his eye. I just found a 3-star chest in the wild and only got a treasure shard spring fragment. 3 of them combined into a 1-star resource treasure called Spring. What's the point? There's a river right outside my door. I should have sold it for food. Now 200 refugees have arrived, and we'll be out of rations tomorrow. A 1-star resource treasure spring? Li Cha's eyes lit up. These clueless players might still be worth something after all. After rereading the post several times, Li Cha opened the trade market. He entered one keyword after another resource artifact. Spring, spring fragment, spring, water source artifact, but every search came up empty. Clearly, very few players had managed to get a 3-star chest yet, and even fewer had pulled the same kind of resource artifact. With no results, he closed the market and pulled the post back onto his screen. After a moment's thought, he set his nickname to Qingxiu and started a private chat. Qingxiu, hey, brother, I just saw your post. Any chance you'd sell that spring fragment? The reply came instantly. Where's your damn Italian cannon? You want it. What can you pay? Li Cha winced at the outrageous screen name. Qingxiu, early resources are priceless. I can't spare much, but I did just bag a desert wolf. Where's your damn Italian cannon? A wolf. The kind that's only a bit bigger than a dog. What good is that? Li Cha walked over to his busy villagers and selected a mid-sized desert wolf. Ding sell desert wolf corpse? Please set a price. Without hesitating, he typed 100,000 gold. Once he confirmed, the wolf vanished, transferred straight to the market. He reopened the chat. Qingxiu, it's up. Search desert wolf in the trading channel, price is 100,000 gold. A moment later the reply popped up. Where's your damn Italian cannon? Damn, you took down an elite 3-star wolf. I'm trapped by a bunch of elite 1-stars, and I drew a farmer troop lair of all things. What level is your lair, big bro? Qingxiu, let's focus on the deal. Where's your damn Italian cannon? Fine, but one wolf isn't enough. Wolves run in packs, you definitely killed more than one. Qingxiu, my territory's short on food too, so I can't trade many. And you've only got a fragment, who knows when it'll be complete? If the price is too high, forget it. Silence. Just as Li Cha thought the guy had given up, another message appeared. Where's your damn Italian cannon? You hunted a desert wolf and you're willing to swap hard-earned food for a spring fragment. Your territory must be in the desert, right? Li Cha raised an eyebrow, but before he could answer another line came through. I know one spring fragment won't buy much food, but are you interested in this? Juju Grove. Resource artifact tier, 1 star. Area, Tenmu. Traits. Must be planted in desert terrain, requires ample irrigation, harvests once a month. Description, a resource artifact exclusive to desert regions. Li Cha's eyes lit. UPA Juju Grove. A monthly harvest? And unlike the spring, it wasn't a fragment. He could use it right away. Qingxiu, a 3-star chest can drop 2 artifacts? Where's your damn Italian cannon? Who said 2? 1 chest, 1 item. I opened 2 3-star chests. Qingxiu, this guy's luck is insane. How long has it been? And he's already pulled 2 3-star chests. Got a cheat code running, do you? Where's your damn howitzer, big guy? Interested in this treasure? I'm only asking for 30 wild wolves. Qingxiu, are you still half asleep? Richard shot back, fingers flying across the keyboard, all courtesy gone. Sure, the thing looks shiny, but for a desert lord it's a money pit. Do you know how much water a Juju Grove drinks every single day? Who's supposed to pay for that? And it takes a whole month to mature. Out here, do you have any idea what a month means? He kept typing. I'd have to babysit it and slow down every other project. More relics like this will keep showing up, and prices will keep dropping. It's nowhere near worth 30 wolves to me. A springwater shard, maybe you can talk. Once the message was sent, the other side went silent. The forum looked frozen. Richard didn't rush him. He propped his elbows on the desk and waited. 10 acres of Juju ready, and a Monthany new lord would kill for that. Secure it, and Twilight City would never worry about food again. Sure, every harvest needs investment, that's a given. But in a negotiation, the one who needs it less holds the cards. The seller's post practically screamed out of grain, so Richard had the upper hand. It was only day 1, and finding anyone in the desert faction with grain to sell was rare luck. The other guy finally replied with the same line. Where's your damn howitzer? No way. Pulled this from a 3-star chest, price is firm. It's listed, buy it yourself. Richard opened the market and searched. Desert Juju Grove 1-star relic, 5,000 units of food or 30 desert wolves. Springwater shard 1-star relic, 1,000 units of food or 10 desert wolves. He snorted. Kid, trying to fish in front of me? Think I'm some gullible chump? He closed the forum, pulled every desert wolf head posted off the market, and told the residents to keep butchering them. No point humoring the guy, the tables had turned. Night fell, and the residents worked until the moon was high before wrapping up. After carving up more than 20 wolves, they were aching all over. A middle-aged man in a short robe checked that the stew was boiling, then carried a wooden bowl to the mansion door. The mummy guard's hollow eyes fixed on him, and he didn't dare cross the threshold. Lowering his voice, he said, "Good evening, my lord. The food is ready." Inside, Richard heard the nervous call, chuckled, put aside his work, and stepped out. In front of the mansion, a huge cauldron bubbled, steam curling into the night. The smell of meat rolled on the breeze. In the eyes of the 100 residents gathered around, you could almost see the chunks of meat. Children were wiping drool from their chins. Richard's stomach growled, hadn't eaten all day. When he appeared, the crowd reluctantly tore their gaze from the pot and bowed in unison. "Good evening, my lord." Seeing how badly they wanted to bury their heads in the cauldron, Richard smiled, stepped forward, looked around, and announced in a clear voice, "My people, today is your first day in Twilight City, a day worth remembering. From this moment on, you are part of this city, my people. From this moment on, Our fate is tied to that of Twilight City. In the square, the bonfires painted every face crimson, and Li Cha's voice rang out on the night wind. Together we'll fill this land with hope. The life each of you dreams of will come true through our shared effort. Remember this day, you'll be proud of it in the future. Now eat. The final word ignited the crowd like sparks on dry tinder. Long live the Lord. Praise you, great Lord. Thank you for your generosity. Voices overlapped in a deafening roar. More than 20 wild wolves were skinned and butchered. Entrails, bones, everything went into the pot. In seconds, the rich scent of bubbling fat wrapped around them. Wooden bowls made their way through the crowd, each one piled high. Everyone knew they'd get 2 more equally hearty meals tomorrow. Li Cha carried his bowl of wolf meat closer to the fire, scattering coarse salt over the sizzling chunks, simple, yet unbelievably tasty. The heat reddened his cheeks while he ate his fill, then he sauntered back to the manor. Night fell over the wilderness like a dangerous net, and Li Cha had no intention of going out safety first. Pushing open the front door, he caught a faint sweet fragrance. 2 rosy-cheeked, curly-haired girls of about 17 stood respectfully on either side. Only after asking did he learn that old Karu had thoughtfully sent them to serve him. So this is how you test your officers? Li Cha grumbled, telling the girls to wait while he washed up. A few minutes later he waved them away. They retreated down the corridor, looking back with every step. At dawn, sunlight slipped through the lattice window. Li Cha sat up, washed quickly, and remembered the promise Head made the night before. He opened the forum. The next second, hundreds of private messages nearly crashed the screen, all from the same ID. 6 p.m. Where the hell is that Italian cannon? Why haven't you bought it yet? 7 p.m. Where the hell is that Italian cannon, boss? You there? 8 p.m. Where the hell is that Italian cannon? Is the price too high? We can negotiate. 9 p.m. Where the hell is that Italian cannon? How about 25 wild wolves? They'll change the price right now. 10 p.m. Where the hell is that Italian cannon? I'm sorry, just don't ignore Metwini wolves. Final offer. I can't go any lower. 11 p.m. Where the hell is that Italian cannon? Boss, answer me, I'm desperate. 12 a.m. Where the hell is that Italian cannon? If I call you bro, will you buy it? 20 wolves, can't go lower. 1 a.m. Where the hell is that Italian cannon? Dad, please buy Ethos refugees wiped out my grain tonight, and I promised them food tomorrow. I can't break my word. 2 a.m. Where the hell is that Italian cannon? Dad, when you wake up, answer me, okay? 6 a.m. Where the hell is that Italian cannon? Dad, I'm begging you, buy it. If they don't see rice in the pot today, they'll revolt. 7 a.m. Where the hell is that Italian cannon? Grandpa, are you up? The residents are already awake. Say something. 8 a.m. Where the hell is that Italian cannon? Ancestor, 15 wild wolves. Take them now, no questions asked. 9 a.m. Where the hell is that Italian cannon? Forefather, I'm dead. They keep asking about food. I can't stall any longer. If there's no food today, they'll leave. Those brawny refugees will crush my farmer units if they turn violent. Ancestor, save me. Li Cha read the message and barely knew whether to laugh or sigh. This guy was something else, showing up to fish without a single bargaining chip in hand. He opened the trade market. The 1-star resource treasure Eliagnis Grove posted by Ni Tanyang Diadali Pao had already been slashed to 2,000 units of food or 15 desert wolves. The spring fragment was down to 500 units of food or 3 desert wolves. The seller was clearly at the end of his rope, yet no one was biting who would trade precious rations for 2 half-dead baubles right now. Li Cha keyed Eliagnis Grove and Spring Fragment into the forum search bar. Every hit was that same guy's self-promoting threads. The headlines were absurd. Act fast. A 3-star chest just dropped a rare strategic treasure. 10 mu of Eliagnis Woodland, ready to harvest once a month, the Desert Lord's first choice. Cornerstone of an empire. Spring Fragment, gather 3 for a freshwater spring. Any lord short on water can't afford to miss it. The replies were even funnier. Reply 1. Are you crazy? 2,000 food for this junk, and it only grows in the desert? Do you have any idea how expensive food is right now? Reply 2. Desert Lord, here your own description says it needs ample water. And you're asking for 15 desert wolves? That's a level 3 elite 3-star pack monster. Who can kill 15 of those on day 1? Take your bragging elsewhere. Reply 3. They'll take the treasure, but 300 food tops. That's all I got from butchering a wild camel, and I can't even bring myself to eat it. Reply 4. At that price, it's a total waste. I'd rather spend those resources on something useful. After a few pages, Inai Tanyang de Yadali Pound tried to argue back, but was flamed into silence and went dark. Small wonder he was panicking. Those comments had shredded what was left of his nerves. Li Cha thought for a moment and shot him a private message. Qingqiu, the desert wolves I harvested yesterday are already gone. You're too late. The reply came instantly, practically tearing up. Inai Tanyang de Yadali Pound. Boss, thank goodness you're here. Don't bluff me, I've asked around. Desert wolves spawn in packs of 7 or 8. Even after skinning and gutting them, you'd get at least 2,000 units of meat. There's no way you ran out in a day. You bought them, right? Qingqiu, I can offer 800 units of processed wolf meat. And I Tanyang de Yadali Pauna. Only that much for the Eli Agnes Grove? That's dirt cheap. Qingxiu, who said 800 is just for the grove. It's 800 for both treasures. And I Tanyang de Yadali Pauna. You drive a hard bargain. But I'll never back down. I'd rather die than sell. Li Cha's roar exploded across the comm channel, leaving everyone's eardrums ringing. Qingxiu, let me finish. Where the hell is Italian cannon? I'm here, big bro. Go ahead, I'm listening. The reply carried a hint of panic. They'll give you 800 units of meat for those 2 treasures, Li Cha rattled off. 800 more in 2 weeks, and the last 800 in a month. Installments. Italian cannon was stunned. Exactly, Li Cha snapped. 800 units of wolf meat will tide you over. It's meat, not rice or flour. I'm almost out myself, and still have hundreds of mouths to feed. I can't spare any more. If you want deal, fine. With food in hand, and 2 billion players to trade with, they'll find similar treasures elsewhere. That cornered Italian cannon. Slamming the table, he thought of the refugees waiting to cook their meal if they scattered. His territory would be finished. Don't, big bro. Fine, I agree. But we sign a contract. No problem. A system prompt appeared. Contract fee, 100 gold coins. Penalties to be set by both parties. They hammered out the terms in minutes. The moment it took effect, Li Cha had 800 units of wolf meat hauled from the warehouse, while 2 treasures from a 3-star chest materialized in his hands. 800 units of meat for 2 treasure sand absolute steel. As for the remaining 1,600 units, Li Cha was sure food shortages would ease over time, and their purchasing power would drop. He examined his haul. First, desert date Grovia single seed glowing faintly. Second, spring fragmentonethard the size of a palm, like a cracked crystal that felt smooth to the touch. Information panel. Desert date Grove resource treasure. Grade, 1 star. Area, 10 mu. Trait, can be planted only in desert. Needs ample water, bears fruit monthly. Note, exclusive desert resource treasure. Spring resource treasure fragment. Grade, 1 star. Output, small. Status, incomplete, 13. Trait, generates an inexhaustible spring once assembled. Note, all fragments required for activation. Warmth pulsed through his palm as more details surfaced. Choose a spot, plant the seed in the center, and 10 mu of desert dates would appear in an instant. A grin spread across Li Cha's face. With this grove, Twilight City would finally have a stable food supply. Nothing mattered more to a territory than stability. Yet a new problem emerged, water. The grove needed heavy irrigation, and the town's lone well could barely support 100 residents, let alone 10 mu of trees. The only solution was to complete the spring. 3-star chests were rare, but out of 2 billion players, there had to be tens of thousands of lucky ones like Italian cannon. Offer a high enough reward, and someone would pull the fragment sooner or later. Having settled on a plan, he ordered, fetch Karu. Moments later, the burly Karu strode into the hall. I'm scouting the territory today for resources and game, Li Cha said. You keep the residents inside and clean up the settlement. This week the territory is absolutely secure. His gaze swept the walls, voice ringing with confidence. No monster, not even a dragon, will set foot inside. Li Cha gave Ka Lu his final instructions, stowed the food and water he had prepared into the system storage, and opened the map for a closer look. He marked the logging camp to the west as the starting point for today's sweep, planning to explore the entire desert in a clockwise loop over the next few days. With the route settled, he set out with 14 mummies in tow. On this second venture into the dunes, his stride was far more relaxed than the day before. Desolate yet majestic, the endless yellow sands unfurled beneath the morning light like a colossal scroll, filling him with a surge of pride. The sun was still low, the sand had not yet heated, and the party moved at a brisk pace. Before long, they skirted the edge of the logging camp. Long-armed laborers swung their axes, chips flying, but none paused to look up. Li Cha did not stop either, and pressed on toward the unknown. Less than 5 minutes later, a faint buzz brushed past his ear. He turned. Several black and gold bees streaked by and vanished into the distance. Bees in the desert? He was genuinely surprised, but the little creatures were too fast to track, so he shrugged and continued. Another 10 minutes passed before the lead mummy suddenly halted, fell back, and signaled a warning. With nothing to block the view on the open sands, Li Cha instantly sensed danger. Seeing no enemy charging directly at them, he crouched and climbed a dune 10 meters high. Grit slid from his boots as he flattened himself against the crest and looked ahead. Roughly 100 meters away, 3 full squads of wild units occupied another dune. They were humanoid monster snake ogres. Their rock-like bodies bulged with muscles so defined that even professional bodybuilders would feel inferior. Each stood about 2 meters tall, every movement radiating raw power. Their backs were slightly hunched, and 3 rows of dagger-like spines glinted coldly in the sunlight, savage and intimidating. Stranger still, swarms of bees drifted around these stone-skinned brutes, their buzzing weaving an eerie rhythm. Li Cha realized the bees he had seen earlier must have come from here. He pulled up the system panel, and the data appeared. Snake Ogre. Level 4. Potential, Elite. Skills. Rock solid. Degrade flesh as hard as stone, ignoring the bites of ordinary beasts. Power smash. Degrade after charging. The next attack lands with 200% strength. Stone body. Degrade cannot be killed unless the head is severed. Racial trait. Exceptionally high defense. Conventional weapons barely pierce their hide. Synergy bees. 1. With more than 3 hives of desert bees, gain 10 experience points per day. 2. With more than 5 hives, gain 20 experience points per day. 3. With more than 10 hives, a desert queen bee appears and produces golden honey, which can raise a Nake ogre's potential. Description: I love honey la la la. Leech's eyes widened. A monstrous unit that looks like this, yet feeds on honey? And in a flowerless desert, where do their bees even find nectar? The world never ceases to amaze. After skimming the Nake ogre's synergies, his interest suddenly spiked. Eating honey granted experience points, which explained why these creatures had already reached level 4. Licha wondered if he could relocate the hive. If wild monsters could level up on honey, why couldn't he do the same? First, though, he had a sizable problem. 3 full squads of Nake giants clustered around the hive, 10 in a squad, 10 squads in a company, 10 companies in a battalion, 10 battalions in a legion. The decimal chain of command used in the glorious epic was as blunt as it was simple. These monsters were 3-star elite units built for defense, and there were far too many of them to tackle head-on. Licha glanced at his own forces, just 14 bandage mummies. They were quality undead, but could they pierce hides as tough as stone? He wasn't sure. I need more resources and a second breeding pit as soon as possible, he muttered, then reviewed the mummy's stats. Mummified bandages, grade E, reduces incoming physical damage by 30%. Bandages carry a necrotic curse that lowers all attributes of the target by 20%. Without treatment, the victim will be consumed by the curse. No treatment, and they die to the curse, Licha repeated under his breath, eyes brightening. The Nake giants relied entirely on physical defense. Their stat sheet showed no magic resistance. If a frontal assault wouldn't work, why not let the curse do the killing? Decision made. He moved at once. Honey was one temptation. The experience and possible loot from killing Nake giants were another. He led the mummies halfway around a dune and positioned them downwind. When the distance felt right, he gave the order, and all 14 mummies activated sand form. The desiccated corpses melted into the yellow sand and vanished. A moment later, the Nake giants lounging beneath a stand of scrub heard a faint rustling, but paid no heed. Raised on honey, they were far less alert than desert wolves. Only when mummies clawed their way out of the ground, some passing straight through giant torsos, did the monsters roar in shock and swing their boulder-sized fists. Hum! Each charged strike cracked the air, yet every blow felt as if it hit loose sand. The resistance barely noticeable. Worse, the instant a fist connected, a ghostly blue sheen crawled over the giant's rocky skin, and its presence visibly diminished. The necrotic curse had landed. Drained of stamina, the giants grew frantic. 3 squads boxed the 14 mummies in, fists whistling like a living storm. The mummies answered just as coldly, but their brittle claws only scratched pale lines on stone-tough skin. Neither side could break the stalemate. 2 full minutes passed before Licha confirmed every target was cursed. At that moment, the mummies dissolved back into sand and sank away, leaving the giants bellowing in an empty circle. Deprived of enemies, the Nake giants flew into a rage, pummeling the ground until craters peppered the dune and sand geysered skyward. Overhead, desert bees sensed their master's fury and droned like thunder. Several hundred meters away, the mummies emerged from another ridge, and Licha immediately ordered a retreat. He glanced back. The giants rampaged for a while longer, but the ghost blue curse only deepened. With their resilience, it might take hours to kill them outright, and they clearly had no way to purge it. Perfect, Licha said, a satisfied smile on his lips. The curse was seated. Time would finish the job. There was no need to wait around. Once he confirmed nothing unexpected was coming, he led the bandage mummies west to continue exploring, eager to see what the desert would throw at him next. After leaving the territory of the Nak behemoth, Richard became even more vigilant. He doubled his advanced scouts from 4 mummies to 8, pairing them up and spreading them in a fan shape 300 to 400 meters out. At the first sign of danger, he could pull them back, instantly doubling his scouting range. The new formation took effect almost at once. Dinga system prompt flashed. Your troops are under attack by desert goblins. Richard had already ordered his men to withdraw rather than fight if ambushed, so the targeted pair retreated immediately. He simultaneously commanded every scattered mummy to fall back along its original path. As the pursuers drew closer, Richard finally saw what he was dealing with. They stood about 1.5 meters tall, swinging cracked wooden clubs. Their green skin, mottled with yellow spots, blended perfectly with the sand, and their faces were so hideous they looked like dough rolled over gravel and stomped flat. Desert Goblin. Level 2. Potential. Common. 1-star skill screech. A piercing howl that boosts its own morale. Racial traits: bullies the weak, fears the strong, craven to the core. Bond greased heels. If outnumbered by 10, escape speed 20. By 20, escape speed 30. Description: don't come any closer, or I'm bolting. Those stats are something else, Richard muttered with a wry smile. At the moment, 2 mummies were being chased by 4 goblin squads. But when the goblins noticed more mummies converging, their screeching charge slowed to a crawl. Worried they would bolt, Richard gave a curt wave. Wipe them out. The mummies surged forward like tigers loosed from their cages, forcing raspy war cries through parched throats. The goblins hesitated, counted heads, saw they still held a numerical edge, and charged again with renewed bravado. The first mummies to collide with the front line went into a frenzy. Their withered hands were sharper than razors. Every casual swipe left an afterimage in the air. Goblins lined up like lambs to the slaughter clubs snapped, scrawny bodies tore apart, and blood mist spattered the dunes. In a single exchange, 4 squads were reduced to 2 battered remnants. Watching their comrades butchered, the survivors broke completely. Forgetting even to flee, they dropped to their knees. Great one, we submit. Let us be your humble servants. Another prompt appeared. Ding. Desert goblins defeated. Gained 40 XP. Intimidated by your strength, the remaining goblins wished to surrender. Except, Richard recalled how craven these creatures were. Worthless in a real fight, perhaps, but good for manual labor cannon fodder. Except, at his command the mummies stopped in their tracks. Only after the reapers beside them halted did the goblins dare to breathe again. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like tears. Li Chao advanced, stepping over splintered bones and still wet blood. The metallic stench made him frown, but only for a moment. After several brutal battles his tolerance had soared, and he was adapting to this savage wilderness with startling speed. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, locking onto the cluster of trembling desert goblins. Where are you from, and why did you attack my troops? Panic-stricken, the goblins squeaked, Great Lord, we had no choice. Those cursed temple wardens stole our land and drove us out. We had no food, so we went after the mummies. Mummies? Seriously? Li Chao blinked and clicked his tongue. You'll eat anything, huh? But the phrase temple wardens snagged his interest in instance. A quest? A hidden stronghold? He pressed on. Temple wardens? Where's the temple? Yes, master, a terrifying temple. The location? The goblins flinched, shaking even harder, fear filling their eyes. They're too strong. They slaughtered our kin. Spare me. Li Chao's tone was ice. Silence fell. The leader stammered, and in our territory, about half a day's walk from here. Half a day? Talk sense. Li Chao nearly smacked the greenskins. Numbers? Strength? We don't know. There are many, and they're powerful. Everyone who met them died. What does the temple look like? We only dared to look from afar. We don't know. Li Chao shook his head. Their lair was wiped out, and they still had no intel. Useless. Only raw survival instinct had kept them alive. He refused to waste more time. Lead the way. The goblins' faces fell, but under the mummy's chilling presence they could only nod. One licked his cracked lips and whispered, Great master, may we have some water? Li Chao grunted and pulled a bucket of fresh water from his system storage. 24 goblins swarmed it, guzzling until their bellies sloshed. Revived, they shuffled forward to guide him. All along the route they chattered, painting the temple wardens as a living catastrophe, desperate to dissuade Li Chao. He ignored them, yet from their fragmented tales he pieced together several key facts. 1. The desert goblins are natives, not summoned units, and have lived there for decades. 2. The temple emerged only a few days ago, immediately occupied by hordes of wardens. 3. The wardens are numerous and lethal. A single squad wiped out hundreds of goblins. The fuller the picture grew, the fiercer Li Chao's curiosity burned. A high-level wild stronghold? If I take it, the rewards will be huge. He pushed the goblins to quicken their pace. Say what you will about goblins, their instinct for self-preservation makes them excellent guides when they're scared. Under their lead, the party met no other creatures. Li Chao's focus was fixed on the word temple. Everything else was background noise. After roughly 40 minutes, the lead goblin stopped dead, dread twisting his features. He pointed at a clump of sand-choked shrubs ahead. Great master, the temple is in there. A jolt of excitement shot through Li Chao. The shrubland stretched as far as the eye could see, a splash of green in the middle of the desert. Its hidden water source made it a natural refuge, and deep within the thicket stood the temple. Master, please be careful. The temple guards are far too strong. We will stay outside and protect you. The goblins huddled together, whispering nervously. Li Chao shot them an impatient glare. You're coming with me. The green-skinned creatures pulled long faces but dared not argue, their ears drooping as they fell into line. After a moment's thought, Li Chao picked 5 goblins and summoned 4 mummies. Scout ahead and find a safe path. With so many pawns to command, he had no intention of risking himself. The chosen goblins nearly burst into tears. Seeing this, Li Chao added, once the route is clear, stay outside on guard. Next time someone else will go. Compared with unknown dangers, scouting sounded tolerable, so they braced themselves. After all, goblins could run fast. Bending low, they tiptoed off, leading the mummies into the undergrowth while Li Chao waited. About 20 minutes later the bushes rustled, but the mummy posted at the front gave no warning. The 5 goblins popped out, brimming with excitement. Master, we found a safe passage to the temple. Li Cha glanced at the mummies. Their silent stance confirmed the report. Mummies were 10 times more reliable than goblins. Leave one squad here on watch. Everyone else comes with me, he said, then pointed at the 5 goblins. You keep order. No one leaves until I return. Anyone who tries execute them on the spot. The appointed goblins straightened up, shooting smug looks at their fellows. Yes, master. We'll keep them in line. Li Cha nodded, signaled the mummies to take point, and followed them into the shrubs. A small team was easier to control, and if things went wrong, they could always serve as cannon fodder. The bushes rose 2 or 3 meters high, providing ample cover. They grew in clusters with gaps between, so the path twisted but never became impassable. Led by the mummies, the group kept a steady pace, though Li Cha deliberately held them to a cautious crawl. The labyrinth of greenery would confuse most travelers, but the trait of Twilight City residents never lose their way in the desert worked in his favor. Li Cha's sense of direction remained razor-sharp. Roughly 10 minutes later, the leading mummy stopped short. The goblins felt it too. They fell instantly silent, holding their breath as their legs began to tremble. Li Cha signaled 2 mummies to keep a close eye on the goblin, then moved forward under the escort of the remaining mummies. After roughly 50 meters, he parted the springy shrubs in front of him, and the view suddenly opened up. Yellowed grass blanketed the ground, and a tree more than 20 meters tall, its crown spread like an umbrella, towered at the center. Its vast shadow almost covered the entire clearing, and beneath that deep shade squatted an ancient, unadorned temple. 9 colossal stone columns stood before the entrance, each covered with brilliantly colored reliefs of ancient deities whose oppressive aura inspired instinctive awe. Beyond the columns, the temple doors gaped wide, torches flickering in the dim corridor. The shifting light obscured details and only heightened the mystery. On the clearing, 40 temple guards, divided into 4 squads, formed an impenetrable cordon. They wore black armor etched with sphinx motifs, gripped strange weapons whose blades curved forward like scimitars while their hilts remained straight, and sported pointed caps from which 2 colored ribbons trailed. The scene was grim and forbidding. Li Cha shrank back and pulled up his attribute panel. Dark Temple. Unwilling to stop there, he focused on the nearest guard. Ankam Temple Guard. Level 8, Intermediate Unit. Potential, Rare, 3-star base, Strength 15. Skills 1. Temple Guard, Grade A within 100 m of the temple, Strength 200, Stamina and Wound Recovery 200. 2. Temple Blessing, Grade A, killed and the body is placed inside the temple. The guard fully resurrects after 1 day. 3. Body of Faith, Grade B, immune to mind control, curses, plague, and deadly poison. Magic damage taken 60. 4. Battle Hymn of Courage, Grade B, morale never falls. Against intruders, all attributes 70. 5. Master of Combat, Grade B, proficient in every form of battle. Racial trait, fighting within 100 m of the temple, all attributes 50. Bond, temple within 200 m of the temple, all attributes 10, within 100 m, 20, within 50 m, 30. Description, a unit born to guard the temple. Good grief. Li Cha held his breath. These guards weren't just level 8, their potential was rare 3-star. His bandaged mummies were only elite 3-star. They needed 1 promotion to reach uncommon and another to touch rare, a gap of 2 full tiers. Worse yet, there were 40 of them, and they were merely the outer ring. A complete squad could be lurking inside. A head count of 100 wouldn't be far-fetched. In Age of Glory, leveling gets exponentially harder, even the chief god's cap at level 30 according to official data. That puts level 8 into sharp perspective this early in the game. What kind of place is this dark temple, that it merits a rare squadron for a garrison? His heart pounded faster. If he could conquer it, he might strike it rich in 1 fell swoop. Li Cha cast one last reluctant glance at the temple, then waved his hand. Fall back. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and slipped through the brush. The ancient sanctuary was undeniably alluring should they take it. Priceless loot would be theirs, but the power gap was simply too great. Even 100, even 10,000 players combined could hardly shake the terrifying guards stationed outside. For a long while, those sentinels would haunt every player's dreams. Master, the desert goblins breathed a collective sigh of relief when Li Cha returned and hurried up to him. He held up a hand to cut the greetings short. We're leaving. Now. They packed up at once. Only after they had put real distance between themselves and the brush did he finally relax. He bent down to ask, are there any other temples like that nearby? All the goblins shook their heads. No, that's the only one. What about other roaming creatures? Every dusk the temple guards sweep the area clean. Nothing survives for long. Resource sites? Lumber camps? Quarries? Anything? There are a few, but they all sit inside the patrol zone. Li Cha nodded to himself and abandoned any thought of building a foothold here. The temple was far too dangerous, and it was also a long way from Twilight City. He checked the system clock, 2:00 p.m. who knew how the Naka curse was progressing. He wasted no time, signaling the goblins and mummies to retrace their route. This time he didn't let the goblins scout alone. Instead, mummies spread out in a fan pattern with goblins in support of a far more efficient method. Ding, you commanded your troops to wipe out a pack of serrated black rats. Gain 20 XP and a tiny resource pouch. Ding, you commanded your troops to wipe out a pack of razorclaw sand hares. Gained 15 XP. Ding, you commanded your troops to wipe out a pack of black-backed halflings. Gained 20 XP and a tiny resource pouch. On average, they stumbled onto a monster nest every 10 minutes. The levels were low and the drops nothing special, but serrated black rats and razorclaw sand hares were edible, which pleased Li Cha. He ordered the goblins to haul every carcass back. The resource pouches looked much like the ones they had pulled from earlier chests. Name: Resource Pouch Tiny. Trait: Open to receive a small amount of random resources. A cheeky caption beside each pouch read, "Go on, Open Mio won't know unless you try." Li Cha couldn't help twitching at the playful description. The 2 bags yielded 100 gold coins and 100 units of stone, better than nothing. The only disappointment was still no sign of a creature nest they could claim. They tallied loot while continuing the sweep. As the sun dipped westward, Li Cha circled back to the shifting sand hollow where he had met the Naku Colossus that morning. He told the goblins laden with game to stay back, then took the mummies and crawled up the leeward side of a dune. Peering over the ridge, Li Cha nearly burst out laughing at the sight before him. Hidden among the distant shrubs, the Nake behemoths, monsters famed for hides as tough as bedrock, now lay scattered across the sand, their bluish skin stark against the dunes. Their limbs jerked, claws digging into the ground, yet they could not lift their hulking bodies, as though every ounce of strength had been drained in an instant. Overhead, desert bees circled faster and faster, their droning like an alarm echoing between the dunes, mourning their fallen guardians. Li Cha let out a slow breath and pulled up the attribute panel, where a new set of data flashed before his eyes. Nake Behemoth. Level 3. Potential: Elite. Status: Near Death, Cursed. Skills: Rock Solid, Full Force Smash. He dutifully checked each of the 3 squads and found the same result. Every behemoth was on the brink of death. Li Cha nodded with satisfaction and thought, mummies really are eternal gods. With a sweep of his arm he barked, "Finish them." Roar. The bandaged mummies trudged forward, sand crunching beneath their feet. Sensing movement, the behemoths turned as one. Rage flared when they recognized their assailants, and tortured bellows tore from their throats while they tried and failed to rise. The mummies hesitated not at all. They burst into a sprint, claws flashing like lightning. Clang. Metal rang out as the first behemoth managed a desperate block. In the same heartbeat, the mummy twisted low, coiling like a drawn bow, then snapped forward. Whoosh. Its claws sliced through the air, aiming for the throat. Crack. Splat. Weakened by the curse, the behemoth had no strength for a second defense. Blood erupted under internal pressure and spattered the yellow sand. The second, the third, every last elite grade, level 4 Nake behemoth fell beneath those claws. When the final giant crashed to the ground, a crisp system chime sounded in Li Cha's ears. Ding. Your forces have wiped out a group of Nake behemoths, securing a minor victory and gaining 60 experience points. A grin tugged at Li Cha's lips as he walked to the mummy's side. Behemoth corpses lay strewn everywhere, and at close range he could feel the raw power these creatures once possessed. A single punch from those muscles could probably blast a calf apart. If they had fought head-to-head, his bandaged mummies would have needed at least double their number plus sandification to stand a chance, and even triple might not guarantee success. Clearly, the mind is the deadliest weapon. Bees easy. Li Cha's approach stirred the low-flying bee swarm, their buzzing swelling like a jet overhead. His eyes lit up. These bees were spoils of war as well. Curious about the taste of desert honey, he followed the swarm around another clump of shrubs and soon found a massive hive buried deep in the foliage so dense it would send anyone with trypophobia into a panic. He opened the panel again. Desert bee. Classification: Special. Queen. Basic, upgradable to intermediate. Traits: Produces honey with a unique aroma. Consuming it greatly accelerates recovery of stamina and injuries. Minimum weekly yield: 8 units. Description: A rare bee species of the desert, exceedingly uncommon. Special grade resources? Li Cha's eyes gleamed. Anything labeled special was usually scarce and priceless. Judging by the description, this honey was essentially a natural alchemical tonic. Immediate recovery with no refining required, and even better, it could evolve. Once the queen advanced from basic to intermediate, the honey would level up as well. If there were higher tiers advanced, superior, could it become an elixir of immortality? Regrow flesh from bone? Grant a second life? The thought made him laugh out loud. At that moment, the black gold system flashed another prompt. Desert bee special: spend 10 insect layers to upgrade the queen's level. Even hives can be consumed to upgrade creature layers? Li Cha was thrilled. Life really is perfect when you're running on cheats. He raised a hand, opened the trading interface, and typed insect type creature layer into the search bar, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. A long list instantly materialized. 1. Mighty Ant Nest, common 1 star, for 100 gold coins. 2. Scythe Wasp Hive, common 2 star, 500 units of timber. 3. Venom Locust Warren, common 1 star, 400 units of iron ore. After a careful look, Li Cha noticed that lair prices had climbed across the board. Yesterday, the cheapest ones were only about 300 units of resources. Today, they'd shot up to 400 or 500, and the high-end lairs were being bid into the thousands. A wave of lords had clearly gone exploring, earned their first windfall, and driven down the purchasing power of raw materials. As players learned which creatures were stronger, the price gap would only widen. Luckily, upgrading the hive required only lairs of the same type, regardless of quality, saving Li Cha a fortune. Unfortunately, he still lacked the materials to assemble the Springwater fragment. Otherwise, he would have planted the Shizeo Grove in his territory, moved the desert bees inside, and let them gather nectar right away. Problem solved in one go. He withdrew his gaze and studied the hive at his feet, but didn't act immediately. He wasn't worried about being stung into a swollen mess. His territory was only 10 minutes away, and Dusk City currently had no vacant space. Relocating and upgrading later would be far more convenient. While he pondered, a squad of desert goblins staggered over, arms full of game. Li Cha glanced up and ordered, "Head back to the territory with 2 mummies. If the residents ask, tell them I'm inspecting resource sites and will return soon. The spots we captured yesterday have already started paying off." "Yes, master," the goblins replied, delighted. After hauling heavy prey for so long, their backs and legs were aching. An early trip home sounded heavenly. Once they set off with the mummies, the people of Dusk City spotted the fresh haul and burst into cheers. "By the gods, our lord must be favored by the Lady of Fortune. Look at that magnificent game. Meet again tonight. We're blessed, praise the Lord." Only a few days ago they'd fled into this unfamiliar land with barely a few days' rations and no hope in sight. Since Li Cha's arrival yesterday, everything had changed. His steady gaze and confident words dispelled despair. His decisive actions, pile after pile of gain, gave them an unprecedented sense of security. This was the lord they dreamed of. Glory to Dusk City. Glory to Lord Li Cha. Elsewhere, Li Cha pressed on with 12 mummies, first heading to the lumber mill to collect a day's work from the long-armed laborers. Small lumber mill. Weekly yield 2,100 units. Daily average 300. Inspired by his presence. Efficiency 20 for 3 days. Today's haul 360 units of wood. Tiny quarry. Base 200 units. Also 20. Total 240 units of stone. Small iron mine. Same base as the lumber mill. Today's yield 360 units of iron ore. Altogether, the 3 resource sites delivered 960 units of resources today. Current resources: 2,360 gold, 1,440 units of timber, 1,900 units of stone, and 2,280 units of steel. Half an hour later, Richard strode into the territory, visibly content. "Good evening, my lord. You've had a long day." Carew, his hair already flecked with gray, waited respectfully at the outskirts. "Dinner is ready, and a hot bath awaits you." Richard nodded, noticing residents along the path skinning and quartering today's haul of wild wolves, hares, and sand rats. Blood glinted in the firelight. "How much food will these carcasses yield?" he asked offhandedly. "We haven't finished counting," Carew replied, apologetic. "Please rest first. I'll report as soon as the numbers are in." Richard's gaze flicked to several desert goblins bound tightly nearby, their faces anxious. "Send them to the barracks to rest," he ordered with a wave. "They're under your command from now on." With that settled, he said nothing more, heading straight for the manor with his tireless mummy guards in tow. Their bandaged silhouettes moved in silence, yet exuded a menace that made them the most reliable shield in the night. Inside, 2 cooks newly chosen by Carew waited by the long table. Lamplight traced their generous figures. Their ample bosoms trembled as they served, making Richard suspect Kara's handiwork. He averted his eyes, dismissed the overly voluptuous pair, and finally sat down in peace. Dinner was lavish: wolf stew rich with fat, roast hare crisp outside and tender within, and sand rat in a clear broth that tasted unexpectedly sweet. The mingling aroma of meat and herbs set his appetite aflame. Richard carved off the last slice of wolf steak, dabbed the grease from his lips, and leaned back, satisfied. Out in the corridor, Carew regarded the 2 cooks with mild exasperation. "Not even the slightest hint from the lord?" he whispered. They shook their heads in unison. Carew sighed. "Seems he's not fond of this type. At least you weren't sent away like the girls yesterday. You'll attend him these next few days. Remember, whatever the lord wants, give it to him." The cooks blushed, yet determination burned in their eyes. Earning their place over more than a dozen rivals was an honor. "We're on our own," Carew continued earnestly. "We need a strong patron. From what I've observed, the lord is an excellent choice. If he accepts you, it benefits all of us. And he is quite handsome, after all." "We understand," they replied, bowing before they withdrew. In truth, excellency, no matter the gender, always attracts pursuit. It's a simple instinct of life. An exceptional partner is a magnet few can resist. Unaware of the hallway drama, Richard finished his meal and began tallying his current resources alongside the gains of the past 2 days. He had been in the glorious era for 2 days, and both days had been remarkably fruitful. First came the pressing issue of food. The warehouse that had been stretched to the brink was now crammed with more than 3,000 units of meat and roughly 500 units of staple rations. With today's hunt included, the stockpile would soon grow by another 1,000 units. In practical terms, the crates and freezers now filled an entire storehouse, easing Twilight City's famine and guaranteeing a month without fear of starvation. The second gain concerned troop lairs. Richard already possessed an elite 3-star Grand Pyramid, birthplace of the bandaged mummies. On the battlefield, these gray-wrapped undead, strengthened by his sandification talent, could unleash a combat power far beyond their base stats, a textbook case of 1 + 1 = 3. That synergy convinced him to keep expanding along the same desert-themed troop line. The third reward was hard resources. He now controlled 3 resource nodes that poured in 800 to 900 units a day, and with what he had saved, his ledger showed more than 7,000 units, hardly enough to rival a kingdom, but certainly enough to stay comfortable. External exploration made up the fourth achievement. West of his territory, he had discovered a heavily guarded temple. Its ironclad defenses forced him to keep his distance for now, but he believed it would become a treasure trove once Twilight City grew stronger. Near the logging camp, he also found a nest of rare desert bees. When resources allowed, he planned to domesticate them. After tallying these 4 gains, Richard felt a surge of satisfaction and turned his attention back to troop lairs. Upgrading the elite 3-star Grand Pyramid to rare 3 stars would demand 100 lairs, 40,000 units of resources, and a 7-day cooldown, unrealistic in the short term. Upgrading a common lair to elite, however, required only 10 lairs and 4,000 units, a far better return on investment. He decided to funnel his resources into a new troop type. He could always sell food to cover any shortfall. The logic was simple: field an army first, because strength is the only real currency in this world. Resolved, Richard sprang into action. He opened the trade market and typed the keyword desert faction units. A flood of listings appeared. 1. Desert Scout, common 3 stars price, 1,000 units of timber. 2. Desert Halfling, common 1-star price, 500 units of timber. 3. Fetid Hyena, common 2 stars price, 6,000 units of iron. Richard examined each stat sheet in turn. The bandaged mummies had set a high bar. Any new unit had to synergize with his sandification talent, carry a manageable logistics burden, coordinate with the mummies in formation, and, above all, offer enough potential to justify heavy investment. Eliminate. Eliminate again. After 2 full hours and tens of thousands of rejected lairs, only one option remained. Poison Scorpion Nest. Tier, common 3 stars. Recruitable unit, Poison Scorpion Warrior, common 3 stars. Capacity, 14. Weekly output, 7. Recruit cost, for gold coins, for units of timber, for units of steel. Price, 3,000 units of iron. As the stat panel settled in the middle of the screen, Richard's eyes lit up. The Poison Scorpion Warrior's attributes were simply too tempting to ignore. Venom Scorpion Warrior. Level 1. Potential, common 3-star. Undead body, rank F. Reduces physical damage by 15%, grants immunity to plague and toxins, and cannot die unless its head is severed. Venomous tail, rank F. The stinger pierces armor and injects dark green venom that deals continuous poison damage. Ironclad pincers, rank F. The twin claws are 15% sharper and close with 15% more force. Racial trait, gains an additional 30% strength while fighting in desert terrain, growing fiercer with every grain of sand. Synergy Scorpion, when more than 10 allied scorpions are present, all scorpions gain 10% strength and toxicity. At 20, the bonus rises to 20%, at 30, to 30%. Description: this undead creature was sealed inside a pharaoh's pyramid, its icy stinger enough to chill any intruder's blood. Although it carries only a common 3-star potential, it combines 3 practical skills with an undead physique that needs no supplies. Compared with the bandaged mummy's limited attack options, the Scorpion Warrior's offensive power made Richard's eyes light. Upit is already impressive and will be even stronger once promoted. After repeated searches, he confirmed that only one Scorpion Warrior nest remained on the market and bought it on the spot. 3,000 units of iron ore vanished instantly, and he had to patch together the amount by trading away other resources. Richard kept scouring the listings. Any nest from the desert faction that was remotely affordable, he snapped up. 10 nests later, the 7th Asan Plus resources head started with were gone. A glaring row of zeros on his resource panel reminded him that the Scorpion nest still required 400 wood, 400 stone, and 400 iron. He massaged his temples and admitted he was flat out broke. His only option was to sell food. What were the current prices? Richard opened the trading menu, and his pupils contracted. 100 units of wheat, 2,000 units of iron ore. 50 units of fresh fish, 1,500 units of lumber, 10 units of boar meat, 400 gold coins. The prices were outrageous. A single unit of meat could fetch 30 to 40 units of basic resources, and any listing was bought out instantly. Even wheat and rice were selling for 20 resources apiece. Remembering the thousands of units of meat in his warehouse, Richard was ecstatic. This was the most valuable haul head collected in days. At current rates, his stock could be exchanged for 30,000 to 40,000 resources, and with today's new deliveries, his total meat supply had surpassed 4,000 units, an astonishing fortune. If he sold it all and ignored the 7-day cooldown, he could upgrade both the Mummy Pyramid and the newly acquired Scorpion Nest to rare tier. Unfortunately, only a fraction of the food could be sold. Twilight City's own stores were already stretched thin. With more than 100 people to feed, plus 30 long-armed laborers and 20 desert goblins, everyone in this blistering wasteland burned through at least 2 units of food a day. The warehouse might look full, but just breaking even would be a blessing, never mind having surplus to trade. Li Cha shook his head. At best, the current stockpile would last 10 days. For a territory, that safety margin was far too thin. If anything went wrong, Twilight City would be in no shape to cope, so he had a plan ahead. He quickly set a course. In the short term, hunting offered a better return than seizing resource nodes that supplied meat and created bargaining chips for trade. With his plan clear, he left the manor and walked over to the well, where residents were still dealing with the day's catch. The scent of blood mingled with dust in the hot air. On the spot, he pulled out 200 units of food and sold them to the visiting caravan, receiving 8,000 units of mixed resources in exchange. He split the gold, wood, stone, and iron into 2,000 units each and stored everything in the resource depot. After a brief word of encouragement to the busy townsfolk, he headed back to the manor. Inside, he set the newly acquired Scorpion Nest foundation beside the Great Pyramid and tapped build without hesitation. The system swallowed 1,600 resource units at once, and the nest swelled like an inflating bladder, becoming a 3-mid-turtle adobe structure in seconds. Ancient yellow clay coated its exterior, a human-faced scorpion bas-relief sprawled across the wall, and thick thatch on the roof was woven into intricate patterns. From afar it looked like some long-buried relic unearthed from the sea of sand, steeped in mystery. Scorpion Nest, common 3-star, spend 10 common desert faction nest cores to upgrade to elite 3-star. Proceed? The black gold system prompt asked. Li Cha confirmed immediately. The 10 cores shattered into motes of light and fused into the nest. A gray halo rippled outward, and the Scorpion Man relief's lines grew sharper under an unseen power. When the glow faded, the panel refreshed. Scorpion Nest, rating, elite 3-star. Recruitable unit, Scorpion Warrior, elite 3-star. Recruitment cap, 14. Weekly production, 7. Recruitment cost, 40 gold, 40 wood, 40 iron per unit. Description, a standard desert creature nest. The upgrade complete. Li Cha was pleased, though he noted the higher recruitment price. Quick math showed each warrior costing 120 resource units, so a full 14 would run 1,680. He hit recruit, all without hesitation. Gray energy churned inside the nest, then poured through the walls into the relief. The carving seemed to gain flesh, its lines bulged and solidified. When the energy peaked, the relief suddenly opened its eyes, stepped out of the wall, and landed with a heavy thud, standing firm on the sand. The scene unfolded like something straight out of myth. Richard nodded in satisfaction. The poison scorpion warrior before him was a full 2 meters tall. From the waist up, it was a broad-shouldered humanoid. From the waist down, it was a massive scorpion clad in dark, chitinous plates. Steel-hard muscles rippled across its torso, and its long, barbed tail gleamed colder and sharper than a tempered spear. Instead of hands, its arms ended in obsidian pincers that snapped together with a brittle metallic click, leaving no doubt about their cutting power. Each pincer also hid a butcher hook-like spike. Even without closing the claws, that single hook could carve an obscene wound. Most unsettling of all were its brown eyes, hard, hollow, utterly emotionless, capable of crushing a person's will with a single glance. He opened the status panel with anticipation. Level 1. Potential, Elite, 3-star. Skills. 1. Undead Flesh. Grade reduces physical damage by 30. Immune to plague and poison. Cannot die unless its head is severed. 2. Venomous Scorpion Tail. Grade attacks pierce armor and inflict massive poison damage. 3. Giant Iron Pincers. Grade Epincer Sharpness 30, Striking Force 30. Racial trait. 30 Strength when fighting in desert terrain. Bond Scorpion. Quantity 10 activated. All scorpions 10 strength and 10 toxicity. 20-20 strength and toxicity. 30-30 strength and toxicity. Description, an undead creature sealed inside a pharaoh's pyramid. You definitely do not want to be stung by it. The readout lifted Richard's spirits. The rise in potential had upgraded every skill, sending the creature's power through the roof. 14 of these 2-meter warriors now stood in formation, their curved tails and massive pincers projecting an aura that eclipsed even his bandaged mummies. Master, thank you for granting us new life. They crossed their chests and bowed in unison, paying their highest respect to their sole sovereign. Creatures born from a troop, Lair were unconditionally loyal to their recruiter. Richard returned a slight nod and extended his right hand. A glow the color of desert sand rose from his palm, swirling like grains caught in a gale, then poured into the bodies of the poisoned scorpion warriors. Ding through your blessing. 14 poisoned scorpion warriors have tapped into the power of the desert and acquired a new skill, Sandform, Grade D. When the light faded, the panel showed the added skill Sandform provides 99 immunity to physical damage. Combined with their terrifying offense, the image made Richard's blood race. With them, he could meet field monsters like the Knucker Colossus Hedon. At this point, he controlled 2 elite-grade troop lairs. 1. The Great Pyramid recruits elite 3-star bandaged mummies, experts in curses that severely weaken enemy stats and can even kill through malediction. 2. The Scorpion Nest recruits elite 3-star poisoned scorpion warriors, brutally effective in direct combat. Together, the 2 lairs provided 28 units, almost the size of 3 full squads, and this was only his second day in this world. The future looked bright. After stationing the scorpion warriors with the bandaged mummies on guard duty, Li Cha returned to the hall and instinctively opened the chat channel. Beneath the stone dome, torchlight flickered in warm orange hues, illuminating the dust-covered long table. The chat window instantly erupted, the same familiar stream of complaints and curses. Damn it! I attacked a small logging camp today and ran into a 3-star elite monster. Why would an elite spawn in a tiny camp? Every troop ID just recruited got wiped out. Believe it or not, I met an NPC caravan the local natives. You should have seen them. They were using earth drakes to haul their goods. That's a rare grade unit. I was so jealous my eyes nearly popped. That's nothing. The caravan I met actually wanted to trade, but my territory has 0 specialties. They took one look and left. TCH, blatant discrimination. Just wait 30 years on the East Bank. 30 on the West. Don't look down on a poor kid. Where do we get food? My population just broke 300, and I can't feed them anymore. I never knew 300 mouths could eat this much. Somebody lend me grain, and it'll pay back tenfold once I strike it rich. Ha ha ha. I finally captured an elite grade nest. I threw half my population in as cannon fodder, but I took that field outpost at last. Still, what's there to celebrate? All my residents ran off because of it. Damn, life is brutal. Those damn devs, if I ever find you, you're dead. Why make such a sadistic game? My people revolted after going hungry for just one day. One day? And they looted my territory on the way out. How am I supposed to keep going? This world is impossible. No food, no water, no resources, and the wilderness is crawling with monsters. I just want to scream. Lines of misery scrolled past the cursor. Li Cha watched for a while and realized most players were living a nightmare. Only a handful had barely stabilized their territories, and even they were neck-deep in problems. Compared with them, Twilight City was a paradise. In just 2 days, he had secured a foothold in this desert, known as the Forbidden Land of Life. Food was still tight and water scarce, yet his situation was far better than that of the other lords. He closed the chat window and took 2 newly traded resource items from his inventory: Desert Date Grove and Spring Fragment. They had cost him 800 units of food. 10 acres of desert dates ripened once a month and offered the most reliable food source for the territory. Hunting paid well, but it relied too much on luck and couldn't last. The grove, however, needed heavy irrigation, and he had only 1 spring fragment. To form a spring, he needed at least 2 more pieces. Hunting for the fragments himself? He lacked both time and luck. Buying them from other players was the only practical solution. As these thoughts churned, Li Cha began to formulate a plan. As long as Twilight City can cover its own consumption, we can spare some food to trade for spring Water Relic shards and get the 10-acre Desert Juju Grove up and running as soon as possible. A field that produces a stable food supply would be invaluable to a city stranded in the desert. The desert has never been a land of plenty. Secure grain reserves are the very backbone of survival. Li Cha knew that Twilight City could still get by on hunting only because its population was under 200. Once the numbers grew to 3,000 or 4,000 or even tens of thousands, how many sand deer or wind wolves would they need to bring down every single day just to keep from starving? Real growth demanded farming, and there was no way around it. With the decision made, he ordered an attendant to summon Kalu. The old man moved slowly but steadily and arrived without delay. Before any formalities, Li Cha raised his eyes and asked, "Kalu, after processing today's game, how much food do we have left in total?" Kalu's slightly clouded eyes met Li Cha's. His voice was aged yet calm. "Lord Li Cha, after deboning and portioning today's catch, we have 1,300 units of meat. Together with the 3,200 units already in storage, that gives us 4,500 units of fresh meat. Converting it to jerky will cost us a fair bit, though. We also have 500 units of coarse wheat left. All told, the territory can hold out for half a month. If everyone eats sparingly, 20 days at most. Half a month of stock, practically zero buffer against risk. Li Cha narrowed his eyes and quickly weighed the pros and cons. A Tindui cushion would suffice, and the rest could be invested in the future. Decision set. He headed straight to the manor's warehouse, where Kalu had posted guards around the clock. Li Cha pulled out 1,000 units of fresh meat and carried them to the bounty section of the trading market. On the interface, he typed in the offer with practiced ease. 1,000 units of fresh meat. Seeking resource relic spring water or 2 spring water shards. The moment the listing went live, it shot to the top of the bounty board. The system ranks offers by value, and 1,000 units of meat clearly dwarfed everything else. The marketplace was vast and the bounties endless, but no one had ever used food, especially Miato trade, for a resource relic, let alone in such a large amount. The move was stunning. Many lords who were already tightening their belts went green with envy, and the chat channel exploded. I just saw someone named Qingxiu put up 1,000 units of meat for a single resource relic. What's spring water even good for? I've got water flowing out of my territory every day, but I can't afford this. Why is he only asking for relics? Ugh, 1,000 units of meat would feed my people for 10 days. 1 bowl of meat soup a day, and they'd be over the moon. Comparisons will kill you. We're barely out of the starting gate, and someone's already tossing resources around like that? This is the first real big spender I've seen. What kind of life does this Qingxiu guy live? Why do they get so much food? I had to make do with porridge today. After setting up the trade, Li Cha went straight to bed, never imagining it would spark such a heated discussion. At this stage, every rookie lord was desperate for food. Each of them had to feed at least 100 people, some 300 or 400. The moment they opened their eyes, a crowd of hungry mouths awaited them. Unlike the modern world, the Age of Radiance didn't offer truckloads of rice on demand. Hunting was the quickest way to get provisions, but it was dangerous. One misstep could cost a life. Over the past 2 days, barely 70% of the new lords had even dared to step beyond their borders and explore this unfamiliar land. As for farming, even something as fast-growing as a desert date grove needed a full month before the first harvest. Most territories were hanging on by a thread, their meager supplies just enough to keep people alive. The handful of capable hunters who did bring back game were reluctant to sell much of it, and their paltry listings were nothing but a drop in the ocean for 200 billion lords. Wealthy rulers like Li Cha were exceedingly rare. Amid the whirlwind of discussion, he slept soundly. The next morning he woke up, washed, and strolled into the hall. 2 sturdy, efficient cooks served him a hearty breakfast. Only then did he lazily open the forum. His private inbox chimed twice. Ding. Your purchase request has been fulfilled. You obtained a 1-star resource treasure spring water, shard 1. Ding. Your purchase request has been fulfilled. You obtained a 1-star resource treasure spring water 1. Li Cha glanced at the messages and Relax Seed had secured the desert date grove. A heartbeat later he noticed something odd. The second notification lacked the word shard. Someone had traded a complete springwater treasure for just 500 units of food. He could hardly believe his luck. By his estimate, even the most ordinary 1-star treasure was worth at least 2,000 units of meat. Whoever accepted 500 had to be desperate, likely facing empty cooking pots. The windfall set his mind racing. If everyone was starving in these early days, he might as well keep swapping game for more valuables. In his hands now lay 1 complete springwater and 2 shards. With just 1 more shard, Twilight City would have 2 fresh springs and be rid of any water shortage. Energized by the thought, he told the cooks to fetch Karu at once. Moments later, Karu hurried into the hall and bowed. Good day, my lord. How may I serve you? Li Cha smiled, produced the desert date grove and springwater treasures, and explained their functions in detail. Karu's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice trembling. These are the legendary gifts of the gods. By the heavens, you must be the chosen one sent to save us. Under your leadership, Twilight City will shine like a pearl in the desert. 10 acres of desert dates that ripened once a month were priceless to the city. A veteran who had weathered countless storms, Karen knew hunting could yield decent returns, but it was unpredictable and fraught with danger. Compared to that, farming offered steady returns, and even the long wait before harvest was well worth it. Li Cha personally led Ka Lu and several attendants beyond the city walls, pacing along the dunes to pick a plot for the desert date grove. Before departing, he reminded them again and again, Twilight City is expanding fast, so we can't plant too close or too far away. If anything happens, we have to get there in time. As you wish, my lord. They'll see to it at once. Ka Lu nodded excitedly, and even the furrows on his weather-beaten face seemed to come alive. Ka Lu quickly spread the news through all of Twilight City. Our great lord has received a miracle from the gods 10 mu of desert dates that ripen once a month. The residents, barely out of bed, were instantly energized and volunteered to help Kapu scout for a suitable site. In less than an hour, 5 candidate plots were laid out before Li Cha. My lord, these plots are level and sit at a proper distance from the walls, all of them fit for the grove. Please make your choice. Li Cha compared the crude sheepskin map with the one in his system interface, then tapped twice on the area marked Lumberyard. We'll plant it here. It's about 1.5 kilometers from the wall, the ground is flat, and there's even a rare nest of desert bees nearby. Understood, my lord. He called to everyone. Gather up, let's go establish the desert date grove. Ka-Pu's wrinkled face smoothed out at once, like a crumpled sheet of paper being ironed flat. They've been waiting for this. The moment they stepped out of the manor, Li Cha saw almost every resident gathered at the gate. Good day, my lord, they said, palms to chests in a sweeping bow. Surrounded by his mummy guards and newly recruited Venomtail Scorpion warriors, Li Cha headed straight for the lumberyard. When the residents caught sight of the Scorpion warriors, a wave of chatter rose. Those must be the new troops the Lord hired. Incredible. Their tails are thicker than a ballista bolt. In this perilous desert, the stronger their lord was, the safer they felt. So the sight of fresh military strength brought genuine joy to every face. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the lumberyard. The long-armed laborers were swinging their axes, and when they noticed the lord, they redoubled their efforts so hard it looked as if the axes might snap. Li Cha did not pause. He crossed the lumberyard to the far side, a stretch of level ground free of hollows or mounds, perfect for a desert date grove. The desert bee's hive was only a 10-minute walk away, which would make moving it easy. Wait here, he said. He walked alone for several hundred meters, stopped, bent down, and buried the desert date seeds in the yellow sand. Then he took a water skin from his system space and poured it out. The dry sand drank it greedily, turning into dark, hard clods. When the water was gone, he stowed the skin and headed back toward the group. The instant he took his first step, the seeds erupted as though the scene had been put on fast forward 100 times. Roots shot down, shoots burst forth, and tender green leaves unfurled. Around them, dozens of new sprouts broke through the sand. With every step Li Cha took, a new wave of green rolled up behind him. The sight was nothing short of divine. He looked like a god who held dominion over life itself, each stride sowing new hope. The endless dunes were rapidly cloaked in fresh green, while the sand drew together under an unseen power and turned into real soil. By the time Li Cha re-entered the lumberyard, a full 10 mu of desert date trees were already lush and verdant. The residents stared at him with blazing, almost fanatical eyes, as though beholding a god made flesh. Li Cha glanced sideways. The trees were already waist-high and were still rising fast, a miracle of life born in the desert. Ding! 10 mu of desert date trees have been planted successfully, and they will ripen once a month. Please ensure an ample water supply. Li Cha looked up to find 10 mu of lush desert date trees spreading out before him, their leaves rustling in the breeze and sending a surge of life toward him. A single thought crossed his mind: this is the future. Under the eager gazes of the gathered residents, he raised the treasure called spring water and strode to the grove's entrance. The crystal artifact gleamed like ice, scattering shards of cold light. Li Cha set it gently on the sand, and in the next instant the crystal sank beneath the surface as if pressed by an invisible hand. Within a few heartbeats the sand bulged upward. What's happening? Someone whispered. With a hiss, sand and clear water burst skyward in a fountain several meters tall, refracting the harsh sunlight into a 7-colored arc. Water! We have water! Voices cried. Exclamations rang out as the crowd beheld the so-called rainbow of the desert, their faces alight with joy. The high column gradually settled into a steady spring, yet the rainbow still hung in the air, brilliant and unreal. Fresh water seeped into the cracked earth, tracing spiderweb patterns through the sand. The thirsty ground drank greedily until it was saturated, and then the new stream wound its way toward the desert date grove. Li Cha's heart soared. He turned to the excited crowd and declared, "My people, this is only the beginning. Dusk City will become an oasis in the desert, a beacon of hope and the future. Together, we will witness miracles." His words struck like sparks on dry tinder, and the atmosphere erupted. Long live our Lord! Someone shouted, and everyone raised their arms in unison. Their cries carried both reverence for Li Cha and an aching hunger for tomorrow. With every shout, they vented the fervor in their hearts. Only after a long while did they disperse, reluctant but satisfied. Li Cha called the steward, Karu, and issued swift orders. Build a stone reservoir beside the spring at once. Sand can't hold water. Assign 10 residents to manage the grove, dig irrigation channels, and guide the spring water to every tree. Yes, my lord. I'll oversee it myself. There will be no mistakes. Karu replied with steely resolve. This grove was the foundation of Dusk City, and no error could be allowed. With that settled, Li Cha circled the grove and returned to the dune where he had slain the Nake behemoth the day before. The monster was gone, yet desert bees still buzzed overhead, gathering nectar somewhere unseen. Now that the grove was secure, he had to relocate these rare bees. If some wild beast took the hive, the loss would be immense. But first, he needed to raise their level. They didn't recognize him yet, and reaching for the hive now would leave him swollen with stings. Prepared in advance, Li Cha pulled 200 units of fresh meat from his system inventory, exchanging them for 8,000 resource points. He then opened the trading market and spent 5,000 points to purchase 10 insect lairs. Desert bee nest meets promotion criteria. Spend 10 common insect nests to upgrade. Confirm. The 10 troop nests crumbled in Li Cha's palms, dissolving into strands of pale green light that shot into the hive hidden in the shrubs. A few breaths later, the hive swallowed the glow entirely. A low hum erupted. Swarms of bees burst from the entrance, circling Li Cha with affectionate wing beats. System notification. 1. Desert Wasp Hive. Special Queen promoted from intermediate to advanced. 2. Output upgraded. Can now brew premium honey. Current production remains mid-grade desert honey with a distinctive aroma. Consuming it greatly accelerates stamina and wound recovery while slightly hastening mana regeneration. 3. Hive size, small. 4. Yield, minimum 10 units of mid-grade honey per week. 5. Description, a rare desert bee species of exceptional value. Even restores mana. This stuff is insane. Li Cha laughed heartily. Unable to resist, he stepped forward, parted the branches, and snapped off a capped comb. The rich fragrance drilled straight into his mind, without even reaching his nose. 10. No. 100 times stronger than any honey he had ever tasted. Saliva instantly filled his mouth. Crunch. He bit down. Golden threads stretched and glistened in the sunlight. The slightly viscous honey slid over his tongue, then detonated into an indescribable sweetness that shot straight to his skull. Gulp. Warmth spread from his stomach to every limb, like hot water bathing his body and relaxing every joint. Finishing the small piece, Li Cha stood dazed, unable to recover for a long while. This is a taste bud warhead. He drew a deep breath, marveling. Back before I transmigrated, one jar of this would have fetched $100,000. And this was only first-tier honey. With the queen now advanced, how amazing would next week's mid-tier honey be? And the high-tier batch after that? He pulled up the next upgrade requirements. Identical to the other troop nests in Elite or 100 common insect nests, with the same 7-day cooldown. The earliest he could upgrade again was 7 days. Excitement surging, he took an empty barrel from his inventory, gently removed the hive, and carried it to the center of the Juju grove. He called over Quarry and ordered carpenters to build a dedicated bee box. Li Cha's directives held top priority, and within an hour several carpenters arrived carrying a custom giant hive box. Li Cha set the original hive inside, left 2 capped combs as feed, and cheerfully stored the remaining 10 units of honey. Once the carpenters secured the box, the desert bees had a new home in the grove. Even at minimum yield, they would supply 10 units of honey each week, and once the trees blossomed, production would only rise. Watching the spring water flow steadily through the grove, Li Cha's mood soared. This single spring had jump-started the entire ecosystem. Jujubes and Honyen all-natural supply chain. He had yet to taste the fruit, but the honey's quality was indisputable. If he could raise a few more desert hives and make honey the signature product of Dusk City, earning money in his sleep would no longer be a dream. Richard had never kept bees. Yet in the age of information overload, nearly everyone carries around a jumble of odd facts. Head read that once a hive passes a certain threshold, it begins to raise a new queen. When she emerges, she takes a swarm of workers and strikes out to found a fresh colony, a process most common in spring. Given that desert bees can produce 10 units of honey a week, their reproduction rate is anything but slow. Second and third hives could appear in no time. If the operation takes off, it will be a tremendous boon to Twilight City. Richard is convinced that anyone who tastes desert honey will never forget its astonishing flavor. By the time the apiary was in order, it was already noon. What had been bare sand was now blanketed by a newly planted Sazeo grove. Spring water murmured through channels, and bees circled the blossoms in a constant hum. The scene looked like an oasis hidden in the dunes. After lunch, he didn't linger. With almost 3 full squads of units, he set out to explore with a single goal: hunting. Food prices were sky high. If he could bring back enough game and maybe trade for a few more treasures like the Sazeo Grove, Twilight City's value would soar again. This time he headed due north. Backed by nearly 3 squads of elite troops, Richard felt confident. Following yesterday's scouting routine, he left a personal guard of 4 mummies and 4 scorpion warriors, while the remaining 2 squads fanned out in a wide arc to maximize the search area. The tactic paid off. Less than 10 minutes in, a group of scorpion warriors 200 meters ahead signaled an alert enemy spotted. Drawing on hard-won experience, Richard immediately pulled the forces back into a tight defensive line. He crept forward with the main body, crawled up a low dune, and peered across the sand. A narrow corridor between dunes had become a raceway for more than 100 desert bandits, horses kicking up clouds of dust. Scimitars flashed and white headscarves streamed as they hurled themselves at a wagon guarded by a dozen escorts. Steel clanged, shouts and curses churned the air, and sparks flew from every clash. Ding! A system prompt appeared. 1. Join the desert bandits and ambush the wagon. 2. Side with the wagon and repel the bandits. 3. Do nothing, watch or leave. Rewards for sudden events are variable. Choose at your own risk. A sudden event? Richard eyed the prompt, lips curling into a grin. Had never considered robbing caravans alongside bandits. But if the system offered free choice, why settle for one option when he could have them all? He opened the stats panel. Desert Bandit. Level 2. Potential. Common. Skills. 1. Plunder E all attributes 20 while raiding caravans. 2. Agility F agility 30 when fighting on horseback. Racial trait. Desert dash 15 movement speed on desert terrain. Bond. Pillage if the robbery is going well, all attributes 10. If it's going poorly, speed 20. Description. Rob. Hurry hurry hurry. Hand over every single coin. Richard couldn't help but chuckle at the bandit stats. Good grief, these troops were born to raid, while the caravan looks downright respectable. Human Warrior. Tier 5 Intermediate Unit. Strength 15. Potential. Elite 1 star. Human Swordsman. Tier 5 Intermediate Unit. Strength 15. Potential. Elite 2 star. Human Archer. Tier 5 Intermediate Unit. Agility 15. Potential. Elite 3 star. Only 14 soldiers guarded the wagons, yet every one of them was an elite. Sadly, they faced more than a company of desert bandits, with crossbowmen in the rear laying down suppressive fire. Time and again the escorts launched desperate charges, trying to punch a hole in the encirclement, and each time they left more corpses in the sand. If not for their quality gear, they would have been wiped out long ago. Li Cha was about to intervene when the curtain of the lead carriage was flung aside. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe, short and round-bellied like a sausage, tumbled out and shrieked orders. His status window popped up in front of Li Cha at once. Onic Hero Unit. Potential. C grade. Class. Merchant. Level. 5. Intermediate Hero. Passive. Negotiation 20. Skills. Negotiation, Intimidation, Diplomacy, Trade, Reading People, Intelligence Gathering. Hero trait. Accurately appraises the value of goods. Racial trait. Can study the knowledge of other races. Bond Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce. 20 profit when working with guild members. Flavor text. This artifact of yours is a fake, my lord. I can only offer 10 gold coins. A hero hiding in the convoy. Interesting, Li Cha murmured, eyes narrowing. The tags Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce, NPC, and native sparked his curiosity. Other lords on the forum had reported meeting native caravans near the desert's edge. He never expected to find one deep in the dunes, yet here it was. The situation kept deteriorating. The escort formation was starting to buckle. Li Cha no longer hesitated. He snapped his arm forward. All units wipe out those desert bandits. No casualties inside the wagons. The mummies and scorpion warriors, already itching for a fight, surged ahead like arrows loosed from a bow. The 8-legged scorpion warriors outpaced even the mummies, slamming into the bandits' flank with claws raised. The bandits reacted swiftly, dispatching 5 squads to block them. After all, the prize was theirs. They wouldn't let anyone snatch it away. Thud thud, broad hooves of desert horses pounded the sand, kicking up fountains of dust. The bandits lifted their curved blades, their slashes amplified by their mount's momentum. Thud thud, thud thud, distance shrank in a heartbeat. A chilling grin spread beneath the scorpion warriors' cold helmets. Their pincers snapped open, then came crashing down like lightning. The two forces met heat at full speed, and in that fleeting instant, clang, squelch, a spray of blood misted the air. The ranger's body was sheared in two and flung aside by its own momentum, slamming into the ground as blood gushed out and stained the sand. What had seemed a furious charge only moments earlier now looked like a panicked rush to die. Riderless desert horses reared and scattered, screaming. The scorpion warriors spread their iron pincers like giant guillotines. When the jaws snapped shut, the curved hooks at their tips glinted with lethal light. Flash! One hook swept across a horse's flank, ripping a foot-long gash that peeled back flesh and splintered bone. The beast shrieked, toppled into the bloody sand, and died instantly. As undead, the scorpion warriors knew no mercy. After the first bandit was killed in an instant, the rest spurred their mounts forward, hoping speed and numbers would overwhelm these monsters. Instead of retreating, the scorpions roared in delight and launched a countercharge. A bandit slashed in from the flank, his scimitar flashing in the harsh sunlight. Without even turning, the scorpion's arched tail snapped back like lightning. Thud! The razor stinger punched through the man's chest, sending blood spraying. Even as he died, the bandit swung hard, but his blade sparked harmlessly off the tail and chipped. The stinger tore free, flinging the corpse from the saddle. Grinning fiercely, the scorpion warrior folded away its pincers and swung the wicked hooks attached to its arms, each more terrifying than a butcher's cleaver. Hush-whoosh, hooks whipped through the air with a shrill whistle. Clang! Another bandit's blade was knocked skyward. The left hook chopped down, punched through a ranger's throat, then flicked upward. His head soared several meters, a crimson fountain spraying after it. Within moments the battle turned utterly one-sided. It no longer looked like bandits besieging scorpions. It looked like scorpions butchering bandits. 5 full squads of an ordinary 3-star unit, despite their speed and superior numbers, were thrown into chaos. The scorpion warriors formed an iron wall, unshaken no matter how the desert bandits charged. The desert scorpions slaughtered with wild abandon. In just a few minutes, The Poison Scorpion Warriors, serving as the main assault force, wiped out all 5 squads of Desert Raiders. The bandage-wrapped mummies were still formidable, yet they couldn't keep up with the Scorpion Warriors' terrifying pace of slaughter. As the raiders were cut down, the tide of battle reversed. The wagon guards who had nearly broken moments earlier rallied, gritted their teeth, and mustered the last of their strength to withstand one assault after another. Even after clearing out the 5 squads, the Poison Scorpion Warriors were far from satisfied. They turned back with savage grins, iron pincers raised, and charged straight at the caravan. Seeing their ranks erased so easily, the desert bandits felt an icy dread, but like gamblers pushing their final chip onto the table, they refused to abandon the rich prize and kept up the attack. The warriors' metal pincers were like reapers' scythes, reaping souls with every swing. The bandits threw everything into their defense but still couldn't hold the line, much less spare the focus to strike the caravan. In seconds, the parched sand was stained a dark red. When their numbers shrank to barely 2 squads, the Desert Raiders finally broke. Terror devoured their reason. They spurred their mounts and bolted. A 20% speed boost kicked in, and within a few heartbeats they had put a vast distance between themselves and the Scorpion Warriors, ending any hope of pursuit. Ding, your forces have eradicated a band of Desert Raiders, earning a minor victory. You gain 120 experience points. Ding, after extensive combat, the Poison Scorpion Warriors have reached level 2. The caravan's 7 or 8 surviving guards watched the raiders flee and breathed a sigh of relief. Yet they still dared not relax. The newcomers' savage appearance and frightening power were even more oppressive than the raiders had been. At that moment, a merchant hero, short, round, and shaped like a stubby sausage, summoned his courage, stepped forward, and faced the Scorpion Warriors surrounding the wagons. Honored warriors, we are members of the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce from Solon City. Thank you for your assistance. Our guild will reward you handsomely. Silence, Sutter, deathly silence. The Poison Scorpion Warriors fixed the merchant with icy stares, but did not answer, and the air seemed to freeze. The exhausted guards grew even more uneasy, forcing themselves to stay sharp in case these fearsome beings suddenly turned on them. At this knife-edge moment, a new group appeared in their sight. More than a dozen mummies escorting a handsome young human who was strolling toward them. Delight flashed across the sausage-shaped merchant's eyes. When Richard drew near, he hurried forward, placed both hands over his chest, and bowed respectfully. Honored Lord, I am Onik, a merchant of the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce in Solon City. Please accept my highest regard. Thank you for saving our lives. Our chamber will never forget your friendship. Richard gave a slight nod. Richard, Lord of Dusk City. Greetings, Master Onik. Reassured by Richard's reply, Onik still did not fully relax. Bowing again, he asked, where exactly is Solon City, and how far is it from here? Onik hitched up his robe to accommodate a belly that looked 6 months pregnant and hurried to speak. Honored Lord Li Cha, Soren City lies on the edge of the Desert of Death and is one of its largest settlements. His eyes suddenly widened, as if he had just remembered something. You've never heard of Soren City? Could it be that you're a blessed lord chosen by the gods, summoned from another world? By the god of wealth. I've actually met a blessed lord in the depths of the desert. Chosen by the gods, from another world. Isn't that exactly the player backstory in Glorious Era? Li Cha grumbled to himself. Looking around, he confirmed that he really was in the Desert of Death, one of the 3 vast deserts listed on the game's official website. The Desert of Death, the Lost Desert, and the Endless Desert. This wasteland sat at the center of the primary plane, and even under ideal conditions it took 5 to 6 months to cross. That was all he knew about it. Li Cha answered softly. Yes, Lord Onik. But why does that surprise you so much? Onik calmed his ragged breathing and said solemnly, because you are a lord chosen by the gods. Isn't that reason enough to be excited? Li Cha's lips twitched. If Onik knew there were 2 billion so-called blessed lords, he probably wouldn't be half this thrilled. Deciding not to pursue the topic, he changed the subject. How far are we from Soren City? Onik's smile vanished. He unfolded a creased parchment map, smoothed it with care, and traced the cracked lines with his eyes. After a moment he looked up, crestfallen. A full month's journey remains. By the gods, we've strayed far from the trade route. Li Cha raised an eyebrow. How did you end up out here and fall prey to desert bandits? After a deep breath, Onik explained. The Desert of Death was perilous, yet it lay at the center of the primary plane, surrounded by rival powers. Anyone who managed to cross it could sell cargo on the far side for 10 or even dozens of times the original price. As the saying goes, if a merchant can earn 100% profit, hell risk the gallows. At 300%, hell trample every law. Driven by such gains, the well-funded Phoenix Tailflower Trading Company of Soren City opened a new caravan route. A week ago, a sudden sandstorm tore the caravan apart, scattering them from the main body. When the storm passed, the survivors ran into desert bandits. They still had 3 guard squads at that point, but after several days of skirmishes, only 7 or 8 people remained. Surviving the sandstorm at all means you were lucky, Li Cha said with a nod. What's your plan now? Turn back immediately, or look for the rest of your caravan? Onyx shook his head, his voice hoarse. Since we don't even know who's still alive, we'll head straight for Soren City. He lifted his gaze, earnest and pleading. Honored Lord Cha, may we rest at your territory? All we need is to refill our water. Fearing rejection, he added quickly, I will pay for your help. You saved us. On behalf of the Phoenix Tailflower Trading Company, I thank you. If you are willing, we can establish future trade. Ding, you have rescued the Phoenix Tailflower Trading Company's caravan, earning their gratitude and respect. Your current relationship with them is friendly. Ding, the Phoenix Tailflower Trading Company requests permission to survey your territory. You may now establish a new trade partnership with them. Richard fell silent when the system chime rang in his ears. He could trade on the open market with other players, but everyone knew the real fortune in Age of Radiance lay with the native powers that controlled the resources and the narrative. If he could strike a steady deal with the Irish Chamber of Commerce, his territory would gain a golden pipeline to wealth and supplies. Across from him, Onyx was sweating bullets. Richard still hadn't responded, his face growing colder by the second, as if he might give a deadly order at any moment. The Irish Chamber carried weight in the desert of death, yet this God-blessed lord clearly didn't care. If Richard wanted them dead, a single gesture would unleash the scorpion warriors at his side, wiping them out without a trace. Out here, the dunes would hide every crime, and the guild might never learn their fate. The thought magnified Onyx's dread. He risked a glance at the warriors encircling them, towering, ironclad figures whose black carapaces mirrored the brutal sun, pincers like guillotines that could rip a warhorse in half, slit pupils devoid of all human warmth. A chill crawled up his spine, as though his neck could be snapped at any moment. When the silence became unbearable, Onyx swallowed hard, pulled a tightly wrapped bundle from his coat, and offered it with both hands. Respected Lord Richard, we lost contact with our caravan. Most of the cargo was swallowed by the storm. Only this item, taken from the storm's eye, remains. You saved our lives. Please accept it. I believe your territory will need it. The guards beside the wagon stiffened. They looked ready to object, but fell quiet the instant the scorpion warriors' cold gazes swept over them. Nobody wanted to die here. Richard raised an eyebrow, caught the fear in Onyx's eyes, and then glanced at the ring of blades around them. It felt like a living reenactment of surrender at city gates. He took the parcel without a word. Ding. You have received a gift from an Irish Chamber merchant blueprint. Hero Altar. A blueprint? At last. He opened his status panel. Hero Altar Blueprint. Grade, Special Building. Effect, enables construction of a hero altar. Fallen heroes can be resurrected here by spending resources. 5 resurrections per month. Footprint, for tiles. Cost, 10,000 stone, 10,000 gold, 10,000 wood, 500 crystal, 500 gems, 500 mercury, 500 sulfur. Description, a blueprint so rare even dragons would covet it. Richard sucked in a sharp breath, heart pounding. A hero altar. A special building. Holy. The official lore barely mentioned it, merely calling it rather valuable. Yet here it was, handed over by a caravan on its last legs. It was like buying a soda for spare change and winning a top-tier Laptapan adrenaline rush that made his scalp tingle. This reward is downright broken, he thought with a silent laugh. Random events are crazy profitable, what a haul. The only catch was the price. Tens of thousands of stone, wood, and gold, plus hundreds of rare resources. He didn't have a single unit. Building it anytime soon was impossible. Still, that was fine. The altar was clearly in-game content, and he didn't even have a proper hero yet. He'd keep it as the crown jewel of his stash. Suppressing his excitement, Richard patted the shorter Onyx on the shoulder. Much appreciated. Lord Onyx, your gift is most welcome. Think nothing of it, Richard said, his voice steady and powerful as the desert wind whipped the yellow sand around him. Dusk City needs friends and trade with the outside world. Come back to my territory and rest for a while. As the Lord of Dusk City, I give you my word. Even a dragon could not harm you while you are under my roof. Onyx's heart, which had been lodged in his throat, finally settled. He drew a deep breath laced with dust and bowed low. Thank you for your trust. We are honored. Knowing their lives were safe, he and his guards visibly relaxed. With such a prize in hand, Richard felt no need to rush deeper into the wasteland. He ordered his mummies and scorpion warriors to escort Onyx's party back to the city, pushing the wagons piled with goods, and promised to give their fallen companions a proper burial. Outside Dusk City, the guard Kalu had already heard the news and waited at the manor gate. When he spotted the wagon, his eyes locked on an emblem stitched in gold thread of flame-shaped iris blossom. He froze, then hurried forward in surprise. Lord Richard, that's the crest of the Iris Blossom Trading Company. Are they members of the company? Realizing someone recognized their insignia, Onyx's last trace of worry vanished. Anyone who rescued an Iris Blossom caravan could expect generous rewards. It was a reputation the company had built over decades. Richard nodded with a smile. Indeed, these friends will help us open trade routes, so treat them well. By the way, we just routed a band of desert raiders. Their mounts' desert horses were left where they fell. Take a few men, follow the wagon tracks, and bring the horses back. The words food supply made Kalu's eyes light up. Yes, my lord, he replied, already sprinting off to gather help. Onik walked beside Richard through streets that were crude yet orderly. Gazing at the wooden palisades and rammed earth houses, he couldn't hide his curiosity. So this is the Divine Grace territory. It really was shaped by a god's hand. Otherwise, who would build a city in the heart of the Death Desert? The territory was still within its grace period, so Richard wasn't worried about the caravan causing trouble. After a few pleasantries, he left residents to look after the guests and prepared to set out again. There's still daylight. Staying in town would be a waste. Just before he departed, Onyx seemed to remember something and hurried after him. Lord Richard, while hiding from the raiders, we stumbled upon a one-way portal. Would you be interested? We lacked the means to explore it. He spread his hands, a rueful smile acknowledging his current predicament. A one-way portal? Richard's eyes lit up. Where is it? Onyx drew an old parchment from his coat and unrolled it on the table. The map's surface rippled like water, its contours shifting with the angle of view. About 2 hours from your territory, he said, pointing to a small doorway symbol that glimmered in the light. A system message flared before Richard's eyes. Magic map, grade, special, records travel routes, and provides real-time positioning. Crafted by a powerful spellcaster. So this was essentially another form of the system's own map. Noticing Richard's keen interest, Onyx's face tightened. My lord, this item is restricted property of the Iris Blossom Company. It cannot leave our hands. Richard waved the concern aside. No need to worry. The gods have given us an even better map. I'm only curious. After waiting for the system prompt sharing completely, handed the map back with care. Lord Onyx, stay in my territory for a few days and recover. If you require anything, just ask. As for the unknown lands nearby, I still need to investigate them. Onyx bowed again. It's an honor to be here. If you need assistance, simply say the word. With the courtesies exchanged, Richard marched out of the gate with his mummies and scorpion warriors, heading toward the portal's location. Golden dunes rolled under the sun, but his thoughts were already on the other side of that one-way gate. Could it lead to a place like the last temple he discovered? Master Aeonic, the blueprints for the hero altar are priceless. Why give them away? Li Cha had barely taken his leave when several caravan guards, seeing no one else around, gathered around Aeonic in confusion. The oversized wooden chair creaked beneath the portly guild supervisor, and one glance from him silenced the group. Tell me, Aeonic asked calmly, who just saved our skins? It was Lord Li Cha, the guards whispered, but did we have to pay him with that blueprint? We braved a sandstorm to rescue it. Idiots. Aeonic's round face hardened. If Head ordered an attack, would any of you still be standing? The first rule of the Luanwihua Trading Company is simple: life comes first in the desert. Don't value a piece of paper above a beating heart. The weak have no right to gamble. If the odds of violence are even 30%, we back down. His voice softened, shadowed by an old grief. 15 years ago, I escorted young Master Aok on a shipment. You may not know him, but you've heard of the deal that locked up the dwarves' weapon output for 50 years. That was his triumph. On that trek, we hit a storm just like today's. The caravan scattered. Once we regrouped, desert bandits closed in. Young Master Aok refused to surrender, fought to the end, and died beneath a raider's blade. His loss killed the trade talks we'd planned with a powerful empire, leaving our rivals to seize the route and costing the company untold fortunes. From that day on, we carved a rule in stone. In the desert, life before all else. Had Aok survived, the Luanwihua Company would be 10 times stronger than it is now. He drew a long breath, voice steely again. Remember, stay alive, and you can keep earning for the company. He'll report this to the chairman myself. If anyone must be punished, it will be me. Silence lingered until a guard finally asked, Master Onyx, what do we do next? Rest, heal, then head back to Swolon City. While we're on this lord's land, keep quiet, our lives are in his hands. Footsteps sounded at the door. Karu, having sent men to collect the game, entered with a broad smile. 2 hulking servants followed, bearing a tray hidden beneath heavy cloth. The manor's cook serves only Lord Li Cha, he murmured to the staff. Outsiders aren't to peek. Turning to Aeonic, he bowed. Master Aeonic, I am Karu, administrative officer of the City of Dusk. Before he left, his lordship ordered me to entertain our distinguished guests with the city's finest delicacy. Delicacy? The guards maintained polite smiles, though they secretly scoffed. What rare treat could a place like this possibly offer? Aeonic rose, offering a grand laugh. We are honored by your hospitality. Yet he never glanced at the covered tray. As a trader of the Iris Guild and a seasoned hero unit, Onyx had witnessed more wonders than he could count. Few things still impressed him. Sensing their casual indifference, Kalu merely raised a hand. At his signal, 2 attendants stepped forward and lifted the perfectly fitted wooden lid from the tray. The instant the lid came away, an indescribable fragrance flooded the room like a rising tide. Gulp! Onyx's entire party swallowed in unison, the sound echoing loud and clear. Their faces flushed crimson as they exchanged embarrassed looks. A moment ago they dismissed the display. Thankfully, none of them had voiced their scorn, or they would have been mortified. Onik forgot his composure and lunged forward. In a plain, gray clay bowl rested a crystal clear, faintly golden syrup, so lustrous it made the simple vessel appear precious. Is this honey? He muttered. A proud smile curved across Kalu's lips. Exactly, Master Onik. A specialty of Dusk City, personally procured by the Lord Desert Honey. Anyone who tastes it never forgets it. It's the pinnacle of earthly flavor. May I try it? Onik swallowed hard. In all his travels he had never encountered honey with such an alluring scent. Certainly. The Lord prepared it for your visit. It is, however, extremely rare, so the quantity is limited. Thank you, Lord Licha. Onik snatched up the bowl, barely coated at the bottom. He first brought it to his nose. The aroma seemed to lift him out of his body, clearing his mind. Exquisite, his eyes glazed with yearning. With near religious reverence, he sipped. The instant it touched his tongue, the flavor detonated, and Onik felt as though the heavens had opened. How could something so divine exist? When not a drop remained, he stared at the empty bowl, then unhesitatingly bent to lick it clean. Only afterward did he realize he had lost himself in front of strangers, cheeks burning. A man who prided himself on experience, undone by a mouthful of honey. He was about to speak when warmth surged through his gut. In the next moment it felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring. His spirits soared, spent strength returned, and even his wounds began to knit. This honey isn't just delicious, it restores stamina and heals injuries? He cried, elated. By the gods, what kind of miracle is this? He glanced at his companions, only to find them hunched over their bowls, licking frantically. The sight was ridiculous. Onik's mouth twitched. Have a little dignity, will you? Then he turned back to Kalu, every trace of indifference gone, his tone blazing with urgency. Master Kalu, how much of this honey exists? What's the monthly yield? In the name of the Iris Guild, I implore you, let's establish trade with Dusk City. Licha still had no idea that Desert Honey had already subdued Onik. Guided by the system map, he headed toward the one-way portal Onik had mentioned, taking his bandaged mummies and venom scorpion warriors with him. Experience told him that hidden structures often held priceless treasures, just like the temple once guarded by powerful wardens, where a single capture had brought huge rewards. Passing the site where they had wiped out the desert bandits, he saw dozens of townsfolk busily hauling desert horses back to the city. Bandit corpses were piled into mounds, the stench of blood thick in the air. Licha watched with interest. The fight had yielded far more than a single hero altar blueprint. Though desert horses were small and scrawny, their sheer number could be traded for springs or datapalm groves, both strategic resources. The thought put him in excellent spirits. During that battle, the Venom Scorpion warriors had reached level 2 and captured 70 or 80 horses for rations. More importantly, the clash had put him in touch with the Luanwihua Trading Company, earning him that priceless hero altar blueprint and the portal's coordinates. Licha silently praised Onik as a true lucky star. He owed the fellow a fine reception and future cooperation, maybe even a hint about where to find a dragon egg. Although his destination was only a one-way portal, he refused to stop searching along the way, ordering both squads to fan out for a grid sweep. The map said the portal lay 2 hours from Twilight City, yet it took him almost 4 because of non-stop skirmishes. The haul was impressive. The bandaged mummies and venom scorpion warriors both reached level 3, and Licha's own experience climbed to 900, just 100 short of another level up. The richest spoils came from clearing an entire dune of desert ratmen for full companies of them. The mummies and scorpions fought with relish, stacking corpses like barricades. Endless yellow sand soon grew monotonous, and Licha shifted his focus back to the map. It should be close, he murmured, spirits rising as the marker edged nearer. After cresting another dune, the ground hardened and scattered with gravel. He tightened the formation at once and advanced cautiously. Beyond roughly a kilometer of rocky terrain, the land fell away into a riverbed long since dry. Pebbles, cracked by wind and sand, littered the channel, and watermarks scarred the cliffs on either side. Yellow sand filled the riverbed, frozen in place like solidified water. Licha studied the desolate scene for a moment, then stepped onto the sun-bleached floor. How did Onik get down here? He wondered aloud. Even with mummies breaking trail, the loose stones made progress miserable. They stumbled forward in the riverbed for 10 more minutes before Licha suddenly halted. A stone archway rose from a recess in the cliff, 5 meters tall and shaped like a gate. Instead of a solid door, a translucent barrier shimmered inside the opening, rippling like water and exuding an ancient, oppressive aura one-way portal. Licha's heart skipped a beat. Anything that looked this impressive was rarely simple. He ordered the mummy and the scorpion warrior to fan out and secure the area, then stepped closer. Standing before the 5-meter arch, he felt dwarfed by its looming presence, while the wavering shield made it impossible to guess what lay beyond. Licha pulled up the interface. One-way portal. Level. Special trait. One-way teleport destination. The burned village. Return condition. Complete the designated quest. Difficulty. 1 star. Description. You might land in a dragon's hoarder, find yourself dining with devils in hell. Best pray to Lady Luck before you enter. A dungeon? A spark lit up in Li Cha's eyes. He recalled the lore on the Glory Era website. During the last divine war, the gods shattered the river of time, scattering fragments across the plains. Each fragment became a pocket world, rich in resources yet governed by its own rules. Anyone who entered had to complete its quests before the fragment would merge back into the timeline. Now that setup had become reality perfectly plausible, with no obvious loopholes. More importantly, fragments from ancient eras often contained treasures long lost to the outside world. But the portal only listed a 1-star difficulty and nothing else, giving him pause. What did 1-star even mean? A few foot soldiers or a fully grown dragon? While he weighed his options, the black gold system flashed a window. Dungeon, discovered burned village. Dungeon rank, 1 star. Average unit strength, rare. Hero units present, yes. Factions, demon, undead, church, human. Note, dungeon rank cannot be increased. Li Cha blinked, then chuckled in relief. Good thing the system had his back. Charging in blind would have been suicide. Average strength, rare, plus hero units. And 4 competing factions easier than the temple run? Sure, but still a death trap right now. Better to return, amass troops, and come back with at least a full squad of rare units. He marked the spot on the map and turned away. It was already late afternoon, and the trek back would take 2 hours. Desert nights were far deadlier than the daysnow time to dawdle. He followed the dry riverbed for only a few minutes before an indescribable pressure slammed down from above, as if a mountain were collapsing onto his head and the sky itself were flipping over. Roar! The thunderous bellow shook the parched riverbed, the crushing aura doubling in an instant. A vast shadow blotted out the sunlight. Instinctively Li Cha looked up. A monstrous creature, armored in scales that even siege ballistae might fail to pierce, swept across the sky on brutal wings. Its wingspan stretched over 20 meters, its muscular limbs ended in talons that gleamed like blades, seemingly capable of shredding city walls with ease. The behemoth cast a moving eclipse as it skimmed the riverbed. Li Cha's pupils contracted. One word thundered through his mind: dragon. There's a dragon lair nearby? A colossal dragon flashed overhead, its wings beating only a few times before it swept across the canyon. Scorching air slammed into Richard's face, sending a jolt through him. Almost by reflex he opened his status panel. Desert Dragon. Level, 15. Potential. Skills. Racial talent. Bond Dragon. Description. The desert's apex predator. No one can withstand its breath heat. Level 15. Huh, Richard muttered. The official Dawn Epic site had warned players that every 5 levels marked a steep power spike, with the difficulty curve rising exponentially. Even deities capped at level 30. Level 15 was enough to bully almost anything, and an elite level 8 Temple Guardian would bow before this beast. While he stood dazed, the fearsome dragon vanished beyond the horizon. Richard drew a long breath, excitement flickering in his eyes like flame. One day he would capture a dragon and ride it. The entrance alone would be legendary. Fired up by that thought, he hurried out of the canyon, racing the setting sun back to his territory. Setting foot on familiar soil instantly eased his nerves. Security seeped into his bones. Looking back on the day, he could only marvel. He had rescued the Phoenix Tail Flower Caravan, earned rare blueprints for a hero altar along with a haul of food, discovered a new dungeon map, and finally come face-to-face with a level 15 desert dragon. What a rush. Right now all he wanted was a steaming bath. My lord, you're back. At dusk, the butler Karu exhaled in relief as he greeted him at the gate. What is it, the merchants from the Phoenix Tail Flower Caravan? Richard read the question in his eyes. Karu nodded, barely containing his excitement. They're utterly smitten with the desert honey. They begged me to arrange a long-term deal the moment you returned. Who could resist that flavor? Richard chuckled. Is dinner ready? I need to fill my stomach first. They're waiting for you in the dining hall. Then they can wait a bit longer. Back at the manor, Richard devoured a hearty meal prepared by 2 wave-cresting cooks before sinking into a tub of hot water, the steam melting away the day's exhaustion. Once he was thoroughly relaxed, he had the servants bring in Onik, who had been waiting half the day outside. In the rugged great hall, 12 stone pillars held torches of animal fat, their yellow flames mingling with moonlight pouring through bare wooden windows, stretching shadows across the floor. Good evening, honored Lord Richard. Onik, nicknamed Stubby Sausage, strode in alone, his round belly leading the way, hand to chest in greeting. Formalities aren't necessary, Master Onik. Please sit. The merchant thanked him, took his seat, and spoke without delay. Lord Richard, am grateful for the exquisite honey you served. The Phoenix Tail Flower Trading Company is in desperate need of such a delicacy. Might we have the privilege of forming a long-term partnership with you? Richard answered with a quiet smile. Lord Aonik, the Luanwihua Trading Company can cross the Siwang Desert, yet you have never seen my desert crown honey? I confess I have not, Aonik replied, shaking his head with mild apology. Li Cha nodded as though the answer were only natural, his calm gaze tinged with mystery. I found the desert crown bees in a hidden chamber, he said. There were murals that had survived countless ages. Long ago a mighty emperor unified the Siwang Desert, and bend it to his will. His legend still spreads across the plain, and his most cherished treasure was this very honey. He regarded it as a crown and believed only the noblest deserved a crown, hence the name Desert Crown. Before the casually spun tale was finished, Aeonic was already entranced. Only the noble could taste it. He could almost hear his heart pounding, as if one sip would place him beside a king. Lord Li Cha, may I see those murals? I wish to glimpse the emperor who conquered the Siwang Desert, Aeonic said, unable to restrain his curiosity. Li Cha did not so much as raise an eyebrow. You have come too late. A recent sandstorm erased every trace. You know what the desert is like. His tone was mild, yet left no room for doubt. He smoothly shifted the topic. Lord Aeonic, Desert Crown is produced in minute quantities and is extraordinarily precious. What price is the Luanwihua Trading Company prepared to pay? Aeonic felt a sudden jolt caused not by the price itself, but by the words minute quantities. Lord Li Cha, may I know the exact output? At present, only 5 units a week, Li Cha said, closing his eyes in regret. Production should rise in the near future. 5 units, Aeonic calculated quickly, barely 20 units a month. Pitifully few, yet all the more valuable, perfect for a high-end market. With such a distinguished origin and such scarcity, the price could only be high. He swallowed, then exhaled in relief. At least it was not 5 units a year. He stood, patted his chest, and declared proudly, Lord Li Cha, the Luanwihua Trading Company can secure anything you need. Even a dragon brood lyre. If you pay in Desert Crown, we can obtain it. A firm able to cross the Siwang Desert must have deep resources. Li Cha never doubted that. He offered a friendly smile. Lord Aeonic, how should we price Desert Crown? Aeonic hesitated a moment. My lord, could we take some Desert Crown back with us? Once the market has tested it, we can set a fair price. Li Cha nodded slightly and signaled to the silent Kalu. Kalu departed at once and soon returned with a tray. On it lay 2 slightly worn glass bottles, each half filled with crystalline honey that glowed golden under the lamp. Li Cha picked up one bottle and set it lightly on the table. Take this bottle back to the Luanwihua Trading Company and determine its price. Then he lifted the second bottle and slid it toward Aeonic. Lord Aeonic, you have gifted us the hero altar blueprint as a symbol of friendship. In return, I present you with a treasure of Huanghun City, a desert crown. May our friendship endure. Delight spread across Aeonic's face. The pain of parting with the blueprint vanished at once. Thank you for your generosity. Li Cha nodded with a smile, his voice gaining a solemn edge. Lord Aeonic, if possible, please bring more construction blueprints on your next visit. Resources would be best, such as a desert jujube grove. After a brief discussion, Aeonic, lured by the Desert Crown, readily agreed to Richard's terms. To the Iris Tail Trading Company, these requests were trivial. The natives had operated through countless epochs during the Age of Radiance and controlled far more resources than the current players. Once the deal was sealed, Aeonic went to rest while Richard turned to Kalu. Have the desert horses been brought back yet? They have, my lord Nenedituo. In total, Kalu replied. There were so many that we haven't had time to process them. Richard nodded. Leave them. I have other plans for those animals. After thinking for a moment, he opened the chat interface and found the private window for the user named Tap Your Bloody Italian Cannon. Returning the food IOU. Back when he had bought the Jujube Grove and the Spring Fragments, had borrowed 1,600 units of food. Message sent. Richard walked to the well, scanned the herd, and selected 6 of the strongest horses, then used the contract function to trade them over. The instant the trade succeeded, the contract dissolved in a flash of white light. Tap Your Bloody Italian Cannon stared at the system prompt for several seconds before reacting. Holy crap, Qingxiu. Gone one day, and you're rich again. You're amazing. Seriously, I still haven't found a steady food source, and you toss around thousands of units like pocket change. Take me under your wing, will you? If you do, I'll call you Dad from now on. Richard rubbed his forehead. Contact me if you stumble on any good treasures. With that, he ignored the chatterbox and opened the trading market to post a series of bounties at top speed. 1. 1-star resource treasure spring or spring fragments. Reward, 3 desert horses. Quantity, 4. 2. 1-star resource treasure 10 mu of Jujube Grove. Reward, 15 desert horses. Quantity, 2. 3. Special nest desert bees. Reward, 20 desert horses. Quantity, 1. When the listings were live, only 24 horses remained on the ground. Richard added one more entry. 4. Any resource or other treasure useful in the desert. Reward, 20 desert horses. Note, trade subject to mutual agreement. In the end, the vast clearing held just 4 desert horses. A group of villagers who had finished dinner and were ready to skin the herd arrived, stared at the empty space, and exchanged bewildered looks. Had their lord not been present, they would have cried thief. On the spot. Good evening, my lord. Greetings, sir. About those desert horses. Richard waved them off. I have uses for the rest. Just deal with these few. Thank you. The villagers bowed quickly, voices trembling. It's no hardship, my lord. Serving you is our honor. Richard nodded and returned to the manor. At the same time, his bounty post caused another explosion on the Lord Forum. Whoa. Did you see that? Qingqiu is selling food again. This is insane. I just did the math, dumped more than 80 desert horses in one go. Is he the Bai Ma one or something? Did he rob an entire wild herd? How is this even possible? Damn it, my territory ran out of food today. How in the world is Qingqiu getting hold of so many supplies? They can whip out tens of thousands of units of meat like it's nothing. Isn't the desert supposed to be starved of resources? My settlement sits deep in the dunes, and I'd bet anything Qingqiu is hugging a lush oasis. Starting in an ordinary desert is a level 10 nightmare. No water, no grain, shortages of everything. Grind monsters here for less than 2 hours, and the sun will have you seeing stars. The creatures get nastier each round. Yesterday, I barely hacked down a dozen sand giant rats, only to run into more than 100 desert bandits on the way back. If I hadn't run for my life, I'd be carrying in those dunes. Man, I'm done with this game. I just want to go home. Why don't I have a single resource artifact? Those 20 desert horses have me drooling. Plenty of players are doing well, but none are as outrageous as Licha. Yesterday, he traded away more than 1,000 units of meat, and today he casually tossed out over 80 desert horses for more than 20,000 units of food, driving everyone insane with envy. In just 3 days, he beat more than 100 desert bandits into the sand, and no other lord can claim the same. After a long day, Licha slept like a baby. At dawn, he was roused by a commotion outside the settlement. He washed quickly, stepped out, and found the clearing packed with ragged refugees. The gray-haired Kalu was speaking to them in hushed tones. The moment Licha appeared, the noise died as if someone had hit pause. Several dozen soldiers followed close behind him, radiating menace. 2-meter tall scorpion warriors stood with shells like armor, tails curled like steel whips, and pincers gleaming with cold light. The mummies were gaunt, wrapped in snow-white bandages. Their withered hands radiated doom and made every living soul instinctively recoil. Under the weight of frightened stares, Licha swept his gaze around and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Kalu stepped forward and bowed. "Good morning, my lord." He straightened and gestured to the uneasy refugees. "We found them outside the Juju Grove at dawn. They were traveling with the Iris Merchant Guild." Licha nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Who's in charge? Step forward and speak." The crowd instinctively parted. Thud, thud boots struck the yellow sand with crisp clicks. A slender girl, a bronze hammer taller than she was strapped to her back, walked steadily to the front. She lifted her eyes to meet Lycus, her delicate face solemn but unflinching, placed a hand over her chest, and bowed slightly. "Honored lord, my name is Ener Salin. Greetings." The speaker was a girl of about 17 or 18. She wore knee-high black leather boots streaked with pale brown scratches from the long trek through the sand. Fitted brown trousers hugged her straight, slender legs and joined seamlessly with her boots, giving her a brisk, capable air. A high ponytail swayed as she turned, and the skin of her neck and cheeks was so pale, it looked like porcelain's stark contrast to the scorching winds she had braved. Her slight frame only accentuated the bright vitality in her large, jet-black eyes. Most striking of all was the long-handled bronze warhammer strapped to her back, taller than she was. The metal's cold gleam against her delicate outline transformed the girl next door into a figure of bold heroism in an instant. "Ener Salin?" Licha repeated softly. He nodded, his gaze lingering on the bronze hammer over her shoulder before meeting her eyes again. "Where have you come from?" Ener held his gaze. Her voice weighted with restrained sorrow. "The armies of the Rhinoceros Empire raised our homeland. We sought refuge with the Phoenix Tail Lily Trading Company, hoping to cross the desert of death and find safety in the Sanctum Empire. Then, a week ago, a sandstorm ruined everything. We were separated from the caravan, and most of my companions didn't make it." Before she finished, Aeonic and the merchants he escorted emerged from the manor's front gate. Licha had given them guest rooms for the night, but mummies and scorpion warriors still watched them in secret. The moment Aeonic saw Ener, he froze, surprise quickly blooming into joy. "Miss Ener, you're alive? By the god of merchants, this is wonderful news." The girl nodded, equally surprised, yet her fleeting smile faded and gloom returned to her eyes. Aeonic hesitated, then asked softly, "Your father?" Ener fell silent, her knuckles tightening. Aeonic sighed, the excitement draining from his face. Licha had already guessed the truth. The leader of these refugees must have been Aner's father, and after the storm, she was the only one who had reached this place alive. Driven by curiosity, he quietly called up the girl's status panel and felt his heart skip a beat. Ener Salin. Hero unit level. For potential. A. Class. Blacksmith Advanced. Skills. 1. Forging Breath Technique. A grade when crafting strategic equipment, can imbue additional abilities and has a chance to produce higher tier weapons. 2. Weapon Enhancement. A grade can upgrade strategic equipment, granting it extra traits. 3. Blood of the Solene. A grade Constitution 200, Strength 200. Hero trait. 30 research speed and 30 success rate for offensive technologies within the territory. Racial trait. Exceptional forging talent, 30 success rate. Bond Bronze Hammer. When forging with a long-handled bronze hammer, Forging Proficiency 1. Profile. Clang, Clang, Clangus. Your artifact is ready. Care to test its power? A hero unit. An advanced blacksmith with a grade potential. Licha's pupils contracted. Those stats were astonishing. Next to her, Aeonic, the merchant hero, suddenly seemed insignificant. He drew several deep breaths to steady his racing heart, then spoke in a calm voice. Miss Nair, I believe your father is even stronger than you are. A sandstorm is terrifying, but if you survived, he might have as well. Don't give up hope. He's probably out there right now, searching for you just as you're searching for him. Hope flared instantly in the girl's eyes. Is that really true? Richard nodded without the slightest hesitation. Absolutely. While answering, he turned to Karu. Get every guest room in the manor ready. Then his gaze fell on Nair, his tone softer, yet more earnest. You'll stay here for the next few days. First, to recover, and second, to keep looking for your father. If you need help, I can spare some men. Me people know this desert far better than you do. Your companions don't have to brave those endless dunes right away. Dusk City welcomes you. Inwardly, he reminded himself that this born hero must not slip away. She had just suffered the shock of her father's disappearance. He couldn't recruit her outright. First came shelter and aid. If you want to take, you must first give. To his surprise, Nair was even more anxious than he was. She lurched forward like a drowning woman grasping a final straw, her voice trembling. My lord, if you can find my father, I'll pay any price. I'll serve under you. Do anything you ask, as long as he's found. Tears shimmered in her eyes, tightening every heart in the room. A moment later, a system prompt appeared. Ding and Nair Salin has issued a hero recruitment quest. Find her father lost in the sandstorm. Complete it, and she will join your territory. Richard froze for a split second, then relaxed. He loved taking quests. Yet when he met Nair's grief-stricken eyes, he forced down his excitement, drew a steady breath, and said firmly, I will do everything in my power. He understood all too well the pain of losing family. Nair caught the sincerity in his voice, and her gaze softened. Beside them, Onyx sighed quietly. He had hoped to recruit this gifted smith into the Lonwihua Trading Company, but after accepting Richard's precious desert crown, he could only give up that thought. Miss Nair, how many companions are with you? Richard asked. 150 in total. The others are lost in the desert, just like my father. Richard nodded and turned to Karu. Get breakfast ready for them. At once, my lord. After settling Nair and her group in the manor, and assigning Karu and Onyx to look after them, Richard found an excuse to slip away. Outside, he gazed at the 10 houses on the west side of town. When the population was small, they were enough, but with over 100 newcomers, they were clearly insufficient. New buildings required blueprints, and all he had was one for a hero altar. The only choice was to upgrade what already stood. Residential house. Footprint, 1 tile. Level, basic. Upgrade cost, 500 units of stone, 500 units of wood. Capacity, 10 people. Traits, none. Note, standard housing for common residents. Upgrading all 10 at once would cost 5,000 stone and 5,000 wood. One look at his empty resource panel made Richard sigh. No matter how fast he earned, it never seemed enough. Still, if he wanted to keep these rare refugees, he had to house them quickly. For now, they were a burden, but when the territory expanded, labor would be wealth. Prey already in your jaws must never be allowed to escape. After a moment's thought, he withdrew 200 units of food from the warehouse, sold them to players offering high buy-in prices, and barely scraped together the 10,000 resources he needed. Then he strode to the row of houses, ready to launch Dusk City's first major upgrade, a flicker of anticipation rising in his chest. Ding, do you wish to spend 5,000 units of wood and 5,000 units of stone to upgrade the residential houses? The instant he confirmed the upgrade, the system chimed again. Ding, please evacuate all residential buildings. Li Cha raised a hand, signaling the nearby residents to call everyone out. Moments later, about 20 people filed from the houses, bleary-eyed and confused. None dared complain. Over the past few days, Li Cha had established unquestioned authority in the territory. Once the homes were clear, he pressed upgrade again. Every resource on the panel fell to 0, and a surge of yellow, sand-like light erupted from the ground, swirling into a miniature sandstorm that swallowed the 10 two-story dwellings. Through the shimmering veil, the spectators glimpsed bricks and mortar stretching upward. A third floor rose as if pushed by invisible dunes, all 10 buildings lifting together while the earth quivered beneath them. The thunderous roar rattled their chests, drawing gasps. By the gods, this was the legendary power granted solely to Lord Zinstant Construction. Even those who had witnessed it before felt their scalps tingle. Refugees turned to stare, their expressions complicated. Their own shelters were long since reduced to rubble. The yellow glow lingered 10 full minutes before fading. Ding, residential upgrade successful. Brand new housing stood revealed. Each building had grown from 2 stories to 3, still occupying a single timby-meter plot, but now filling 70% of that space. Rough walls were sheathed in fine sandstone patterns, lending a hint of elegance to the desert's stark lines. Plot size, 1 square. Current tier, intermediate maxed. Cost to advanced, 5,000 units of stone, 5,000 units of wood per building. Note: further upgrades require the territory to reach small city status. Maximum capacity, 30 occupants. Trait: none. Description: standard dwelling for common residents. Lichaz's spirit's lifted capacity had tripled from 10 to 30 people per house, enough to lodge the new influx of refugees. Yet pushing them to the next tier would swallow 100,000 units of resources. Even the richest landlord couldn't foot that bill, he muttered. Abundant hunting grounds or not, the cost was staggering, especially for lords forced to scrape resources together bit by bit. He closed the panel and turned toward the 100-plus refugees eyeing Dusk City's residents with envy. After a brief pause, he strode forward. All eyes locked onto him, and anyone who met his gaze felt a jolt before lowering their heat in this land. A single word from him could seal their fate. Licha remained silent, merely observing. In a few heartbeats, the crowd grew stiff, their unease deepening until it curdled into outright fear. Could the Lord be planning to drive them away altogether? Outside Twilight City, hundreds of exhausted survivors stood motionless, dust clinging to their faces, both stinging and cold. Just as dread and speculation rippled through the crowd, a clear voice carried from the platform above. Newcomers, I am Licha, Lord of Twilight City. Hearts leapt into throats. All ears strained, determined not to miss a single word. Licha let his gaze sweep over them, his tone calm, yet resolute. I understand your fear and confusion. Losing your homes and loved ones is unbearable. Those places once held every hope you had. We have all felt the agony of shattered dreams. A hint of softness crept into the crowd's eyes. Seizing the moment, Licha asked, but must we sink, surrender, and abandon hope because of it? His voice rose suddenly. No, never. These hardships are the thorns we must tread. No matter how great the pain, we must look ahead. That is what our fallen loved ones and the family still beside us would wish. If danger threatened you, would you want those you cherished to remain forever broken? The murmurs died at once, every gaze fixed on the platform. What does not kill us, Licha declared, pointing toward the gold-red horizon, will, in the end, make us stronger. Push through the thorns, and beyond lies the light that pierces the darkness. Hold fast to hope, and raise your eyes. Above you stretches a sky ablaze with stars. The crowd stood silent, yet their chests felt aflame, emotions surging like waves. The native inhabitants, unaccustomed to the torrent of modern rhetoric, had no defenses. Even those from a world of instant information felt their blood ignite. We are not old yet, and our blood still burns. From the manor, and Dyer emerged, a bronze-headed warhammer strapped to her back. She watched Licha's silhouette, murmuring, hold fast to hope, and the sky will always blaze with stars. What does not kill us will make us stronger. In her dim eyes, a spark slowly rekindled. After a brief pause, Licha continued, voice steady and warm. My friends, welcome to Twilight City, an oasis carved out of the desert. Our territory is young, but it brims with energy, hope, and potential. No matter your past status, profession, or age, Twilight City will embrace you. If you would rather not spend months braving the barren sands, risking lethal sandstorms, then stay and join us. We need each and every one of you, and this place can be your safe harbor. I promise to do everything in my power to find those still lost in the storm. Of course, if anyone wishes to leave, I will not detain you. You will be given enough food and water to cross this desert of death. Licha's eyes swept the gathering, unwavering. My people, welcome home. He finished speaking and offered the crowd a slight, sideways bow. Without another word, the sword hilt at his hip swayed as he turned and stepped into the manor. Passing in air, he didn't spare her even the corner of his eye. The moment Licha's silhouette vanished beneath the portico, it felt as if an invisible spark ignited the onlookers. The townsfolk's chests grew hot. Their very breathing turned feverish. He actually bowed to us? By the gods, did I really see that? If I don't do something for this land, I might as well be a criminal. Right. Why leave Dusk City? Why risk that desert, stuffed with walk-knows-what dangers? I'm not meeting death again if I can help it. But this place is a desert too. We'll still face sandstorms. What do you know? Did you see the Lord's power? Those new stone houses' walls so thick they'll laugh at any storm. And with a lord like him, the territory will grow. Help protect us. Not far away, a little girl clutched her mother's hem, her eyes glittering like fresh campfire embers. Mama, the Lord is so handsome. When I grow up, I'm going to marry a hero that handsome. Her mother laughed. All right, dear. A nearby boy chimed in, Mama, I want to. Quiet, you're a boy. Get a grip. The chatter rose and fell, some worried, others excited. So what do? Stay here or head for the Sanctum Empire? Maybe, asked Missionaire. Hearing the wavering voices, long-settled residents grew irritated and jumped in. A young man scanned the crowd and raised his voice. You people don't know how lucky you are. Being part of Dusk City is an honor. A middle-aged man glared back. What's that supposed to mean? The young man scoffed. Tell me, what's the most important thing in a territory? The older man hesitated. Well, prosperity and strength. Prosperity and strength? The youth curled his lip. And who benefits from that? The lord and nobles. We're just beasts of burden. Haven't lords ever oppressed you? Someone else couldn't hold back. Then what matters most? The lord. The young man lifted his chin, pride flashing in his eyes. Master Kalu said a lord is the soul of his land. Whether a territory turns cruel, deranged, or warmongering depends on its ruler's nature. A capable, broad-minded, promising, and merciful lord, no matter how weak, he looks no is worth more than any prosperous realm where tyrants treat commoners like dogs. Isn't that so? The middle-aged man pondered, yet still asked, why trust him? The youth's voice climbed. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger. You saw his power, you saw his respect. How many lords would bow like that? His words struck the crowd like a fist to the heart. Conversation died away, without meaning to. Everyone turned toward the manor where Li Cha had vanished. The searing awe they'd felt moments ago flared anew, a flame licking at their chests. Their blood, too, was still hot. Miss Andair, after much discussion, we've decided to stay in Twilight City. The dining hall still carried the rich aroma of broth at midday, and the steaming clay bowls gave these wanderers lost in the desert for who knows how long their first taste of home. After the meal, they were shown to the mud brick houses that had been assigned to them. Thick camel hair felt covered the roofs. The floors were rough but dry, and rows of plank beds stood neatly in place. When they watched their companions drop their bundles at the doors, they finally reached a decision. They would not send their families back into that boundless desert of death. The endless sandstorm was more terrifying than any hell, and no one could promise a safe passage through it. Even if they made it across, they would only find themselves in a cold, foreign land. White-bearded Grandpa Duke stood in the courtyard, his voice hoarse but resolute. Miss Andair would like to stay. Andair fell silent, drew a deep breath, and lifted her gaze to the blinding white sun overhead. Grandpa Duke, my father led everyone across the desert to find a place where we could live in peace. Life here may be hard, but the Lord of Twilight City is worthy of respect. Staying here is better than wandering endlessly. The old man stroked his beard, hesitating for a long moment before he spoke again. Miss Andair, you may not know this, but I asked around. People in this city have been eating meat at every meal, and even the children complain that they're too full. That hardly sounds like hardship. He paused, then pointed beyond the walls. There's a spring on the far side of the city, with 10 mu of desert jujube trees. I saw them myself. The leaves are a vivid green. The residents say it's a gift from the gods, bearing fruit once a month. Excitement lit his eyes. The grove also yields desert crown honey, something only the emperors of old could taste. The gentleman from Longhua Trading Company is begging the Lord to open a trade route, and soon caravans will arrive with supplies. The Lord even hinted that he will plant crops all around, turning Twilight City into a true oasis. As she listened, Andair's gaze drifted from the horizon to the golden sand at her feet. Suddenly, the desert seemed far less intimidating. After settling the refugees, Li Cha wasted no time. He summoned Kalu and ordered him to pick 30 sturdy young residents, then conscript 30 of the new arrivals. 5 days' rations and water were issued at once. Their single task was clear: venture into the desert and search for those lost in the sandstorm, especially Andair's father. Before departure, Li Cha produced half a jar of desert crown honey, poured it into fresh water, and passed it around. The sweet drink exploded across their tongues, washing away fatigue. The 60 recruits were divided into 6 teams, each responsible for a different direction. To ensure the mission's success, Li Cha gritted his teeth and assigned 2 mummies to guard every team, 12 in total. The search parties would spend the night in the desert, and the odds of running into danger were high. Still, nothing ventured, nothing gained, and Richard knew better than anyone that kindness alone could not command an army. Adele watched the young man's decisive figure, tears shimmering in her eyes. She always did what he said he would, and that reliability was exactly why her feelings for him had grown so quickly. Richard had promised to look for her father, just as he had promised other residents to find their missing loved ones. Once he gave his word, he threw himself into the task without reservation. That was his bottom line. By noon, everything was ready. Richard hurried over to say goodbye. Miss Adele, the influx of new residents has drained our food stores. We can hold out for 10 days at most. I have to head out and hunt right away. Please stay here and keep things running. If trouble arises, I'm counting on you. The girl straightened, every inch the warrior, and nodded firmly. Rest assured, I will stand with Twilight City through thick and thin. Then, hesitantly, she asked, Lord Richard, why can't I go with the team? I'm not afraid of danger. Your safety is one reason. Richard cut her off, raising a hand. More important are the people. Hundreds of lives depend on you, so you can't act on impulse. I've already dispatched 60 men to search. Can you cover more ground alone than 60 men can? Adele opened her mouth to argue, but his expression darkened. Obey orders. She froze, grievance clouding her features, and finally lowered her head in compliance. Once he had calmed her, Richard wasted no time. With the sun still high, he left Twilight City, taking 14 scorpion warriors and 2 mummies. This time he chose the eastern desert, a stretch he had never explored. As usual, the mummies stayed close to guard him while the scorpion warriors fanned out to scout. He had mastered this formation long ago. Less than 10 minutes from the city, he spotted the first wild creature lair. Gray-furred humanoids with razor claws and vicious expressions. Even more intriguing, they were squaring off against a group of rabbits. Richard assumed the gray creatures were hunting, but a closer look showed the rabbits were actually driving them back. He pulled up the status screen. Claw Halfling. Level 2. Potential. Common. 3-star. The stats were so bland he lost interest, but the rabbits caught his eye. Flame Dragon Rabbit. Level 4. Potential. Special. Skills. Flame Burst. C rank ignites its entire body when enraged. Lightning Sprint. E rank unleashes a burst of extreme speed. Racial Talent. Restores mana rapidly under direct sunlight. Bond Sun. First stores large amounts of energy in sunlight, increasing maximum mana by 50%. Description. A natural life form unique to the desert. Its pelt is so rare that its numbers remain low. In the era of radiance, countless creatures were born in the wild and could reproduce on their own, just like the natives. The elves who guarded the forests had long devoted themselves to protecting such life. Wild creatures, rabbits that could wield magic. Richard's thoughts raced. Their pelts were valuable. He pictured the expensive furs back on Blue Star and remembered raising rabbits as a child. They ate grass, grew fast, and tasted good. If bees could be farmed in the desert, why not rabbits too? 2, 4, 6, 23, 24, 25, he counted quickly. 2.5 squads. The Scorpion Warriors can handle that. Flank them and leave a few alive. Such cute bunnies obviously deserve better protection. As for the Claw Halflings, one charge would wipe them out, and he found them utterly uninteresting. The 2-meter-tall Scorpion Warriors darted forward like lightning toward the half-meter-tall rabbits that resembled oversized plush toys. The scene looked almost comical until the rabbits erupted in flame. In an instant, the Flame Dragon rabbits morphed from cuddly creatures into rolling fireballs, their blistering heat more than capable of charring a man alive. As the Poison Scorpion Warrior barreled forward, its massive pincers clacking and its curved tail poised to strike, the Flame Dragon rabbit suddenly erupted in searing fire. In a heartbeat, it curled into a blazing sphere and shot back like lightning, leaving a charred streak across the ground. The nearby Claw Halflings, blinded by the sudden glare, nearly wet themselves and bolted without a backward glance. Neither side spared the Halflings a thought, their gaze fixed on the true enemy. Within a few breaths, the Flame Dragon rabbit and the Poison Scorpion Warrior collided with a deafening crash. The Scorpion's iron claws could shatter stone, yet the rabbit's agile body twisted aside at the last instant. Each evasive move poured fresh fuel on its flames, and an orange inferno roared around the Scorpion. Even a numb, undead body felt that scorching pain. Somewhere deep inside it, an alarm bell rang. The crescent tail lashed out so fast it blurred, aiming for a killing strike. The Flame Dragon rabbit kicked off with its hind legs and slipped past the fatal blow, circling at high speed and searing its foe without locking horns. The Poison Scorpion Warrior, devastating at close range, launched one ferocious attack after another but never caught its quarry. Fire raged, the sand grew hot enough to blister. Yet the undead's terrifying resilience showed itself. No matter how badly it burned, it still stood like a stone tower. The duel between tank and glass cannon was brutal and simple. The tank could make countless mistakes, the glass cannon only one. During a sharp stop, the rabbit hesitated, exposing an opening. The Scorpion's tail stabbed like lightning, missing the heart but slicing a thin gash along its flank. Seconds later, just as it tried to pull away, the Flame Dragon rabbit's body locked up, convulsed twice, and collapsed into the yellow sand. The lethal venom had already seeped in. From that moment, the balance tipped. One by one, the Flame Dragon rabbits were either ripped apart or stung to death, their numbers fading fast. Several Scorpion Warriors, blackened by the heat, simply activated sandification. Once turned to sand, they shrugged off nearly all physical damage. Magic fire still burned them, yet they devoured the surrounding sand and healed at a frantic pace, as though the already fearsome tanks had been fitted with an auto-repair module. Wounds the rabbits fought so hard to inflict vanished in an instant. When the last 7 or 8 Flame Dragon rabbits collapsed, scorched and bleeding, the system prompt chimed. Ding, you have led your forces to defeat a group of Flame Dragon rabbits in a minor engagement. You gain 50 experience points and capture 8 Flame Dragon rabbits. Watching from nearby, Li Cha was in high spirits. In every battle these past few days, sandification had saved the day. The skill was nothing short of miraculous. He ordered the Poison Scorpion Warriors to keep a close watch on the captives, lest the little fireballs stage a rebellion. Then, curiosity piqued. He stepped onto the yellowed grass where the rabbits and Claw Halflings had faced off. A quick scan revealed 7 or 8 burrows, each marked only by a small hole. Li Cha's eyes lit up. Rather than digging himself, he sent the mummies to empty every warren. Moments later, 30 rabbit kits, their fur only just starting to grow in, tumbled into view. No wonder the Flame Dragon rabbits had fought so brutally. They were protecting their young. Richard glanced at the Scorpion Warrior standing by. Get back to the estate and tell Carew what we've found. Have him send a team to bring these rabbits home. Understood, my lord. The warrior saluted and sped off. Richard knelt, plucking one of the kits from the grass. The little creature was soft and warm, like a hot water bottle on a winter night. No surprise the system called their pelts a luxury. If a baby felt this good, a full-grown one would fetch a fortune. He set the barely-eyed kit down and crossed to the center of the sandy clearing, pressing his palm to a dead adult. The snow-white fur blazed under the sun, silk smooth yet radiating heat as if touching a lover's black stockings on a cold evening. A few loose hairs clung to his fingers, still warm long after leaving the body. Curious, Richard held them up to the sunlight. Within seconds they grew hotter. The fur not only retained warmth, but seemed to store solar energy. No wonder the species was scarce. Anything this rare should have been hunted to extinction already. The discovery thrilled him. If they could be domesticated, their value might rival desert crown honey. Beekeeping on a large scale was tough, but rabbits reproduced rapidly, several litters a year, a dozen per litter, an exponential windfall. A proud son of the farming nation, Richard had a natural affinity for cultivation. Still, flame dragon rabbits were magical creatures, and raising them could prove tricky. If it worked, head profit. If not, braised, steamed, stir-fried, dry pot, poached, deep-fried, there were plenty of delicious alternatives. Before long, Karu arrived with reinforcements. Beside him waddled short sausage Onik, his wizard's robe bulging, and Andal, a hammer the size of a barrel slung across her back. Seeing rabbits strewn everywhere, Karu beamed. My lord, even flame dragon rabbits cross your path. Lady Luck clearly favors you. Onik's jowls quivered in admiration. They're native only to the Death Desert, he said. Their pelts keep you warm for days after a few hours in the sun. In the Frost Kingdom, only royalty can afford coats made from them. A robe sewn from this fur speeds up mana recovery, so mages covet it as well. Because of that, they were hunted nearly to extinction. Excitement still bright in his eyes, Richard cut to the chase. So how do we raise them? Everyone traded uneasy looks until Andal spoke up, voice crisp. Extremely difficult. Plenty have tried, but the rabbits always die without warning, and nobody knows why. Karu nodded gravely. Exactly, my lord. No one has ever domesticated them. Richard deflated. Great, the breeding plan is dead on arrival? He waved a hand. Then forget it. Tonight we'll braise them, tomorrow we'll stir-fry and steam them, the next day we'll deep-fry, sauté, and make soup. The thought of a feast lifted his mood again. If we can't raise them, at least we'll eat well. He had barely finished when a timid voice piped up from the back of the crowd. Lord, I know how to raise flame dragon rabbits. Richard spun, eyes narrowing. So you're the one planning to ruin my dinner? At the back of the crowd, a dozen desert goblins shrank beneath the onlookers' stares and involuntarily took half a step back. Only the scrawniest goblin, though clearly terrified, managed to stay rooted to the spot. Master, to know how to raise flame dragon rabbits. His voice trembled, but he forced the words out. Licha didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to meet Aonik's gaze, a faint smile playing at his lips. Besides you, does anyone else know? No one. My grandfather taught me the secret. The skinny goblin perked up and glanced proudly at his companions. Good. Keep it to yourself. Licha faced Kalu. Kalu, take the flame dragon rabbit back to town. Give this goblin a room of his own. Until I give the word, no one is to speak with him. Yes, my lord. Kalu replied at once. Aonik had meant to press for details, but he swallowed his curiosity on the spot. If the rabbit truly could be domesticated, it would become a specialty of Dusk City, and prying now would only offend people. Besides, how reliable was a single goblin's claim, anyway? Even if it worked, he would still profit from future trade. Remembering how generously Licha had just gifted him a bottle of desert crown honey, he even pictured himself wearing a flame dragon rabbit skin cloak one day. It would be quite the sight in winter. To his own surprise, he found himself hoping the idea really would succeed. And Dyer's expression was complicated. She recalled the elder who had accompanied her at dawn, and his words rang in her ears. Under this young lord, Dusk City's potential seemed limitless. While the others pondered, several quick-moving goblins had already trussed up the subdued flame dragon rabbit. Licha had worried the creature might lash out, but when he saw the skinny goblin douse it with water, soaking it completely, and snuffing out every spark, relaxed. The kid clearly knew his stuff. Once the rabbit was taken away, Licha didn't turn back. He pushed the search farther outward. Aonik and the merchants had only wanted to watch the spectacle, not share the risk, and opted to stay behind. After leaving the rabbit's territory, the column's pace quickened noticeably. The unexpected treasure had put Licha in high spirits, and the troops' morale rose with his. Dingu led your forces to defeat a pack of swift desert rats, securing a minor victory and gaining 30 experience points. Dingu led your forces to defeat a group of fongtail rattlesnakes, securing a minor victory. Ding monster density east of the encampment is unusually high. Scorpion warriors are wreaking havoc. In less than an hour, Licha reached level 3. Level 3, 332, 5000. What troubled him was that the jump from level 3 to level 4 required a sudden leap to 5,000 experience points. The Age of Glory website had warned players. The Real transformation begins at level 5, when class changes and skill learning become available. The sheer power of sandification was clear the moment it entered the fray. A single ability could send his troops' combat strength soaring. 2 hours later the fight was over. Li Cha stuffed more than a dozen flower-tailed sand rats, each weighing several dozen kilograms, into his personal storage all at once. After a full morning of clearing maps, the 10 cubic meter space was crammed to capacity. Whatever wouldn't fit, he simply listed on the trading market. In less than half a day, the resources he had emptied that morning had climbed back above 10,000 units. Although Dusk City was only an hour away in a straight line, the endless dunes still had a way of fraying the nerves. Li Cha glanced at the system map and sighed. The farthest point he had reached so far was that one-way portal, a 2-hour round trip. It wasn't for lack of ambition. Logistics in the desert were brutal. On open plains, an ordinary person could grit their teeth and march for 10 hours straight. Out here, 2 or 3 hours was the absolute limit. Without his Desert Lord talent, he wouldn't have made it this far at all, let alone other lords. By 6 o'clock the sun was a molten grindstone, its golden red light sinking into the sand. Li Cha was about to head back when a scouting scorpion warrior sent an urgent warning. He recalled the scattered scorpions at once and crept toward the source of the alert alone. Pushing past a ring of low shrubs, he found himself staring at a quarry studded with jagged boulders. Each block was well over 10 meters tall, and at least 100 of them were piled together, a landmark impossible to miss in the desert. Instinctively, Li Cha pulled up the system interface. Gold mine. Size, medium. Reserves, 100,000 units. Maximum output, 14,000 units per week, about 2,000 per day. Workforce, 1,050. Description, a medium resource node that yields gold once occupied. A medium gold mine? His eyes lit up. 2,000 units a day was more than his other 3 resource sites combined. Hunting paid better in the early game, but grain prices would fall sooner or later. When that happened, steady resource nodes were the true foundation. That was why he used desert horses as bounties for various materials and treasures, while food prices were still sky-high. Those assets held their value. If he could secure this mine, 2,000 a day would just be the beginning. A few more like it, and he could rake in tens of thousands while doing nothing, with almost no risk of interruption. Li Cha was about to send a scorpion warrior to recon the site when things took a sudden turn. From deep inside the quarry, a massive figure 4 to 5 meters tall strode out between the boulders. Its entire body glowed faintly, like molten brass. 2 thick arms rivaled battering rams. One punch looked capable of making the earth tremble. Even from several hundred meters away, the pressure was suffocating. Li Cha immediately opened the unit panel, and his pupils shrank. Half-metal golem. Class, level 5, intermediate unit, defense 15. Potential, rare. Abilities. Body of gold, grade D, flesh as hard as gold. 60 defense, immune to poison. Weight of a mountain, grade D, each punch strikes with force equal to 200 of its body weight. Armored skeleton, grade E, metal fused into skin forms a bony carapace, 30 defense. Racial trait, slowly grows stronger while inside a gold mine. Synergy, metal giants. 10 or more half-metal golems, 20 defense. 20 or more half-metal golems, 40 defense. 30 or more half-metal golems, 60 defense. Active. Flavor text. Kid, I'll let you hack at me for 3 minutes. If you can break my defense, I lose. A rare 3-star rating for a semi-metal golem? Richard's eyes flicked wide. In the Age of Radiance, higher potential meant more skills and better ranks. Take the common strength boost as an example. An grade boost adds only 15%, but at a grade it jumps to 30%, and layering other skills widens the gap even faster. Semi-metal golems start at grade skills, thanks to their rare 3-star potential, an entire tier above the Scorpion Warriors. On top of that, they were already level 5, unlocking the intermediate unit, 15% defense threshold the game awards every 5 levels. By contrast, the Scorpion Warriors were still basic units with no stat bonuses and lower ceilings. Worse yet, every talent point in those golems had been poured into defense, and they were innately immune to poison and curses, neutralizing the trump cards of both Mummies and Scorpion Warriors. Faced with this supercharged version of a NAC giant, Richard felt like a tiger biting a steel tortoise, nowhere to sink his teeth. He gave those metal-sheened hulks one last look, marked the medium-sized gold mine on his system map, and left without hesitation, deciding to come back once his strength had grown. If he owned rare-grade troops himself, the situation would never have become this lopsided. Instances behind one-way portals, medium gold mines, high-tier temples, every tantalizing resource node had to be cracked open with sheer power. The trip home was uneventful. He stumbled across only 2 monster gatherings. By the time he reached the territory, twilight was already creeping across the sky. Kalu still stood at the gate, deep wrinkles made gentle by the evening glow. Richard said little, merely clapping the old man's shoulder. Meeting his lord's trusting gaze, Kalu broke into a warm smile. Serving a leader who cared for his people wasn't a bad life at all. Inside the manor, Steaming platters were carried to the table, every dish made from flame dragon rabbits. Those stung by scorpion warriors were inedible, but the ones crushed by pincers were more than enough to fill the spread. Richard's earlier instructions had been followed to the letter: red braised, deep fried, stir-fried, and served in a clear broth. Rich aromas drifted through the window cracks, making passers-by swallow hungrily. He didn't keep the feast to himself. Andal, Onik, and several community leaders were invited to a full-blown desert banquet. The rabbit meat was tender and juicy. Before long, everyone's lips gleamed with oil, and the third round of wine was pouring. Bonds warmed noticeably around the table. When the party broke up, Richard signaled Kalu to bring in the desert goblin he had ordered safeguarded earlier. The little fellow was keen on raising flame dragon rabbits, and Richard wanted the project started at once. After the room cleared, Richard ran a palm over the blanket the tailors had sewn from rabbit hide, soft, supple, and wonderfully comforting. The desert might scorch by day, but nights turned chilly, especially after midnight. A blanket like this would be perfect. The blanket stitched from flame dragon rabbit fur was snow white and fluffy, irresistibly soft to the touch, and it radiated a gentle warmth. Draped over him, it adjusted its temperature to match the room, more considerate than any air conditioner. Seated at the head of the hall, Richard half closed his eyes, savoring the luxury and silently admitting that the creature's high price was well-deserved. It also intensified his urge to mass-produce such a rarity. Soon, light footsteps halted at the doorway. A green-skinned desert goblin hesitated before stepping inside. The moment he saw Richard, he bowed deeply and greeted him, his voice trembling. "Good evening, mighty master." The words shook like someone bathing in ice water. "At ease," Richard said, lifting a hand. The goblin straightened but still didn't dare raise his head, burying his chin in his collar like a frightened mouse. "I hear you can raise flame dragon rabbits," Richard continued bluntly. "Have you done it before?" The goblin flinched, stole a glance at Richard, and instantly looked down again. "Master, my grandfather kept a dozen of them, and I learned from him," he mumbled, at once timid and proud, which made Richard chuckle. "Let's hear it." "Yes, sir." The goblin brightened and launched into his tale, gesturing animatedly. With no phone to distract him, Richard found the bragging an amusing diversion. After about 10 minutes, the goblin reached the heart of the matter. To raise flame dragon rabbits, you first clear a large patch of desert and plant dragonleaf grass in the center. They love it and will build their nests there. Then you surround the area with purple vine brambles. The brambles give off a scent the rabbits can't stand, so they won't wander off. Lowering his voice, he leaned in proudly. "My lord, hey, race a secret almost no one knows. A flame dragon rabbit sheds once a month, so you never need to kill it for fur. Most of the time it doesn't eat at all, it just basks in sunlight. Only when the sun is weak will it look for food, but if it eats anything else it dies within days. Therefore, aside from dragonleaf grass and purple vine brambles, nothing edible can exist in the enclosure. I figured all this out myself. Grandfather even rewarded me with a rabbit leg once, best meat I ever tasted." Richard gaped. Sunbathing to recharge, yet dying if it eats? They were practically living solar panels. No wonder everyone else failed. They pampered the rabbits and fed them 8 times a day, begging for disaster. With the mystery solved, Richard felt elated. In this world there was no such thing as waste, only resources in the wrong place. Had he not hauled those desert goblins back to Dusk City for labor, this lucrative opportunity would have slipped right past him. "Very good. Now, tell me your name." The desert goblin froze, suddenly at a loss. Under the dim yellow sunlight that washed over the camp, he hunched his shoulders and looked nervously at the young man before him. "Master, two don't have a name." Richard raised an eyebrow, a flicker of approval in his dark eyes. "You've rendered great service. You can't remain nameless. Today, they'll grant you a name." He mused for a moment, his gaze landing on the goblin's faintly glowing teal teeth. "From this day forward, your name is Chingya." The goblin stared blankly, as if the words hadn't sunk in. Then he clutched his head with both hands, muttering, "Chingya, Chingya." He repeated it a dozen times before the reality hit him. With a thud, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed to Richard, the rough yellow sand scraping his forehead until it bled, yet his face shone with joy. "I have a name. I have a name. Chingya. Ha ha. The Lord has given me a name." Richard nodded, his tone calm, yet commanding. "Chingya, as the Lord of Twilight City, I appoint you head of the Flame Dragon Rabbit Breeding Facility. All goblins there will report to you. Remember, the methods for raising flame dragon rabbits must never be passed to anyone else. In addition, I'll assign 2 bandaged mummies to assist you. If you need supplies, request them from Kalu. If trouble arises, come directly to me." He thought to himself, this goblin may be timid by nature, but he's keenly observant, definitely worth cultivating. Thrilled by his promotion, Qingyao trembled all over, wishing he could polish Richard's boots on the spot. After bowing several more times, he bounded off to his companions, eager to show off his new name and position. With the matter settled, Richard felt lighter. He opened the forum and typed in the keyword, unit lairs. The rare semi-metal giant that had appeared in the gold mine earlier had given him quite a jolt. and he resolved to purchase new lairs as soon as possible to build up a fresh wave of troops. Ding! Your bounty has been fulfilled. You lost 12 desert horses and received 4 springwater shards. As soon as he opened the forum, Richard noticed a bright green completed label in the bounty section that had been silent earlier that morning. He hadn't landed a full spring this time, but the 4 shards lifted his spirits together with the 2 he'd been saving. He now held 6, enough to craft 2 one-star springs on the spot. The parched well in Dusk City had barely supplied 100 people, with another 150 residents crowding around it. The line never seemed to end, and the aquifer was drained daily just for drinking water. If nothing changed, riots over water could erupt at any moment. Clutching the shards, Richard could almost see sweet water gushing from a new fountain. Just as he was about to fuse them, the black gold system popped up a translucent prompt. Spring water shard. Spend 3 shards to craft a 1-star artifact, spring. Spend 10 shards to craft a 2-star artifact, medium spring. Spend 30 shards to craft a 3-star artifact, large spring. Artifacts can be upgraded? Richard froze for a second, then his eyes gleamed. A 1-star spring would do for now, but if the city kept growing, he'd soon be scrambling for water again. Instead of crafting and replacing springs over and over, it made more sense to gather 10 shards and jump straight to 2 stars. A medium spring could supply several thousand people and keep droughts at bay for a long while. He opened the list of unfulfilled bounties. 1. 20 desert horses for a 1-star artifact, Juju Grove. 2. 20 desert horses for a special unit, Desert Bees. 3. 20 desert horses for a resource-type artifact, posters approval required. After a moment's thought, he canceled the Desert Bees bounty and reused those 20 horses to trade for more springwater shards. Even Onik, a merchant with the Phoenix Tail Flower Guild, had never heard where desert bees actually came from, which spoke volumes about their rarity. He could hunt for exotic units once the food stores were secure. Right now, water came first. With the bounties sorted, he listed part of the day's hunt on the market and earned 20,000 resource units. Adding what he'd made that morning, he now had 30,000. It still wasn't enough to establish a rare tier unit lair, but he wasn't worried. Better to find the right lair before dumping resources into it. He searched the trading market for unit lairs. Bandaged mummies and scorpion warriors already held the front line. What he lacked was ranged firepower. His scalp tingled at the memory of half-metal giants deep in the desert. Those brutes had hides like stone, and without ranged attrition, they were nearly impossible to crack. The quick search returned. Desert Faction. Frenzied Spire Serpents. Common 3-star. Price. 900 units of timber. Desert Lizard Folk. Common 2-star. Price. 700 units of iron ore. After scrolling through a few pages, he tapped his forehead as he remembered the critical rule. A unit lair could be upgraded only once per week. If he wanted to jump straight to rare tier, he had to purchase an elite grade lair from the start. So Richard changed the filters to Desert Faction, elite grade unit lair. The results appeared: 198 listings. 198? Not even 200? Richard muttered, surprised. Clearly, elite tier lairs are still the privilege of top players. Richard scrolled through the listings. Rows of units flashed past. Desert Giant Rat, elite 8,000 units of wood. Desert Rover, elite 10,000 gold. Desert Direwolf, elite 15,000 units of iron. He skimmed more than 100 similar lairs and came away disappointed. Every one was melee only, with weak skills and 0 growth potential. He switched his search to the Undead Faction. There were 320 elite lairs in total, plenty in number, but still scarce in quality. Skeleton Warrior, elite 6,000 gold. Wraith, elite 8,000 units of iron. Again, nothing impressive, nowhere near enough to match his ambition. Richard checked the other factions as well. Human troops would drain his water reserves in the desert. Several elven units could only be spawned on grassland and survived on fruit. No chance of finding greenery here, let alone fruit. The review only reinforced his conviction. Whatever he recruited must never become a logistical burden. Undead were durable, needed no supplies, and meshed perfectly with his sandification skill. As a backup, he could consider Fortress Dwarven alchemy machines, but they needed oil and constant maintenance, too much hassle. Since the elite list had nothing useful, he reopened the Commoner catalog. The cooldown was just 7 days. After that, he could upgrade any lair. Keyword: Mummy. Mummy Guard, common 600 gold. Dual Blade Mummy, common 800 units of wood. Hundreds of entries later, one suddenly caught his eye. Cursed Pyramid, common 3,000 units of iron. It could recruit an exceptionally rare magic unit, the Cursed Pharaoh. The price was several times higher than average, but he bought it instantly. He also spent another 2,000 resources on 2 bandage mummy lairs. His previous dozen bandage mummies were already dispatched with 6 search and rescue teams. Manpower was tight. 1 Cursed Pharaoh lair wouldn't be enough, and bandage mummies fit his battle plan perfectly. With 3 new lairs ready to be cultivated, Richard dropped 15,000 more resources on 30 common lairs to use as upgrade material. Then he left the Lord's Hall and placed the 3 buildings beside the 2 existing lairs in the front courtyard, choosing to construct them on the spot. Ding spend 400 gold, 400 iron, and 400 stone to build the Cursed Pyramid. Ding spend 400 gold, 400 wood, and 400 stone to build each mummy pyramid. Confirm. The resources vanished, and 3 miniature pyramids thrust up from the yellow sands, reaching 3 meters in height within moments. Their structures were similar, yet each had its own style. The mummy pyramids were weathered and sandy, surfaces rough and mottled. The Cursed Pyramid was covered in warped, multicolored glyphs that radiated an air of dark devotion. The black gold system pinged again. Spend 10 creature lairs to upgrade the Cursed Pyramid to Elite. Richard gave the mental command. 30 common lairs turned into shimmering streams of light and merged with the structure. The 3-meter pyramid swelled to 4, its stone darker and more ancient, runes pulsing with dim light. Brimming with anticipation, Richard opened the Lair's info panel, ready to recruit an elite unit, the Cursed Pharaoh. Cursed Pyramid. Tier, Elite. Recruitable unit, Cursed Pharaoh. Maximum batch, 10. Weekly growth, 5. Recruitment cost, 40 gold, 40 wood, 40 stone. Description, an uncommon lair for desert troops. Richard skimmed the data and sighed to himself. Only 5 Cursed Pharaohs were generated each week, and the warehouse held just 1 squad. Regret or not, he ticked recruit all without a second thought. After 1,200 units of resources vanished, the pyramid's outer walls flared to life. Twisted, multicolored hieroglyphs glowed, sprinkling sand-colored light that crept across the stone. A moment later, the symbols projected a vast curtain of brilliance. Energy boiled within it, condensed, and finally burst forth as 10 Cursed Pharaohs stepped into view. Each wore a vivid crown with twin ribbons that fluttered behind them. The desiccated short staves in their hands were riddled with cracks. Their faces were bare skulls devoid of flesh, and cerulean soulfire blazed in their sockets, unnerving, yet irresistibly mysterious. Interface update. Level 1. Potential, Elite. Mana, 150. Skills. 1 Cursed Flesh, immune to poison and plague. Any enemy that touches them is cursed, losing 5 of all attributes per minute, up to 40. 2 Pharaoh's Curse, weakens a target, reducing all attributes by 20. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Mana cost, 20. 3 Words of Doom. Forces the enemy into confusion and stasis. Duration scales with target strength. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Mana cost, 20. Racial trait. Mana regeneration 50 while fighting in deserts. Synergy Mummies. Mummies 10, max mana 15. Mummies 30, max mana 30. Mummies 50, max mana 50, mana regen 30, curse effects 30. Active. Description, the Pharaoh's curse is a nightmare. Richard read the numbers twice more and nodded in satisfaction. Unlike bandaged mummies' passive counterattackers, the Cursed Pharaohs delivered active double curses and, most important to him, the control skill Words of Doom. On future battlefields, the Pharaohs would lock enemies down, while the bandaged mummies and venom scorpion warriors dealt the damage. A perfect match. Master, we thank you for the summons. We shall guard your glory with our souls. The 10 crown-topped pharaohs knelt on one knee, their hollow voices echoing in the night as blue soulfire danced brightly. Richard gave a slight nod. Rise. From now on, you fight with me. His gaze shifted to 2 nearby grand pyramids, the lairs of the bandaged mummies. Each produced 7 mummies a week, and 14 were presently recruitable. With 2 pyramids, that meant 28 in total. He clicked recruit again without hesitation. The classic scene unfolded once more. Crack. A bandaged mummy's arm shot out of the pyramid, and the creature climbed free in dramatic style. Moments later, more gray-white shapes burst from the sand, and 28 mummies formed up in neat ranks. Richard raised his hand, and a pale yellow halo flashed. Every one of them had been infused with the sandform skill. System messages flooded the interface. All units have mastered sandform. Satisfied, he nodded. He quickly counted his forces. 28 newborn mummies at his side, 12 with the Guardian Scout Squad, and 2 on loan to the Desert Goblins, 42 bandaged mummies in all. Adding 10 Cursed Pharaohs and 14 Scorpion Warriors, he now commanded 66 elite tier troops, nearly 7 full squads. It was only the 4th day, still inside the 7-day grace period, yet he already fielded 7 squads. At this rate, Dusk City would muster a full company in just a few days. Out of 20 billion players in the Age of Radiance, how many could say the same? Unfortunately, he still hadn't found a suitable elite tier lair. Otherwise, he could have upgraded straight to a rare tier nest. Come on, people, explore faster and sell me the good stuff, he muttered, then opened the chat channel to see what was new. The feed scrolled past. I'm ready to cry. Why are the guards at medium resource nodes so insane? They spawned rare tier units. How are we supposed to survive? God, another 100 refugees arrived today. My territory's up to 600 people. Who can afford to feed them? But if I drive them off, I lose popularity. Popularity is a thing now? Can someone explain? They'll fill you in. Popularity is a hidden stat. If your NPCs live well, it goes up. If life is rough, it drops. High popularity means faster work and better security. Let it fall too low and you'll have riots on your hands. Selling 1-star resource artifact 10 acres of fruit groves. Only works in forest or plains biomes. Don't waste my time. DM with offers. Buying elite tier unit Lair, flying preferred. Any players west of the Grey Mountains in the Rhinos Empire? Let's form an alliance. Damn it. Those greedy rhinos are raiding my territory again. I swear I won't rest until I wipe them out. Phew. I toured an NPC city today, absolutely bustling. When will my own land ever get that big? Ha ha ha. A priest just arrived in my territory with a build-a-church quest, no cost at all. As long as we worship the god of justice, they'll be able to recruit high-level priests from the chapel later. So sweet. Watching the chatter roll past, Richard could tell the players were slowly adapting to this world. Some had discovered new native cities, others had picked up resource artifacts, and many were expanding their buildings. What puzzled him was that after all this time, he still hadn't seen another player settlement near Dusk City. Was the desert simply too vast, or were the players scattered much farther apart? Li Cha drifted off, still wondering why he had seen no other players. But with so little information, he could only set the puzzle aside and sleep. At dawn he was still snoring, yet the desert date grove outside was already bustling. Green Fong, the self-styled boss of the rabbit breeding operation, strode in with a curved knife longer than his forearm. 19 goblin underlings trailed behind him, along with 2 mummies wrapped head to toe in bandages. Sand grated under their feet with every step. Lord Green Fong, are we really going to raise flame dragon rabbits here? One goblin blurted out. The scrawny Green Fong turned, chin high, his voice sharp. Shows what you know. Just follow me. And remember, only the Lord may be called great from now on. Clear? Yes, Lord Green Fong. The goblins barked. A braver one scratched his head. Then how should we address you, my lord? Green Fong eyed his twig-like limbs, suddenly inspired. From this moment on, call me the strongest Lord Green Fong. They stared for 3 seconds, glanced at the 2 ominous mummies behind him, and shouted in unison, yes, strongest Lord Green Fong. Their deafening reply made him beam. Hands clasped behind his back, head held high, he paced before goblins a head taller than himself and launched into a speech. Listen up. The great, noble, benevolent Lord has granted me this title and appointed me director of the Flame Dragon Rabbit Breeding Base. This is an unprecedented chance for us desert goblins. Today we'll pioneer a new era of husbandry and lay the foundations of Twilight City. One day we'll become the Lord's foremost troops and devote everything to him. He'll make the name of the desert goblins echo across the sea of sand. Nothing can stop our rise now. Applaud. Clap, clap, clap. When the applause faded, Green Fong waved his stick-thin arm and led the group at a trot 500 meters north of the grove. A shallow bowl lay amid the dunes, its rim forming a natural corral. Satisfied, he issued orders. You lot, dig up dragonleaf grass and plant it over this sand. You, fetch water and soak the hollow. The rest of you, pull up purple vine brambles and ring these little hills with them. Finish today. We must not disappoint the Lord. Perched on a rise with his narrow chest thrust out, he directed the work like a knight atop a dragon. Strongest Lord Green Fong, we don't have enough hands, a few goblins muttered. His eye twitched, but he kept his pose. Not enough? Then request reinforcements from Lord Kalu. Even he knew better than to overstep Kalu. Yes, strongest Lord Green Fong. 30 residents soon arrived to help. The 2 watchful mummies at Green Fang's side stifled any complaints. Everyone obeyed silently, for those creatures belonged to Lord Li Cha's army. By noon the depression had irrigation channels, fresh shoots of dragonleaf grass, and a ring of purple vine brambles. The outline of a dedicated flame dragon rabbit ranch had already taken shape, a testament to their impressive efficiency. Li Cha seldom indulged in a lian, but today he didn't rise until noon, and only then, attended by the cook, did he leisurely finish his meal. No sooner had he set down his knife and fork than a messenger arrived to report that the Flame Dragon Rabbit Ranch was taking shape. He immediately gathered a sizable escort of troops and set off to inspect it. The townsfolk quickly noticed the new face at his side, the Cursed Pharaoh. Did you see that? The Lord has even more mummies with him. And there's a brand new unit too. You probably don't know this, but there are already 5 troop lairs inside the manor. I saw them myself while I was cleaning. Amazing. Praise the gods, praise the Lord. As ruler and protector of Dusk City, Li Cha's strength meant everyone's safety. The whole city therefore sincerely hoped to see both Li Cha and Dusk City grow ever stronger. When they reached the busy Flame Dragon Rabbit base, the workers stirred as if top leadership had arrived unannounced. Qingya, the keen-eyed goblin, sprinted over first and waved excitedly. Good day, mighty master. The ranch is already being set up, and everything will be finished by nightfall. Li Cha nodded and surveyed the area. Qingya had chosen a shallow basin roughly 300 meters across, 2 to 3 meters lower than the surrounding desert, with dunes on all sides forming a natural barrier. Half of those dunes were already planted with purple, thorn-covered brambles, while in the center a dozen goblins were busy transplanting the special dragonleaf grass. At their current pace the work would be done before dusk. He turned to Kinjia, comically skinny, yet energetic fellow, and gave an approving nod. Excellent. Keep at it. Once the ranch is complete, you'll have full authority over the flame dragon rabbits. Praised, Kinjia's grin nearly reached his molars. He puffed out his chest and slapped it hard in promise, his scrawny frame shaking so much Li Cha feared he might snap himself in two. Just then Kalu arrived. Before he could salute, Li Cha issued orders. When Dusk City's forces are strong enough, he'll station a squad of bandage mummies in the Juju Grove to guard it day and night, along with the flame dragon rabbits and the desert bees. This entire area will be designated an agricultural security zone. No outsiders allowed except authorized personnel. Kalu, you're in charge of enforcing this. In fact, when Li Cha first chose the site for the Juju Grove, he had already decided to consolidate all agricultural projects here, sharing water resources and placing a permanent garrison. The 7-day grace period was more than half over, only 2 days remained, and if bandits arrived to loot or burn, the loss would be disastrous. The estate wasn't far away, but any response would still take time. Yes, my lord. He'll personally oversee the area. Nothing will go wrong. Kalu replied solemnly. This zone was the very foundation of Dusk City. Problems elsewhere might be tolerable, but not here. Desert bees, the Juju Grove, and the flame dragon rabbits, though their numbers were still small, the essentials were already in place. As long as he kept investing, Richard was confident he could turn his domain into a true oasis, the crown jewel of the dead desert. After making sure everything nearby was running smoothly, he headed toward the Sanjuju Grove. In just a few days, the trees had grown lush and tall, their canopies towering 2 heads above an average adult. Thick branches cast wide shadows in the sunlight, and a few buds had already appeared scattered for now, yet promising a full bloom soon. Stepping deeper into the grove, he felt the temperature drop at once. Cool, fresh air carried the scent of leaves into his lungs. Bees buzzed through the emerald foliage, their crisp wing beats dancing with the shifting light and easing his mood. Richard stopped in front of the carpenter-made hive and examined it closely. Its honeycomb openings were packed tight, pale yellow wax glowing softly in the dim light, while countless black and gold insects busied themselves with their work. When he took a step closer, the bees immediately circled him, humming as if in greeting. Keep making honey, I'm looking forward to sampling your mid-grade batch, he joked, sounding every bit the expectant capitalist. Suddenly the buzzing rose to a frantic pitch. Fear rippled through the hive as all the bees burst into disarray. Richard frowned and scanned the area, puzzled. Moments later, 3 or 4 wasps, each nearly 8 centimeters long with needle-thin stingers, dove from above and landed precisely at the hive entrance. Their wings vibrated with a sharp, shrill note that sent the bees into further chaos. One wasp, right before Richard's eyes, lunged with its stinger zip, skewering a bee in an instant. Clutching the corpse in its hooked claws, it prepared to take off. Fury flared in Richard's chest. You dare lay a finger on you, my bees? He raised his hand and summoned the status panel. Stinger Wasp level 5, potential, rare, 3-star. Rare 3-star potential? A wasp barely 7 or 8 centimeters long was already level 5 with a rare 3-star rating. Richard stared, speechless. Even his power-packed scorpion warriors hadn't reached the rare threshold, yet this little creature had shot straight past it, which irked him more than a little. Pushing down the irritation, he continued reading the panel. Venomous Wasp. Level 5, intermediate unit. Trait, poison damage 15. Potential, rare, 3-star. Skills. 1. Insect physique, grade C. Immune to venom and curses, capable of limb regeneration, and can slowly recover from any non-fatal injury. 2. Frenzied flight, grade C. Agility 40, flight speed 40. 3. Toxic stinger, grade C. Injects venom on contact. The more venom delivered, the higher the damage. 4. Piercing tail, grade D. Can pierce metal armor up to the length of its stinger and puncture low-tier magical shields. Racial gift, antenna communication within a 100-meter radius. Bond swarm, 100 individuals, poison 10, flight speed 10. 500 individuals, poison 20, flight speed 20. 1,000 individuals, poison 50, flight speed 50 active. Description, trust me, being stung by this thing is the last experience you want. For skills, 3 of them grade C and 1 grade D. Richard immediately dismissed the reckless idea of smashing the insect with his palm. Not far away, he spotted several of the wasps hunting honeybees. Their gossamer wings hummed sharply, the prey went rigid and fell in an instant, and the wasps shot upward so fast he could barely track their shadows. If I can locate the nest and bring the whole species under my banner, the Juju Grove will be secure, Richard thought, heat rising in his chest. The active swarm bond meant there had to be at least 1,000 wasps. Imagine hurling the nest into enemy ranks and unleashing thousands of venomous wasps at once. The image made him chuckle under his breath. But problems surfaced just as quickly. 1. Their flight speed was so high that the naked eye could barely keep up. 2. A rare 3-star potential wouldn't be easy to suppress even if he found the nest. While he was mulling over the issue, an urgent shout came from outside the grove. Lord Richard. The rescue team we sent out has run into a powerful enemy. Heavy casualties. Cap's voice carried panic. Richard shelved everything about the wasps for the moment and strode out of the grove. Several blood-soaked townsfolk lay on makeshift stretchers, their pain so intense they could barely groan. Frowning, Richard didn't hesitate. He took a jar of desert crown honey from his system storage. Golden syrup flowed under the sunlight, its rich sweetness filling the air. He mixed a spoonful into warm water and fed each wounded resident in turn. Onlookers gasped, then grew emotional. They had learned from Onik how outrageously valuable desert crown honey was, yet their lord was using it freely on a few humble commoners. Tears welled in the eyes of the injured men's companions. After bowing deeply to Richard, they carefully accepted the jar of desert crown honey and continued the treatment. With almost ritual reverence, he scooped out a portion of honey, mixed it with spring water in a wooden cup, and offered it to the two wounded men. A few mouthfuls of the sweet liquid slid down their throats. Their ragged breathing steadied at once. Color returned to their lips, and the deathly pallor on their faces gave way to a faint blush. The onlookers drew a sharp breath. They had heard tales of desert honey's wonders, yet its effect exceeded every rumor, and their gaze toward Li Cha was now laced with awe. Li Cha dismissed their astonishment, turned to Karu, and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" "Lord Li Cha, they met terrifying creatures while on patrol," Karu replied gravely. "Had fortune not favored them, would have lost the entire squad. The two mummies you sent were killed. Our foe is incredibly strong." Li Cha's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the stretchers. "Do you remember the exact location of that wild troop encampment?" The question stirred another murmur in the crowd. One of the injured struggled upright and reported haltingly, "My lord, the attackers were undead. Chains wound around their wrists, the other end fastened to great axes. They could hurl those axes from afar with frightening force. The two mummies, they were cut down in the very first exchange." He hesitated, voice weak. "Those monsters are too dangerous. Perhaps you shouldn't. Anyone who harms the people of Twilight City will pay." Li Cha interrupted, calm yet resolute. "My citizens are under my protection, no exceptions. Those who died today are heroes, and I will bring them back to be buried with honor." He had expected casualties, but this was also a perfect moment to forge unity, and the troop capable of killing mummies at a stroke intrigued him deeply. Silence fell across the square. The townsfolk stared at Li Cha, their eyes shining with complex, fervent emotion. For the first time, they truly felt that belonging to Twilight City and following a lord like him was a source of pride. Many had come fearing punishment for the mummies' deaths, and this stark reversal sent their hearts racing. A rough hand-drawn map was placed in Li Cha's hands. He immediately summoned the mummies guarding the Juju grove and set out. Karu watched that resolute figure recede into the distance and murmured, "Lord Li Cha." The confusion in his eyes vanished, replaced by certainty. When Li Cha finally disappeared from sight, Karu spun to face the crowd, his voice ringing out, "Look closely, this is the Lord of Twilight City. Remember, whatever happens, never betray Lord Li Cha, never betray Twilight City." With that, he strode off. In the setting sun, his aged back remained ramrod straight, leaving behind a throng whose hearts were still surging. Lord Li Cha marched out with an army to avenge a handful of commoners? Ao and Iku had thought Kalu was joking at first. After all, it was only a few commoners. If they died, so be it. Commoners were supposed to be expendable, weren't they? Yet Kalu's expression never wavered. Ao and Ike's heart sank, and he fell awkwardly silent. After a moment's hush, he adjusted his tone and spoke slowly. "I originally came to bid Lord Li Cha farewell. I'm setting out today. Since this has happened very well, once I return, I'll ask the guild to open a trade route to Huanghan City. In less than 2 months, we shall meet again." Only then did Kalu's features soften, and a polite smile appeared. "Sir Ao and Iku, you are welcome here anytime. Have you stocked enough water and food? Do you need?" "No need." Ao and Iku waved his hand with a touch of emotion. "Everything is ready. Since the city still has affairs to handle, we will take our leave first. Sir Kalu, please convey my regards to Lord Li Cha. Once again, thank you for Huanghan City's generous hospitality." He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed deeply, the formal salute of a traveling merchant. Kalu did not step aside. At this moment, he represented both Huanghan City and Li Cha. He reached out to support the other man. "Safe travels, my friend. Until we meet again." The repaired carriage rolled over the yellow sand as Ao and Iku and several guards departed from the little desert town where they had rested for days. The wind lifted the grit, and his feelings were mixed and heavy. The territory that had risen out of this wasteland always left him with an indescribable sense of awe. He touched the jar of honey tucked inside his cloak and looked forward to presenting the desert crown. He wondered what expression the guild master would wear when he tasted it. Lord Li Cha, setting out to avenge fallen residents? Back in the city, and Dyer heard the news, and shame and guilt washed over her. If she had not asked Li Cha to search for her father, perhaps those innocent people would not have died. Yet Li Cha's reaction stunned her once more. For the first time in her life, she saw a noble lord so enraged by the deaths of commoners that he rode to war himself. Li Cha had already stood high in her heart. Now he was placed even higher. A daring thought crept in. Whether or not her father was found, perhaps she could stay here, deep in the desert. Li Cha had been marching hard for 3 hours, crushing 7 or 8 scattered enemy camps along the way, and now even he felt the edge of fatigue. Fortunately, the destination was close. Half an hour later, 2 scorpion warriors who had been scouting ahead hurried back and knelt on one knee. Master, we have found the enemy. Li Cha's spirits lifted, and he brushed aside his weariness. Gather everyone. In moments, 28 bandaged mummies, 10 cursed pharaohs, and 14 scorpion warriors formed up. 52 troops in all, exactly 5 squads. Maintaining alert formation, they advanced a little over 300 meters and halted beneath a stand of towering, thorny cacti. Li Cha climbed the dune first, using the cactus as cover while he surveyed the distance. 200 meters away, between several clumps of cactus, dense ranks of dark-armored figures came into view, more than 3 squads at least. Each soldier wore black armor engraved with mandala motifs and a horned helmet that left only the eyes exposed. Thick thumb-wide chains coil around their right forearms, the other ends fastened to war axes whose handles are wrapped in coarse cloth. The blades glint with icy light as the towering, Morathantometer undead axemen clamp their weapons in a death grip. Even next to the burly scorpion warriors, they stand a head taller. An eerie blue flame flickers behind the narrow visor slits of their helmets, marking them as creatures of necromancy. Li Cha quickly scans the surroundings. Not far away, 7 or 8 corpses lie sprawled across the sand, the grains long since stained red, baked dry and black by the merciless sun. He frowns and immediately calls up the status panel. Undead Axe. Level 4. Potential, Elite, 3 stars. Skills. 1. Corpse Forged Body, immune to venom and plague, 30 defense. The unit cannot die unless its heart is destroyed. 2. War Cry, after roaring. The next attack gains 30 strength. 3. Cleaving Throw, hurl the battle axe at a target within 30 meters, then reel it back with the chain, dealing massive magic damage. Racial trait. If the axe shatters, the wielder can expend power to reforge it. Synergy Battle Axe. Throw range 110 m, damage 20. Throw range 1120 m, damage 40. Throw range 2130 m, damage 60, and a 30 chance to trigger soul execution, an instant kill effect whose chance decreases against stronger foes. Flavor text. Close your eyes, sweetheart. I'm about to throw the axe. Li Cha's pupils contract. These undead can not only throw their axes from a distance, the damage counts as magic, and that 30 instant kill chance between 21 and 30 meters is insane. If he could recruit them and pair their brutality with the Pharaoh's curse and the Scorpion Warrior's charge, his overall power would leap several tiers. He decides on the spot to visit the trading market later and see if anyone is selling a nest for this unit. No price will be too high. At that moment, a Scorpion Warrior rasps, "Master, we have found the place where these creatures are born." Li Cha's eyes sharpen. "Where?" he asks, barely containing his excitement. "Follow me," the warrior replies, leading the way. The dune they cross is roughly the same height as the one occupied by the undead axemen. A thick stand of cacti forms a natural wall, so anyone careful enough can remain unseen. The two make a half circle, and through a gap in the sand rise they spot a structure veiled by the spiny plants, a wooden lodge whose outer walls are draped with thousands of chipped axe handles, crude and savage. Axe Lodge. Grade. Elite, 3 stars. Recruitable unit. Undead Axe Elite, 3 stars. Maximum garrison, 10. Weekly growth, 5. Requirements: 40 gold, 40 timber, 40 iron. Description: a rare desert creature nest. At last, a unit nest. Li Cha's eyes shine even brighter. A few days ago he was complaining that the wilderness outposts never had nests, and now he stumbled upon a jackpot. With the undead axe's stats, they're already top-tier bruisers. If he captures the lodge and upgrades it to rare, their skills will level up again and his combat strength will skyrocket. He draws a deep breath. Decision made. Whatever it costs, this nest will be his. Back on the front line, Richard's eyes were blazing with excitement. The Ravagers with their spectral axes were exactly his kind of unit, brutal, efficient, and terrifying, but the trouble was their numbers. 3.5 squads, 35 Ravagers in all, were marching his way. Their shimmering weapons dealt pure magic damage, the perfect counter to the sand-hardened bodies of his mummies and scorpion warriors. Worse yet, the undead were immune to curses, stripping the pharaoh of his signature ability. All he had left was crowd control. He couldn't afford to let those axes fly. One volley would shred the mummies and scorpion warriors. Allowing their instant kill passive to trigger was even more disastrous. A 30% chance was enough to crumble the front line in seconds. A frontal assault would cost him dearly, even in victory. Splitting the enemy, forcing them into close quarters, and picking them off one by one was the only viable path. Maybe he could lure them away, surround the stragglers, and pull off a classic feint. After a brief pause, his plan was set. All units, fall back 500 meters and regroup over there. Orders given. The Mummies, Pharaoh, and Scorpion warriors moved at once. Richard withdrew outside the combat zone, directing the battle remotely, while a full squad of mummies formed a living shield around him. As the Lord of Dusk City, his safety came first. Troops could be replaced with resources. If an axe struck him, he'd be meeting God in person. A few minutes later, the Ravagers wandering among the dunes suddenly spotted a lone Scorpion warrior on a nearby ridge. The creature hesitated, then curled its lips into a taunting grin, raised its arched tail, and twitched the venomous stinger in mockery. A surge of white-hot fury burst through several Ravagers' hollow chests, as though they'd been insulted in a way they'd never known. Wretched vermin. The words hissed out in the language of the dead. In an instant they shared the same murderous intent, and a full squad thundered down the slope. They would teach this upstart the meaning of agony. Instead of retreating, the Scorpion warrior charged straight at them, fanning the Ravagers' rage even higher. Throwing vanished from their minds. They wanted the joy of cleaving this vermin face-to-face. Both sides tore across the sand, yellow grit spraying beneath their feet, and collided a dozen heartbeats later. The Scorpion warrior roared, twin pincers crossing to catch a descending axe with a metallic clang that spat sparks into the sunlight. The pincers held firm, while the Ravager staggered back a step, its feet sinking deep before it regained balance. The clash of strength was clear. At equal 3-star elite rank, the Ravager's thrown axe was unmatched, but in a straight melee, the Scorpion warrior had the edge, though sheer numbers still favored the enemy. Undead creatures care nothing for duels or fair play. The moment the Scorpion warrior was seized by the mummies, the death axes surged in like a black tide, raising their blades to hew the scorpion-tailed humanoid into the desert sand. Yet as the axes came down, the steel passed straight through the creature's body, had turned to fine sand, and slipped underground. Only then did they remember that the monster could be wounded only by the enchanted skill-throwing axe. Ordinary blows were useless. The stream of sand vanished, and they knew the Scorpion warrior still lived. A heartbeat later, the soul fire in the death axe's chests flared, ghost blue light blazing in their hollow sockets as fury burst from every joint. Humiliated by the trick, they charged after the path the sand had taken. They crested a low dune, hacking several cacti to pieces in their frustration. 100 meters ahead, 2 more towering Scorpion warriors appeared, clearly of the same brood. With rage seeking an outlet, the death axes charged without hesitation. This time, the Scorpion warriors did not stand their ground. They turned and fled. The death axes thundered after them, and, several hundred meters later, broke into a stretch of sand flanked by dense shrubs. A sudden unease slowed their steps. The sand around their ankles was shifting, as though something had coiled around their shins. They looked down to see bandage-clad figures bursting from the sand. The mummies, still in their sand form, clamped bony claws onto their shin bones and hauled themselves upward. Infuriated, the death axes roared and swung their weapons savagely. The blades hissed through the flowing sand but failed to hit solid flesh, passing straight through the mummies' grainy bodies. Using the momentum, the mummies rose and grappled with them, clawed fingers gouging deep grooves in black iron armor and occasionally scraping bone. Though the death axes were undead and largely immune to mundane wounds, the mummies hampered their movements, stopping them from leaping to hurl their enchanted axes. While the mummies pressed their attack, a soft rustle of footsteps rose from the shrubs. The 2 Scorpion warriors that had fled earlier burst forth at astonishing speed and were upon them in a heartbeat. Realizing they were ambushed, the death axes fought wildly, wrenching their weapons free. They drew their arms back, poised to unleash throwing axia skill with a 30% chance to kill outright. At that critical moment, an indescribable, arcane chant about death and fate echoed through the air. Thunder roared as the axes of the fallen felt their souls smashed by an invisible battering ram, their thoughts scattering in an instant. Their bodies seized up, every joint inside their armor frozen solid. Cursed utterance Igrade forces an enemy's mind into chaos, stopping all movement. Duration scales with target strength. 3-minute cooldown. Costs 20 mana. That whisper from the Cursed Pharaoh halted the axes of the fallen just as they were about to unleash their strongest blow. Watching from afar, Li Cha assumed the tide had turned and let a smile tug at his lips, only for disaster to erupt a heartbeat later. 2 axes of the fallen suddenly broke the mental shackles through sheer force. Muscles in their right arms tightened like steel cables, and their war axes shot from their hands with a muffled whoosh. The 2 Scorpion warriors they had marked stood at the deadliest range, 20 to 30 meters. The shift was instantaneous. Before the first Scorpion warrior could dodge, an axe cleaved into his chest. A chill beyond description tore his soul apart. The 2-meter giant threw his head back in a silent roar, then crashed onto the sand in a plume of dust. Instant kill skill, soul execution. Within a single breath he was wiped from existence, without the faintest chance to resist, a horror beyond words. The second axe thundered toward the other Scorpion warrior. Balanced on the knife edge of death, he swung his heavy iron pincers and knocked the weapon aside, snatching his life back from the brink. Meanwhile, The remaining axes of the fallen shrugged off the curse within a breath, yet that brief gap was enough for the other scorpion warriors to close in. The sand shuddered. Once they were chest to chest, the hooked tips of an iron pincer lashed out, smashing into an axe of the fallen's helmet. With a sharp crack, the bullhorned helm caved in. The hulking body, coiled tight as a spring, jerked back. Squish. The massive head was torn clean off, its dim green soul flame trailing through the air before bursting into pale motes of light. The first axe of the fallen toppled with a heavy thud. Clang. As the last fallen axeman collapsed, the City of Dusk secured victory in this small-scale ambush. The fight had lasted only a few minutes. Yet from his distant vantage point, Richard found it the most nerve-wracking battle of the past several days. The threat of instant death abilities was everywhere, and he had to advance with extreme caution. Even after laying down multiple layers of defense, several scorpion warriors under his command were still cut down on the spot. Richard understood all too well that if he had tried to smash straight through those 3.5 squads of fallen axemen, even a lucky win would have come at a horrific cost. He strode onto the field. The fallen axemen's bodies and armor decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye, a trait shared by all undead troops once slain. They rot away almost instantly. 2.5 squads were still out there, and Richard intended to lure them in before the Mummies' sandform ended. He was far from certain of success, but wild units without a hero were always easier prey. Minutes later, as sandform was about to expire, the second squad of fallen axemen appeared. Opportunity knocked. Richard, in high spirits, repeated his earlier tactic. Mummies erupted from beneath the dunes to pin the axemen. The Cursed Pharaoh locked them down with precise hexes. Scorpion warriors surged in, concentrating their strikes on the enemy's sharp, yet fragile weak points. The axemen's war axes could unleash damage far above their level. But once the scorpion warriors closed the gap, they could no longer throw their weapons and fell one by one to the relentless assault. When the second wave ended, a system chime followed. Ding scorpion warriors have gained enough combat experience to reach level 4. Richard laughed aloud. After days of map clearing and countless kills, he was finally seeing the payoff. With 2 squads cleared, he immediately redeployed his forces and headed for the enemy stronghold. The mummies who had already spent their sandform were sent to the rear and replaced by a guard squad. To play it safe, he stuck with the tried-and-true sequence. Bandaged mummies open the fight. The Pharaoh controls the field. Scorpion warriors deliver the killing blow, this time targeting naked behemoths and desert wolves. 4 squads activated sandform simultaneously and slipped beneath the sand. Mummies for the frontal clash. Pharaoh ready to cast. Scorpion warriors poised for instant kills. 4 squads against 1.5 an overwhelming margin. Once everything was set, Richard climbed a tall dune and looked down on the battle about to unfold. The more he used sandform, the more he appreciated its terrifying potential. Offense, retreat, recovery, it could do it all, and was truly a top-tier skill. In the distance, the greatly reduced fallen axemen sensed something was wrong. They instinctively huddled together, ghostly blue soul fire leaking from hollow eye sockets as they swept their surroundings in alarm. Without a hero to lead them, their individual power meant little. They were as scattered as grains of sand. Shesh's vigilant axemen heard a strange scraping beneath their feet and glanced down, trying to pinpoint the source. Crack! A desiccated arm suddenly burst through the sand and clamped onto their legs. One by one, mummies clawed their way out of the sand. Several axes of the dead moved with blinding speed, hurling their massive weapons before the enemies had fully formed. Whoosh! The blades sliced the air and smashed into the first mummy. With a sickening crack, the impact blew the creature's chest apart, spraying sand in every direction. Battleaxe execution grade C. Hurl a war axe at any target within 30 meters, inflicting magic damage, then reel the weapon back instantly along its chain. When paired with the right synergy, the skill unleashes tremendous spell damage, perfectly countering sandform ability that negates 99% of physical attacks, yet offers no defense against pure magic. An axeman jerked his chain, and the axe whirled back like a living thing, carving into the same mummy once more. The body disintegrated, its dust merging with the desert. Execution complete. But 2 full squads of mummies still advanced, their formation barely disturbed. More corpses clawed free of the dunes, followed by a Cursed Pharaoh and several scorpion warriors. The axes of the dead kept cutting down nearby mummies until an eerie energy swept across the battlefield. Words of the curse. Invisible chains froze the axemen in place. Bandaged mummies swarmed in, binding their limbs, while the venom-tipped stingers of the scorpion warriors flashed cold and deadly. Clang! Metal shrieked as a stinger punched through a helm. The soul fire inside flared once, then died. The first axeman fell, and the scorpion warrior lunged for its next victim. The Pharaoh's spell was limited, however, and several axemen tore free of their bonds. Chains cracked, war axes screamed through the air, and one axe drilled straight through the chest of a sand-forming scorpion warrior. While sand still swirled, a second axe hurtled in. At the last instant, a mummified guardian leapt up, trying to block with its claws. Clang! The claws shattered, The axe drove on soul execution triggered. The mummy collapsed like a sand sculpture, crumbling to dust. Kill confirmed. The remaining mummies went berserk. Dozens piled onto the last two axemen, claws tearing without pause. Fierce as they were, the axemen were hopelessly outnumbered and were ripped apart after wave upon wave of attacks. All resistance was crushed. Even cornered, the axes of the dead had felled several foes, but against a greater host their valor meant nothing. When the last war axe hit the sand, the battlefield fell silent. Ding, your forces have wiped out the axes of the dead, winning a minor engagement and gaining 175 experience points. When the smoke cleared, Li Cha stepped onto the field with the surviving mummy guards. His gaze swept over the decaying axemen, then paused on several fallen citizens of Huanhan City. Take them back to Huanhan City. After a fleeting hint of sorrow, his expression hardened again. Those who died obeying orders were heroes, and more would surely follow. Mercy has no place in command, nor righteousness in finance. As the ruler of Huanhan City, Li Cha needed an iron heart. This world shows no mercy to the weak. While mummies collected the dead, Li Cha walked toward a troop nest hidden behind towering cacti. Unprecedented prize. A 3-star elite nest could be upgraded directly to rare, allowing recruitment of rare axes of the dead. He had witnessed their ferocity firsthand, and the rare grade would be even more terrifying. Ding, you have discovered a battle axe lodge. You may recruit axes of the dead from it, or destroy it to claim the nest core. Ding, you've discovered a battle axe cabin. You can either recruit axes of the dead from it, or destroy it to obtain its nest core. Li Cha halted before the ramshackle cabin, weighing the pros and cons, when the cold voice of the black gold system echoed in his mind. Battle axe cabin, elite 3-star, spend 10 elite tier creature nests to upgrade it to rare 3-star. A rare tier nest was within reach, and Li Cha's mood brightened instantly. Since his current forces were already rare tier and couldn't be replenished, he made a snap decision. Destroy it. The cabin groaned. Its planks, as though weathered for a millennium, splintered and gave way. Within a dozen breaths, the whole structure had collapsed into fragments. As the dust settled, a fist-sized miniature battle axe cabin lay quietly among the debris. Li Cha stepped forward and picked it up. A system panel appeared. The stats were unchanged. It could still recruit 10 axes of the dead once rebuilt. He stored the nest in his system space and nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to leave, something beneath the wood chips drew his eye. Brushing them aside, he pulled out a brittle, yellowed parchment map. Ding, you've obtained a 2-star treasure map. Finally, some loot. Li Cha's heart leapt. He had cleared dozens of wild creature camps lately and had never seen a single nest or drop. The odds were brutal. He unfolded the map. A treasure site was marked at the center, beside an extinct volcano. Though the dead sands were vast, there weren't many volcanoes. If he asked the merchant hero Onik of the Lonwihua Trading Guild, he could probably pinpoint the spot. As for the treasure, a dozen rare nests would be ideal. If not, a dragon egg would suffice. The thought put a spring in his step as he carefully stowed the map. Then he tallied the losses. 6 settlers had been killed on this expedition. Troop casualties, 2 escort mummies and 5 that fell in battles. Even mummies, in all, plus 1 scorpion warrior, leaving 13. The Cursed Pharaohs were unscathed. Twilight City now held 35 bandaged mummies, 13 scorpion warriors, and 10 Cursed Pharaohs. Though his forces were thinner, the axes of the dead nest alone was worth 10 times the cost, not to mention the unopened treasure map. After confirming nothing else lay hidden in the ruins, Li Cha began the journey home. On the way, he encountered several more wild creature camps, but his elite troops swept through them with ease. Night had fully fallen by the time he stepped into Twilight City. Lamps fueled with animal fat cast a dim, flickering glow across the settlement. Li Cha was surprised to find every resident gathered in the open square, as if they were waiting for something, none of them choosing to return indoors. Lord Li Cha is back. A joyful shout burst from the crowd, and every eye snapped toward the figures striding through the gate. Torchlight danced across Li Cha's armor, while several townsfolk corpses, held aloft on the shoulders of mummies, cut a stark outline against the night. In that instant, everyone was deeply shaken. Lord Li Cha had truly brought their fallen companions home. He had deceived no one. A tide of raw, conflicting emotion rushed through every chest. Li Cha advanced, and the crowd instinctively parted, forming a straight path as all eyes flowed with his steps. Soon, sharp-eyed residents noticed something else. His troops were fewer in number. The Lord's army, someone in the front whispered. I counted this morning. An entire squad is missing. They died fighting for us. The hushed discussion pierced every heart like needles. Was it worth sacrificing such formidable strength just to return a few civilian bodies? Yet even the bereaved could not voice a single complaint. In the heavy silence, Li Cha ascended the manor's stone steps. Dim oil lamps on either side cast long shadows, making him appear tall and enigmatic. He paused, swept his gaze over the crowd, and spoke in a low voice. I have brought our heroes home. At his words, the mummies bent down and laid the bodies neatly before the people. Even the battle-hardened Kalu felt his throat tighten. Li Cha's words sounded simple, Yet how many lords could truly do what he had done? Tomorrow, I will hold a funeral for our heroes, Li Cha continued. The city of dusk will not forget them. With that, he gave the crowd a long look, waved a hand, and said, that is I'll go now. He turned, pushed open the manor doors, and disappeared inside. No one moved. Long after his figure vanished, the courtyard remained silent. Long live the Lord. Someone finally roared, and in the next heartbeat every throat joined in, a crashing wave of voices. Long live the Lord. As if releasing all the emotion pent up in their chests. At the edge of the crowd stood Andair Soline, her massive bronze hammer slung across her back. She stayed silent. The moment she saw the bodies returned, something inside her snapped taut. When Li Cha declared, I have brought our heroes home, without mentioning his own hardships or the cost he had paid, a hot surge filled her heart. Was such a lord not worth following? As Li Cha stepped into the manor corridor, he halted. A clear chime sounded in his ears. Ding, your words and actions have earned the reverence of all residents. You have learned the special skill, leadership. Ding, your integrity and charisma have moved Andair Soling. She has chosen to remain in the city of dusk and serve under you. Hero recruitment quest complete. You have gained 1 hero unit. Ding, you have obtained a hero unit with the profession of advanced blacksmith. The smith's research function has been unlocked. Once upgraded to an advanced smithy, you can research enhancements to increase troop attack power. Richard froze for a moment when the system chimed and glanced toward the doorway. Outside the courtyard, the townspeople were shouting at the top of their lungs, their excitement so fierce it seemed ready to tear through the night. Long live the Lord. He stayed silent for a few seconds, a complicated smile tugging at his lips, then headed back to the great hall. The plump cook had already laid out steaming roast meat, buttered bread, and a clear broth, waiting respectfully to one side. Richard dug in with relish and wiped out the entire spread. Afterward, he soaked in a scalding bath, letting dust and fatigue drain away through the cracks of the wooden tub, and only then sat down, satisfied, to check the system. Skill acquired, leadership special basic. Description, radiates powerful personal charisma, making it easy to persuade and influence subordinates, fostering deep trust. Also grants a chance for wandering units to surrender on the spot. It's not a combat skill, but I'd be crazy to turn it down, Richard muttered, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. 2 more prompts popped up, brightening his mood even further. And Dyer had just activated the Forge's research function. The official site had stressed that lairs couldn't be upgraded, and ordinary players lacked access to the black gold system, so boosting troop strength relied entirely on auxiliary buildings. The Forge raised physical attack, the Mage Tower amped up spell damage, and other upgrades were still waiting to be discovered, but all of them needed a suitable hero to bring them online. Now that's more like it, he thought. And Dyer was an a potential hero with room to grow. Troops were relatively fixed. Leveling merely sharpened their skills, and only a potential breakthrough could boost those skills tiers. Heroes, however, could freely learn abilities within their class. Shawa's performance in recent battles had already proved how crucial that flexibility was. Better yet, heroes were highly autonomous. They could lead expeditions or manage the territory in the Lord's stead, and the higher their potential, the higher their ceiling. Someone of Dyer's caliber could easily stay relevant well into the late game. For now, though, Dusk City was still a level 1 village, and buildings could only reach the intermediate tier. To push the Forge to the advanced tier and fully unlock research, the settlement had to be promoted to a small city, and before that it needed to clear the level 2 and level 3 village stages. Richard quietly pinned upgrade the territory to the top of his to-do list. Seeing that it was still early, he closed the system panel and opened the trading market. A private message flashed. 2 fountain fragments had sold. Added to his stash, he now had 8. Just 2 more, and he could synthesize a medium fountain, solving Dusk City's water shortage in one stroke. The 2 bounty orders offering desert horses for a Juju grove and other resource treasures were still stalled, but since such treasures only dropped from 3-star chests or better, the silence wasn't surprising. Richard tossed today's game and yesterday's surplus onto the market in one batch and immediately pocketed 60,000 units of resources. Then he turned around and bought 100 common grade unit lairs, burning through most of his haul in a single transaction. After finishing up, Richard walked into the manor's front courtyard and set down the axe. Lodge the troop nest for the axes of the Fallon in a corner by the wall. Ding, spend 4,000 units of wood, 4,000 stone, and 4,000 iron to build an axe lodge. As soon as the prompt appeared, he confirmed. The tiny model swelled like an inflating balloon. Within a dozen heartbeats, it solidified, a 3-meter wooden lodge whose outer walls bristled with hundreds of bronze battle axes. More axe heads lined the doorway, filling the air with a raw, savage energy. System message. Axe Lodge Elite. Consume 10 elite desert camp nest cores to upgrade to rare. Note: 10 common cores combined into 1 elite core. Upgrade now. Richard clicked confirm without a second thought. The 100 nest cores piled nearby dissolved into streaks of light, merging with the lodge. The building stretched to 4 meters, and the bronze axes hanging outside turned a pale, silvery hue, their finish suddenly far finer. Axe Lodge Rare. Recruitable Unit. Axe of the Fallen Rare. Batch Limit, 10. Weekly Output, 5. Recruitment Cost, for 100 gold, for 100 stone, for 100 iron per unit. Description: recruits an undead melee unit of moderate power. A rare unit in just a few days inside the Age of Radiance. Richard's sense of accomplishment soared. The price had doubled as well. One Axe of the Fallen now cost 1,200 resources. Even after selling grain, he had only 5,000 units left, still short. He hauled several hundred more units of food to the market, listed them at a premium, and finally scraped together enough to hire 10. Ding spend 4,000 gold, 4,000 stone, and 4,000 iron to recruit Axe of the Fallen 10? Confirm. His resource tab dropped to 0. A silver-white halo rippled over the lodge, energy swirling inside like stirred clouds. Moments later, a Tometer 2 Axe of the Fallen strode out. Black Datura patterns etched across full plate armor glinted dully. A horned helmet exposed only the deep hollows of his eyes, and his hands were empty. Richard frowned in confusion. The warrior raised one arm and yanked a battle axe from the outer wall. Shot the instant the axe met his grip, a thumb-thick chain of silvery gray coalesced from thin air and wrapped tightly around his right forearm. The first true Axe of the Fallen had been born, and Richard's eyes blazed with excitement at the sight. Each new unit made an entrance even more spectacular than the last. Just wait, sooner or later hell bring out a dragon, and then you'll understand what real swagger looks like. The instant the 10th Axe of the Fallen sprang from the ground, its black iron boots slashed a cold arc through the air. Li Cha raised his right hand, his palm trembling as searing energy surged through his meridians. A spray of sand-like golden light burst outward, locking all 10 axes firmly in place. Ding, you have granted the Axe of the Fallen a special power. They have acquired a graded skill, Sandform. The prompt had barely finished when the swirling dust collapsed, and 10 battle axes snapped into a perfect line before him. Li Cha drew a deep breath and flicked a fingertip through the air, unfolding the status panel. Axe of the Fallen. Level 3. Potential Rare 3-star. Skills 1. Axe Execution. Grade churl the axe at targets within 30 meters to inflict massive magic damage, then reel it back with a chain. 2. Body of the Dead. Grade D, immune to poison and plague, stamina 80. Cannot die unless the heart is destroyed. 3. Battle Roar. Grade D after roaring. The next attack gains 50 strength. 4. Whirl. Grade D after throwing. Control the chain to drag the axe for multiple continuous strikes. 5. Sandform. Grade D, flesh turns to sand, reducing physical damage by 99 and allowing absorption of desert sand to heal. Lasts 5 minutes. 2-hour cooldown. Racial trait. When the battle axe shatters, expend energy to reforge it. On battle axe. 110 m throw distance, damage 20. 1120 m, damage 40. 2130 m, damage 60, and a 30 chance to trigger the instant kill skill Soul Cleave, slaying the target outright. The higher the enemy's level, the lower the chance. Description: close your eyes, sweetie. I'm about to throw an axe. Axe Execution C, Body of the Dead D, Battle Roar D, Whirl D, Sandform D. 1 grade C skill plus 4 graded skill sand, entire tier above an elite Axe of the Fallen. Li Cha's eyes gleamed. The gap in unit potential comes down to skill rank. Low potential units have low rank skills and weak bonuses. High potential units boast high rank skills and strong bonuses. As a result, the combat power difference between high and low potential units is worlds apart. Even better, the axes arrived at level 3, and upon advancing from elite to rare, they learned the new skill Whirl, which pairs perfectly with their core skill Axe Throw. What used to be a single toss is now a chain-driven barrage, pushing their combat effectiveness to new heights. Outstanding, just as had hoped. These stats are off the charts. Li Cha flashed a brilliant smile, certain that this unit would become his ultimate trump card. After studying the Axe of the Fallen's formidable attributes a few more times, Richard finally drifted into a deep sleep. At dawn he rose, washed quickly, and splashed icy well water on his face to drive away the fatigue. He opened the wardrobe, where the tailors had hung the garments they had rushed to finish over the past few days. Without hesitation, he chose a well-cut, pitch-black robe. Today he would conduct the funeral for the 6 fallen residents, and solemnity was his only choice. Though, as Lord of Dusk City, he enjoyed first claim to every resource in the territory, what mattered to him now was the weight of the ceremony itself. The hem of his robe brushed the steps as he left the manor. The plaza outside was packed with a sea of people. Except for a few teams still scouting, nearly every resident had gathered. The air was stifling. No one spoke, and even the children kept silent of their own accord. The coffins the carpenters had worked through the night to finish now stood in neat rows, each sheltering one of the 6 bodies. The lumber was rough, yet in the desert it was already a rare dignity. The moment Richard appeared, every gaze swung toward him. Lord, a low but unified call rolled through the crowd. He scanned the assembly without a word and walked steadily down the corridor they opened for him. Wherever he passed, people folded their arms across their chests in salute. When he had gone by, they fell in behind, tightening the ranks. He stopped before the coffins and stared at them for a long time. The air grew heavier. Even the drifting sand seemed to pause. Suddenly he sighed, bowed deeply to the 6 coffins, then stepped forward and gripped the corner of the one on the far left with both hands. The move was so abrupt that the crowd froze, then surged forward to shoulder the coffins beside him. For their lord to bear a coffin himself felt to many like the highest of honors. Throats tightened and blood burned. With a leader like this, what more could they ask? Richard had always led by example, and with his special skill, leadership, magnifying his presence, his standing among the people of Dusk City soared to new heights. Under the blazing desert sun, he walked steadily at the front. The 6 coffins passed through the gate, hundreds of residents following in silence, the scene resembling a pilgrimage. The burial site lay 5 kilometers southwest on a low hill strewn with broken rock. Gravel puffed up beneath each step, but it could not dim the blazing eyes fixed on the coffin bearers. Those figures were like torches in the night, lighting the road to hope. On the hilltop, Richard personally lowered each coffin into its grave, then took up a shovel and silently turned the first spadeful of earth. The crisp bite of iron into sand shattered the hush. People fell into his rhythm, the sobs of family and friends mingling as the only accompaniment. Yellow sand slowly covered the black lacquered lids, and the mounds took shape. When the final spadeful fell, Richard set the shovel aside and looked around. Faces ringed him, some grief-stricken, others resolute, but every gaze held the same steadfast focus on him. He spoke in a deep voice. Each of us will one day meet our own end. Some people die without meaning, inviting only contempt. Others fall in greatness and glory. The 6 before us gave their lives for Dusk City and for everyone standing here. In the quiet morning breeze, Licha's voice carried through the cemetery. These men and women are heroes, worthy of being remembered by the entire city, never to be forgotten. He stopped in front of the 6 blank headstones, rested his hand on the cold stone, and solemnly spoke each name. Gulin, Nada, Ruema. With every name, a battering ram seemed to strike the crowd's hearts, and eyes everywhere turned red. Their mighty lord was calling commoners heroes and reciting their names one by one in honor that left everyone breathless. And Dayer covered her face. Those names pierced her chest like blades. Tears slipped through her fingers, soaking her sleeves. If not for her, that accident might never have happened. When Licha finished, he looked up, his gaze unwavering. From this day on, every fallen hero of Dusk City will rest here, this land of honor, their final home. I hereby declare May 8th to be Honor Day. Each year the whole city will gather to commemorate them and offer our prayers. Honor Day? A festival for the fallen? The words flung open the floodgates of emotion. White-haired Ka Lu thrust his fist into the air and rasped, "Long live Dusk City! Long live Lord Licha!" The cry ignited the crowd, and voices roared in unison. Long live Dusk City! Long live Lord Licha! Long live Dusk City! Long live Lord Licha! Long live Dusk City! Long live Lord Licha! In that moment, they truly accepted their lord. After the funeral, Licha did not linger. He had a territory to steer. Once breakfast was over, he meant to head out and explore, but a line of red text on his status screen stopped him cold. Year 7600 of the glorious era, May 8th. The shield of guardianship will shatter in 2 hours. 7 days. He had been in this game world for a full week. Licha stared, stunned. Modern life felt worlds away, while this castle holy his had already bound itself to him more firmly than anything he once knew. "My lord, are you going out now? I have something to discuss." Andair slipped into the hall while he was lost in thought. Her hair was pulled into a ponytail, leather boots on her feet, and the bronze hammer on her back was taller than she was. Licha gathered himself and smiled. "No need for formality, Miss Andair. Please speak." She drew a deep breath, straightened her back, and said earnestly, "I beg you, let me join Dusk City." Relief flickered in Licha's eyes. Remembering last night's system prompt that he had completed the hero recruitment quest, he met her gaze. "Have you thought this through? Dusk City sits in a desert with scarce supplies. We'll face hostile factions, bandits, and sandstorms. Beyond defending the walls, they'll need you to forge weapons for the army, perhaps even fight in person. Are you ready for that?" Her eyes burned with resolve. "When you risked your life to bring back the bodies of commoners other lords would have scorned, I made up my mind. Lord Licha, I wish to serve Dusk City and become your subordinate." With that, she placed her right hand over her heart, dropped to one knee, and bowed the head she had always held high. Ding. Hero unit Andair Celine has been moved by your charisma and is willing to pledge loyalty. Accept? Licha nodded gravely. Andair Celine, in the name of the Lord of Dusk City, I accept your oath. From today forward, you are one of us. Dusk City stands with you. You will never be alone. I will always be your strongest support. Licha reached out and helped Andair to her feet. Her eyes were rimmed with red, but her voice was clear and resolute as she looked up. "Lord Licha, even if it costs my life, It'll defend your honor and protect Twilight City. Li Cha offered a faint smile. Then let's build Twilight City together. After a brief pause, his tone grew solemn. And Dair, I hereby appoint you head of the city's smithy division. At the moment we have only one forge and a handful of apprentice blacksmiths, but I trust you can get everything running smoothly. When the smithy is upgraded, its research wing will open. That's when a great hero like you can truly shine. And Dair nodded vigorously. Lord Li Cha, I'll give it everything I have. Li Cha dipped his head, then hesitated. The search party should be back this afternoon. He stopped there. No one could be sure they would find Dair's father. Hope and pain mingled in her eyes. If I hadn't asked for help, maybe those residents wouldn't have been put in danger. Li Cha raised a hand to cut her off. You have nothing to apologize for. Everyone who went volunteered of their own free will. You're not the only one with family lost in the desert. Others are missing too. Even if your father weren't out there, I'd still send rescue teams. If Twilight City is to grow, we need more people. His words touched her deeply, though she took them as mere consolation. Lord Li Cha. He waved again. That's enough. Go put the smithy in order. They'll be back by dusk. If they don't find him this time, we'll try again and again. My army will only get stronger, and with it I can spare more troops to escort the searchers and keep them safe. Relieved, Dair saluted and left the manor, a mix of hope and anxiety in her heart. Watching her go, Li Cha reflected. With blood like hers, her father is unlikely to be weaker, may even be the city's second hero. But scouring an endless desert for one man is no easy task. Fortunately, Twilight's residents rarely lose their way. In the empty hall, he shook his head. In 2 hours the guardian shield would collapse. He had to prepare for whatever might come. Stepping outside, he issued a flurry of orders. 1. Split 3.5 squads of mummies to patrol the city perimeter, forming an early warning ring. Any anomaly must be reported at once. 2. Station 13 venom scorpion warriors in the Juju grove. The desert crowned bees and flame dragon rabbits kept there are priceless. Nothing can be allowed to happen to them. 3. Instruct all residents to return to the city immediately and stay inside until after the noon meal. The townsfolk didn't know the reason, but no one questioned their lord's commands. Only after every arrangement was in place did Li Cha allow himself to wait for the guardian shield to fade. Those 2 hours felt like an entire century of first time he had ever found time so unbearably slow. At last, when the hands reached noon, the system notification lit up. Ding, the shield of protection has shattered. Congratulations. From now on you are free to explore this world without restrictions. However, please note, the cold yet pleasant system voice kept echoing. Your territory may be attacked at any moment by roaming monsters, natives, or hostile lords. Defend your lands and your people, grow stronger, and strive to outlast the competition among all races. May you become eternal. As the message faded, Li Cha felt a restraint inside him dissolve. Air flowed through his chest with startling lightness, as if the thin membrane between his skin and the earth had been torn away and he had merged completely with this world. It was the thrill of losing the safety rails, tinged with a faint unease. Had he truly become a native of this continent? With mixed feelings he opened the chat channel. Multicolored messages flooded the screen, chaotic yet lively. Gao Gao charge. Im long out yin of the glorious era, and today the world goes under my heel. Elf girls, succubi, human princesses, bestier cuties, mermaids, undead vampires line up. Am taking a city for my harem and betting 3,000 exotic beauties tonight. Eek, 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 elf pretty boys, orc hunks, vampiric gentlemen, human princes wait for me. I'm going to sleep with every one of you. Holy crap, mine of her mind. The shield of protection just broke. The player on the other end was speaking at lightning speed. Damn it, I ticked off a bandit gang yesterday, and this morning they sent scouts. There's a huge bear pack exactly a kilometer in front of my keep. I used to kite them on the edge of my invincibility, and they've gone insane these last 2 days. Help, brothers and sisters. Whoever rescues me can have anything. They'll even hand over my way whatever you want. Want to command 1,000,000 troops with a wave of your hand, level cities, and claim a throne? Want a harem of 3,000 beauties? DM me. Selling glorious era hacks. Let your life go OP. Any big brothers from the Lion Kingdom? There are so many wolves outside my territory. I'm terrified. Could you spare some resources so I can hire troops? Eek, eek, eek. If you're nearby we can meet offline. Prices in private chat. Next came a scornful voice from a player calling himself Capital Horse Bro. Never thought I'd see the day I can't afford food. My settlers just revolted because they think I'm hoarding grain. Guess what? They're right. I'm going to starve those ungrateful wretches. Why should I feed people just because they join my territory? Screw that. Someone else bragged excitedly about a new discovery. Guys, I just found a demon altar. Offer 10 settler souls, and you get a skill. I went nuts. Who knew it could be this easy? Rushed back, lured the idiots over, sacrificed the lot, and snagged 12 skills at once. Haha, now I even have mid-tier demon blood. Trust me, you have to be ruthless with fools like that. Li Cha stared at the chat window for a long time, his expression growing ever more colorful. These ridiculous players truly had minds beyond comprehension. Some sacrificed their settlers to demons for power. Some hid rations and starved their people just to keep a surplus. Others sold settlers like livestock to slavers, then walked away with the cash. There were even those who sold their entire territory to the natives and used the proceeds to buy property in an NPC city. The sheer range of antics left Li Cha stunned. Typical of you fools. At 1 p.m., once he was certain the Guardian shield had completely shattered, Li Cha glanced around, saw no new anomalies, and finally relaxed. From today on, however, the City of Dusk could no longer afford to strip away every last soldier if he left again. Someone might even steal the territory crystal before anyone realized it. The bandaged mummies totaled 35. 10 were already escorting the search and rescue team, leaving 25 on hand. Li Cha simply stationed the entire remainder inside the city as a garrison. The emptiness at his back forced a decision. He had to hunt enough game today to convert into resources, then rush out one more wave of troops. Once everything was arranged, he set off without delay. 10 Cursed Pharaohs, 13 Venom Scorpion Warriors, and 10 rare 3-star axes of the Fallen 33 fighters in all. Exactly 3 squads marched east to continue exploring. If he had more axes of the Fallen, he would have liked to seize that medium-sized gold mine. But with only a single squad facing at least 3 squads of half-metal giants, it would be suicide. Better to hold for now. With a clear goal, the action was crisp. The rare 3-star axes of the Fallen sped up the clearing pace dramatically. Scorpion warriors anchored the front line and soaked up damage. Cursed Pharaohs hurled spells that slowed, bound, and weakened the enemy, while the axes of the Fallen took position 30 meters back and sent their blades flying. From 21 to 30 meters, they dealt 60% extra damage and had a 30% chance to trigger soul execution, an instant kill. Against low-tier troops, even without the execution proc, that brutal 60% boost was enough to tear foes apart. Li Cha made them his main artillery whenever they spotted a monster camp. They simply clicked it down without the slightest hesitation. They kept sweeping the wilderness until 6 p.m. before calling it a day. Ding Your forces defeated a pack of sawtooth rabbits, scored a minor victory, and gained 40 experience. Ding Your forces defeated a group of cyclops, scored a minor victory, and gained 80 experience. More than 30 such notices rolled by rolly 6 to 700 wild creatures dead. His experience bar jumped to 1,600, a big step closer to the 5,000 needed for the next level. Most of the monsters were humanoid and inedible, unfortunately. Still, plenty of sawtooth rabbits, long-tailed rats, and horned camels were hauled into the system's 10 cubic meter storage. The warehouse filled quickly, so he posted each batch on the trade market as soon as it was caught, converting it into usable resources on the spot. The non-stop listings of bulk food, many of them elite 2-star or 3-star instantly, set the forum ablaze. Fellow lords hailed Qingxiu as a powerhouse and speculated wildly about his true strength. After several rounds of sales, Li Cha checked his dashboard. Total resources had climbed to 30,000 units, and the system's storage was still packed to the brim. Li Cha, pleased with his haul, was ready to head back to his territory. Along the way, he noticed that the number of neutral creature camps had exploded, easily surpassing the total from the previous few days. Puzzled, he opened the chat channel, and the screen was filled with the same discussion. What's going on today? Why are there suddenly so many wild units? The area I cleared last time has respawned already. Damn it, my troops are nearly wiped out. Don't you know what day it is? Monday. Wild camps reset on Mondays. So the respawn is real? I almost forgot this world runs on game mechanics. Guys, a one-way portal just spawned near my territory. It leads to a 3-star dungeon. I'm about to hit the jackpot. They'll show off the loot when I'm back. Reading the lively complaints, Li Cha finally remembered. Every Monday the wild creatures respawn. He looked up at the cloudless blue sky and sighed to himself. This world really does reek of game rules. While he was relaxing, several scorpion warriors scouting ahead raced back, tails raised, voices urgent. Master, we found a resource node. Li Cha nodded calmly. He knew resource nodes yielded far less than hunting in the early game, yet the desert was so barren that he had located only 4 all week. Aside from a medium-sized gold mine, none were impressive. In a fertile region, claiming a node could make a lord rich, but Twilight City would starve if it relied on resource nodes alone. Still, something was better than nothing. Take me there. The troops marched another 200 meters and climbed a towering dune. Below lay a stretch of ground studded with ore, sparkling in the sunset like diamonds scattered among gravel. What is that? Li Cha pulled up the information panel. Gem mine. Size, tiny. Reserves, 100 units. Maximum output, 21 units per week. Workforce, 310. Description, a rare resource node that produces gems once occupied. A rare node, a gem mine. His eyes lit up, and the fatigue of days on the road vanished. Gems were a premium currency, scarce in supply and incredibly valuable. The mere 100 units in reserve spoke volumes about their worth. More importantly, he was holding a blueprint for a hero altar but lacked rare resources. This vein would solve that problem. Suppressing his excitement, he turned his gaze to the mine's guardians. If he wanted the vein, the monsters had to go. The creatures were grotesque. Two horns sharper than spears jutted from their foreheads, their arched spines covered by a fin-like membrane studded with bone spurs. They were bare-chested, wearing only crude leather skirts, muscles knotted and ready to smash stone. Each one wielded a long-handled maul-flat on one side, a curved blade on the other. Most chilling were their blood-red eyes, brimming with savage cruelty. Li Cha raised an eyebrow and reopened the panel. Demonic Ram. Level 4. Potential. Rare. 2-star. Demonic Ram Fiend. Level. Tier 4 Potential. Rare. Abilities. 1. Mighty Physique Grade D Strength 50, Stamina Recovery 50. 2. Heavy Smash Grade D after a 3-second charge. The next hammer blow unleashes 200 strength. 3. Demon Blood Grade D, all stats 30, maximum stamina 50. Racial trait. Devouring gemstones heals injuries at lightning speed. Demon Bond. More than 10 allies of the same race, strength 10. More than 20, strength 20. More than 30, strength 30, and gains the shatter trait already active. Flavor text. Brace yourself for the joy of a hammer to the head. Seriously? Rare 2-star? And there are more demonic Ramfians here than 4 full squads. Li Cha skimmed the stats and muttered under his breath. All this firepower for a micro-rare resource node. If it were a small node, they'd probably post epic-class troops. Rare resources were always a headache. But once he confirmed the Ramfians lacked curse immunity and instant death immunity, the idea of retreat vanished. Their damage was mostly physical, which his sandform countered perfectly. Li Cha turned to the axes of the dead beside him and gave a cold order. Everyone, battle stations. 1. Venom Scorpion Warriors hold the front. Nothing gets past them. 2. The Cursed Pharaoh stays in the rear. Any enemy that slips through is to be locked down immediately. 3. Axes of the Dead are our main strike force. Stand 20 meters behind the Scorpions and attack anything that steps within 30 meters. Both the Mummified Bandages and the Venom Scorpion Warriors were elite units, but only the Axes of the Dead were rare, making them the key to victory. Facing 4 squads of rare troops would be a brutal fight. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the Cursed Pharaoh, Li Cha raised his voice. Advance. At the command, Venom Scorpion Warriors with massive pincers and hooked tails pressed steadily down the steep hillside. The Axes of the Dead, clad in black mandala-patterned plate, followed close behind. Last came the gaunt Cursed Pharaoh, crowned in bright colors and wielding a sable scepter. A tank, a controller, and a damage dealer iron triangle of pure lethality. Deep inside the gem mine, the relaxed demonic Ramfians snapped to alertness. Muscles swelled, long-hafted mauls clenched tighter, and twin blood-red eyes chilled the air as they fixed on the approaching forces of Dusk City. Raw. One Ramfiend could hold back no longer. Its beastly roar swept across the desert. Rotten undead and mummies. Dare to provoke the great demons? You court death. The chieftain brandished his warhammer and pointed it at the warriors charging down the dune. Crush them. The order thundered out, and dozens of demonic Ramfians surged forward, determined to smash the undead into dust. Sand hissed under cloven hooves as the herd charged, flinging grit in every direction. A rolling cloud of dust rose 10 meters high behind them. The dune was barely 70 or 80 meters high, and when the force had climbed a third of the way, the Scorpion Warriors halted without warning. A scorching wind lifted fine sand as all 13 Scorpion Warriors snapped their massive pincers open, the blades flashing in the setting sun like a predator's trap ready to spring. Behind them, 10 Axes of the Fallen tightened their grips on their weapons, soul energy flaring in a surge of ghostly blue that spilled from the seams of their horned helmets. At the rear, the Cursed Pharaoh raised his staff, a low, menacing chant echoing overhead, each note hammering like a drumbeat. 30 meters 2010 the enemy was almost upon them. The first 7 or 8 goat demons broke into the Scorpion Warriors' 10-meter zone when the Axes of the Fallen unleashed an ear-splitting roar. Roar, grazed afterward, their next strike would be 50% stronger. Like steel springs released all at once, they hurled their axes, chains clattering from their arms. Whoosh, the shrill whistle nearly tore the air apart as axes carved afterimages across the sky. The goat demons, assuming the undead were limited to close combat, still focused on the Scorpion Warriors. The sudden flash of cold steel left them no time to evade. Squelch. Steel bit into flesh. One goat demon's arm was severed at the elbow, blood erupting like a burst pipe. The axe kept going, sailing several more meters before the chain snapped it back. Still howling in pain, the demon felt another blow slam its spine. The blade burst through its chest, crimson flooding its eyes. Strength drained away, darkness closed in, and it crumpled onto the sand. The instant kill trait failed to trigger, yet the brute force alone destroyed this rare 2-star goat demon. Within 10 to 30 meters, the Axes of the Fallen could unleash strikes that exceeded their rank, and now 10 axes flew at once. Of the 8 goat demons, only one managed a clumsy dodge. The 30% instant kill chance claimed 2 lives on the spot, the rest thrashed in vain, falling one after another as axes were yanked back and hurled again in lethal rhythm. It all unfolded in the space of a few breaths. From the rear, the demons saw axes glinting in the sunset. In a heartbeat later their comrades were torn into mangled flesh, blood seeping through the sand in vivid streaks. But the carnage did not drive the goat demons back, it inflamed them. Their already crimson eyes seemed to bleed. Kill. They brandished their war hammers and roared, charging forward. They would rip these undead to shreds. The first clash ended abruptly, a crushing victory for the axe of the fallen. The undead warriors still held their axes poised, the splattered blood not yet dry. Before they could fall back, a second wave of demon goatmen thundered across the dunes, long-handled war hammers crackling with savage power as they lunged at the rock-solid scorpion warriors on the front line. Whoosh! One goat demon brought its hammer down, the shadow swallowing the sun. The scorpion warrior snapped its massive pincers together to block. Clang! Metal hit chitin, sparks spraying like a blacksmith pounding red-hot iron. Although the goat demon was half a head shorter, its explosive strength drove the scorpion back 3 paces, 8 legs carving trenches in the sand. For the scorpion warriors untested until now, the gap between tiers was suddenly, painfully clear against this rare 2-star foe. Yet they showed no fear. Wave after wave of goat demons surged forward. Each assault was met with a roaring countercharge that kept the defensive line immovable. Sand, dust, and blood tangled in the air, the tide of battle shifting from heartbeat to heartbeat. Cast. Control the field, don't let them break through. Lichaz's order had barely left his lips when a squad of cursed pharaohs raised their withered staves and chanted an ancient litany. Lanet, Zalmet, Mot, Kadar. Night black energy slashed across the sky. Skill, Pharaoh's Curse, Grade E, Effect. All enemy attributes 20, Sustained Weakness, Cooldown 5 minutes, Mana cost 20. 2 curses struck in quick succession, and the hammer-wielding goat demons felt lead flood their limbs, power draining away as their swings slowed. Some froze outright, easy prey for scorpion claws that ripped them open. Only then did the demons realize cursed pharaohs lurked in the rear, but the twin defensive lines ahead stood like a cliff face. Unfortunately, the pharaohs were just one squad, while 3 full squads of goat demons remained most still untouched. Crash! One uncursed goat demon drove its hammer into a scorpion's pincer. The claw that could shear steel spiderwebbed with cracks, fragile as shattered glass. Seizing the moment, the demon roared and swept a second blow-up. Sand exploded, the pincer disintegrated, and the residual force caved in the scorpion's chest. Yet the dazzling strike brought no triumph. To the demon, the blow landed like sinking into cotton sand form. The scorpion's life-saving technique triggered at once, armor flowing like loose grains before reforming. With a guttural snarl it rolled forward, using the demon's imbalance to whip its intact left pincer across. The hook-sharp claw locked on with a click, then ripped back shrip, tearing off great ribbons of flesh as blood rained down. In the same heartbeat, its venomous tail snapped like lightning. Thud! It punched clean through the demon's shoulder, injecting lethal poison straight into the creature's veins. In an instant, the tide of battle turned, and life hung by a thread. The demon goatman's ferocious charge had the scorpion warriors falling back, but they activated sand form in the blink of an eye. Their dark carapaces dissolved into drifting grains of sand, their figures turning blurred and ethereal. Against foes who dealt only raw physical damage, the goatmen were like mice attacking a turtle. No point of leverage, no breakthrough at all. They could pulverize city walls, yet they were helpless before scorpion warriors with 99% physical immunity. Whoosh! The axe tore through the air. The moment sand form completed, the massive blade of the axe of the fallen swept in on a raging wind. Squelch! At barely 20 meters the goatmen had no time to react. The axe flashed, soul execution triggered, and the first demon goatman screamed in pain, then collapsed lifelessly to the sand. The scorpion warriors kept the enemy mob pinned, while the cursed pharaoh chained crowd control spells freeze, soul bind, slow one after another. Working together, the axe of the fallen became a true reaper, harvesting lives again and again at its 20 to 30 meter sweet spot. The 30% chance to trigger soul execution lit up repeatedly, and the goatmen's numbers dwindled in plain sight. When the last demon goatman crashed to the ground, the brutal clash centered on the axe of the fallen finally ended. Ding system message. Your army has eradicated a pack of demon goatmen. Minor battle victory achieved. Experience 200. Ding, the axe of the fallen has slain a large number of enemies. Level up to 4. All skills refreshed. Its aura grows even more intimidating. Licha saw it all clearly. Aside from the 3 or 4 goatmen the scorpion warriors finished off, every other enemy fell to that axe. Its explosive power thrilled him. Had cleared dozens of monster nests today, but those elites and common creatures couldn't truly test the axe's limits. Now, against rare-ear demon goatmen, it still exerted absolute dominance, proof that the weapon deserved every resource he could pour into it. As the battle ended, the goatman's weapons decayed and crumbled, following the rules of Age of Glory. Li Cha didn't spare them a glance. Instead, he strode eagerly into the gem mine beneath the dune. In the sunset, gemstone fragments studding the rock crevices scattered brilliant multicolored light. Li Cha clicked his tongue in admiration. Oh, wonder dragons and girls love shiny things. He'd have the workers pick out one big gem. Who knew when it might come in handy? Ding, do you wish to claim the gem mine? He confirmed without hesitation, marked the site on his map, and planned to send a team once he returned. The mine lay only a 40-minute march from his territory. Hauling, or back, would be effortless. In high spirits, Li Cha tallied the day's gains. 1. Hunting objectives were met perfectly. A wave of monster respawns let him harvest enough game to exchange for 30,000 units of resources. Even after clearing space in his inventory, he still had at least 2,000 units of meat left to tidy profit in food alone. 2. The heating clash with the demon goat men gave him a visceral sense of just how powerful his forces truly were. The Axe of the Fallen had reached level 4. At last he had also captured a rare resource Nodia gem mine and he was feeling rather pleased with himself. While thinking, he combed through the tunnels, overturning every glimmering stone in the corners until he was sure nothing valuable remained, then left satisfied. Packs bulging with spoils hung from his shoulders as Richard led the team homeward. By the time they reached the territory, night had fallen. Torches flickered at the gate, and the guards snapped to attention. Karu stood at his usual post, but to Richard's surprise, Enel was there as well. Good evening, Lord Richard, Karu reported. The kitchen has prepared your supper, and every scouting party has returned. Before he finished, Enel hurried forward, her eyes shining with barely contained excitement. Thank you, my lord, Richard asked quietly. Enel, did our search team find your father? She shook her head sharply, long lashes trembling as her eyes reddened. Richard froze. If they hadn't found him, why was she so happy? Drawing a deep breath to steady herself, she explained, Lord Richard, they didn't locate my father, but they did learn exactly where he is. Oh, someone else rescued him? Yes. He's rejoined the Luanwihua Trading Company and is already on his way to Soren City. Richard raised a brow. Just heading off like that? Isn't he going to look for you? Seeing his confusion, she elaborated. The Luanwihua Trading Company owns a special artifact that can locate missing people in the desert, but it needs a relative's blood as a medium. Richard nodded. Compared to blindly searching the wasteland, that method was clearly more reliable. Anik has already returned to Soren City, and El continued. Once they meet, he'll certainly tell my father I'm safe. She nodded firmly and bowed again. If this were earlier, I would have rushed to him at once, but a faint blush rose on her cheeks. Now I belong to Twilight City. I serve you, my lord. Since my father is safe, it'll work even harder for you. Richard pondered this. By the standard procedure for a level hero recruitment quest, he would have failed by now. The system required him to find her before her father's safety was confirmed and escort her to the territory. Only then would she stay. If scouts merely reported that her father was safe, she should have left immediately. After all, choosing between a stranger's domain and one's own parent was obvious. Fortunately, he had taken a different path and completed the recruitment in advance. The realization struck him. Hero recruitment quests might not be limited to a single solution. In the future, he could experiment more boldly instead of staying confined by the stated objectives. After the excited Andair left, Richard turned to Karu. Where did the rescue team get this information? Choosing his words carefully, Karu lowered his voice. My lord, they learned it while talking with an Iris Guild squad that stayed behind to keep searching the target area. Besides the clue about Andair's father, did they bring back anything else? They found several residents trapped in the Oasis. But the squad has only just returned and is eating right now, so I haven't had a chance to ask for more details. Richard nodded. With the people already safe, nothing else was urgent. What about casualties among the other teams? 7 wounded, 4 dead. The fallen have been buried in the field of glory, and the injured were rewarded with desert crown honey. Understood. With the briefing over, Richard unloaded the game that was crowding his storage space into the warehouse for the townsfolk to process, then went back to the manor for a hearty dinner. After had eaten his fill, he ordered every rescue squad to assemble. 60 had set out. 6 had died 2 days ago, and 4 more today. Of the 10 mummies that accompanied them, only 5 remained. In the endless desert, such losses were expected, and trading them for a rank hero was still worthwhile. Mercy has no place in command. As Lord, he would not hesitate over necessary sacrifices amid the looming race wars. Today's peace was merely the calm before the storm. Good evening, my lord. The squads filed into the hall and saluted together. Their eyes said it all. The man before them decided life and death with a single word. Richard rose, swept his gaze across the room, and nodded in approval. At ease. Anyone who gives their all for Dusk City deserves respect. You've worked hard these past days. Just a few words, and warmth spread quietly through the room. The Lord had not forgotten them. Who would like to tell me what you ran into out there? Encouraged, a young man stepped forward, voice trembling. My lord, may I? Richard gave him a reassuring nod. Of course. Relax. You completed your task. You're heroes of the city, and will be rewarded. The young man exhaled, steadied himself, and began. Lord Richard, These past few days he detailed the team's ordeal. Danger at every turn, one powerful wild creature after another. To them it had been terrifying. To Richard it was routine skirmishing, offering none of the special intelligence had hoped for. He pressed for more, but got nothing. So he praised them and called the next squad. One by one, each team reported. When the last finished, Richard couldn't hide his disappointment. Limited by their strength, they'd avoided anything unusual even if they'd spotted it. Temples, one-way portals, even decent resource points had all eluded them. Are you sure you didn't see any temple-like structures? No, sir. Heads shook in unison. Did you find any territories on the scale of Dusk City? No, sir. The answer was the same. Something wasn't adding up. Richard paced back and forth in the hall, brow knitted tight. Were desert faction lords really that scarce? The dead desert stretched for miles, yet there wasn't a single player-held estate anywhere near Dusk City. Maybe the storm had blown everyone apart and sheer fear kept them from coming back. He turned the thought over again and again, found no answer, and finally switched to a more immediate concern. Did you run into anyone else scattered by the storm? Yes, sir. Someone in the crowd called, and Richard's interest flickered. Where are they? Why didn't you bring them in? A travel-worn middle-aged man stepped forward, rubbing his hands. They're holed up at an oasis. They want return to Dusk City. They're waiting for the Luanwihua Trading Company to pick them up. How many people? Richard narrowed his eyes. About 300. Show me the map. Right away. The man spread a crude hide map on the table and tapped a red-ringed spot. Here. They say they have plenty of food and water and have no intention of leaving. Richard's gaze shifted from the map to the man's face. His tone cooled. The sandstorm hit nearly 2 weeks ago. How does a small oasis keep hundreds alive that long on leftovers? The man hesitated, then shook his head. We wondered the same thing. They wouldn't let us in. Claimed they lacked for nothing and told us to bring everyone else there. Said the oasis was safer. Now Richard was truly intrigued. Hundreds sitting tight in a tiny oasis and trying to poach his people, something was off. Fine. They'll look into it myself in a few days. You'll lead the way. Yes, my lord. After giving a few words of reassurance, he dismissed the crowd. Richard had planned to hand out rewards, only to find the storeroom held nothing but sacks of grain and a few animal hides, hardly presentable gifts. When the others had left, he turned to Karu, who had been silently following him. Karu, what does a lord usually give his men as a reward? Karu immediately grasped the issue and bowed. My lord, for ordinary merits you can grant coins, hides, herbs, or supplies. If you want something finer, Desert Crown honey is highly prized. 4 great achievements. Offer honor titles in Dusk City, noble ranks, even a parcel of land. Realization dawned on Richard. Rewards didn't have to be all material. Honor worked just as well. Supplies suited the lower ranks, but throwing coins or hides at senior officers looked cheap. For major feats, he could simply create a Baron of Honor or Earl of Honor, no cost. No real power, but plenty of prestige. A win-win all around. Having grasped the key point, Richard felt a wave of delight wash over him. He immediately instructed Karu, tomorrow we'll hold an honor ceremony. Invite every resident who joined the search and rescue mission onto the stage to receive their rewards. Tonight, send the tailor for red cloth and sew large rosettes for them. If cloth is short, make them smaller so they can be pinned on the chest. Every participant is to receive the Dusk City Bronze Collective Medal. Write all their names on a big sheet of paper and present it with the medals. Richard went on. Tell Andair to start forging the bronze medals right away and design the silver medal, the gold medal, and the city's highest distinction, the Lord's Medal. In future, anyone who earns merit will receive the proper award at a public ceremony. If many people are involved, issue a collective medal. If the deed is solo, give an individual one. Residents who receive medals may hang the title Honored Resident at their door and will get priority for promotion. The system drew on a centuries-old awards framework that Richard had tweaked for Dusk City. Each medal has to come with material rewards, he added. Figure out the exact amounts. The framework is new, so it will have gaps. Follow it for now and refine it later. Karu's blood surged with excitement. Lord Richard, your wisdom would astonish even the gods. The collective medal is brilliant. Honoring so many people individually would dilute the value, but a group award solves that perfectly. Richard let the praise pass. With Dusk City's limited strength, an overly complex system was pointless. How's the game we brought back? He asked casually. Karu shook his head, smiling. The numbers are huge, you need more time. Still, a warehouse packed with food is comforting. Richard nodded, left the hall, and walked to the well. Torchlight painted half the night sky red while 200 residents toiled, some scalding hides, others skinning and gutting, others carving. Finished cuts rose in mounds on the scrubbed stone floor. Next, the meat would be boiled and sun-dried into rations that could last for months in the desert, essential supplies for any expedition. Studying the meat piles, Richard paused and opened the trading market. The bounties he'd posted days ago were still unanswered. 15 desert horses for a 1-star resource-type treasure or 10 acres of Juju. Limit 2 trades. 20 desert horses for a resource treasure usable in the desert or another agreed-upon item. 1 more springwater shard had sold, though bringing his total to 9, just one short of the 10 needed to synthesize a medium-sized spring. Lately, residents had been complaining that the well water was hard to draw, forcing them to lug water from the Juju Grove. Karu had reported the issues several times. Yet 3-star chests were rare, and even when one produced a springwater shard, few owners were willing to part with it. So getting that last fragment would still come down to luck. There was no rushing it, so Li Cha shifted his focus back to the exchange hall and simply doubled the bounty on desert date groves. 30 desert horses for a 1-star resource relic, with a required grove size of 10 mu and only one slot available. It had been 15 horses before, but he was upping the ante to push players into action. He knew the real worth of the desert date tree. It produced fruit on a fixed monthly cycle and, more importantly, supplied an endless stream of pollen for his desert crown bees, massively increasing honey output. If he planted a few more groves and staggered the sowing times, the bees could gather nectar all month, and the desert crown bee was a high-tier creature he was determined to cultivate. With the bounty posted, all he could do was hope the players delivered. Next, he switched to the food category and continued to browse. 60 units of wheat listed at 1,200 gold. 20 units of boar meat priced at 700 units of lumber. 30 units of bison meat going for 900 units of iron ore. The exchange rate for meat against basic resources hovered around 130, while staple grains sat at 120. Compared with 2 days ago, meat was clearly cheaper and listings were more plentiful, though most orders were still for only a few dozen units. Offers in the hundreds were rare. The player base was slowly finding its rhythm. Li Cha glanced at his own status panel. He still had a full 30,000 units of basic resources, all earned today. The problem was that when he left to fight, his garrison was paper thin. If the main base fell, everything would be lost. He needed reinforcements, fast. He laid out the requirements. 1. Able to handle desert climates. 2. No logistical upkeep. 3. Strong defensive capabilities, dedicated to base protection. 4. Growth potential worth investing in. After weighing his options, his eyes returned to Mummies. They required no upkeep, boasted solid combat power, enjoyed desert bonuses, and had no fear of death. Aside from their eerie appearance, they were nearly perfect. He typed Desert Faction Mummy into the search bar. Hundreds of lairs appeared. Filtering for elite left only a little over 1,000, most of them unwanted scraps. Human and elven factions, by contrast, had tens of thousands of elite lairs. The desert faction looked downright pitiful. Li Cha skimmed a few pages, closed them, and switched to common. Listing streamed in. Fanged Mummy, common 1-star 600 units of lumber. Howling Mummy, common 3-star 1,000 units of stone. Spiked Mummy, common 3-star 1,200 units of iron ore. The sheer variety of bizarre mummies was eye-opening. After 20 minutes of scrolling, he finally spotted a standout entry. Mummy Guardian. Level 1. Potential, common 3-star. Skills. 1 Corpse of the Dead, F rank immune to poison and plague, 15 reduced physical damage. 2 Guardian, F rank attributes 30 within territory. Effect ends once it leaves the territory. Patrol, class. While patrolling the territory, awareness increases by 30, and the unit can spot any enemy who slips inside. Formation, E-class. 10 mummies automatically form ranks and launch a coordinated, ferocious charge at the target. Racial trait. When fighting on home ground, mummies heal 50 faster. Synergy Mummy. More than 10 units, strength 10. More than 30 units, strength 20. More than 50 units, strength 30. Dexterity 30, damage 30. Description. Guardians of the Pharaoh, they are born vigilant, their eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Richard reviewed every stat and placed the order without hesitation. For starting skills and a natural talent for defending territory, how could he pass that up? He traded 3,000 units of iron ore on the spot and secured a Mummy Guardian nest. One nest clearly wasn't enough, so he kept combing the market and quickly snapped up 2 more. One priced at 3,500 units of timber, the other at 3,800 gold coins. The cost rivaled that of elite troops, but the sellers knew exactly how valuable these guardians were. Richard didn't mind the expense. As long as he could promote them to elite rank, he would never lose out. The system estimated that upgrading 3 lairs would cost around 15,000 mixed resources, so he stocked up in one go. Spend 500 gold to purchase a desert bandit nest? Confirm. Spend 500 units of wood to purchase a sawtooth sandrat nest? Confirm. Chime after chime sounded as 30 nests in total landed in his inventory. His resource pool, once close to 30,000, was now barely 7,000, yet the success of this army-building spree filled him with a rush of satisfaction. With the nests secured, he headed to the front yard and placed them in the reserved corner. Consumed 400 gold, 400 wood, and 400 stone to build the guardian grounds. Confirm, confirm, confirm. In an instant, 3,600 units of resources vanished, and 3 pyramids roughly 3 meters tall rose from the sand. Their yellowish walls were pitted and worn, bearing the scars of countless desert storms. Guardian grounds. Common 3-star. Consumed 10 common grade lairs to upgrade to elite 3-star. Proceed. Confirm. 30 lair cores dissolved into points of light and merged with the pyramids. In the blink of an eye, the structures grew to 4 meters high, their surfaces even more decayed, riddled with fist-sized holes that made you wonder whether a hand might suddenly reach out from within. Guardian lands elite recruitable unit, Mummy Guardian. Elite recruitment limit, 20. Weekly growth, 10. Recruitment cost, 40 gold, 40 wood, 40 stone. Description, a standard mummy lair. Ding, the system window popped up. Spend 800 gold, 800 wood, and 800 stone to recruit 20 mummy guardians? Richard glanced at the 3 mummy lairs before him. If he activated all of them, he could produce 60 mummy guardians at once. But the price was steep. 2,400 gold, 2,400 wood, and 2,400 stone. 200 resources in total. Even a landlord can go broke, he muttered wryly, eyeing the scant 6,000 resources he had left. He opened the trading market. Only 3 buy orders drifted lazily across the screen. Without hesitation, he pulled down his listing of 20 desert horses for assorted resources or artifacts and sold the horses outright. A healthy desert horse fetched 6,000 resources, 20 of them brought in 120,000 enough to build 2 rare-grade creature lairs. If only someone were selling artifacts, he sighed. Still, the windfall bolstered his confidence, and he clicked recruit, all without a second thought. In an instant, 7,200 resources vanished. A pale yellow aura spread from the lairs. Through the weather-worn pyramid walls, streams of sand spurted from countless cracks, gathering into warriors' round shields, curved blades, and bodies wrapped in brittle, sun-bleached bandages. One mummy guardian after another lined up beneath the moonlight, their silent menace rivaling any mummy of the same tier. Mummy Guardian. Level 1. Potential, Elite. Abilities. 1. Corpse of the Fallen, immune to poison and plague. Physical damage taken 30. 2. Guardian all attributes 40 while inside the territory, inactive outside. 3. Patrol while patrolling, security 40, and automatically detects infiltrators. 4. Phalanx D10 units can instantly form up and launch a coordinated assault. Racial trait. Within the territory, stamina and injury recovery speed 50. Synergy Mummy. More than 10 units, strength 10. More than 30 units, strength 20. More than 50 units, strength 30, dexterity 30, damage 30 active. Description, mummies that once guarded the pharaohs, ever watchful. Once all 6 squads were in position, every guardian raised its blade and struck its shield clang. The piercing metallic crash sliced through the night, proclaiming their master's power. Richard nodded in satisfaction. Now at elite, every skill had advanced 1 level, and their overall combat strength had soared. With 60 guardians and 6 squads, he no longer had to worry about his base being plundered while he hunted elsewhere. He extended his right hand, summoning the power dormant within him. Energy like drifting desert sand exploded outward in a brilliant surge. Ding, with your blessing, 60 mummy guardians have tapped into the desert's power and unlocked a new ability, Sandform, rank D. Newly endowed with Sandform, their bandages crumbled into fine sand that glimmered with a dark golden sheen beneath the moonlight. Once every unit masters this skill, it will become Twilight City's hallmark. Li Cha was in high spirits. From now on, your duty is to guard the territory patrol day and night and repel any intruder. At your command, Master. The 60 guardians replied in unison, dropping to one knee. Grains of sand slipped from their bodies and formed tiny dunes at their feet. The commotion stirred the townsfolk. Hushed voices drifted from the distant bonfires. Karoo hurried over, his gray robe whipping behind him. The moment he saw the assembled guardians, his cloudy eyes brightened. Lord Li Cha, is this the force you just recruited? Li Cha nodded. Yes. These mummy guardians were recruited specifically to defend the territory. Within our borders they gain extra attributes and are formidable, but they lose much of their power once they leave. From now on, you may command them, but use them sparingly. That statement effectively handed Karoo true authority. Based on his performance these last few days, he had earned the trust. Drawing a deep breath, Karoo straightened his once hunched back and rasped with conviction, I will defend Twilight City with my life. Li Cha gave a slight nod. Because Karoo was no longer of heroic rank, Li Cha reiterated that the guardians would obey him only when the order aligned with their primary task guarding the territory. Then he gestured, and the guardians formed ranks and marched away behind Karoo. Including the 3 remaining squads of bandage mummies, Twilight City's garrison now approached a full company. Bandage mummies would serve as outer sentries, while the mummy guardians held the inner city and outer and inner ring sufficient to buy time against any surprise attack. Li Cha found the arrangement satisfactory. He was about to enjoy a hot bath when a system prompt exploded in his mind. Ding, this week is a special disaster week. Drought. Lords, please take precautions. Ding, all unit lairs have refreshed their output. Recruitment is now available. What's going on? Li Cha froze and checked the date. Year 7600 of the glorious era, May 8th, 2000 hours. A drought? I'm already in a desert, and you're warning me about drought? Can anywhere be drier than this wasteland? He grumbled inwardly. Still, the second prompt made his heart race. Unit production refreshes every Monday at 8. He opened the Lair interface, his pulse hammering. This was a gold mine. Great Pyramid Elite, 3 stars, 3 structures. Available unit, Bandage Mummy, quantity, 21. Scorpion Nest Elite, 3 stars, 1 structure. Available unit, Scorpion Warrior, quantity, 7. Cursed Pyramid Elite, 3 stars, 1 structure. Available unit, Cursed Pharaoh, quantity, 5. Battleaxe Lodge Rare, 3 stars, 1 structure. Available unit, Axe of the Dead, quantity, 5. Even better, the Mummy Guardians he had recruited just minutes ago were available again. Guardian Grounds Elite, 3 stars, 3 structures. Available unit, Mummy Guardian, quantity, 30. Ha ha ha. Li Cha threw back his head and laughed, his voice echoing across the empty night. Now that's what I call a jackpotan absolute windfall. If he recruited every newly refreshed unit, his army would explode in size. He could pick up 21 bandaged mummies, 7 scorpion warriors, 5 cursed pharaohs, 5 axes of the fallen, and 30 mummy guardians, a total of 68 fresh troops, nearly 7 full squads. The numbers alone made Li Cha's blood race. Once the excitement passed, he cooled down and started crunching costs. Bandaged mummies ran 40 gold, 40 wood, and 40 stone each. 21 of them came to 1,640 of each resource, for 1,920 in total. Scorpion warriors carried the same price tag. 7 of them cost 840 resources. 5 cursed pharaohs required 600 resources. 5 rare axes of the fallen would swallow 6,000 resources. 30 mummy guardians would consume 3,600 resources. Grand total, 15,650. Li Cha closed the ledger and sighed. No wonder they say an army is built with money. Those 5 axes of the fallen alone burned through 2/3 of the pool. Higher tier units would be even worse, but with 120,000 resources on hand, he could afford it. Decision made. He stepped outside and hit recruit on everything. A string of confirmation chimes later, 15,000 resources evaporated, and the roster skyrocketed. Bandaged mummies, 51. Scorpion warriors, 20. Cursed pharaohs, 15. Axes of the fallen, 15. Mummy guardians, 90. Total strength, 191 troops, nearly 2 full companies. Now he could leave all his bandaged mummies and mummy guardians to defend Twilight City and roam freely. With the pressure off, he planned his next move. Minus the garrison, he could field 5 full squads, and the Iron Triangle lineup just hit a new tier. Tomorrow he'd tackle the medium gold mine. If he crushed those armor-plated semi-metal giants, he might even score a treasure map or other rare loot. The power surge put high-level maps within reach. One-way portal dungeons, averaging rare grade, 1-star difficulty. The 2-star treasure map, dropped by the axes of the fallen. The Dark Temple, guarded by temple wardens and off the danger charts. And the level 15 desert WIRM, head glimpsed in passing. Without real firepower, entering those places was suicide, but Twilight City finally had the muscle to try. Dreaming of secrets buried beneath endless dunes, Li Cha drifted off to sleep. He woke at 10 the next morning. The moment he opened his eyes, the cook brought hot water and helped him wash up. Sleeping in with someone on call 247, this had been his dream before crossing over, and now it was real. Next, he decided, he needed a few elves or beastier girls as personal maids. Black silk stockings, stiletto heels, a short skirt, even a maid outfit. Such modest excess, Li Cha felt, should be a lord's daily lot. All the whims he once couldn't indulge now seemed possible in a world free of laws. After sighing over his current life of decadence and picturing an even lazier future, he enjoyed a hearty breakfast served by 2 beaming cooks and got ready to scout the map. Before setting out, he detoured toward the Juju Grove. Kalu had said the trees were in bloom. The grove was the cornerstone of his grand farming project, sustaining the territory's ecological cycle. The moment Li Cha stepped beneath the branches, delight flashed across his eyes. On the endless yellow dunes, vibrant leaves and riotous blooms painted a lush contrast. Rainbow-colored jujube flowers swayed in the breeze, flooding the air with fragrance. Mere days ago, only a few buds had shown. Now the trees were ablaze with color. Swarms of blackened yellow bees darted between blossoms, their buzzing continuous. The stark clash between desolate sand and brilliant flowers made the grove feel like a symbol of hope and life. Several residents assigned to watch the trees bowed as soon as they saw him. "Good day, my lord. You've done well," Li Cha said with a nod. Then he remembered another matter and frowned slightly. "Have those venomous hornets returned lately?" The middle-aged woman in charge, her round face rosy like a halved apple, spoke fast and sharp. "My lord, the hornets are vile. They come every day to snatch our bees, sometimes 7 or 8 times a day. If you hadn't ordered us not to fight back, would have swatted them long ago." Li Cha couldn't help laughing. "One of those hornets carries enough poison to kill 10 camels. Don't provoke them. Are we just supposed to let them bully us?" The woman huffed, cheeks flushing deeper. He'll find a solution, he promised. But remember, if you don't want to wake up in the glory lands tomorrow, stay away from them. Yes, my lord. The group withdrew, though the plump woman left muttering about ways to deal with those pests. Li Cha waved everyone off and walked alone into the grove. The unique scent exploded around him, clearing his mind. With flowers in full bloom, the desert bees worked overtime. When they returned to the hive, their hind legs were thick with golden pollen. A few bees hovered close to him, almost affectionately. Looking at this surge of life, he felt a swell of pride. He stopped beside a hive and pulled up its status panel. Desert Honeybee Hive. Level, Special Queen upgraded from Intermediate to Advanced. Hive now produces higher grade honey. Traits. Produces desert honey of distinctive fragrance. Consuming it greatly boosts stamina and wound recovery, and slightly speeds mana regeneration. Colony size, small. Output. Minimum of 10 units of advanced honey per week. Notes. Desert honeybees are rare and highly prized. Additional. 2 new queens have emerged, and will split off to form new colonies in 3 days. When the notification appeared, Richard burst out laughing. A hive split already? I never thought it would happen this fast. Bees are the future cash cow of Dusk City, and he has always doted on these little creatures that brew liquid gold. The desert olive trees are in full bloom, so a split means the colony's growth will now multiply. Soon the new hives will match the old one's output. With 3 colonies producing a steady 30 units of honey a week, this could easily become a pillar industry for the city. But the system had tagged the bees as extremely rare, which put Richard on alert. If they were truly that precious, it wouldn't let him expand mindlessly. Most likely the split would be followed by a vulnerable growth phase. Even so, a new hive was still worth celebrating. Desert Crown honey is delicious enough to fetch 10,000 resources a yarno. 100,000 wouldn't be outrageous. Even at the low end, 30 jars a week means 300,000 resources practically falling into his lap. Now everything hinges on whether Onyx from the Iris Chamber can use those 2 sample jars to crack open the Solon City market. Sell to other players? Those idiots are broke. If they had 10,000 to spare, they'd spend it on troops, not honey. Zizi's thoughts were still drifting when the hive suddenly buzzed in alarm. Whip! 2 venomous yellow wasps, each 7 or 8 centimeters long, dived out of the sky, skewered 2 bees, and vanished. Richard looked up, rage flaring. Rare grade wasps. Picking on my bees. Fine, sooner or later it'll blast you into crispy pupae. Seething, he left the desert grove. His scowl was so fierce that passers-by held their breath. A few hundred meters away, the Fire Dragon Rabbit Ranch came into view. The sand was encircled by a 2-meter-wide belt of violet thorn wisteria, and a dozen goblins were hammering stakes to add yet another fence. Make it solid, barked the small but puff-chested Qingya, his voice booming like a bell. Our great lord ordered me to keep the Fire Dragon rabbits under strict guard. This wall is only the 2nd line of defense. Next comes the 3rd, then the 4th, then the 5th. Mighty Lord Qingya, how's the steak? Not bad, have an extra slab of meat tonight. Lord Qingya, you're so generous and kind, praise be to you. Mighty Lord Qingya, what about this nail? Crew kiddo it again. Lord Qingya, your eyes are sharper than a hawk's. Mighty Lord Qingya, how's this thorn wisteria I planted? Terrible, pull it out and replant it. Lord Qingya, your thunderous scolding is truly magnificent. Richard could stomach the first few exchanges, but by the end the corner of his mouth wouldn't stop twitching. Do these greenskins have a single brain cell between them? Mighty Qingya, my foot, one sneeze from you would snap those toothpick-thin ribs. A ring of desert goblins clustered around him, tongues dripping honey as they piled on the praise. The ridiculous things they said proved goblins really are something else. Soaking up the flattery, Qingya caught sight of Li Cha out of the corner of his eye. He jolted upright, squared his shoulders, and shouted, "Everyone assemble. The great and benevolent lord is here." The clanging of tools stopped dead. The other goblins dropped what they were doing, sprinted over, puffed out their chests, and lined up before Li Cha. "Salute the great lord," Qingya bellowed, crossing his arms over his chest and giving a deep bow. "Good day, my lord. Good day, my lord." They echoed in unison, loud enough to make the dunes tremble. Li Cha stared, frozen in place. They must have rehearsed this, right? He gave a limp wave. "Enough, rise." "Thank you, my lord." Qingya led the chant, and the others parroted him. A nearby greenskin looked ready to roll out the next act, but Li Cha finally cut them off with a raised hand. "That's enough. From now on, scrap these ridiculous formalities. Qingya stays. Everyone else, back to work." Still waiting for praise, Qingya looked as though he'd been clubbed. "Great lord, you don't like the greeting ritual I crafted after consulting so many humans? I still have plenty more to perform." Once the goblins had shuffled off, Li Cha muttered a few choice words about Qingya's priorities and got to the point. "How are the flame dragon rabbits doing?" The moment business came up, Qingya sprang back to life, nodding eagerly. "My lord, after the wisteria thorns sealed the perimeter, the flame dragon rabbit built a nest on the drakeleaf grass, and its wounds have completely healed. The kits are thriving too." Li Cha nodded. "You said they shed on their own. How often?" "Every month." Qingya thumped his chest. "I watch carefully. The flame dragon rabbit absorbs a huge amount of solar energy each day and stores it in its fur, so the coat grows fast. In under a month, it has to shed a whole layer to burn off the extra energy and grow new fur. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Cha's eyes. The goblin could be sharp when he tried. Is there much difference between the shed fur and the fur you yank out by hand? My lord, shed fur is like ripe fruit on a tree. Plucked fur is like green, unripe fruit. The very best quality is what drops off naturally. Most people strip it straight off the skin only because it looks neat. There's a trick to it, huh? Li Cha's delight showed. So how do we collect the loose fur? No need to collect it at all, Qingya said, shaking his oversized head with pride. The flame dragon rabbits use the fallen fur to line their nests. All we have to do is visit the nests once a month and take it. An automatic fur harvesting machine, Li Cha marveled. These rabbits were practically maintenance-free. Pin them up, don't feed them, and you're set. They even package their own shed fur, cutting out labor entirely. The laziest keeper in the world would be thrilled. Could there be an easier form of livestock? The only concern is making sure the rabbits never get fed. Any capitalist would cry tears of joy. Leaving the Shizeo Grove in high spirits, Li Cha led his army eastward to keep clearing the map. Hooves whipped up yellow sand, and sunlight flashed across polished armor. His target was a medium-sized gold mine ahead, guarded by half-metal giants. Those walking fortresses had maxed out defense, their steel bodies gleaming coldly, and the shock of their last encounter still lingered in his mind. This time, though, everything was different. Last night's unit refresh had flooded his ranks with death axes. With a 30% instant kill chance, these big killers gave him unprecedented confidence. On top of that, the troops carried the sandification trait, a natural counter to physical units. If things went sideways, he could always order a full sand dive and regroup. With such trump cards, Li Cha felt no fear. While on the road, he opened the forum from the saddle, curious how other lords had fared after the refresh. Poste-ha. I bought 5 unit nests and mass recruited yesterday. Then the refresh hit, and boom, those nests reset, so I grabbed another batch right away. Now even a mouse with a rifle could scare cats for me. Post-BM ruined. Damn it. Last night a drifter offered me his wife for a position. I was so happy I went to bed early and never finished recruiting, so I missed the refresh. This morning a bandit horde wiped my territory. Without troops I got steamrolled. Turns out that drifter was an enemy spy, and his wife gave me venereal disease. Anyone know the cure? Is celibacy still an option? Post-C I popped 10 unit nests at once. Tell me you're not scared. But why do these units eat more grain than my residents? At this rate, they'll eat my territory into bankruptcy. Li Cha laughed, but one thread made him pause and wipe the grin from his face. Post-D, remember that moron who said undead units are great because they need no logistics? I believed him. I'm a human lord in the Sanctum Empire. I figured when my people die, I could use their bones to raise skeletons. The moment the undead showed up, my territory plunged into chaos. The peasants called them evil and demanded I dismiss them. No way. After I refused, morale crashed. Today some even revolted, so I killed them on the spot and raised them as skeletons. The rest are scared, but morale is rock bottom. What do I do? My land is finished. First reply, are you brain dead mid-teleport? A light-aligned human lord raising skeletons? You trying to terrify your own people? Second reply, I can't breathe from laughing. Every faction has its strengths, and you ignore yours to dabble in another's? Peak stupidity. Third reply, ever seen the undead hiring elven troops? Fourth reply, hey, race an idea, slaughter all your residents, and switch to the undead faction. Fifth reply, the bickering, mockery, and goading crackled on the screen like sparks. Li Cha fell silent. Recruiting undead units in a human territory clearly invited disaster. Why hadn't the residents reacted to the necromancer units head just recruited? Was this some hidden mechanic in the Age of Radiance? Li Cha frowned, running hypothesis after hypothesis through his mind. Maybe a lord could hire troops peacefully as long as he stayed within his own faction. But the moment he crossed the line had trigger an unseen penalty. The farther he strayed, the harsher the punishment. For example, a human lord fielding undead would spark the fiercest backlash, since the two were born enemies. He looked back at his own desert domain. The desert faction already sat halfway between order and neutral, so its recruitment list was theoretically broader. Mummies, being native to the desert, were well localized and barely disturbed anyone. Even with generous faction rules, however, the environment itself remained brutal. Scorching heat, constant thirst, and wild temperature swings. If a unit wasn't suited to desert life, local approval meant nothing. Its combat power would plummet anyway. He pictured a squad of ordinary human infantry trudging through dunes, lips cracked, steps faltering, their strength draining away almost instantly. The answer clicked. From now on, ecological compatibility had to be a core consideration when recruiting. Decision made. He was about to close the forum when a private message alert flashed. He opened it absent-mindedly and found a familiar ID. Where's your damn Italian cannon? Where's your damn Italian cannon? Chinchio big bro. Head barely typed a comma before the next line popped up. Where's your damn Italian cannon? Whoa, you're actually online. Li Cha replied without changing his expression. Qingxiu, out with it. Where's your damn Italian cannon? Bro, you've changed. When you wanted to buy my loot, you called me sweetheart. Now you don't need me, and an old hag? Li Cha sent a single word. Qingxiu, speak. The other side wouldn't be deterred and kept spamming. Where's your damn Italian cannon? Can't take a joke? I was even planning to hook you up with my sister Black Stockings, 5836D. Never mind, down to business. I found a one-way portal into a 2-star dungeon, and I want to clear it. You must farm dungeons to stockpile all that food. Any tips? If I pass, I'll give you a treasure. Li Cha didn't even raise an eyebrow. Qingxiu, you're heading for a 2-star dungeon? The reply came back instantly, practically glowing with pride. Where's your damn Italian cannon? That's right. I even snagged 2 3-star chests, made a small fortune. Bought 10 basic nests and 5 elite nests on the spot. After yesterday's recruitment reset, I've got 3 full squads. Pretty solid, huh? The line of text almost strutted across the screen. Li Cha typed calmly. Qingxiu, go ahead and die then. A 2-star dungeon? Who gave you that confidence? In a 1-star dungeon, units average rare tier. Wait until you've got 3 full squads of epic troops before you even think about 2 stars. With that, he closed the forum, unwilling to waste another second on the fool. On the other end, where's your damn Italian cannon sent more than a dozen messages, all vanishing into the void. Eventually, he stared at the line on his screen in a 1-star dungeon, units average rare tier, and felt an icy chill race down his spine. His heart hammered louder with each beat. Holy craft, almost walked straight into a 2-star dungeon. That was close, good thing I kept my wits about me. He patted his chest to calm his racing heart, then felt a wave of gratitude and awe toward Li Cha. The man had literally saved his life. But a question immediately followed. How did Qingxiu know the details of a 1-star dungeon so well? You couldn't find that kind of information outside unless you'd been inside yourself. Anyone who could clear a dungeon where the average unit was rare tier had to be terrifyingly strong, and Kinkia's status in his mind shot up in an instant. After thinking for a moment, he opened his private message panel, found the pinned contact, and typed quickly. Sis, I just spoke with Qingxiu. He says the units in the 1-star dungeon are all rare tier. He didn't mention the 2-star one, but you can bet it's even tougher. We'd better hold off on our run. Less than 2 seconds later came the reply. Night rain falling. Qingxiu, the top player who sold nearly 100 desert horses? How does he know every unit inside is rare tier? Did he clear it? He hurried to explain. Sis, don't be shocked. The guy's loaded and reliable, just saved our lives. Night rain falling answered quickly, her words tinged with gravity. Epic of Glory really has changed drastically. Most of the intel I had from the office is already obsolete. We'll have to be more careful from now on. He followed up. So how should we deal with Qingxiu? I feel like we should stick close to him. Night rain falling sent a short but weighty reply. Qingxiu is no ordinary player. Keep in touch with him. Our family creed is to repay every kindness and settle every score. Find a chance to return the favori, don't like being in debt. He stared at the flashing text, then grinned mischievously and typed. I told you I had a good feeling about him. By the way, sis, you're still single, right? Hear me out. Night rain falling replied instantly. Shut up. He burst out laughing, closed the panel, and typed one last line. Got it. Li Cha closed the forum and continued on his way. Dust kicked up by his boots whispered along the hem of his battle cloak. Before heading to the gold mine, he detoured to the tiny gem deposit he had discovered the day before. At dawn, a dozen residents were already swinging pickaxes under the watchful eyes of mummy guards, their metallic strikes echoing off the cliff face and ringing across the valley. When their lord appeared, the workers paused and saluted. Li Cha nodded and watched for a few minutes. The work was dull and repetitive. Swing, chip, clear away rubble, pick out specks of colored crystal, nothing flashy at all. Once he was sure everything was in order, he moved on. The micro-gem mine produced only 3 units of gems a day. Patience was the only strategy. The walk from the gem vein to the gold mine took about 20 minutes. Cresting the final gravel slope, he again saw the bizarre forest of giant rocks, and a rush of adrenaline hit him. Everyone, prepare for battle. He shouted. The half-metal golems were terrifying in both strength and defense. A heathen brawl was suicide. Scorpion warriors and cursed pharaohs, pin them down. Axes of the dead, take the lead. Assault use soul execution to finish them. Through a crack in the low rocks, he could already spot the hulking figures on patrol. Half-metal golem. Level, Tier 5 intermediate unit. Potential, 15 defense. Rare 3-star skills. Golden body D, flesh as hard as gold. Defense 60, immune to poison. Heavier than a mountain D. Each punch lands with force equal to 200 of body weight. Plated bone armor E, metal fused into the skin, forming bone plates. Defense 30. Racial trait. Strength increases slowly while inside a gold mine. Synergy half-metal golem. Quantity 10, defense 20, 20, defense 40, 30, defense 60 active. Description. Kid, they'll stand here for 3 minutes. If you can break my defense, I lose. Even after seeing the stats once, Li Cha still cursed at how absurdly tough they were. Every skill and synergy stacked more defense, and ordinary weapons probably wouldn't leave a scratch. Compared with yesterday's demonic goat beasts, these things were in a completely different league. But he was confident who would expect the axes of the dead to deal magic damage. The thought made him grin, and he immediately rearranged his troops. 2 squads of scorpion warriors charged up front, half a squad of axes of the dead trailing 20 meters behind with axes raised in silence. An equal number of cursed pharaohs stayed 50 meters back from the warriors, ritual staves lifted. Yesterday's hunt had proven to Li Cha just how potent this iron triangle formation could be. The commotion outside the mine alerted the guardians instantly. Clankling clangiac footfall made the earth quiver. One massive figure after another emerged from the depths, amethyst eyes flashing with cold light as they fixed on the intruders. Nostrils flared, and anger twisted the steel-like faces that gleamed with metallic luster. Damn undead! How dare you set foot in our territory? The thunderous roar rolled out, drawing more half-metal golems from the mine's depths until it looked as though entire hills were marching forward. The scorpion warriors holding the front line showed no fear and shouted their challenge. Leave this gold mine at once. This is the territory of Dusk City. The half-metal giants, already smoldering with rage, bellowed back, their armored chests reverberating. This land belongs to us. The nearest giant charged, eager to teach these frail creatures the meaning of brutality. Its thunderous roar shook the air. Just 20 meters beyond the mine stretched a limitless sea of sand. Each of the giants' strides kicked up swirling clouds of dust, a lone warrior advancing with the momentum of a heavy legion. Its towering frame moved like a mobile wall, the oppressive aura around it thick enough to freeze the air. Everyone knew the devastation such a colossus could unleash, yet the undead never flinched. When the giant closed to 10 meters, 15 axes of the fallen raised their arms in perfect unison and hurled their weapons. Relying on its unmatched defense, the giant didn't even try to dodge. Its golden, molten-forged shell should have been unbreakable. Steel rang out in a shower of sparks. Every axe struck true, and cracks spiderwebbed across the metal hide as the attached magic tore open its vaunted armor. Magic damage? From axes this heavy? The giant thought in disbelief. Before the idea had fully formed, soul-rending pain flooded its mind. Darkness swallowed its vision, and it never even managed a single struggle. The titan collapsed with a crash that shook the dunes, carving a deep scar into the sand. Soul execution, an ability that perfectly countered a full-defense, half-metal giant. Its kin had expected a slaughter once their comrade reached the enemy line. Instead, he was felled before touching a single foe. The sudden reversal ignited their fury. These undead had stolen their land and slain their brother. Such insult could not stand. Standing 4 meters tall and weighing more than 3 tons, the giants clenched iron fists and charged, determined to grind the insects before them into dust. Sandform. Commander Li Cha barked from the rear. Before the giants arrived, every scorpion warrior activated their strongest defensive skill. Without Sandform, even elite Tier 3 scorpions would be crushed in an instant by the giants' raw power. The skill took effect, and the battle shifted. A dozen giants smashed through the dunes, with 2 full squads still lumbering behind, proof that this gold mine was far better defended than yesterday's gemstone pit. The axes rose again, sweeping down in perfect arcs. Sparks flew as the axes of the fallen unleashed their full power from the optimal range of 20 to 30 meters. The extra 60% magic damage made the rock-armored giants taste harsh. Reality no shell is unbreakable beneath an enchanted axe. A second volley streaked through the air, and 7 more half-metal giants crashed to the ground. The victors yanked hard on their chains, axes whistling back like meteors as they prepared a third throw. Blinded by rage, several giants struck back. They lunged forward, seizing the trailing chains, metal muscles bulging with explosive strength. Chains snapped with a loud crack as the axes crashed into the sand. Another giant gripped an axe haft and jerked viciously. Links shattered one after another, the shrill clatter echoing across the desert. Dragged by that mountain-splitting force, the 2-meter tall, fully armored axes of the fallen skidded through the sand, gouging twin trenches in their wake. The giants were nothing if not relentless. Seeing the tide of battle shift, Li Cha's expression grew even more severe. The axes of the dead had just been repelled in their first assault, and he was about to order the Cursed Pharaoh forward when the momentum swung yet again. Several axes of the dead, their chains snapped, yanked the loosened links back with a sharp metallic whine. The battle axes that had been severed by the half-metal giants and left buried in the sand suddenly shattered like glass, dissolving into countless motes of light. At the same time, the fractured energy axes in their hands regrew out of thin air, good as new within a heartbeat, an innate gift of their race. When an axe breaks, they can burn their own power to reforge it. Because the weapon is a pure energy construct, every strike they deal counts as magical damage. On the other flank, another axe of the dead who had been dragged by a giant's chain moved as well. With a roar he hauled backward. The chain in the half-metal giant's grasp crumbled into dust, scattering as points of light. The shards whirled, reassembling midair, and when the chain snapped back it carried the full force of a restored weapon. The entire sequence flowed so smoothly, it was breathtaking. Li Cha felt his blood surge, threw his head back, and laughed. He turned to the Cursed Pharaoh beside him. Cast your spell, immobilize the half-metal giants, and let the axes of the dead press the attack. Already gathering power, the Pharaoh swung his desiccated scepter and muttered words of damnation. A dark glow streaked across the lines, and the half-metal giant locked in combat with the Scorpion warriors suddenly froze. It caught Li Cha off guard. Last night, a rare 2-star demon goat had broken free of the same spell in less than 2 seconds, yet the half-metal giant was held for a full 4. On a battlefield, for seconds decides life and death. Clang. The towering half-metal frame became the most obvious target imaginable. The axes of the dead hurled their weapons with deadly precision. Soul execution. They roared, and one giant after another crashed to the ground. Their physical defenses were absurdly high, but they had almost no resistance to magus. If they had both, they would rate at least as a rare grade unit, Li Cha mused. While he pondered, the remaining giants, enraged at the fall of their kin, charged again. The earth trembled beneath their feet. The sand-formed Scorpion warriors met them without fear, but standing before formidable half-metal giants showed them just how cruel the world could be. A single fist swung harder than a battering ram. 2 iron pincers crossed to block, yet one punch shattered them into drifting sand. The next blow slammed into a warrior's chest, blasting a gaping hole through his body. Even though the Scorpion warriors frantically devoured surrounding sand to mend themselves, the assault was relentless. If their sand form didn't negate 99% of physical damage, every melee unit here would be facing a nightmare. Pharaoh, curse them again, Li Cha ordered. The Cursed Pharaoh raised his staff a second time. Dark runes burst outward, draining power from the foremost half-metal giant. All its attributes fell by 20% in an instant. With virtually no magic resistance, the giants could only endure. The Scorpion warriors finally found a precious moment to breathe and threw themselves in the way, desperate to slow the enemy's advance. Even so, the towering metal giant was sheer brutality incarnate, pounding the Scorpion warriors until clouds of sand burst like surf against a cliff. Iron fists slammed into stone armor again and again, blasting shockwaves through the air. Fine yellow grit surged skyward in rolling waves, instantly coalescing into a sandstorm that blotted out the light. Amid the swirling haze, the harsh rattle of chains rang out. Each swing of the axe of the fallen carried a lethal execution chance, and every strike threatened instant death. Momentum wanes after the first charge. When the opening assault failed to break the Scorpion warriors' line and reach the rear ranks, the second and third waves of the semi-metal giants stood little chance. The Legion of Twilight City fought with growing ferocity, while the giants fell at a pace visible to the naked eye. Clang under the axe of the fallen's 30% execute effect. The last semi-metal giant crashed to the ground. Its breastplate split open, the echo lingering long after. The storm of sand finally settled, revealing scorched earth once more. From his vantage point, Richard saw everything clearly. The Scorpion warriors' armor-piercing tails had left only pale scratches on their foes. The true finishing blows all belonged to the axe of the fallen. The giants weren't weak. Twilight City was simply stronger. Ding. You have led your forces to victory in a minor battle and gained 300 experience points. Ding. The army guarding a medium-sized gold mine has been defeated. You now have the right to occupy the mine. Occupy it? Confirm. Richard answered without hesitation. The dual prompts left him exhilarated. He had just wiped out 3 full squads of rare 3-star units, far tougher than yesterday's demon goats, without losing a single soldier. Pride welled up inside him. This legion was the blade he had forged with his own hands, and every warrior fought for him alone. Gold mine medium. Vein capacity, 100,000 units. Weekly output, 14,000 units. Workforce required, minimum 10, full capacity 50. Description, a medium resource node. Once occupied, gold, or can be extracted. A medium mine produced far more than a small node, but it also demanded up to 50 workers. Early on he could trade hunting spoils for resources. Once multiple veins came online, however, these steady yield sites would become his domain's most reliable income. Unfortunately, this was the desert, where resource nodes spawned far less frequently. Richard wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking of the forum posts and other factions bragging about resource-rich territories, while the desert lords could only lament their barren luck. Population posed an even greater headache. Twilight City had barely 300 residents. Battle units possessed intelligence, but they couldn't replace native civilians, and the official side had long warned that later city upgrades required ample population. Those who had casually sacrificed their settlers early would sooner or later pay the price. Richard resolved to bring back the 300 refugees the last rescue team had found at an oasis. Living comfortably on such a small patch of green in the desert was suspicious. The matter needed investigation. With that in mind, he marched his troops into the mine. From afar the place looked like a quarry, stone pillars jutting everywhere. yet faint golden halos at their bases betrayed the wealth hidden below. At the center stood a wide workshop, its gears and conveyor belts buried under dust, but the grandeur of former days still shone throughout workers, and it could start minting coin at once. Richard searched the area carefully. In front of the workshop, a half-rotten wooden chest lay alone in a corner. Treasure, perhaps? He moved closer, annoyed to find no interface prompt. Still, a true angler never leaves empty-handed. He knelt and pried the lid open. Inside, wedged into a crack at the bottom, was a folded, time-darkened blueprint. Richard's eyes lit up. Gingerly, he lifted it free and began to unfold it. Ding, you've obtained the blueprint for a food workshop. A light screen popped up, filling with data at once. 1. Blueprint grade, common. 2. Feature, builds a food workshop that combines research, production, and processing. 3. Required resources, 5,000 gold, 10,000 units of lumber, 10,000 units of stone. 4. Build time, 7 days. 5. Workforce, 30 workers fewer will extend the build, more will shorten it. 6. Footprint, 10 tiles. 7. Description, your territory will soon enjoy tastier food. Richard rubbed his chin. It was the first blueprint he had ever looted himself. The hero altar he owned had come from the Lumberyard trading company, but this one looked impressive at a glance. A full production line that covered manufacturing, processing, and research. Desert crown honey, desert dates. Every ingredient could be refined, right? If I use crown honey in pastries, won't they taste like a royal exclusive? Ideas flooded his mind. People live for food. That saying is never empty. If the final product is good enough, it will sell itself. Resources, however, were his immediate constraint. He glanced at the military panel. Once a troop nest reached rare, every new level devoured absurd amounts of resources. Upgrading his 3-star rare Axes of the Fallen to 3-star uncommon would require 1,000 common nests, each worth 500 units, 500,000 units in all. The tier above that doubled again to 5 million units. And that was for only one troop type. Training several at once would raise the cost to astronomical levels. Whether you manage a city or field an army, everything comes down to economics. Lost in thought, he tossed the blueprint into his system inventory. From now on, Dusk City had another branch on its development tree. Just as he was feeling good and ready to resume map clearing, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! During the War of the Gods, the river of time shattered, scattering countless fragments across the prime plane. One fragment, rich in primordial laws, will surface on May 28th. The top 1 million lords on the ranking list may enter it. Any troops a lord brings in can be revived with points earned inside once the fragment closes, and the lord themselves will revive for free. The fragment holds many unique treasures, and the final victor will claim an exclusive reward. Lords, prepare yourselves. Richard perked up, checking the prompt again and again. A time fragment? Basically an instance. It could host over 1 million players at once, and even allowed Revivesno need to fear losses. Millions of lords and their armies clashing in one place. Dying, without consequence. Blockbusters had nothing on that spectacle. The thought sent his blood racing. No other player territories had appeared near Dusk City, and it had frustrated him. Now he could finally meet those idiots Hedon. He opened the forum, and the global chat had already exploded. Ha ha ha, massive instance. Finally, we can go wild. If you're my bro, come with Malay's Storm Basic, right now. Sorry, I once wanted to be a good man, but I never got the chance. Now I'll have to slaughter you all for the final reward. Only 20 days left. Crank out troops. Crank out troops. Damn it. Why didn't anyone say so earlier? I already sold my territory to an NPC this morning. If I waited, I might have walked away with the grand prize. The chat channel erupted with complaints from every corner of the player base. Does anyone have intel on this dungeon? Stormcloud Guild is recruiting hard. One tree alone can't make a forest, but together we can split steel. The first 1 million lords get in? What's that supposed to mean? There are 20 billion of us. Guys, look. The leaderboards are live. One post instantly grabbed Lee Cha's attention. He exited the chat and focused on the forum tab that had been grayed out until now. Rankings. With a thought, the board opened. 2 subcategories filled the screen. 1. Territory level rankings. 2. Overall territory power rankings. Glorious Era revolves around lordship, so there's no personal level chart. For now, only the first list was visible. Beneath the second, a countdown ticked away. Reveals May 28th at 10 o'clock. Top 1 million gain access to time fragment. Lee Cha skimmed the page, one brow arching high. Territory level rankings. 1. Long Qian level 3 small city, faction, human sanctum. 2. Claude level 3 small city, faction, elf nature. 3. Hank level 3 small city, faction, orc horde. 4. Feng Yin level 3 small city, faction, human sanctum. 5. Yijiang Chunchao level 3 small city, faction, demon abyss. 6. Watanabe Jixiong level 3 small city, faction, half orc horde. 7. Mohammed level 3 small city, faction, undead necropolis. 8. Gross level 3 small city, faction, dwarf fortress. 9. Babalov level 2 small city, faction, Human Cathedral. 10. Geikdal Level 2 Small City, Faction, Medusa Dungeon. The entire top 8 had already reached Level 3 Small City, while everything from 9th place down to the visible 1000th was stuck at Level 2. With 20 billion lords in play, a gulf like this wasn't shocking. Li Cha scrolled to the bottom and found his own rank, 10 billion. He let out a rueful laugh. Twilight City is still a Level 1 village. For weeks had funneled almost every resource into troop lairs, intent on securing raw survival and fighting power first. City upgrades had fallen far behind, leaving him worlds apart from the leaders. In his view, you secured your own safety before thinking about expansion. In a world where clashes could break out any time, pumping resources into appearances while neglecting the army only guaranteed a beating when enemies arrived. He had to keep the initiative. But a large-scale instance was on the horizon, and territory level was clearly part of the entry criteria. If the overall power rankings weighted territory level heavily, he couldn't let Twilight City end up locked outside. Upgrades moved to the top of the agenda, he decided. 1. Keep expanding troop lairs to stay ahead in combat strength. 2. Redirect some resources to push the settlement from Level 1 village to Level 2, then straight to Small City. 3. Watch the countdown and forum chatter, stockpiling key materials as needed. He lifted his gaze toward the dim sky beyond the walls. Where did Twilight City's current military strength place it among the elite of 20 billion lords? He didn't know for sure, but one thing was certain. It wasn't enough. He still had to mass-produce troops. Before the dungeon opened, anyone eyeing his land had to regret it. He would forge an army that left every other lord lowering their heads. Italian Cannon stared at the leaderboard. He had refreshed the system over and over, yet it still only showed the top 1,000 lords, and none of them was named Qingqiu. Maybe Qingqiu changed his name? He muttered, frowning. Yu Hualuo answered firmly, impossible. Everyone's stuck with a single ID right now. The rename feature hasn't been unlocked. He scrolled a few more pages and still found nothing, growing more confused. Where had Qingqiu gone? There was no way his strength was lower than these people's. Ever since Li Cha had revealed the real secret behind the instance, Italian Cannon had begun to trust both Li Cha and Qingqiu implicitly. Yu Hualuo reminded him softly, territory level isn't everything. A few days ago Qingqiu sold nearly 100 desert horses in one go, so he's definitely not short on resources. He probably poured everything into his army. Otherwise, how could he clear that one-star instance loaded with rare units? An army. Italian Cannon's eyes lit up, and he smacked the table with his fist. That's it, build an army. Qingqiu must have dumped all his resources into troops and steamrolled that dungeon. Yu Hualuo didn't hesitate. Save the talk. Before the next instance opens, you need to push your lord rank into the top 1,000,000. That large-scale instance will drop plenty of valuable loot. Italian Cannon grinned confidently. Hey, do you know who you're talking to? Give me a week and I'll have everyone under my feet. Number 1 in the world. Sure. Yu Hualuo replied flatly. A thought struck Italian Cannon. Sis, that great hero of yours, can she grab the top spot on the hero rankings now? Yu Hualuo shook her head. Hard to say. I heard a great hero quests are brutal, so even if someone meets one early they can't recruit them. Doesn't that make your hero the obvious number 1? He pressed. How do you know someone else hasn't already recruited a great hero? Yu Hualuo countered. She paused, then added, but I'm confident I can get Kelasi into the top 3. In the long run, she might even advance to a grade. How much stronger is a grade than grade? Italian Cannon asked, intrigued. You can't measure it directly. They're on completely different tiers, Yu Hualuo answered. Are grade heroes common? In the entire Age of Radiance there are plenty, but very few are actually recruitable by players. So can we raise our own a grade hero? That's harder than recruiting one. You'd need a special building that turns units into heroes and artifacts that boost their potential. Without both, it's almost impossible. Italian Cannon rubbed his hands together excitedly. Sis, you must know where those buildings are, right? I know 2 locations, Yu Hualuo admitted, but they're far away. And without potential boosting artifacts, the best we'd get is a D or grade hero. Then is there any other way to recruit high-grade heroes? Give me a hint, please. No, Yu Hualuo said helplessly. Age of Radiance has already drifted far from the intel I had at the start. If I weren't so familiar with Kelasi, I might have failed her recruitment this time. Fine. They'll check with Qingqiu later and see if he's managed to land a grade hero. Italian Cannon still refused to give up. Don't get your hopes up, Yu Hualuo warned. Early hero quests are tough, and raw firepower alone won't always get the job done. Even if you post a recruitment quest for someone to locate an item or a person, an army of dragon-class troops won't help if the target simply can't be found. Only E and Frank heroes are remotely easy to hire, but they have almost no potential for growth. Someone on the forums side, Qingqiu is in real trouble this time. He's stuck in a desert. What kind of heroes can he possibly recruit? If he runs into a crank, he should consider himself blessed. Then the territory ranking list went live, and the entire forum exploded. It's only been a few days, and his territory is already a tier 3 town. I still have to send my residents to the fields every day just to keep them from starving. Comparing myself to these people is infuriating. I'm scrounging for rations, and the leaderboard makes me feel useless. They'll be happy the day I'm not short on food. Suddenly, someone shifted focus from the rankings to kink with same player who had dumped a mountain of food on the market a few days earlier. Notice anything? That Qingqiu guy who sold a ton of grain isn't even on the leaderboard. Huh. Sell a little food and call yourself a big shot? Let's see you crack the list first. Running his mouth with nothing to show for it, what a joke. Another camp fired back immediately. Qingqiu isn't even in the top 1,000. We thought he was a legend, but he's got nothing. Nonsense. If he could unload that much grain days ago, do you really think he lacks the resources to upgrade? Use your head. Facts don't lie, he's nowhere on the list. That's a slap in the face, isn't it? He's just a clown. The rankings have been up for one day. What's your rush? Can't wait to be proven wrong. You're the brain-dead one, bragging without thinking. The argument quickly devolved into an all-out flame war. At first, players were just gawking at the top lords on the rankings, but soon they were sucked into a vicious shouting match about Qingqiu. One faction insisted had only stumbled across a lucky stash of food. If he couldn't break the top 1,000 now, he was irrelevant. The other side argued that anyone who could dump that much food so early had to be hiding unimaginable resources. If his territory wasn't upgraded yet, it had to be deliberate. As both camps summoned reinforcements, actual discussion about the rankings dropped off, while the thread itself was drowned in insults. Every conversation now revolved around a single, silent, ideally Cha, also known as Qingqiu. What began as excitement over the rankings had taken on a surreal life of its own. After leaving the gold mine, Licha kept up his momentum and continued to clear unexplored areas. Scorching desert winds licked at his armor, but he barely noticed. In this world, the most straightforward measure of a unit's strength is its level and potential. Every level gained brings a visible boost in power, and the greater the potential, the bigger the leap after each upgrade. To push his troops forward as fast as possible, he led them on a relentless hunt, stocking up on supplies, racking up experience. Level grinding always takes top priority. He stayed out until the sun slipped behind the dunes, then returned to his territory, exhausted but satisfied. The haul was more than worth the effort. 1. He seized a mid-sized gold mine that produces 14,000 resources per week. It's not as lucrative as hunting, but it's steady income. 2. He beat a steel colossus Hedon, giving him a clearer picture of his army's real combat strength. 3. He pulled a food workshop blueprint from the mine's treasury, adding another foundation building structure to Twilight City. These background-boosting buildings can never be too many. 4. A full day of clearing maps netted hefty experience. The Venom Scorpion Warriors, Cursed Pharaohs, and Axes of the Dead all reached level 4 and are closing in on level 5. Even his system storage was packed with carcasses enough to render at least 2,000 units of food. The moment he stepped inside the territory, the old butler Karu was already waiting at the gate, looking uncharacteristically grave. One question revealed the problem. The well's water level had been dropping for 2 days, and today's yield was even lower. At this rate, it would run dry in a few more days. In the desert, water is lithium shortage could cripple the domain. Licha felt the same worry. He had 9 spring water shards on hand. One more would let him synthesize a 2-star relic, the medium spring, but the bounty had been sitting unanswered for days. He'll sort this out within 2 days, he assured Karu. If no one bites tomorrow, raise the price again. The expense is worth it. Only then did Karu relax. After instructing the townsfolk to process the day's game by the well, Licha returned to the manor. He rushed through dinner and opened the forum, only to find himself the center of heated discussion. His expression turned wry. These idiots never quit. Even behind a screen, they can't stop trash talking. Must have energy to burn. He glanced at the outstanding bounty, browsed every springwater shard for Salich seller greedier than the last. With a sigh, he upped the offer by 30,000 resources. 5 desert horses plus 30,000 resources. If no one sells me a shard now, he'll eat my helmet. Barely minutes after the bounty refreshed, a private message chimed. Your bounty has been fulfilled. You lost 5 desert horses and gained springwater shard 1. Lycus' mouth twitched. The deal closed so fast, it felt like daylight robbery. Still, relief washed over him. 10 shards at last, and the medium spring was within reach. He checked the synthesis rules once more. 3 shards make a 1-star relic, spring. 10 shards make a 2-star relic, medium spring. 30 shards make a 3-star relic, large spring. Once that medium spring is installed, Twilight City's water crisis will be a thing of the past. Judging from the spring in Shizeo Grove, a medium-sized spring could easily support 3,000 to 5,000 people. With that reassurance, Li Cha finally felt the weight lift off his chest. He stretched out contentedly on the bed, deciding to place the new spring the following day. At dawn on May 10th, a sudden clamor erupted outside. Li Cha jolted awake, washed in a hurry, and stepped out of the Lord's manor. Following the noise, he reached the well square, where a large crowd had gathered, every face tense with worry. At the sight of him they bowed. Good morning, my lord, they said, their voices drained of energy. Li Cha frowned. What are you all doing here so early? A resident was close to tears. My lord, the well went dry this morning. Dry? Li Cha stepped forward, the crowd parting to let him through. He peered into the well. The bucket they had just pulled up was only damp, a few muddy drops sliding down its rim. The bit of water at the bottom was laced with sand completely undrinkable. Karu said yesterday we still had a few days. How did it dry up overnight? A system prompt flashed through Li Cha's mind. This week is a special week drought week. He had joked last night that a desert needn't fear drought, and now the water source itself was gone. The severity of a special week had taught him a hard lesson. The murmurs swelled around him. My lord, what do we do? Are we supposed to haul water from Shizeo Grove? How could the well dry up so suddenly? It wasn't sudden. I thought the flow was weaker last night. Maybe we need to dig another well? In the desert, water is life, and the blow was etched on every face. Just then Karu rushed over, the deep lines on his face looking even older. Good morning, my lord. After bowing he hesitated, worry written plainly across his brow. Li Cha glanced around the circle and suddenly smiled. The timing was perfect. He had just paid a fortune for the last set of spring fragments the night before. No need to panic. I have a solution. His calm words carried absolute certainty, and with the passive skill leadership, they instantly steadied the crowd. He raised his hand, revealing 10 translucent shards that looked like cracked crystal, yet felt smooth to the touch. A system prompt appeared. Spring fragment consumed 10 pieces to synthesize a medium-sized spring. Proceed with synthesis? Confirm. With that word, the shards burst into blinding light, and everyone instinctively shielded their eyes. Newcomers stared in shock, while seasoned residents who had witnessed the birth of the Shizeo Grove spring were moved to the brink of tears. I've seen this before. That's a gift from the gods, and the Lord still has one left. The crowd exploded. A divine gift? That's a treasure delivered by the gods themselves. By the gods, I never thought I'd see one with my own eyes. Shouts echoed one after another as everyone rose on tiptoe, eager for a closer look at the legendary artifact. At the center of the square, Li Cha lifted his hand, a pale blue glow gathering in his palm. Fragments of spring water, wrapped in the light, fused into a crystal sphere the size of a fist. A cool breath drifted from its surface, and inside, a tiny spring bubbled, as if a living well had been sealed within. Cradling the orb, Li Cha turned toward the well. Tap tap. His leather boots rang crisply against the stones, like knocks on the townspeople's hearts. They unconsciously opened a path, every eye locked on the crystal. He stopped at the well and flicked his wrist. Plunk. The sphere dropped into the dry shaft, leaving only a faint ripple. Ah! Gasps rose, then the well fell silent. Li Cha swept his gaze over the crowd and spoke 2 words. It's done. With that, he turned and walked away, offering no further explanation. The townsfolk exchanged puzzled looks. How could a divine gift show no reaction? Had their lord truly left? Doubt spread through the line. Boom. A sudden roar silenced every thought. The long dry well erupted, hurling a column of water 10 meters high. Clear droplets blossomed in the morning light, scattering dazzling sparks. Splash. The torrent peaked and crashed down, drenching everyone nearby. Yet no one complained. Their eyes glittered brighter than the spray. Ha ha ha. Water. We have water. Their cries of sudden joy seemed to shake the entire street. They crowded the well, slapping shoulders, flinging away every trace of fear and anxiety. Water surged on, as if it could never be exhausted, and they bathed in long-lost cool abundance. In the desert, water means hope and life. Only those who have known drought can grasp the value of this moment. Li Cha's figure vanished at the end of the street, but in every heart he left a deep mark. Had granted life to this land once more, and with it, the promise of tomorrow. After the jubilant uproar faded, fatigue settled over the crowd. A young man looked toward where Li Cha had disappeared. He paused, pressed a hand to his chest, and bent low in a silent salute. The gesture spread like fire through dry grass. Everyone mimicked Ithan to heart, facing the empty road, bowing deeply, their eyes fervent and resolute. Ding, your actions have won over the residents of Twilight City. Leadership skill progress increased by 50. Ding, hidden attribute of Twilight City. Public support has reached 80. New trait acquired. And Ding Ji Suo. And Ding Ji Suo. United hearts and high happiness raise attraction to refugees by 30 and greatly increase the chance of drawing skilled specialists or low-level heroes to your cause. Richard froze when the system prompt appeared, then read it again just to be sure. Safe haven. Public morale concentrates. Happiness soars. And attraction to migrants rises by 30. Higher chance of drawing skilled professionals or low-tier heroes. So high morale can even bring in talent? That's a pure growth perk, slow at first, but the longer it runs, the more it pays back. Not a bad deal at all. Feeling upbeat, he stopped in front of the manor and pulled up Dawn City's status panel. Dawn City. Level. Tier 1 hamlet. Upgrade cost. 2,000 each of gold, stone, wood, and iron. Buildings. Basic Lord's Manor unique. 10 mid-grade houses. Basic smithy. Basic barracks. Special buildings. None. Empty plots. 10. Population. Humans. 340. Desert Goblins, 20. Long-armed laborers, 30. Resources, gold, 25,000. Wood, 25,000. Stone, 12,000. Iron, 12,000. Rare resources, mercury, sulfur, crystal, gemstones, 0. Controlled nodes, tiny quarry, small lumber camp, small iron mine, medium gold mine, tiny gem mine. Special resources, Juju groves, desert bees, fire drake rabbits. Domain trait sea of sand. Under Richard's protection, residents never get lost in the desert, and stamina consumption there drops by 30. Creature dwellings. Keeper's Grounds Elite 3. Grand Pyramid Elite 3. Scorpion Nest Elite 1. Cursed Pyramid Elite 1. Battleaxe Lodge Rare 1. Troops. Mummy Guardians Elite 90. Bandaged Mummies Elite 51. Scorpion Warriors Elite 20. Cursed Pharaohs Elite 20. Axes of the Dead Rare 15. Hero, Anair Soren Grade A. Profile, an unremarkable holding in the Desert of Death, but one with solid potential. After checking the numbers a few times, Richard made up his mind. At month-end, a massive dungeon would rank all territories, and only the top million could enter. He didn't know how much the territory level weighed in the score, but better safe than sorry. Missing out over a single level would be a joke. Upgrade, he ordered silently. Ding. Spend 2,000 each of gold, wood, stone, and iron to raise the territory's level? Yes. Upgrade time, 30 minutes. Please evacuate all residents from the manor. Richard cleared everyone out at once. When the building was empty, he confirmed the upgrade. A soft, sandy gold light bloomed above the manor and drifted over every structure like gauze. From the air, the ring of flagstone at the city's edge could be seen racing outward, replacing broad stretches of desert with neat paving. The spectacle stirred the townsfolk. Heads tilted back, eyes shining with excitement. That's the power the gods grant our lord. It speeds up construction. No matter how often I see it, it's still amazing, one resident enthused, fist clenched in awe. Karu hurried up behind Richard, clothes still damp from the spring, clearly still riding the high of fresh water. My lord. Richard waved him off. It's fine. I'm just upgrading the territory. After thinking for a moment, he went on. Get everyone out of their homes. No one stays inside, not even at the smithy. Receiving the order, Kalu sprinted to the crossroads, knocking on every door and urging the residents to evacuate. In moments, Dusk City was deserted, the wind whistling through cracked shutters. Half an hour later, a crisp chime echoed overhead. Ding. Dusk City has been upgraded to level 2 village. Territory expanded by 10 empty tiles. Current empty tiles, 20. Do you wish to continue upgrading? Li Cha opened the construction panel at once. To reach level 3 village, 2 buildings had to be at intermediate grade. The housing district already met the requirement. Only one more was needed. His gaze settled on the smithy. Smithy. Footprint. For tiles. Grade. Basic. Upgrade cost. Iron, ore 1,000. Lumber 1,000. Stone 1,000. Perk. 10 forging efficiency. Capacity. 210 workers. Description. Forges farm tools and low-tier weapons. Unlocks research at advanced grade. Li Cha nodded and tapped upgrade. Ding. Spend 1,000 iron, ore, 1,000 lumber, and 1,000 stone to upgrade the smithy. Estimated time, 10 minutes. Confirm. 10 minutes flew by. The forge glowed red once more. Upgrade complete. Current grade, intermediate smithy. He switched back to the territory panel. Ding. Spend 3,000 gold, 3,000 lumber, 3,000 stone, and 3,000 iron, ore to upgrade the territory. Estimated time, 1 hour. Li Cha confirmed again. An hour later, the next notification arrived. Territory upgrade finished. Current grade, level 3 village. Territory expanded by 10 tiles. Current empty tiles, 30. To advance further, a third intermediate building was still required. Li Cha opened the barracks menu. Ding. Spend 1,500 gold, 1,500 stone, 1,500 lumber, and 1,500 iron, ore to upgrade the barracks. Estimated time, 20 minutes. Confirm. 20 minutes later, flames rose from the barracks hearth. Barracks upgrade complete. Current grade, intermediate barracks. For the third time, he selected territory upgrade. Ding. Spend 4,000 gold, for 1,000 stone, for 1,000 lumber, and 4,000 iron, ore to upgrade the territory. Estimated time, 2 hours. Once more, he confirmed. At noon, the bell tower struck 12. Ding. Dusk City has advanced to level 1 town. 1. Building cap, raised to advanced grade. 2. The Lord's Manor gains 10 extra tiles. 3. Territory expands by 30 tiles. Current empty tiles, 60. The panel scrolled rapidly. Dusk City level 1 town. Next upgrade requirements. 10,000 gold, 10,000 stone, 10,000 lumber, 10,000 iron ore, 3 advanced buildings. Population of 500. Existing buildings. Intermediate Lord's Manor unique. 10 intermediate houses, 1 intermediate smithy, 1 intermediate barracks. Special buildings, none. Empty tiles, 60. Li Cha opened the global territory rankings. Numbers had already soared past 10 million. He chuckled. Everyone on the forums claimed poverty, yet they were secretly building powerhouses. At least a level 1 town put him in the mainstream. Not flashy, but far from the bottom. Pushing to level 2 town would be easy enough for the 3 advanced buildings, but the 500 population was the real bottleneck. He calculated quickly he'd need to reach that desert oasis and bring back every refugee he could find. Snapping back to the present, he looked again at the smith's wooden door. He hadn't forgotten that an advanced smithy would unlock the research function and with it, stronger troops. This feature is remarkably powerful, as the official website of Age of Radiance has mentioned many times. The smithy was originally a mid-tier building occupying 4 tiles. Upgrade cost, 2,000 iron, 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone. Building bonus, 20 forging efficiency. Capacity, 220 workers. Description, a standard forge capable of producing decent quality weapons. A string of upgrades had nearly emptied Richard's warehouse, yet he still managed to save the final batch of materials needed. Once he made up his mind, the system chimed. Ding. Spend 2,000 iron, 2,000 wood, and 2,000 stone to upgrade the smithy. Estimated time, 30 minutes. Richard confirmed without hesitation. 30 minutes later, the prompt appeared again. Upgrade complete. The smithy is now advanced. The new smithy still covers 4 tiles, but everything else has been overhauled. Next level requirements, 5,000 iron, 5,000 wood, 5,000 stone. Building bonus, forging efficiency increased to 30. New function research. Choose 1 unit type from the territory to improve its attack power. Resident Hero, and Air Soren. Hero bonus, 30 research speed, 30 success rate. Capacity, 230 workers. Description, now infused with a measure of supernatural power. Staring at the transformed building, Richard was thrilled. Compared with its previous form, the advanced smithy was on a completely different level. He immediately opened the research interface. Images of every unit lair in Dusk City flashed through his mind, accompanied by a system prompt. Ding. Select a unit to research. Note, the higher the unit tier, the longer the research time and the lower the success rate. For his first project, Richard played it safe and chose the Great Pyramid, which recruits bandage mummies. Ding. Bandage mummy basic attack. Estimated time, 7 days. Required resources, 5,000 gold, 5,000 wood, 20,000 iron. Success rate, 80. Confirm? After Richard confirmed, the system added. Confirmation received. Please assign personnel to begin research. No additional tech can start until this project is finished. Note 1. Resources are deducted progressively. Shortages will slow progress dramatically. Note 2. When success rate falls below 50, failure risk rises sharply. Note 3. Time and success rate are affected by the overseeing hero's attributes. Note 4. The overseeing hero must remain in the territory for the duration, or research will halt. What? We're starting research already. Li Cha blinked, caught off guard by how quickly things escalated, and had to reread the prompt several times before it sank in. 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 units of lumber, 20,000 units of iron, or 30,000 resources for the very first project, plus a long list of extra requirements. Thankfully, the system let him launch the project now and feed in the rest later. Otherwise, he would never have dared to hit confirm. Even so, the red warning chance of failure made him click his tongue. After a moment's thought, he finally grasped just how rare and a great hero like Andair really was. Hero traits, 30 success rate, 30 research speed. A tailor-made combo for RD. The higher the tech level, the more those bonuses snowballed enough to make him want to pound the table with glee. On a whim, he switched the project to Axe of the Dead. A pop-up appeared at once. Bandaged mummy must be completed first. No skipping tiers, apparently, but the system still showed the specs. Axe of the Dead basic attack. Estimated research time, 10 days. Estimated cost, 10,000 gold coins, 10,000 units of lumber, 50,000 units of iron ore. Success rate, 70. 10 days, and the price tag shot up to 70,000 resources. Li Cha pressed a hand to his forehead. That level of gold sink rivaled creature nest upgrades a bottomless pit, if ever there was one. The painful yet exhilarating upgrade left his storeroom scraped clean once more. When would Dusk City finally live like a prosperous landlord? Time to go hunting and earn some extra cash. My lord. A clear voice rang out behind him. He turned. Andair, what is it? The girl had a massive bronze hammer slung across her back, her eyes bright. A special workshop just opened inside the forge, full of new tools. I want to study ways to enhance our units. Father taught me a bit. Li Cha laughed heartily. From now on, all forge research is yours. He'll cover any resources you need. Start with the bandaged mummy. Andair beamed like a sun-soaked sunflower. My lord, you'll need a bandaged mummy for testing. No problem. Speak to Kaludi for however many you need. Resources come first for you. With that promise, she skipped off. Li Cha watched her go, then remembered to inspect his territory. Upgrading to a small city had added 50 new plots, 60 in total, each 10 by 10 meters, giving the settlement a huge boost in breathing room. The once cramped Dusk City suddenly felt spacious. The Lord's Manor drew the eye first. Its footprint had expanded from 30 plots to 40, the main building now 3 stories, and its front and back courtyards had both doubled, exuding real grandeur. Farther down the road, the low-roofed forge had become a tall structure with its own little yard, impossible to miss. Even the barracks, normally little more than background scenery, suddenly looked prominent, its outer palisade rising as high as 2 grown men. Because all his troops were tireless undead, the building usually served only as a temporary hostel for desert goblins and had rarely seen real action. Richard wandered through the yard, then on a whim opened his lord's interface. After any lair was upgraded, it entered a 7-day cooldown before it could be improved again. The Great Pyramid ready, the Scorpion Lair ready. Of the 3 mummy lairs, one had cleared cooldown 3 days ago, and the Scorpion Warrior Lair's timer finished today. Pushing a lair from elite to rare cost at least 100 lair cores, 50,000 units of resources per lair, 100,000 for both. He barely had a little over 20,000 left, and the thought alone made his insides ache. Worse still, the Cursed Pharaoh Lair would need upgrading in 2 days, another fortune gone. Bandaged mummies could wait. He planned to tackle them after the next combat tech finished researching. After a moment's thought, he decided to upgrade the Scorpion Warrior Lair first. He opened the trading market. His last bounty, 30 desert horses for 10 acres of Juju groves, was still unanswered, so he reluctantly withdrew it. Early game treasure drops were pure luck, and anyone who actually pulled one was rarely willing to sell. If he couldn't buy strength, he would build it himself. Fortunately, horses fetched a good price, 6,000 resources apiece, 18,000 for all 30. With a windfall now in hand, Richard felt emboldened. He shipped 30,000 units of materials to the forge for research, spent another 50,000 on lair cores, then hurried back to the manor and pushed the Scorpion Lair from elite to rare. It was his first time performing a second upgrade on the same lair. 100 lair cores dissolved into streams of light that sank into the stone walls. The bas-relief of a scorpion with a human face glowed with dim phosphorescence, its lines reshaped into sharper, finer detail. When the light faded, the upgrade was done. Scorpion Lair Rare 3-star. Recruitable unit, Scorpion Warrior Rare 3-star. Current recruitable count, 0. Weekly output, 7. Recruitment cost, 400 gold, 400 lumber, 400 iron. Description, a standard desert unit lair. A black gold system prompt followed at once. Lair upgrade successful. You may upgrade again in 7 days. Spend resources to raise already recruited elite 3-star units to match the new lair tier. Richard checked the notice several times, then threw back his head and laughed. Upgrading a lair also upgraded existing troops. This system was outrageous. He opened the Scorpion Warrior panel. The upgrade available tag flashed. The price was the same as recruiting from scratch. 2 squads would cost 8,000 gold, 8,000 lumber, and 8,000 iron. With 120,000 resources still in reserve, he clicked upgrade all without hesitation. Instantly, the Scorpion Warriors behind him began to creak and crack at every joint. A faint silver-white glow spread across its body. Mysterious patterns surfaced on its twin claws, reflecting a metallic sheen and looking harder than steel. The scorpion tail, curved like a longbow, unfurled in the light. Its blade flashed with a venomous blue that sent a chill to the scalp and made onlookers instinctively step back. The entire beast now radiated a savage, imposing aura. Scorpion Warrior. Level 4. Potential, rare. Skills all rank D. 1. Venomous tail. Each strike pierces armor, deals massive poison damage, and paralyzes the target for 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds often determine life or death. 2. Undead physique. Reduces physical damage by 50%, immune to plague and toxins, and cannot truly die unless its head is severed. 3. Ironclad Pincer's claw. Sharpness increases by 50% and striking power by another 50%. A single snap can warp steel plate. 4. Sandform. Racial trait. While fighting in desert terrain, strength rises by an additional 30%. With the shifting sands as its ally, its power surges like waves. Bond, Scorpion. When more than 10 scorpions are on the field, all scorpions gain 10% strength and 10% toxicity. When the number exceeds 20, strength 20% and toxicity 20% currently active. When the number exceeds 30, strength 30% and toxicity 30%. This bond lets every scorpion share a single berserk bloodstream, growing stronger the more they gather. Description, an undead creature sealed within a pharaoh's pyramid, long dormant, yet still ravenous and brutal. You do not want to feel its sting. After its potential was elevated, all of the Scorpion Warrior's abilities rose to rank D, with greatly enhanced modifiers. Venomous Tail, in particular, now adds a 3-second paralysis to its armor-piercing poison strike, leaving the target helpless. When paired with the Pharaoh's curse incantations, its suppression nearly doubles. Combined with the Death Axeman unit capable of unleashing devastating bursts, it is enough to strike fear into any enemy. After upgrading the Scorpion Warriors, Li Cha was in high spirits. Watching his strength climb bit by bit, he almost lost himself in the feeling. Upgrading the spring. expanding the territory, and empowering the Scorpion warriors had kept him busy the entire morning. By the time he could finally catch his breath, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Just after lunch, a group of long-armed drudge-sugly, gangly creatures rushed into the hall under the escort of bandaged mummies. Their faces were ashen and their voices shrill. They were clearly badly shaken. "Master, something terrible has happened," the lead drudge stammered. Licha's eyes sharpened. "What is it?" "This morning, while we were mining iron, a swarm of wraiths appeared outside the site. It was horrifying. An attack on the iron mine was of little concern in itself, but the word wraith immediately caught Licha's attention. It often signaled unexpected events, quests, and rewards. Were there any other enemies? "No, sir. Once we saw the wraiths, we retreated at once," the drudges said, shaking their heads. "Lead the way. They'll handle it myself." At his command, the drudges perked up and hurried ahead. Licha quickly mustered his forces and set off. Half an hour later, the group stopped atop a towering dune. 200 meters away, the iron mine exuded a bone-deep chill, an icy aura that seeped through the air even at this distance. Licha frowned and pulled up the information panel. Haunted iron mine. Level small. Reserve, 16,820 units. Max output, 2,100 units per week. Capacity, 510. Description, an iron mine occupied by the undead. Haunted? All the better, Licha thought. Secure the mine first, then find out why. He raised his hand. Form up and advance. 2 squads of Scorpion warriors took the lead, iron pincers interlocked in double ranks. 20 meters behind them marched half a squad of axes of the dead, with the Cursed Pharaoh guarding the rear. The iron triangle pressed steadily toward the mine, Licha following close behind, eyes fixed ahead. Roar. A chorus of dying screams erupted as 5 squads of wraiths surged from the shadowed entrance. They still resembled distorted humans, half-transparent bodies hovering 10 centimeters above the ground, wreathed in pale blue light. Wraith. Level 3. Potential, common. 3-star skills. 1. Ethereal body, immune to 50 physical damage, takes 10 extra magic damage. 2. Soul claws, grade tears directly at the soul. Racial talent, devours souls to strengthen itself. Synergy wraiths, 30 or more, soul damage 15, 50 or more, soul damage 30 active. Description, I like your soul. Full attack, leave none alive. Licha ordered coldly. The Scorpion warriors charged first, iron pincers flashing, while the axes of the dead hurled their weapons in the same instant. Whoosh, the war axe ripped through the air, too fast for the drifting specters to dodge. Crunch. The weapon crashed down, and the wraiths burst apart like fragile crystal hitting stone, shards of light scattering in every direction. The spellforge damage was so high that even these 50 physical damage immune undead felt the full force of Twilight City's iron fist. One sweeping strike from the axe of the fallen erased 2 full squads. The gulf between 50 physical resistance and 99 immunity to Sandify was, after all, a chasm. The Venom Scorpion warrior let out a low, oppressive growl. With a wet crunch, its massive iron pincers stabbed straight through an onrushing specter as if a steel blade were plunging into jelly. Snap! The pincers closed, shredding a swath of wraiths into pieces. At the same time, its scorpion tail traced a flash of cold lightning, the tip burying itself in another spirit. Poison surged in instantly. The translucent body lit with an eerie blue glow and went rigid. The pincers struck again, grinding the remnants to dust. With such overwhelming level disparity, the fight ended in a blink. The Cursed Pharaoh never even had to act. 5 squads of elite specters were annihilated almost at once. Ping, your forces have exterminated a group of specters. Minor battle victory achieved. You gain 100 experience points. Ping, you have reclaimed an iron mine seized by specters. Reoccupy it? Confirmed. Decision made. The haunted mine snapped back to normal and the sinister aura dissipated. Licha checked his system panel but found no related quest, leaving him baffled. Where had those wraiths come from? He immediately summoned the high-spirited long-armed laborers in the rear to ask them. They shook their heads. Master, we don't know either. We only know the specters were first spotted coming from that direction. A thick finger pointed north, the laborer's voice trembling. Master, could there be an undead city over there? The words were casual, but Li Cha's eyes lit up. If there really was an undead city, this could be a windfall. He sent the laborers back to work and marched his troops north, spreading them out in a fan to search the sands. Before long, something unusual appeared. Ahead lay a wild creature habitat that had been completely slaughtered. Chunks of flesh littered the sand, yet not a single bone remained as if someone had forcibly ripped them out. Skeleton summoning? Li Cha muttered. The skill was a hallmark of the undead. An organized hunt like this meant the faction would be no pushover. Over the next half hour, he found 7 or 8 more habitats swept clean in the same way. Some were covered with corpses, yet no bones. Others held no bodies at all, only the scars of battle. No wonder people call the undead shameless, Li Cha growled, brow furrowing. Let them grow in secret, and they'll field whole battalions. A lone skeleton soldier was weak, but if thousands swarmed at once, few lords at this stage could hold them back. If they dared to raid his iron mine today, they might appear at Twilight City's gates tomorrow. He raised his alert level to the maximum and pressed on. Soon his army picked up a fresh trail in the desert tracks, clearly left by an undead force that had just passed through. Licha's spirits lifted. He ordered a full pursuit. 30 minutes later, a Venom Scorpion scout returned. Enemy sighted. Licha gathered his dispersed units and quietly reached the Scorpion's observation point. Hidden behind a dune, he finally saw the target. It wasn't the city he had imagined, but an open-pit iron mine, already half exhausted. Broken or lay everywhere, and more than 3 squads of skeleton warriors patrolled the pits in mechanical loops. At the same time, another 2 squads trudged in from the deep desert, each skeleton hefting several corpses over its shoulder as it entered the site. Licha narrowed his eyes. The skeletons vanished at the center of the mine. There was a gaping hole leading underground. Was the undead city built below the surface? Licha's eyes narrowed in thought. Were these undead merely temple guards, or did a full-blown necropolis lie beneath his feet? Curiosity surged in his chest. After a long but fruitless observation, he made a decisive order. Clear out the skeletal warriors around the iron mine and secure the tunnel. 3 full platoons of skeletal warriors level 2, common 2-star troops were camped in front of the mine. Their numbers were high, but their strength was average, a typical trait of the undead. At his command, the army roared to life. The swift Venom Scorpion warriors surged into the entrance like a black tide, with the axes of the dead right behind them. This time the axes forewent their throwing weapons, hefting heavy battle axes and forcing their way in. Standing only about 1.7 meters tall, the skeletons were clearly outmatched. Blades slashed and chopped, bones splintered one after another. Fearless though they were, the skeletons simply couldn't bridge the gap in power and fell in swaths like wheat before a scythe. The 3.5 squads of rare units rampaged through the passage, bone fragments flying everywhere. A system chime followed. Ding, your troops have eradicated a group of skeletal warriors, achieving a minor victory. You gained 600 experience points. The generous reward made Licha laugh aloud. With the iron mine secured, he strode eagerly to the tunnel entrance. Jutting 3 meters above ground, the opening was carved from solid rock and sloped downward, turning after several dozen meters. The dark passage resembled the gaping maw of some great beast, waiting patiently for intruders. Torches were mounted at regular intervals, their flames a ghostly blue, like the soul fire inside undead skulls. Licha leaned in to inspect one. Torch Fiend. Level 1. Potential, common 1-star. Skill, Burning Frank draws death energy from the air and never goes out. Racial trait, the darker the environment, the brighter it glows. Synergy torches, 10 or more, brightness 20, 20 or more, brightness 40 active. Description, a strange life form crafted by the undead, useful only for illumination. Impressive, these undead really can make anything, Licha muttered, glad for their handiwork. Without the torch fiends the tunnel would be utterly black. He left 1 squad of Venom Scorpion warriors on guard outside, and led the rest inside. The tunnel was wide enough for an entire Scorpion squad to advance abreast. Licha formed a vanguard of 5 Venom Scorpion warriors and 5 axes of the dead, sending them 50 meters ahead. Behind them came another 5 Scorpion warriors, then 10 axes of the dead, and finally 15 Cursed Pharaohs. Licha positioned himself between the axes and the Pharaoh Central for command and safest overall. After the lineup was set, he had the Cursed Pharaohs and frontline Scorpion warriors each take a few torch fiends for light. Darkness meant little to the undead, who sensed the world through their soul fire, but Licha lacked night vision and had to rely on the torch's eerie blue glow. Dim though it was, the bluish light was far better than total blindness. The scouting party had barely advanced 10 minutes when the clang of combat erupted 50 meters ahead. Ambush! The leading Venom Scorpion warrior roared. 7 or 8 squads of skeletal soldiers stormed out of the opposite tunnel in a storm of splintering bone and savage cries. The cramped passage compressed both formations, erasing the skeleton's numerical edge in an instant. A lone squad from the City of Dusk braced in the middle of the corridor and held the charge without yielding an inch. The Scorpion warriors' massive pincers swept like the black scythes of death, screeching as they sliced through bone. Skeletal blades grated across their thick carapace, throwing sparks but failing to pierce. Within 3 breaths, the skeletons at the front were torn apart, their remains scattering across the floor. A shrill whistle followed. 2 squads of skeleton archers loosed a volley of bone-tipped arrows from the rear. In the narrow passage there was nowhere to dodge. The barrage washed over the defenders. The arrows clanged harmlessly off the Scorpion warriors' obsidian armor, leaving them unscathed but seething with fury. Roaring, they shattered the bone wall ahead, pincers flashing as they ground the vanguard skeletons to dust. The Death Axe warriors locked onto the ranged threat and stopped holding back. Enormous axes shot forward with gale force power. Crack! The front rank of skeletons exploded, 7 or 8 were skewered on a single haft like beads on a skewer. As the weapon's momentum flagged, a death axe yanked the chain attached to the haft, pouring fresh strength into the swing. Crack, crack. Skeletons on both flanks shattered, bone shards spraying in every direction. The rear-line archers became immediate priority targets. 5 death axe warriors whipped up a storm of spinning steel, and in moments the 7 or 8 skeleton squads were reduced to drifting bone dust. When Licha led the main force forward, only scattered bones and lingering dust remained. He ordered the scout detachment to close the gap to 20 meters far enough for a buffer, yet close enough to lend instant support. The clash had already alerted deeper enemy forces. Skeleton squads trickled in one after another, but never more than a couple at a time, and each was quickly crushed by the Scorpion and Death Axe warriors, posing no real threat. 20 minutes later, the column rounded a bend, and the dim tunnel suddenly opened into an oval chamber about 100 meters long and 50 wide. A passage continued on the far side, so they were clearly not at the end. Dozens of torch beasts clung to the walls, their flickering tongues of flame lighting the cavern like day. Lycus eyes swept the hall. More than 3 companies of skeletal infantry formed a tight front line. 5 squads of archers stood ready behind them, and at the very rear, 3 squads of skeletal mages waited with white bone staves in hand. Melee, ranged, magic and economical 3-pronged defense. The layout confirmed Lycus' suspicion. This was almost certainly a temple-style dungeon, not a true undead city. If it were a city, no sensible lord would disperse his troops like this. Why scatter your forces when you could concentrate them in one stronghold? Coming in piecemeal would only get us killed. In a split-second decision, Li Cha slashed his hand through the air and issued his command. Since the fortress ahead was not the true Necropolis, caution was pointless, so he gathered every unit at once. Regroup. Scorpion warriors, charge and rip their line open at full speed. Axes of the dead, swing around the flank and take out the skeleton mages in the Riardo, not let them cast. The moment a mage raises its staff, Cursed Pharaoh, interrupted immediately. On any battlefield, the first priority is always to eliminate enemy spellcasters. His words had barely faded when rows of scorpion warriors roared forward. These notoriously savage troops swung their massive pincers, shredding any skeleton soldier that tried to block the way. Curved tails struck like precision lances, each thrust sending white shards of bone spraying through the air. At the same time, the axes of the dead hoisted their lightning-edged weapons and hacked with brutal force crack. One skeleton after another crumbled to powder. Twilight City's sudden assault triggered an immediate counterattack from the undead horde. Skeleton warriors surged like a tide, oblivious to fear, while 5 squads of skeletal archers drew as one, unleashing a hail of arrows. Bone shafts hissed through the wavering torchlight, their whine chilling to the core. Clang scorpion warriors swatted most of the arrows aside with giant claws, and the few that struck could not pierce their thick chitin, leaving only splintered bone on the ground. As Twilight City's troops tore through the front, the skeleton mages in the rear abruptly raised their bone staves. A frigid aura gathered into eerie blue spheres, will-o-wisp orbs, the undead sorcerer's signature spell. Unlike ordinary fireballs, these carried negative energy that struck straight at the soul. 30 orbs streaked into the night, blue tails slicing through the sky like lightning. Boom. The scorpion warriors tried to break free but were pinned by layers of skeletons, with nowhere to flee. An instant later the orbs detonated one after another, and cold blue flames engulfed them. The temperature around them plunged as if someone had thrown open a giant freezer. Boom. The ghost fire orb burst, its icy negative energy sweeping outward and engulfing the scorpion warrior along with the nearby skeletons. The soul flames in the skeleton warrior's rib cages flared violently, only to be snuffed out in an instant. There is no such mercy here as friendly fire immunity. The scorpion warrior took the blast heat in. Its carapace remained intact, but its momentum clearly sagged. In the brief stalemate, the Cursed Pharaoh barked coldly, "Control the field. Axe of the dead, focus the skeleton mages." Li Cha, observing from the rear, narrowed his eyes and added, "Don't let them cast." Scorpion warrior, charge. Hissing, the scorpion warrior smashed through the line, tearing open a gap by force. The axe of the dead followed close behind. The moment he stepped within 30 meters, the chain snapped taut and the battle axe whipped forward. At the same time, the Cursed Pharaoh's spell completed. A dim glow arced across the air, freezing a whole swath of skeleton mages in place. Crack. The axe, wrapped in brutal force, punched through several skeleton warriors and skeleton archers before slamming into the back row of mages. White bones exploded in a spray of shards. As the axe began to slow, the axe of the dead yanked the chain, refreshing the weapon's momentum. The gleaming blade swept sideways, mowing down the remaining targets like a harvester in a wheat field. Crack. Crack. The better part of 2 squads of skeleton mages shattered to dust. When the ghost fire orb's aftershock faded, the scorpion warrior shook off its weakness, fury surging. It charged the skeleton archers, still loosing arrows. In 2 brutal rushes, it tore apart 5 full squads. Meanwhile, several skeleton warriors tried to break through toward Li Cha and the Cursed Pharaoh, but the Axe of the Dead cut them down first. With every unit capable of ranged or spell attacks eliminated, only a mass of ordinary skeleton warriors remained. Bereft of support, they were quickly wiped out under the combined assault of the Scorpion Warrior and the Axe of the Dead. Ding. System message. Your forces have annihilated an undead band. Minor engagement 1. Experience gained, 1,200. The prompt put Li Cha in high spirits. From the Iron Mine Ghost up to now, he had slain nearly a full battalion of undead Mabe had reached level 5 today. In Glorious Epic, level 5 is where the real game begins. The promise of rich, unknown rewards left him eager for more. After sweeping the battlefield and finding no loot, the team pressed deeper into the shadowy corridor. Scattered skeleton warriors still lunged at them from time to time, but the cramped passage nullified the undead's numerical edge. No rush could breach the Scorpion warrior's living wall. Before long, Li Cha stepped into a second subterranean chamber. This time, the guards weren't skeleton warriors but a different breed of undead zombies. Zombie. Level 3. Potential, Elite 1 star. Skills. 1. Zombie flesh a grade defense 70, agility 50, immune to poison. 2. Plague infection a grade carries a plague. Anyone scratched loses 2 of all attributes per minute, up to 30. Racial trait. Absorbs death energy to heal wounds. Synergy zombies. Defense increases by 15 when their number exceeds 10, and by 30 when the count passes 30. The bonus is active. Unit profile. Undead infantry with solid defensive stats. Li Cha peered down the dim corridor. The first thing he saw was 2 full companies of zombies rotting flesh stretched tight over brittle bones, their every step trailing a nauseating stench. Behind them marched 5 squads of skeleton mages, ghost blue flames flickering in their hollow sockets. The Scorpion warriors struck first. Steel pincers sliced through the air with a sonic boom, then sank deep into a zombie's chest. A savage yank tore the corpse in half. Though now promoted to rare grade and far stronger than the zombies, this single elite squad was still badly outnumbered. Beside them, axes of the dead charged forward, chains rattling, aiming straight for the skeleton mages at the rear. The Cursed Pharaoh hissed an order, "Buy them some room." The skeleton mages raised their staves and unleashed the first volley of ghost fire orbs. Dozens of blue fireballs streaked through the air, lighting the passage like midday. Li Cha's pupils contracted. He barked, "Scorpion warriors, dodge. If you can't, trigger Sandform immediately." Sandform can't negate magic, but it knits wounds and seconds a built-in healing potion. The Scorpion warriors hurled themselves forward, ramming into the zombies and using enemy bodies as shields. An instant later the orbs exploded, negative energy howling like an icy gale. Most zombies froze in place. The Cursed Pharaoh seized the opening, binding them on the spot and sealing the back line. As the brief paralysis faded, the Scorpion warriors hacked and clawed, forcing a gap. A third war axe whirled from the hands of an Axe of the Dead. Silver light flashed, and a dozen zombies burst apart in a spray of gore. Other axes swung their chains like battering rams, carving a straight path through the corpse tide. Panic-stricken, the skeleton mages skipped their longer incantations and fired a second salvo of ghost fire orbs over the front line. Only 3 Scorpion warriors were caught in the blast. They shifted into sandform and tanked the impact. The rest were already upon the mages. Lacking any melee skill, the casters raised their staves in vain. Steel pincers tore them down in moments. With the threat eliminated, the axes of the dead, backed by the Cursed Pharaoh's control spells, began reaping the remaining zombies. Tough as they were, the undead could not match the half-metal giants who had specced entirely into defense. Within minutes, the corridor lay clear. Ding! A system prompt rang in Li Cha's mind. Your army has annihilated an undead force and won a minor engagement. You gain 1,500 experience points. His character sheet flashed. Level 49, 83510-000. Barely a few hundred points shy of level 5, the threshold for class change and skill learning in Age of Radiance. Pleased, he led the team into the third passage. The scouting Scorpion warriors advanced unmolested. No skeleton warriors sprang from the dark this time. The smoother the march, the more cautious Li Cha became. Roughly 20 minutes later, a scout reported new developments ahead. Li Cha lowered his stance and followed. Turning a curved tunnel, the pitch-black view abruptly opened up. What lay before him made his heart skip a beat. A vast, oval chamber unfurled before him underground. The arched ceiling soared more than 50 meters, and at its widest the cavern stretched over a kilometer, like a hollowed-out subterranean metropolis. The floor was buried beneath a thick layer of white bones, a snowy sheet as if millions had been interred there. Above that sea of remains, skeleton warriors, zombies, wraiths, skeletal archers, and skeletal mages stood packed in formation, each dark green soul flame flickering with icy light. The most chilling sight waited at the center. A mountain of bones built from countless skulls, its mottled ivory layers radiating a cold that prickled the scalp. At its peak rested a jet-black coffin, its surface shrouded in shadowy patterns, mysterious, dark, horrific beyond the reach of any grim adjective. The spectacle made Richard's pupils tighten, but after a heartbeat of shock, euphoria surged through him. Jackpot. He pulled 2 sharp breaths of the frigid air, forced down his excitement, and began calculating the odds. Skeleton warriors ringed the chamber, at least 3 full companies by a cautious count. Zombies and wraiths formed another company. Skeletal archers came 4 or 5 companies strong, while skeletal mages filled 2 or 3. Richard's brows drew together. Well over 1,000 undead, a guaranteed bloodbath. While he gauged the threat, a new presence slid into view: Bone Knights. The undead cavalry stood in tidy ranks at the foot of the Bone Mountain, mounted on skeletal steeds, their lances of pure bone flashing coldly. He counted 5 squads. One squad's leader wore a crown of bone. Its aura so dense the air seemed to shiver. Richard instinctively called up its stats. Bone Knight Captain. Level: Tier 5 Intermediate. Base bonus: Strength 15. Rarity: Rare 2-star. Skills: 1. Body of Bone Grade C, immune to poison, curses, plague, Strength 70. 2. Charge Grade C, spurs the undead steed forward, speed 60, impact 50. 3. Flurry Grade C, 5 rapid strikes in a blink. 4. Heavy Slash Grade C, a mounted blow after gathering force, dealing 300 strength. Racial trait: running speed 30, impact 30. Bond: Cavalry Charge. 30 m, impact 20. 50 m, impact 40. 100 m, impact 60 and 5-second stun. Description: Cavalry of the dead, best not to stand in their path. All crate skills on a rare unit. Damn. Richard stiffened. Speed and impact were woven into the knight's very bones. If they got a straight run, they'd slaughter in seconds. He checked those without crowns. Bone Knight. Level: Tier 4. Rarity: Uncommon. Identical skills, just lower stats. The upside: no hero units. With a commander, this undead host would be twice as lethal, and he wouldn't even make it through the tunnel. Relaxing a fraction, he still felt the weight of the task. To claim the black coffin atop that bone mountain, he had to hack through thousands of undead first. Roar. A savage bellow rattled the chamber. Every undead head snapped toward the tunnel entrance, the soul flames in their hollow sockets fixing on the intruder. Enemy. The unfamiliar scent sent the wandering skeletal warriors and zombies into a frenzy, like sharks drawn to blood. They swarmed toward Lee Cha's party, and the entire underground world boiled with activity. Lee Cha's expression darkened. Everyone, fall back into the corridor and use the terrain. Scorpion warriors in front. Fight while retreating. Don't get pinned down. Orders flew, and the team rapidly withdrew, squeezing into the narrow passage. Within seconds, a tide of bones slammed into the tunnel. Countless skeletons scraped against the stone, their limbs shrieking. Rotting zombies and drifting wraiths mixed into the rush. One squad of scorpion warriors could never withstand such a blow. Lee Cha barked. Axe of the dead, 5 men stay here. The rest, form up with the scorpion warriors. Manpower was already stretched. An outer squad of scorpion warriors was still covering the rear. If the front line broke, the rest would be sitting ducks. 2 squads blocking the passage barely held the undead flood in check. Lee Cha spun toward a Cursed Pharaoh. Tell the outside squad to reinforce us now. Yes, master. He knew this eerie land bristled with treasure, especially the sarcophagus atop Bone Mountain, and he refused to leave it behind. For the moment, though, every ounce of strength had to be focused here. The endless bone sea showed him how frightening mere numbers could be. Each creature was weak alone, yet together they felt limitless, crushing morale through sheer volume. He guided his troops in a fighting retreat, grinding down the undead in the cramped corridor. On open ground, they'd have been swallowed instantly. Axe of the dead, scorpion warriors, and cursed pharaohs worked as one, breaking each wave, then raising a fresh defense. A crisp system chime rang out. Dingyar level has risen to 5. You may now advance your class. Ding talent Desert Lord has evolved, granting you deeper desert power. A torrent of energy erupted inside Lee Cha, setting his blood aflame and awakening a dormant power in his veins. He forced down the thrill. This was no time to study new skills. He was still the army's brain. 10 minutes passed, then 20. By the time they fell back to a second cavern built for hunting zombies, Lee Cha had lost count of the skeletons shattered. Still, the undead showed no sign of thinning. Every unit's aura was drained, and the Cursed Pharaohs were out of mana. The situation teetered on collapse. Another notification appeared. Ding Axe of the dead, Scorpion warriors, and Cursed Pharaohs have gained massive experience and all reached level 5. Under crushing pressure, Lee Cha threw back his head and laughed. He had held on for this very moment. His personal level mattered little right now, but the army's upgrade was a game changer. In an instant, every unit's presence flared. Within a few breaths, they were back at peak strength, cooldowns refreshed, and power soaring. Attack, defense, and vitality all surged. Level 5 bonuses for mid-tier troops manifested. Scorpion Warriors, Strength 15. Axe of the Dead, Strength 15. Cursed Pharaohs, Magic Damage 15. Leech's Spirit Sword. That sarcophagus was as good as his. Once the army returned to peak condition, the tide of battle shifted at once. What had been a crumbling line suddenly became a towering wall of stone, holding back wave after wave of undead without budging an inch. At that moment, the Scorpion Warriors guarding the passage finally reached the field. Still stuck at level 4 and untested in real combat, the Scorpion Warriors hesitated only a heartbeat before Li Cha motioned them to the very front. Their arrival reinforced the already solid defense until it was nigh unbreakable, and the undead horde could no longer shake it. The Axe of the Dead regrouped. In the packed mass of enemies, their war axes screamed through the air, flashes of cold steel merging into a single sheet of light. Bones shattered one after another, sounding like porcelain exploding in a kiln. With the units upgraded, the fighting dragged on for a full 2 hours. Only when the newly arrived Scorpion Warriors all hit level 5 did the undead spilling from the tunnel begin to thin, then disappear entirely. Ding! You have repelled a major undead assault and won a medium-scale battle. You gained 6,000 experience points. Current level, 5, 6,000, 50,000. Li Cha drew a long breath, checked the notification again, and couldn't help smiling. 6,000 XP was generous. The effort had paid off. Still, with the jump in requirements at level 5, the next advance would be anything but easy. He glanced at his exhausted soldiers and ordered an immediate halt to rest. While they recovered, he opened his system panel to inspect the talent he had just upgraded. Lord Talent, Desert Lord. Special Growth Talent Current Grade, B. 1. You are Master of the Desert. You can sense incoming sandstorms and cause them to bypass your territory. 2. Grants the power of sandification. Sandification B grade. Transforms your body into sand, reducing physical damage by 99 and magical damage by 30. Can consume desert sand to heal rapidly. Duration, 15 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Bestowal, you may grant your recruited units the C-grade skill Sandification. Sandification C-grade. Transforms the body into sand, reducing physical damage by 99. Can consume desert sand to heal. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Incredible, Li Cha muttered, eyes gleaming. The stat boosts were impressive enough, but forcing sandstorms to detour around his lands bordered on absurd. He certainly wasn't complaining. If anything, it made him eager for bigger challenges. His gaze drifted to the resting troops, and a thought struck him. Could the bestowed sandification be strengthened further? Acting on the impulse, he slowly extended his right hand. Power surged from deep in his blood, gathering in his palm like swirling grains of gold, then swept across the entire army. Within a few breaths, every soldier felt a surge of energy, their skin resonating as though it were one with the dunes. Ding! Through your bestowal, your army has absorbed more of the desert's power. Sandification has been upgraded. Current grade, C. Sandform, grade C. Transforms the user's body into sand, cutting physical damage by 99%, and allowing the absorption of loose sand to heal wounds. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. The system prompt had barely faded before Richard felt as if euphoria had struck him like a hammer. This upgradable talent was nothing short of outrageous. The basic grade D sand form lasted only 5 minutes, but at grade C it doubled to 10, giving him all kinds of tactical wiggle room. His own grade B version was even more absurd, a 15-minute duration plus an extra 30% resistance to magic. Richard couldn't help wondering if it ranked up again. Would he become nearly invulnerable to both physical and magical attacks? The future suddenly looked bright. In high spirits, he set out the moment his troops were back to full strength. Bones and shredded corpses littered the road, so densely he'd lost count of the kills. When he returned to the grisly bone plain, the once crowded undead horde had thinned dramatically. Now only 3 companies of skeleton archers, 2 companies of skeleton mages, 4 squads of bone knights, and a single squad of bone knight captains held the line around Bone Mountain. Richard's gaze swept across the packed ranks, finally fixing on the black coffin atop the peak. What kind of treasure needed this level of protection? The instant he appeared, blue flames flashed in the hollow eye sockets of every bone knight. The undead steeds stamped and snorted, poised to charge. Skeleton archers and mages likewise lit their soul fire and swung around in perfect unison. Richard's eyes hardened. Back into the tunnel, he ordered, "Scorpion warriors, draw them in." But before he finished speaking, the enemy rear lines opened fire. Ghostly blue fireballs and bone-white arrows shrieked through the air, falling short at the last second. Awkward, yes, but he kept retreating, planning to bleed them dry with terrain advantage. Without a front line to shield them, the skeleton archers and mages still advanced relentlessly, their barrage unbroken. Richard stationed his troops at a narrow-shaped turn. The pressure dropped immediately. 15 axes of the fallen waited in ambush 25 meters back, ready to strike the moment a skull appeared. Their skill whirlwind, grade D, Let them yank the thrown axes back on chained wrists for repeat attacks. No need to retrieve weapons. Frail skeleton archers and mages crumpled at a single hit. Lacking a hero's command, these paper-thin units were lambs to the slaughter in such tight confines. In just over 10 minutes, the corridor was clear. Richard led his force back into the cavernous bone field. Only one company of skeleton mages and 5 squads of bone knights remained. No matter how the scorpion warriors taunted them, the undead held formation, eyes fixed on the coffin. Their top priority was obviously to protect it. Richard's gaze turned icy. If they wouldn't leave, he would simply wipe them out. Full assault. Knights, charge, then go straight into sand form. Ignore them, take out the mages first. The bone knights packed a heavy punch, but dealt only physical damage. With a full 10 minutes of grade C sand form, Richard had time to delete the backline and still circle back for the cavalry. The extra 5 minutes were his safety net. As the army stepped onto the bone plain, brittle remains cracked underfoot. Closing in, the bone knights' soul fire flared brighter. Undead horses shrieked and pawed the ground. When the scorpion warriors reached 200 meters, the cavalry finally snapped. 4 squads of rare-rank bone knights, led by a squad of elite bone knight captains, tightened their reins, leveled their ghastly lances, and launched a charge against the army of Dusk City. Thundering hooves churned shattered bones into a storm of dust. 5 squads abreast, they came on like an avalanche, a 1,000-strong tide of death crashing toward Richard's line. The moment the bone knights began their charge, every soldier of Twilight City entered sand form. Power roared through Lichaz's chest as his flesh burst into fine grains of sand, still whole, yet ready to scatter at the faintest breeze, eerie and wondrous. Attack, he commanded. In the front rank, the scorpion warriors churned up dust, raising their iron pincers as they countercharged the bone knights. Thud, thud, thud. Bone hooves crushed brittle skeletons while the distance between the lines vanished, the bone knights sweeping across the field like a black storm. 10 heartbeats later, the 2 forces collided. Bang! The first scorpion warrior's iron pincer splintered under the impact, and his body exploded like a sandball, showering grit several meters high. Bang! 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 Hooves hammered on. The bone knights tore open a bloody path, and wherever they passed, scorpion warriors dissolved into flying sand, only to reform on the ground an instant later. Just then, the axes of the fallen found an opening. Heavy chains hauled the battle axes, their whistle slicing the air. Crack! An axe slammed into a bone knight's chest, the blade punching through his ribs and stopping against the saddle of his skeletal mount. Several other knights sped past the wielder, yanking the chain tight in a heartbeat. Clang! The chain snapped taut, and the axe of the fallen heaved back. Horse and rider were ripped off their course, hurled into a pile of shattered comrades, bones spraying. Both axes triggered soul execution, extinguishing the ghost blue flames that served as the knights' and mounts' souls. Blue fire erupted as the remaining bone knights flared with rage, their lances stabbing forward. Rip! The axe of the fallen couldn't dodge in time. A lance speared through his sand-formed body, blasting it into a cloud of grit that instantly spiraled back into shape midair. Thanks to Sandform's Ninetin-in-a-person immunity to physical damage, Twilight City's soldiers were shattered again and again, yet none truly fell. Licha himself felt the strange cycle of bone spears piercing him, body disintegrating, then reassembling. Once the lines passed each other, the army of Twilight City rushed straight toward the mass of skeleton mages chanting behind the cavalry. Their numbers were staggering. If allowed to cast freely, even Sandform had limits. Before they could close, the sky turned an eerie green beneath hundreds of wispfire spheres. Whoosh, like a meteor shower, they rained down, exploding with dull booms as the cold flames spread. Fortunately, the enemy opted for blanket coverage instead of focused fire, dispersing the damage. Able to regenerate quickly, the scorpion warriors and axes of the fallen pushed through the blaze and smashed into the mage formation. Deprived of frontline protection, the skeleton mages had their spells interrupted. They barely lifted their heads before Twilight City's furious troops hacked them apart, making them truly taste death. Thud, thud. At that moment, the bone knights wheeled their mounts, lances leveled, intent on cutting off the scorpion warriors and axes of the fallen's advance. Yet the sand-formed legion paid them no heed. They knew only the mages posed a real threat. Cursed Pharaohs, block the bone knights with your bodies. Licha ordered coldly. The bone knights were immune to curses, so the Cursed Pharaoh spells were useless for now. Better to stop the cavalry with flesh and bone. With Sandform active, death was off the table. The Cursed Pharaoh swung his scepter and hurtled into the nearest bone knight. With a thunderous crash, his body burst into grit, then reassembled an instant later. The fearless suicide strike bought the rear line a few precious seconds. Seizing the opening, the axes of the fallen and the scorpion warriors unleashed a relentless barrage, quickly eliminating the only ranged threat below-ground skeleton mages. With the mages gone, every blade turned on the remaining heavy hitters, the bone knights. Regular rare-tier knights were manageable, but the squad of uncommon bone knight captains gave Richard hell. Each time they charged, a captain's lance tore gaping wounds through the front-rank scorpion warriors, and a collision from those skeletal mounts sent soldiers flying 7 or 8 meters before they disintegrated into sand. Had Sandform not been upgraded just before the fight, they would have witnessed the first ever instant kill despite Sandform tragedy. Richard had banked on the axes of the fallen, yet their signature move, Soul Execution, triggered far less often against the captains. All he could do was order the Cursed Pharaoh and the Scorpion warriors to throw themselves in the way and slow the enemy's rhythm while the axes focused fire. After a grueling slog, the 10-man squad of uncommon units was finally cut down. Each Scorpion warrior was knocked skyward 7 or 8 times. Without Sandform's near immunity, even 3 lives apiece wouldn't have been enough. When the last Bone Knight captain collapsed to dust, Richard glanced at the timer list. Then a minute of Sandform remained. He exhaled a long breath. This encounter had lasted under 10 minutes. Yet it was tougher than clearing several battalions of skeleton infantry. With a different commander, even double the troops might not have toppled those captains. Uncommon units were truly fearsome. Sandform was a godsend. Ding. Your army has exterminated a group of undead. Micro-battle victory achieved. You gain 1,000 experience points. Ding. Cursed Pharaoh, Scorpion warriors, and Axes of the Fallen have gained ample combat experience and advanced to level 6. A wave of leveling light swept over them. Their skills and momentum snapped back to peak form. 2 levels in one campaign, the army's power surged, and Richard's spirits soared. His gaze locked onto the black coffin atop the bone hill. Layer upon layer of pale skeletons formed a mound, and the coffin's surface was etched with dense dark skull motifs, grim, yet regal. With so many elite guards, what in the world lay hidden here? Steadying his racing heart, Richard led the troops closer and pulled up the info panel, only to find it blank. The coffin registered as ordinary rubble. Anomalies meant danger. He raised a hand, signaling a Cursed Pharaoh to investigate. Clack, clack. Dry feet crunched over shattered bones as the mummy climbed the mound. It lifted its withered staff, crown ribbons dangling at its neck, and reached out with bony fingers to lift the lid. The first attempt failed under the coffin's staggering weight, so it wedged the staff into its waist wrappings and used both hands. Creak. The stone lid began to shift. Whoosh. Jet black light surged like a tide. Darkness deep as an abyss coalesced into countless twisted arms, yanking the Cursed Pharaoh into the coffin. Bang. The lid slammed shut, and after the dull thud, silence returned, as though nothing had happened. The entire sequence was so swift that the troops tens of meters away had no time to react. Watching it unfold, Richard felt his heart lurch. What in the world is inside that coffin? Something alive? The unforeseen spectacle left Richard both startled and intrigued. Refusing to give up, he called up the attribute panel again, and the cold light finally revealed the coffin's full details. Sacrificial sarcophagus, grade special. Trait. Sacrifice units of the same type to obtain a hero. The stronger the units, the stronger the hero. Current offering. Cursed Pharaoh, level 6, elite, 3-star 1. Estimated hero potential, E. Note, one-time item. A hero. Richard's heart pounded. Troops could always be recruited again with resources, but heroes were the rarest combat power on the wasteland, so trading a dozen units for one hero was a bargain. He spun around, waved at the Cursed Pharaohs behind him, and ordered, all of you, head to Bone Peak. Undead knew no fear, and at his command, more than a dozen bandage-wrapped pharaohs clattered over broken bones toward the summit. The second Cursed Pharaoh pushed open the coffin lid, unleashing a burst of dim light. Hundreds of warped, spectral hands shot out, grabbed every nearby pharaoh, and yanked them inside. Bones cracked and rattled in a scene straight out of a nightmare. After more than 10 pharaohs were swallowed, the lid never closed again. Black-green light kept surging as if a tunnel to the abyss had been torn open. Seeing things stabilize, Richard opened the panel once more. Sacrificial sarcophagus, grade special. Trait. Sacrifice units of the same type to obtain a hero. The stronger the units, the stronger the hero. Current offering. Cursed Pharaoh, level 6, elite, 3-star 15. Estimated hero potential, D. Note, one-time item. The potential had climbed from E to D, yet he had no Cursed Pharaohs left. Regret tinged his voice. If I had a few hundred mummies, I might even hit B or a rank. No sooner had the thought surfaced than the black gold system flashed a golden prompt. 1. Sacrifice 100 mummy nest units, hero potential rises to C. 2. Sacrifice 1,000 mummy nest units, hero potential rises to B. 3. Sacrifice the special relic heart of the mummy, hero potential rises to A. Note, the sacrificial sarcophagus will produce a hero in 1.5 hours. Please sacrifice promptly. Haha, that's the black gold system for you. Richard almost jumped for joy. Time was short, so he logged into the trade market and searched for Heart of the Mummy, but the results were empty, pushing the potential to a clearly required a relic that wasn't easy to find. With 90 minutes left, he posted a bounty in the marketplace, buying the special relic Heart of the Mummy at a high price. To show sincerity, He staked his remaining 90,000 resource units, and the listing shot to the front page. The forum buzz around him had only just died down, so plenty of players still tracked the Lord of Qingqiu. Look, the Qingqiu boss is back. Anyone got a heart of the mummy? Whoever sells it to him is going to make a fortune. What even is a heart of the mummy? Must be crazy rare. There wasn't a single listing for it on the entire forum. How could Qingqiu, who belonged to the same desert faction, casually slap a 9 bounty on one artifact, while Richard couldn't scrape 2 coins together? After posting the reward, he kept refreshing the thread, desperate for any hint about the heart of the mummy. An hour passed, 2/3 of his countdown was gone. Staring at the blank screen, he let out a wry laugh. Still nothing. Looks like he'll have to buy 100 lairs, push my potential up to crank, he muttered. But getting to Brank would take 1,000 lairs and 500,000 resources. With only 30 minutes left, there was no way. The minutes ticked by. Richard was about to cancel the bounty and funnel everything into lairs when a familiar ID flashed in his messages. Missing Italian cannon. Big Boss Qingqiu, saw your post. What a coincidence, I've got a heart of the mummy right here. Richard's eyes lit up. Seriously? Missing Italian cannon? Absolutely. This guy always popped up at the perfect moment, practically a good luck charm. Another message arrived. Missing Italian cannon. Not mine though. My sister found it. You've got DMs from strangers blocked, so she asked me to ping you. Qingqiu, my sis is a bona fide long-legged stunner. You know, bet you regret that filter now, huh? Richard ignored the banter. How much? Missing Italian cannon. She says the heart of the mummy is free. Free? Richard blinked. What's the catch? Missing Italian cannon. You warned us about that 2-star dungeon and saved our hides. Call it payback. And hey, this is a special item that only drops from a 4-star chest. My sis nearly lost her entire army for it. If you didn't need it, would never let it go. Richard felt a rush of mixed emotions. The guy might be a clown, but he was solid. After a moment he replied, then I owe you one. Missing Italian cannon shot back instantly. Come on, bro, what's with the formality? You call me dad, he'll call you bro or even. Richard twitched. Just accept the bounty. Take the resources as compensation. Missing Italian cannon. Nope. This settles the favor. Separate accounts. My sis needs to rebuild her troops for a big raid at month end. Don't argue, it's not worth the delay. The mention of the raid shut Richard up. At last, the other side agreed. Moments later, a system chime sounded. The bounty was claimed. Heart pounding, Richard pulled the item from his inventory. Half a fist of gray, rock-hard tissue. Ice gold to the touch. Heart of the mummy. Heart of the mummy. Great. Special trait. The heart of a mummy hero above level 25. When used on a mummy, it instantly converts the target into a mummy hero. Potential scales with the original mummy's strength. Note. Usable only on mummies. Description. An ultra-rare artifact that drives every mummy insane. A 4-star chest drop. Perfectly intact. Richard took a deep breath. This favor was enormous. Li Cha had expected an item capable of recruiting and a rank hero to be valuable, but he had never imagined it would be this precious. On the far side of a one-way portal, he had once seen a desert dragon whose attributes couldn't even be inspected, yet it was only level 15. The most revered gods of the Radiant Plane were merely level 30. A hero who could jump straight to level 25 would be able to dominate an entire plane. The thought filled him with complicated emotions. He signaled the axe of the dead at his side to carry the mummy's heart up the hill of bleached skulls and place it inside the sacrificial sarcophagus. A dim light instantly surged from the coffin, like gasoline poured onto an open flame. Within the twisting darkness, it was as if demons from the abyss were struggling to break free. Li Cha stared unblinking, sensing a formidable presence taking shape. The ghostly glow deepened, spreading along the bone hill until it swallowed everything in a few breaths. Streams of icy energy poured into the sarcophagus. The bones dulled and cracked with brittle snaps. Li Cha immediately ordered the axe of the dead to retreat to the base of the hill. The dark tide kept rolling outward, flooding the entire underground chamber. Layer after layer of white bone was drained of its final trace of power and turned coal-black. As he watched the spectacle, Li Cha marveled. This whole subterranean space had clearly been designed for this very sarcophagus. Weaver had arranged it. It was now his. The idea of welcoming a second-rank hero to Twilight City made his heart race with anticipation. Roughly 10 minutes later, the scattered gloom began to recede, and the coffin atop the blackened hill fell dark. Ding. Sacrifice complete. You have obtained a new hero unit. Before the system prompt had fully faded, a bandaged arm shot out of the obsidian coffin. A Cursed Pharaoh wearing a gold crown, 2 colorful ribbons drifting beside his ears, slowly crawled free. Soulfire blazed in his hollow eyes, and the bottom of the coffin was heaped with bones turned jet black. The scene resembled a mural of an evil spirit's birth, eerie and exhilarating. Each step the pharaoh took crunched the brittle bones beneath him as he descended the hill in dramatic fashion. Reaching Li Cha, he knelt on one knee in absolute humility. My lord, Gray awaits your command. His voice sounded like trembling air, utterly devoid of human warmth. Li Cha's lips curved upward, His joy rivaled the first time he and his girlfriend had explored the mysteries of life together. He waved a hand. Rise. Unable to contain himself, he pulled up the newcomer's status panel. Gray. Hero unit level. 5 intermediate hero magic damage 30. Potential, a rank. Class. Cursed Sorcerer, intermediate spell effectiveness 15. Mana, 500 regenerates 5 per second. Skill. Cursed Sorcerer, a rank curse power 70, and may spend double mana to cast a skill currently on cooldown. Soul Command. Grade A. Forcefully seize an enemy's soul and compel them to perform one action. If no command is issued, control ends after 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Mana cost, 100. Cursed Body, Grade B. Immune to deadly poison, plague, curses, and instant death effects. Anyone who touches this body is cursed, losing 10 of all attributes each minute, up to 60, for a total of 30 minutes. Pharaoh's Curse, Grade B. Places a curse on enemies within a 20-meter radius, weakening them and reducing all attributes by 30 for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Mana cost, 50. Words of Doom, Grade B. Drives enemies within a 20-meter radius into mental chaos, freezing their actions for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Mana cost, 50. Sandification, Grade C, Hero Trait. When commanding mummy units, increases all their spell effects by 50. Racial Talent. While fighting in the desert, health and mana recover 50 faster. Bond Mummy. All curse-type magic and skills deal 50 more damage and have 50 stronger effects. Profile. A hero who specializes in curses. No one wants to be singled out by him. Li Cha stared at the panel, checking Gulei's stats over and over, his heart pounding. So this is what an A-grade combat hero looks like, he muttered. 2 A-grade skills and 3 B-grade skills, truly overwhelming. With the hero trait and bond layered on top, his power was pushed to the extreme. He rubbed his chin, a slow smile spreading across his face. Gulei had not only inherited the Cursed Pharaoh's entire skill set, he had upgraded every one of them into area abilities, their power surging exponentially. And those 2 outrageous A-grade skills spoke for themselves. Cursecaster be spending double mana, he could ignore cooldowns entirely. If he looped Words of Doom, wouldn't the enemy be rooted in place until they died? Soul Command forced control over an opponent. Could he make an enemy slit their own throat? At a pivotal moment, he could compel them to drop their guard and expose a weakness, giving him the leverage to decide any battle. Against major bosses, the effect would be nothing short of game-breaking. The hero trait, when commanding mummy units, increase spell effects by 50, was just as insane. Hand Gulei an army of mummies and Li Cha could forge a curse legion unique to Twilight City, with him at the core. Heroes are a lord's most valuable allies. They possess intelligence equal to, and sometimes surpassing, that of the lord. They can lead troops, construct territory, and virtually handle any affair in the lord's stead. Units are the blade, but heroes are the hand that wields it. Although Andair is also a hero, she belongs to a life skill class and needs heavy investment before she can shine. Gulei, on the other hand, can unleash a storm on the battlefield the moment he arrives. Crack. A sharp, brittle sound snapped Li Cha out of his thoughts, and he turned reflexively. The surface of the sacrificial stone coffin was laced with fissures, beams of light piercing through the gaps. The next second the coffin exploded in a shower of fragments. With a thunderous rumble, the hill of blackened bones collapsed along with it, sending up a towering cloud of dust. Li Cha couldn't help feeling a pang of regret. If that artifact had been permanent, Twilight City would have taken off overnight. Crack. Before the dust even settled, an even sharper report exploded overhead. Li Cha jerked his head up and saw the dome tearing apart as if ripped by an invisible hand. Fissures raced outward, stone splinters raining down and making his scalp prickle. He wasted no time. One sweep of his arm sent the entire army sprinting for the lone exit. Getting buried here would be the real game over. Boom. He had barely covered 100 meters when the narrow passage collapsed in a deafening roar. Sand and rubble poured like a breached dam. Petrified as sand. He roared, instantly triggering his strongest life-saving skill. Luckily, the troops had just refreshed this ability after their last level up. Boulders hammered down, dodging was pointless. Bodies were pulverized to dust, only to dissolve into swirling sand a heartbeat later and sink beneath the floor. As the cave kept caving in, fine grains rushed through the cracks and filled the void, becoming their unexpected lifeline. Li Cha and his soldiers, now whirling sand themselves, slipped upward through the underground currents like fish in water. Time stretched in suffocating darkness. At last, whoosh, the ground bulged, and a gray-white arm burst through, bracing against the surface and hauling Li Cha free of the sand sea. He leaped clear of the dune and gulped the icy night air had been seconds from asphyxiation. Sandform really was tailor-made for undead. Night had fully fallen. A millstone-sized moon hung high, its silver light washing the desert and driving away the day's heat. Li Cha exhaled, forcing down the surge of fear in his chest. All around, scorpion warriors, axes of the dead, and Gray clawed their way up after him. A quick head count, not a single loss. Li Cha threw back his head and laughed. They had truly snatched life from the jaws of death. Without that divine sand form, every one of them would be interred beneath the dunes. And the payoff for this gamble? Enough to make anyone green with envy. He had just acquired a rank hero a rank. Ha! Li Cha rose to his feet and stared ahead. The entire desert had sunk, opening into a vast gorge. The violent collapse looked as if it had torn a gash in the world itself, but because it happened in the desolate heart of the sands, no one would ever note or care. He led his troops up the yielding slope of sand and out of the crater, hot wind whipping grit against their armor. On the relatively level ground beyond, the first thing Li Cha spotted was Goulet in the distance, and his mood soared. The day had been nerve-wracking, but the rewards were nothing short of monstrous. Both the Poison Scorpion Warriors and Axe of the Dead had reached level 6, unlocking their mid-tier traits and giving the army a sudden power spike. Even better, the Hygiene system had granted him a top-tier support hero Goulet, a cursed mage of a rank quality. His stats were downright ridiculous. This one hero alone made the expedition's haul worth dozens of times more. Buoyed by success, Li Cha ordered an immediate return to Huanghan Chung. The desert after dark was never safe, and he had no desire to keep exploring by moonlight. Guided by the system map, the army pushed ahead along the optimal route. Barely 10 minutes had passed when a sudden unease tightened Li Cha's chest. He snapped on guard. The night wind swallowed his voice. Only the soft rasp of drifting sand answered. It might have been a false alarm, but his eyes stayed razor-sharp, sweeping the dunes. Less than a minute later, a faint shuffle rose from a dune to the east. Under the moonlight, the darkness split open. Pairs of emerald eyes flared to life, followed by wolves as big as wild bulls. These beasts were nothing like the desert scavengers Li Cha had met before. Their aura was savage, muscles knotted beneath taut hides, claws glinting coldly in the moonlight. A single glance made it hard to breathe. Wildvark. Level 5. Intermediate unit rare 1 star. Attribute bonus. Strength 15. Skills. 1. Pack ambush. C while surrounding a target. The pack gains agility 30 and strength 30. 2. Pounce C at the moment of attack. Strength 50. 3. Rending claws. C claws and fangs gain sharpness 50. Can pierce light armor. 4. Ferocity. C fearless. The more wounded they are, the fiercer the counterattack. Racial talent. When fighting as a pack, strength 30, agility 30. Bondwolf pack. Number 10, strength 10, agility 10. Number 30, strength 20, agility 20. Activated. Number 50, strength 30, agility 30. Description: predators that roam the desert. Li Cha's eyelid twitched at the stats. Level 5, rare 1 star, and 3 full squads of them big trouble. If Sandform were ready, he could have taken the pack heat in, but his best life-saving skill had been burned during the tunnel collapse. His own cooldown still had an hour left, and his unit's cooldowns were 2 hours out. There was no time to reset. Worse, the flat, open sand offered no terrain advantage. He barked his orders. Prepare for battle. Poison Scorpion Warriors hold the front. Axe of the Dead target their core. Goulet, start casting lock those Vargs down. Richard glanced at Gray, his eyes turning serious. In front of him the Scorpion Warrior slid into a jagged guard. Heavy iron claws lifting while its tail trembled in the night wind, the bluish stinger flashing cold light. At that very moment a keening howl rose from the dunes, the cry of a dune direwolf, echoing across the open desert like a horn of attack. The 3 wolf packs burst forward as if freshly unchained, paws kicking off the sand and leaving blurred afterimages in the air. Thump! Thump! The ground was shredded beneath their charge, the hiss of shifting grains sounding like countless claws raking through dust. Under the moon, rows of green, glacial eyes glittered with a chill that could freeze a spine. The Scorpion Warrior's pincers snapped wide, its tail glowing an even deeper blue. Beside him the fallen axeman lifted his war axe, soulfire burning in the hollows of his horned helmet. After only a few sharp breaths the direwolves were already on top of them. Richard could pick out the steel-hard barbs hidden in their fur. Zindani, Visa. The guttural spell rolled from Gray's lips. He thrust a finger forward, and a dull light flashed like distant lightning. The charging direwolves let out muffled whines, their minds felt as if hammered, ears ringing, limbs refusing to obey. Momentum sent the front ranks skidding across the sand, carving long trenches in their wake. Curse of words, Grade B. Enemies within a 20-meter radius suffer mental disarray and paralysis for 5 seconds. 2-minute cooldown, costs 50 mana. The entire front line of direwolves was now heart-stunned. Sensing trouble, the rear wolves vaulted over their frozen kin and, the instant they landed, bared fangs capable of tearing armor, lunging straight at the Scorpion Warrior. A second pulse of shadowed light swept by. The wolves that reached the Scorpion Warrior went glassy-eyed and locked in place. Cursecaster, Grade A, spell power 70%. May expend double mana to ignore cooldowns. The swift, rare-tier beasts were slammed into submission, rooted where they stood. The window was narrow but enough. The Scorpion Warrior and Fallen Axeman exploded into action. Iron claws blurred, clamping down on a direwolf's neck and twisting hard. With a wet snap, the massive head rolled free, blood fontaining into the air. The Fallen Axeman roared, his blade screaming through the night. The axe bit into a torso with a brittle crack, bones splintering like dry branches. A direwolf's terror lies in its breakneck speed and jaws that can shear steel, yet Grey had sealed away both strengths. The scent of blood spread quickly, a savage spur to the remaining wolves. The first group, only just regaining control, lifted their heads. Fury surged at the sight of their fallen packmates, muscles coiling like compressed springs, ready to explode once they closed the distance. The outcome would be disastrous. Zindani, Visa. They barely twitched before Boom's psychic hammer fell again, entire bodies freezing mid-motion. Grey held 500 mana, enough to force-cast Curse of Words 5 full times. Until that reserve ran dry, these rare, powerful creatures would not move an inch. Once Grey wrested control of the plains, Direwolves creatures hardly famed for their toughness, the Venom Scorpion Warriors and Death Axemen lunged at the immobilized beasts almost in unison. The Axemen's chance to trigger soul execution was slim against a rare unit, yet raw power alone let them split each wolf clean in half. The Scorpion Warriors were even fiercer, rare, 3-star, level 6 troops whose jet black pincers slammed shut like alloy guillotines. Every crunch sent a wolf's head spinning. 3 direwolf packs roamed the field, while Grey commanded 2 squads of Venom Scorpion Warriors and 1 half-strength unit of Death Axementalist, a 1-10 matchup, with a slight edge in his favor. After Grey's 4th cast of Hex Incantation, the final direwolf was decapitated. Apart from the initial pair that crashed against the Scorpion's armored shells and caused a minor jolt, Twilight City's forces came through untouched. The wolves never even had a chance to fight back. They were pinned to the sand from the outset. Richard reopened Grey's stat screen. 1. Intermediate Hero. Spell Effectiveness 15. 2. Curse Mage Grade A. Curse Potency 70. 3. Synergy. Further 50 to all curse type spells and skills. Stacked together, these bonuses stretched Hex Incantation's base 5-second control far beyond its normal duration. Only the innate strength of a rare unit let the wolves struggle at all. Common troops would have been frozen solid. Richard beamed. If that damned Italian cannon hadn't coughed up a mummy's heart back then, he'd never have recruited this a great hero. He vowed to keep in touch with that lucky devil, making friends like him always paid off. Ding, your army has eliminated a pack of wasteland wolves, earned a minor battle victory, and gained 600 experience. The system chime rang in his ears. Richard surveyed the carpet of wolf corpses and grinned from ear to ear. Another hefty payday. Mercy has no place on a battlefield. A few wolves had been pumped full of scorpion venom and were useless, so they were tossed aside. After a count, only 3 carcasses were beyond salvage. The remaining 27 were prime spoils. Each beast matched a wild bison in size, their hides thick and tough, and Richard grew more pleased the longer he looked. Today, the Cursed Pharaoh's breeding pit could be upgraded to rare for 50,000 resources. Tomorrow, the Death Axeman's nest could reach uncommon, but that would cost 500,000. Even selling the entire Hall of Wolves wouldn't cover it. His smile stiffened at thought had struck it rich, yet the gap was still glaring. Food stocks were also running low, so he decided to keep 2 wolves for the larders and sell the rest. Whistling, Richard opened the trading market interface. Instead of listing immediately, he studied the latest trends. Food prices had slipped over the past few days. The sky-high premiums were gone. Each unit of direwolf weight could fetch 20 resource units, and a single animal weighed roughly 600 to 700 units. To gauge the market, Li Cha checked the Undead Clan's bounty board. He figured skeletal summoners were desperate for corpses and would pay well, but their offer was barely a tenth of the going rate for food. Instantly, he dropped the idea those paupers didn't deserve his merchandise. Instead, he put 25 wild dire wolves on the public exchange. In less than 10 minutes, the whole platform blew up. Holy crap, that freak from Qingxiu just listed 25 rare-grade beasts wild dire wolves. Is he even human? Those are rare units. I only got my first elite yesterday. Where's the justice? Common, elite, rare, rare grade, he's taking down rare mobs in 2 weeks? Am I blind? He has to be a closed beta player, maybe even a dev in disguise. Kinkius a legend. Who called him trash before? If you're so tough, go hunt rare mobs yourself, prepare to eat crow. Everyone who had doubted Qingxiu on the territory leaderboard went silent. 25, not 1. You might luck into a single kill, but 25? Luck doesn't cover that. If they were that easy, would we be stuck where we are? Anyone still itching to complain could only mutter, that damn freak, how can he be this strong? When the news popped up for Italian Cannon, he DM'd his sister Night Rainflower Falls at once. Cannon, sis, did you see it? 25 rare, wild dire wolves. Qingxiu is off the charts. Cannon, the stronger he is, the better my eye looks. I've got to cling to that thigh for dear life. Nitrain, Kinkius even stronger than I thought. I nearly wiped yesterday against 2 rare squads. Cannon, smug. We're tight with him, so we can lean on the boss from now on. Nitrain, stay in touch. More friends never hurt. You also need to power up. The sooner we tackle a 2-star dungeon, the better. Cannon, chill, sis. We'll clear it eventually. Nitrain, lose 2 months and we lose our lead. Will today's rare loot still be rare then? Cannon, fine, just watch me. Nitrain, the dungeon opens in half a month. You have to crack the top 1 million. No excuses. Nitrain, that's where the top lords of glory epic collide. The rewards will make everyone jealous. Cannon, brimming with confidence. Sis, don't underestimate me. Top 1 million? Easy. Once I'm inside, watch me go on a killing spree. After thinking it over, Richard decided to sell the 3 poisoned steppe direwolves as well. The listing was marked inedible, but he figured some undead buyers might be interested. Once all the spoils were sorted, he had Axe of the Fallen sling the 2 intact direwolves over his shoulder, and together they set off for Twilight City under the pale moonlight. The desert had shed its daytime heat. A cool, damp breeze clung to their skin, and silver light washed over the rolling dunes, hazy yet enchanting. The trek home barely 3 hours was anything but quiet. More than a dozen roaming bands burst from dunes, rocky outcrops, and half-buried boulders to ambush them, yet none could match the earlier dire wolves. With a flick of his wrist, Gray unleashed a cascade of precise crowd control. Ice chains, shackles, slows, layered one after another. Each enemy was frozen in place before it could close the distance. Axe of the Fallen and the Scorpion warriors charged in, blades and venomous stingers flashing. Every creature ended up sprawled in the sand. After several such battles, Richard felt firsthand how terrifying this A-rank hero was. Gray needed no damage skills to make foes helpless, and teamed with Axe of the Fallen and the Scorpion warriors, the combination was nearly unbeatable. By 9 o'clock they had cleared the final monster spawn, and campfires near the territory's edge finally came into view. Axe of the Fallen now carried more than 20 additional carcasses, including the slain wild units. Richard refused to waste any of them, listing every corpse on the marketplace for the undead. The prices were modest, but it was still extra income. He assumed the residents would be asleep by now, yet stepping onto the open ground made him pause. Half-burned torches ringed the area, and within their dim glow people were packed shoulder to shoulder. Some leaned on friends and dozed. Others stood with arms crossed, staring anxiously into the desert gloom. Worry shadowed every face. A resident heading to the latrine happened to spot Richard. He froze, eyes widening, then shouted, "The Lord is back." The cry rippled through the crowd like a stone hitting water, yanking everyone from their drowsy haze. Hundreds of eyes snapped toward Richard, and worry gave way to delight. The Lord is safe, praise the gods. The Lord's back. Haha, best news all day. Our Lord. Moments earlier the square had been lifeless. Now it roared like a festival. So they were waiting for me? Warmth welled in Richard's chest. Kalu pushed through the crowd, relief written all over his face. Before he could salute, Richard frowned and asked, "Kalu, did you tell them to wait here?" Kalu waved his hands, finally able to relax. "Lord Richard, when you didn't return after dinner, everyone gathered here on their own." The resident who had shouted chimed in, "My lord, we just couldn't rest easy until you came back." Richard looked at the genuine smiles around him. Something inside gently stirred. The strangeness of this world faded. He felt bound to it now. Drawing a deep breath, he put on a mock stern face and raised his voice. "Sounds like all of you just wanted an excuse to sleep in tomorrow." Good-natured chuckles rippled through the crowd. Richard pointed at someone in the front row. "Deck, you're a bronze medal holder of Twilight City. Why aren't you setting an example? Starting tomorrow you're in charge of the settlement's daily schedule, and I don't want to see this happen again." Richard's voice sliced through the darkness. Sweeping the square with his eyes, he called several names and ordered, "You lot, take the lead and get some sleep. As long as Twilight City stands and you're still breathing, they'll be fine. We'll deal with the prey in the morning. Why are you still standing there? Move." He signaled the guards to drag the heavy carcass to the well, then turned toward the manor. His boots rang against the flagstones, each step crisp and sharp. The plaza was so quiet that only the wind could be heard until his figure vanished, and the crowd burst into uproar. "The Lord still remembers our names. By the gods, he really called on me." Tears rimmed the eyes of those heads singled out, each a bronze medal honoree. Beside them, others stamped their feet in envy. "If I'd known, I would have joined that mission too." Born of humble stock, none had ever tasted such respect. Suddenly a few young voices cried out, "Did you notice? The Lord's troops are much fewer." Yeah, there were more than 10 of those crown-wearing mummies this morning, and now only one came back. "Look by the well, 2 wild seat wolves. I've seen those things. Even dozens of fighters can't hold one down." The square fell silent again as everyone turned to the well. In the moonlight, the 2 massive wolves sprawled across the stones, their fangs cold and menacing. The crowd's emotion swelled. No wonder the Lord returned so late, must have faced something fierce. Those soldiers, they died for us. Images of Richard, blood-soaked and hunting in the wilds, flared in every mind. Having such a lord felt like the greatest honor they could receive. Inside the manor's dining hall, Richard had just lifted his knife and fork when a clear chime sounded. Ding! Public approval in Twilight City has reached 90. Territory trait unlocked peace and prosperity. Peace and prosperity. Activated at 90 approval. Residents live securely and hold you in the highest esteem. Every policy you issue will be executed without exception, and they will praise you to every newcomer. Citizens cannot be subverted by enemies. If they spot a suspicious outsider, they will report it immediately. Twilight City's attraction to wanderers increases by 50. Highly skilled professionals or mid-tier heroes are now far more likely to pledge themselves voluntarily, greatly enhancing the city's allure. Whoa, public support is already at 90. Li Cha stared at the screen. After a brief jolt of surprise, a grin spread across his face and refused to leave. The newly unlocked public support perk didn't boost combat power, but it did slash administrative difficulty and steadily enriched the territory. The bigger the realm, and the longer it stood, the more outrageous the returns. Apparently, his recent civil order policies were finally paying off. If it ever breaks 100, will I ascend on the spot, or just become a god? He wondered, delighted enough to polish off 2 extra bowls of rice at lunch. He slept soundly through the night. At dawn, Steward Karu burst into his bedroom, breathless with excitement. My lord, the desert bees have split their hive. Li Cha skipped his morning wash and sprinted to the Juju grove. Peak blossom season had painted the dunes in rainbow hues, and swarms of bees droned overhead, brimming with life. The 2 hives Karu had prepared had already been occupied. Pollen-dusted workers buzzed in a constant shuttle. The moment Li Cha stepped among the trees, a dense cloud of bees circled him, the air thick with honey-sweet fragrance. He pulled up the data on one of the new hives. 1. Level, Desert Yellow Wasp Nest Special Queen. Primary satellite cannot be upgraded, but produces honey equal to the main hive's tier. 2. Honey quality, mid-grade, uniquely fragrant, greatly speeds stamina and wound recovery, slightly boosts mana regeneration. 3. Colony size, small, fixed, cannot expand. 4. Output, 10 units of honey per week, fixed. 5. Note, an extremely rare desert species. Can't be upgraded, and both size and output are locked? Li Cha frowned. To expand the operation, he would have to rely on the main hive. Breeding more satellite queens clearly wasn't an option. It did make sense if they reproduced easily, they wouldn't be labeled extremely rare. 1 mid-tier queen supports 2 satellite nests. Maybe a high-tier queen could manage 4? The thought loosened his brow a bit. Back at the keep, he opened the trading market. His inbox overflowed with notifications. All 25 healthy sandwolves and the 3 poison ones had sold, netting 340,000 resources. Added to his reserve, he now had 360,000. Looks like a lot, but it's still a drop in the bucket, he muttered with a wry smile. He reviewed the unit hatchery panel next. Cursed Pyramid ready to upgrade to rare. Battleaxe Lodge ready to upgrade to epic. Desert Bees eligible to evolve into a high-tier queen. Maxing all 3 would cost a flat 600,000 resources. Li Cha sighed. Even the landlord is broke this time. Still, he felt confident. Among 2 billion lords, he was sure his resource generation speed ranked near the top. The resources vanished in a blink, and before long the old landlord was starving for supplies again. The Tomahawk cabin alone would swallow 500,000 units, so he put that on hold and chose to upgrade the Desert Wasps and the Cursed Pharaoh first. Li Cha immediately spent 100,000 units of resources and bought 200 creature nests, 100 insect type, and 100 from the desert faction. Standing before the main desert honey hive, he tossed in all 100 desert nests without a second thought. A soft golden light flared, and the hive's stats refreshed. 1. Hive level. The special queen has advanced from high grade to superior, allowing her to produce top-tier honey. 2. Honey trait. Yields premium desert honey with a distinctive aroma that greatly accelerates recovery of stamina, injuries, and mana. 3. Colony size. 2 medium subhives have appeared. Each subqueen can raise 2 junior queens of her own. 4. Output. At least 15 units of high-grade honey per week. 5. Current harvestable stock. 15 units. 6. Note. An exceptionally rare species in the desert. With the main hive upgraded, both subqueens rose to the intermediate tier and each gained another subqueen. Li Cha did the math. Instead of 2 extra hives, he suddenly had 4. Add the original 3, and once they matured there would be 7. If he pushed the hive to superior, 8 more would pop up at once. Better yet, the subqueens would level up automatically over time, costing him nothing. In a month at most he expected several new colonies. The thought made him throw back his head and laugh. This was real desert wasp expansion, and his beekeeping empire had finally found its footing. Leaving the Juju grove, he called to a few workers nearby. The main hive's ready for harvest. Grab your tools and follow me. Yes, sir. The team rinsed their beekeeping gear at the spring, then followed Li Cha back to the hive. More than 10 units of honey already filled the main hive. Slide out the bottom board and pull the honey, he ordered. The upgraded desert wasps were remarkably tame. The workers moved gently, and no one was stung. The hive, built of wooden planks on a rack, had a sliding floor. As it eased open, an unbroken sheet of capped honeycomb appeared, and the aroma burst forth. This batch had risen to mid-grade, far better than the previous low-grade harvest. Li Cha's mouth watered, yet he steadied himself to demonstrate the proper technique. 3 slabs of capped comb came off, and the harvestable stock dropped to 0. A clear boundary separated the harvest area from the brood nest obviously arranged by the bees. Li Cha nodded in approval. Smart little things. He turned and instructed, today's May 12th. From now on, harvest once a week. Same rules. Only take comb from the sides, don't touch the brood nest. On the 19th, the 2 neighboring hives will have fresh honey too. Handle them the same way. Also, set the prefab hives in place early. They'll be swarming again. Understood, sir. With orders given, Li Cha stared at the comb in the wooden tub, unable to resist. He broke off a piece. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, revealing a thin wax cap perfectly sealed, just as the bees preserved it. He bit off a corner. Golden honey stretched in silken threads, several times sweeter and richer than the low-grade batch. After swallowing, he couldn't help but exclaim, even the stories I made up about the desert crown pale beside this. It's practically a gift from the gods. In his mind, this treasure demanded the highest market positioning. He silently prayed, may Onyx not let me down. Desert Crown must become the jewel of Twilight City. In his vision, streams of resources were already pouring into his pockets. The landlord's estate was starving for them. After all, after the comb is removed, the honey can be extracted by air drying or with specialized tools. Richard had no need to handle these tedious follow-up steps himself. As lord of the territory, a single command was enough to make his servants carry out his will and exploit every local resource. With the desert bees taken care of, he headed for the nearby Fire Dragon Rabbit enclosure. The new ranch was taking shape. A tumter-high palisade of rough timber formed the outer ring, the axe marks still clear on the boards. Just inside, a belt of wisteria brambles a meter tall and nearly 2 meters wide had been planted. Nourished by plenty of water, the vines had run wild, and the 7-centimeter barbs glinted coldly among the leaves, enough to deter even an armored warrior. Beyond that, a squad of bandaged mummies patrolled, their rusty long swords clinking softly in the wind. Outside the fence, desert goblins were weaving a second ring of wisteria brambles so dense it looked ready to seal the entire area. Richard nodded to himself. If he could scale up Fire Dragon Rabbit production, the profits might rival those of desert honey. He thought of the soft blanket woven from their fura fabric that regulated its own temperature and recalled Onyx's words. In the Frost Empire, only royalty and nobles could enjoy such products. Now that luxury belonged to his domain. Oh, my great master, your humble servant greets you. The ranch manager, a scrawny goblin named Green Fong, hurried over, bowing and scraping so obsequiously that Richard could only smile wryly. How are the Fire Dragon rabbits? Richard asked. Thumping his toothpick-thin chest, Green Fong replied, Master, they are in excellent health. I inspect them every day and never allow them to eat. With most creatures you worried they would refuse food. With Fire Dragon rabbits the danger was that they would eat too much, a thought that amused Richard. How are the kits growing? Extremely fast, Green Fong said, counting on his fingers. They should reach maturity by the end of the month, and once they shed next month they can start breeding. Impressive speed, Richard said. Keep looking after them, and come to me if anything arises. Yes, my lord. The rabbits themselves did little but sprawl in the sun and roll in the dust, hardly a spectacle, so after a brief inspection Richard returned to the estate. Inside the manor, he immediately took out the 100-unit nest he had just purchased and upgraded the Cursed Pyramid to rare grade. He now possessed 3 rare troop lairs, the Cursed Pyramid, the Scorpion Pit, and the Battle Axe Lodge. What he wanted most, however, was to push the lodge up to uncommon rank as soon as possible. He still had 260,000 units of resources, but the upgrade required 1,000 unit nests and would cost $500,000 small sum. Another encounter with something like the pack of wasteland wolves could fill the gap quickly enough, though. While pondering this, Richard suddenly remembered something. He retrieved from his system space the blueprint he had obtained when he captured the gold mine, the food workshop. He had been so busy developing the territory that he had nearly forgotten about it. Food workshop blueprint. Grade, common. Function, allows construction of a food workshop for researching, producing, and processing food. Required resources for construction, 5,000 gold, 10,000 lumber, and 10,000 stone. Construction time, 7 days. A workforce of 30 is required. With fewer workers the project will take longer, while additional workers can shorten the schedule. Footprint, 10 grid squares. Description, your realm will enjoy better tasting food. Among the essentials of life, a well-run food workshop has limitless potential and will never be short of profit. Li Cha clutched the brand new blueprint and hurried to the open ground beside the well. The territory's recent upgrade had added 60 grid squares of land, and 10 of them were free right here. The well lay southwest of the Lord's Manor, right next to the residential quarter, an ideal location. After confirming the site, he waved to a passerby. Fetch Kalu. Moments later, the white-haired yet vigorous master builder arrived. Lord Li Cha. Li Cha unrolled the blueprint and outlined the stats and requirements. Find 30 workers immediately and put up the food workshop. I have a feeling this building will be crucial for Dusk City. If we can turn out dishes delicious enough, the 20 billion player market and the Longhua Merchant Guild will buy everything we make. We'll verify the profits once it's done. His orders given, he left a mountain of materials on site and moved on, rallying the army for another hunt. Until the territory's industries fully formed, hunting was still the main source of income. He believed Dusk City would soon have a complete production chain and surge ahead. This time he set a clear goal. Before creature lairs refreshed on Monday the 15th, he needed to collect the 200,000 plus resources still required to upgrade the Axe of the Fallen. It was a staggering amount. To improve efficiency, he handed the 5 garrison squads of bandage mummies to the A-rank hero Golay and sent them to clear another sector. Heroes possessed superior intellect and commanded troops as well as any lord. Golay, himself a mummy, granted extra bonuses to his kin, letting the bandage mummies fight at peak strength. 9 elite mummy guardians remained on city defense enough for any short-term threat. They set out at noon and did not return until nightfall. Li Cha came back with a convoy laden with game. Golay also arrived with full packs and not a single casualty. Li Cha's confidence in him deepened. On the 13th, 14th, and 15th they left before dawn and returned only after dark. Wilderness battles, however, were not always smooth. At midday on the 15th, Golay was ambushed by a rare wild unit and lost 1 bandage mummy squad, leaving 4. Yet that night, nearly every mummy carried 1 or 2 beasts over its shoulder, and their haul even surpassed Li Cha's. Late on May 15th, Li Cha was the last to reach the city. Golay had already reported in, and piles of game beside the warehouse formed small hills. Li Cha was elated. Some of it would restock the larders, and the rest would be sold in one sweep. 3 days of frenzied hunting had yielded a mountain of resources, finally enough to cover the Axe of the Fallen upgrade. He opened the stats panel, and the numbers made his blood race. 200,000 gold, 150,000 lumber, 150,000 stone, and 130,000 iron. Even better, it was Mundayler refreshed day, so his army was about to swell again. With the large dungeon at month's end approaching, the more troops he had, the more confidence he would bring to the inevitable clashes with other lords. At exactly 8 o'clock, the system chime rang in Richard's ears. Ding! Timber Week has begun. Each lumber mill will produce an extra 1,000 units per day. Lords, please adjust your schedules. Ding! All creature nests have been refreshed. Lords, recruit at your discretion. It's finally here, he thought, delighted, though he couldn't help a sigh. Dusk City controlled only a single small lumber mill. If he could seize 12, even 20, the week's haul would be tremendous. Unfortunately, the desert was infamous for its scarcity, and resource points were few and far between. Over the past few days, he had scoured the forums. On plains and fertile ground, resource nodes were so dense that you could stumble upon one every 10 minutes. Yet despite sweeping the area around Dusk City, he had located only 5. He once believed everyone dealt with the same limitations. Now he understood the desert's barren nature far surpassed his imagination. Relying on outside supplies was impossible. He had no choice but to keep farming on his own. Shaking off the frustration, he brought up the creature nest interface. Every nest had indeed refreshed. Sanctum of Guardians Elite, 3 sites, available, Mummy Guardians 30. Great Pyramid Elite, 3 sites, available, Bandaged Mummies 21. Scorpion Lair Rare 1 site, available, Scorpion Warriors 7. Cursed Pyramid Rare 1 site, available, Cursed Pharaohs 5. Axeman Lodge Rare 1 site, available, Axes of the Dead 5. Aside from the Axes of the Dead, which he didn't need for now, he poured more than 20,000 resources into maxing out the rest. Once recruitment finished, Dusk City's military strength surged. Mummy Guardians 120 Elite. Bandaged Mummies 61 Elite. Scorpion Warriors 27 Rare. Cursed Pharaohs 5 Rare. Axes of the Dead 15 Rare. Total troops 228. Considering the city's population barely reached 400, this was already a formidable force. Even more exciting was the city's first uncommon tier creature nest, finally within reach. The warehouse was still flush with supplies, so he happily placed the order, 1,000 common tier desert faction nest cores. In an instant, his 610,000 units of resources dropped to 110,000. Brimming with anticipation, he walked to the Axeman Lodge. This was his first attempt to push a rare building to uncommon tier. Half a month ago, units like the Temple Guardian had seemed unattainable. Now they were almost within his grasp. A prompt appeared. Axeman Lodge Rare consume 10 rare desert faction nest cores to upgrade to uncommon. 1,000 common cores detected in storage. Requirements met. Proceed? Confirm, Richard replied without hesitation. A torrent of energy burst from the lodge. The formidable log cabin shot up to 5 meters, and the thousands of battle axes hanging on its outer walls, once gleaming silver, now shimmered with a faint golden light. A few minutes later, the brilliance finally faded. The cabin's exterior had transformed before the naked eye. Wood grain rippled like spreading waves and grew ever more exquisite, while the thousands of battle axes under the eaves glowed with fiery light, their scorching, icy gleam proclaiming that they were anything but ordinary. Upgrade successful. Current level, rare 3-star battle axe cabin. Spend 10 rare-grade Desert Faction Lair cores to ascend to splendid 3-star. The cold, metallic system voice had barely finished when Richard threw back his head and laughed, his chest swelling with satisfaction. The surge of power was unmistakable and intoxicating. Battle axe cabin rare 3-star. Recruitable unit. Axes of the Fallen rare 3-star. Available slots, 5. Weekly output, 5. Recruitment cost, for 1,000 gold, for 1,000 stone, for 1,000 iron. Note: produces undead troops with impressive combat strength. The cost of progress had skyrocketed. The resources needed were 10 times higher. Exactly what you'd expect for high-tier troops. Richard winced even as he exulted, then flipped his wrist and barked, "Recruit them all." Dark energy burst from the cabin, spiraling into a vortex. In a single breath, the dim light twisted. Black steel armor etched with mandrake patterns emerged, a horned helmet locked into place with a click, and a 2.2-meter axes of the Fallen strode into the open. He stepped out, casually plucked a faintly golden axe from the wall, and clack, clack chains coiled around his wrist from thin air. The first genuine axes of the Fallen had arrived. Richard could hardly contain himself, as if he wanted to etch every line of the stat sheet into his mind. Axes of the Fallen. Tier, level 5 intermediate unit, strength 15. Potential, rare 3-star. Skills. 1. Cleaving throw grade B. Hurl the axe at targets within 40 m, then reel it back by chain, dealing massive magic damage. 2. Corpse forged body grade C. Immune to poison, plague, and curse. Defense 70. Cannot die unless the heart is destroyed. 3. Roar grade C. After roaring, the next strike gains 70 strength. 4. Whirl grade C. After throwing the axe, manipulate it via the chain for continuous, precise strikes. 5. Shatter grade C. The hurled axe detonates on impact, inflicting massive magic damage within a 10 m radius. Racial trait. If the battle axe shatters, the unit may expend strength to reforge it. On battle axe. Throw range 110 m, damage 20. Throw range 1120 m, damage 40. Throw range 2140 m, damage 60 and 30. Chance to trigger the instant kill effect. Soul execution chance decreases against higher level targets. Description. Care to find out what an axe tastes like? Richard scrolled back and forth, excitement overflowing. A level 5 unit straight from the Lair. Not only did it carry the intermediate tier bonus, every skill had effectively been bumped up a grade, and it had even gained the crowd-destroying masterpiece Shatter. The deadliest trump card, though, was the axe throw itself. Range had jumped from 30 to 40 meters, and the instant kill window for soul execution now covered 2,140 meters. 10 extra meters had doubled the axes of the Fallen's room to maneuver. This is a true killing machine. Richard roared with unrestrained laughter. Ha ha! After recruiting 5 axes of the Fallen, Licha immediately granted every unit under his command the Sandform ability, a battle-changing skill that has become standard issue in Dusk City. The 5 freshly forged elites, clad in black iron armor and swinging axes edged with ghostly blue fire, lined up in perfect order. Licha's mood soared at the sight. His eyes then drifted to the 15 axes of the Fallen that still hadn't been promoted. The upgraded nest should have let them step straight into the rare tier, yet when he pulled up their stat panel, his smile froze. The cost was identical to their original recruitment price, no discount at all. 15 axes of the Fallen to rare, 60,000 gold, 60,000 lumber, 60,000 iron, 180,000 resources. A quick calculation nearly made him yelp. Good grief, that'll strip me down to my last coin. Even with his outrageous income rate, troop nests remained a bottomless pit. And the axes of the Fallen weren't the only ones in line. Scorpion warriors, Cursed Pharaohs, and a whole roster of units still needed upgrades. One slip and his stockpile would vanish. I can't just chase top-tier troops, Licha told himself. I need a mix of elite and rare units. Hunting alone won't cut it. I have to start trading. Promoting a rare unit to epic demanded 10,000 nest cores, 5 million resources. At his current pace, that would take more than a month with nothing else spent, a non-starter. After thinking it through, he calmed down. First, push the bandaged mummies to rare. 3 nests will cost 150,000 resources, and Thad'll drag 6 whole squads up with them. That would give him a mid-sized force of rare units, backed by the new rare axes of the Fallen and the absurdly strong a rank hero gray enough to clear the 1-star dungeon linked by that one-way portal had been eyeing. The black gold system already warned that the dungeon's average unit potential was rare. Once the bandaged mummies advanced, the challenge would plummet. With the plan locked in, Licha swung into action. At dawn on May 16th, he and Gray each led their troops out to hunt. Even so, Resources trickled in painfully slowly. That night, the two pushed the outskirts of Dusk City and kept hunting through the dark, far riskier, but far more profitable. After a series of brutal skirmishes, Li Cha finally scraped together the needed resources by the evening of May 18th. Then came the penny-pinching math. Upgrading 3 Grand Pyramid nests, 150,000 resources. Promoting 61 elite bandaged mummies to rare, 80,000. Promoting 15 axes of the fallen to rare, 180,000. Total, 410,000 resources, down to the last unit. Right then, a system prompt flashed across his panel. Elite 3-star Mummy Pyramid, spend 10 elite tier Desert Faction nest cores to upgrade to rare 3-star. Proceed with upgrade. Axe of the Dead, rare 3-star, spend 4,000 gold, 4,000 wood, and 4,000 iron to upgrade to uncommon 3-star. The black gold system's confirmation prompt flashed, and the resources Li Cha had painstakingly saved over the past few days vanished in an instant. Bandaged Mummies, 61 rare 3-star. Poison Scorpion Warriors, 27 rare 3-star. Cursed Pharaohs, 5 rare 3-star. Axes of the Dead, 20 uncommon 3-star. 9 rare squads and 2 uncommon squads. A total of 113 soldiers. In the forecourt of the Lord's Manor, the undead troops stood in precise formation. Sunlight glinted off bandage-wrapped bodies and jet-black armor, exuding a chilling sense of pressure. Li Cha gazed at the army he had forged with his own hands. His heart surging, his power had grown more than tenfold in barely half a month. A deep sense of accomplishment washed over him. Ding. Bandaged Mummy basic attack research complete. The upgrade has been solidified as a territory trait. You may now enhance Bandaged Mummy attack freely at the smithy. The sudden system chime made Li Cha's eyes light up. And Dare pulled it off? Without hesitation, he led a few bandaged mummies straight to the smithy. Outside the smithy, Dare, a long-handled bronze hammer strapped to her back, had just pushed the door open. Though exhausted, the young woman's eyes still sparkled. Spotting Li Cha, she straightened at once. Lord Li Cha, I've discovered a way to boost the mummy's attack. Praise the god of forging, divine inspiration guided me. Li Cha laughed heartily. Dare, I'm sure it was your own brilliance. You've worked hard enough. Take a long break and come back when you're rested. She shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. No, my lord. I love this work. I don't need that much time off. I can be back at it tomorrow. At her signal, apprentices carried out the mummy that had been repeatedly tested. It was still at elite level, but one skill had undergone a dramatic change. Enhanced Claw Rend, A rank. Finger Sharpness 50, Durability 50. Li Cha pulled up the panel for a rare bandaged mummy. Claw Rend, Drank. Finger Sharpness 40, Durability 40. Look at the tan A rank outdoing a Drank. He set the two mummies side by side, hands extended. The enhanced arms seemed fused with steel, a metallic sheen rippling across the surface. Their fingers were dagger-sharp and icy. The unenhanced hands, wrapped in gray-white bandages, looked sturdy but decidedly blunter. Satisfied, Li Cha nodded. Dare, besides you, who else can apply this enhancement? I've taught every trick to the apprentices. Anyone can do it. How long to enhance one mummy? 20 to 30 minutes, depending on the smith's skill. Excellent. Li Cha said. Go get some rest. Tonight, I want the others to enhance every bandaged mummy we have. Tomorrow I'm marching out to seize a powerful wild unit camp. Fine. They'll stay here and supervise. NL, follow orders. My lord, Yes, sir. After sending the exhausted girl off to rest, Richard hurried into the forge. The furnaces blazed, the air was scorching, and he watched the blacksmiths upgrade the mummies with rapt attention. Crucibles of molten steel churned, cooled in measured stages, then received chunks of jet black, strangely veined metal before everything fused into one seething brew. When the crimson alloy was ready, the smiths signaled a bandaged mummy forward and had it lay both arms on a rough stone slab. As the metal poured, steam hissed and a bitter, burnt smell filled the air, stinging Richard's nose. Yet the liquid iron didn't destroy the wrappings. It seeped into the mummy's desiccated flesh like something alive, leaving a cold metallic gleam in its wake. The process felt almost occult, defying all common sense. Any living human would have been driven mad by the pain, but an undead creature endured it without a flicker. Once the first mummy was finished, Richard pulled up its stats. 1. Bandaged mummy, level 5 intermediate unit strength 15. 2. Potential, rare, 3-star. 3. Skills. Corpse of Death, grade D, strength 50, immune to pain, fear, poison, and plague. Burial bandages, grade D, physical damage taken 40. Bandages inflict plague. Infected targets lose 30 to all attributes and will die if untreated. Enhancement Rending Claws, grade D, claw sharpness 70, durability 70. 4. Racial trait Sandform, grade C. In desert battles, stamina and wound recovery speed 50. 5. Bond Mummy. Over the past few days, Gray had taken the mummies hunting until they all reached level 5. Now, with the upgrade complete, The sharpness and durability of rending claws had leapt from 40 to 70, boosting overall combat power far more than a simple percentage suggested. The claws gleamed like razors, silently warning any onlooker that these creatures were not to be trifled with. Richard broke into a hearty laugh. So this is Andel's real value? A rank hero truly is remarkable. And this was only the beginning. Once they advanced to higher tiers, how powerful would the mummies become? And what terrifying boosts awaited his other troops? Early morning, May 19th. The 6 squads of mummies had just completed their enhancements. Outside the command tent, Richard gave Karoo a few last instructions, topped up the supply wagons, and then led the army out of Dusk City. A garrison of 120 mummy guardians remained on high alert, more than enough to handle any surprise. The expedition had one goal: to clear the 1-star instance hidden behind a one-way portal. Richard had set his sights on it long ago, vowing to attack the moment he could feel the full company of rare units, and today he was finally making good on that promise. 2 hours later, he stood before the 5-meter gateway. Its surface rippled like water, shimmering with light that reflected the sharp glint in his eyes. He glanced at the sky, recalling the level 15 dragon that had appeared overhead not long ago. Savage head, iron scales, an image still vivid in his mind. The instance would fall, and that dragon would one day serve as his mount. He steadied himself and fixed his gaze on the portal. Bandaged mummies, scout ahead. Scorpion warriors, follow. Gray, you and the axe of the fallen cover the rear. At his command, the 6 squads of bandaged mummies stepped into the light curtain, their figures flickering out of sight. The scorpion warriors filed in behind them. Gray waited a heartbeat, then led the remainder of the force through with the axe of the fallen. 5 minutes later, Richard entered with 5 cursed pharaohs. Crossing the threshold felt like passing through a gossamer veil. When his boots touched solid ground again, his view opened onto a forest that had been scourged by fire. The air stank of char, blackened branches still held a dusting of gray, and a thick layer of ash on the ground testified to the inferno's fury. The embers were dead, no smoke, no flame. Gray was already posting sentries and reported the area secure. Ding. You have entered Time Fragment Burning Village, 1-star instance. Main quest triggered. Protect White Tower Town and ensure its survival amid the flames of war. Additional side quests may be discovered independently. Note 1. Time here flows differently. 10 days inside equal 1 day on the primary plane. Note 2. The Lord Forum is inaccessible within a time fragment. Note 3. You may leave after completing or failing the main quest. As the chime faded, Richard turned, seeing only charred trunks, no trace of the portal. So it truly was one way. The only route home was to clear the instance. Failure would also eject them, but without any reward. The main quest is to defend White Tower Town. First, we need to pinpoint our position. He issued orders at once. Gray, break the force into reconnaissance teams. Report immediately upon contact with the enemy. Gray redistributed the Scorpion warriors among the 7 squads of bandaged mummies and fanned them out in a wide arc to scout the area. While they moved out, Richard took the opportunity to reread the description of the Black Gold system. Burning Village, instance level, 1 star. Average unit grade, rare. Hero units, present. Factions on the field, demon, undead, church, human. Hint, the instance level cannot be increased. With 2 righteous factions and 2 evil ones, the description could not be clearer. This is a clash between good and evil. Before we act, we have to map out the terrain and every power involved. A 1-star difficulty is supposed to be low, yet Age of Radiance has turned into reality. Caution is never a mistake. A game has boundaries, reality does not, and absurd events can break out at any moment. Roughly half an hour later, Gray returned with a squad of bandaged mummies in tow. The mummy hero's voice was still hollow and deep. Master, east of the woods we found a demon legion besieging a human village. Demons and humans? Li Cha's eyes lit up. Give me the details. Gray reported succinctly. The demons are probing for a breach and have not charged, so both sides are in a stalemate. The enemy musters more than 3 companies. 2 are elite 2-star lesser demons. 1 is a rare 3-star fallen demon, all commanded by a demon hero. I left 2 squads of bandaged mummies to keep watch. So it really is an instance. A hero unit shows up right at the start. An army with a hero is an entirely different creature. Heroes not only lead, they provide buffs to the entire force. Gray is the proof. Form up every soldier we have and move out for the human village. Now? Yes, sir. 20-odd minutes later, they crunched over a thick carpet of black ash and, under Gray's guidance, climbed a low ridge. From several hundred meters away, Li Cha saw the village. Withered trees encircled it, and a stifling stillness hung in the air. The outer ring consisted of tall stone houses whose walls bristled with firing slits. More than 100 buildings were linked into an oval complex, a miniature fortress. Only one narrow road led inside, and several demon companies blocked that road, glaring while the human defenders clung to the gap. Neither side was willing to move first. The forest had been burned into a flat field of cinders, so across the 400 or 500 meters of open ground, every demon was in plain sight. The largest contingent was made up of lesser demons. They stood roughly 1 meter 70, muscles bulging beneath scarred skin, broader than grown men. Backs hunched, they dragged long whip-like tails. Twin horns jutted from their skulls. 3 blade-like fingers tipped each hand. A wide maw packed with fangs glittered coldly. They were practically the textbook image of a demon. Lesser demon, level 4. Potential, elite 2 stars. Skills, demonic flesh, rank E, defense 30, immune to plague and disease. Chaotic nature, rank E. When driven into frenzy, strength 50, but it will attack every creature nearby. Sharp claws, grade E. Claw sharpness increases by 30. Racial talent, thirst for slaughter. Power rises by 50 during combat, but the longer the fight lasts, the easier they fall into chaos. Bond demon. When the number of demons exceeds 10, power increases by 20 and confusion by 20, above 30, power by 40 and confusion by 40, above 50, power by 60 and confusion by 60 active. Profile. Only the abyss can contain these chaotic beings. That is the entire dossier on the lesser demon. Fallen demons are far more terrifying. They stand about 1.8 meters tall and drag a pair of stunted wings that cannot lift them. Each carries a long-handled spiked flail. When the chain and iron ball whirl, the grinding metal hum drills straight into the ears. An eerie whisper seeps from their throats, as though countless resentful spirits were breathing secrets against one's earlobes, making the scalp prickle and the heart tremble. Fallen demon. Level 5, mid-tier unit, strength 15. Potential, rare, 3 star. Skills. 1. Abyssal descent, grade Dutter's blasphemous whispers. Targets become dazed, and those who fail a will check are utterly corrupted, transforming into new demons. 2. Demonic flesh, grade defense 50, immune to plague and disease. 3. Demonic fury, grade Dwen rage peaks, strength 50, and nearby demons enter a berserk state. Racial talent. Any creature twisted by demonic whispers into a demon will obey the fallen demon for eternity, and its soul will belong to the fallen demon after death. Bond demon. If more than 10 demons are present, abyssal descent's corrosion increases by 20, above 20, by 40, above 30, by 60 active. Profile. Even if you cover your ears, the abyssal blasphemy still corrodes the mind. Li Cha closed the files on both demon types. His gaze turning razor-sharp. The enemy must not be underestimated. Lesser demons might look ridiculous, but fallen demons are lethally dangerous. While pondering, he looked toward the center of the demon camp. There, wagons piled high with supplies were being dragged by a squad of lesser demons. Thick chains bit into their torsos, driving them like beasts of burden. On one of the carts stood a towering demon clad in black heavy armor. Its face was even more grotesque than that of ordinary demons, and the flaming whip in its hand was wreathed in molten runes. Crack! The whip sliced through the air, exploding in a trail of fire. The sharp report carried a wave of searing heat. All the lesser demons and fallen demons nearby shuddered as one, almost flattening themselves against the ground. Fear thickened in the air. A demon hero. Li Cha studied the imposing demon and opened its stat panel out of curiosity. Barasa, Bloodflame Fiend. Hero unit level, 5, mid-tier. Spell damage bonus, 30. Potential, Drank. Class, Demon Commander Basic, spell effects 5. Mana, 200 regenerates 2 per second. Skills. 1. Enslave demons. D cracks a flaming whip to force demon troops into absolute obedience. 2. Soul Lash. D each strike inflicts direct soul damage and intense agony. 3. Bloodlust Frenzy. D drives subordinates into a blood-craving rampage. Strength 30. Removes pain perception. Lasts 3 minutes. 5-minute cooldown. 50 mana. 4. Petrified Hide. D hardens allies' skin into stone. Defense 30. Lasts 3 minutes. 5-minute cooldown. 50 mana. Hero trait. While commanding demon units, all demons gain 20 strength. Racial gift. The commander grows stronger as the number of demons under command increases. Bond commander. 1 squad command efficiency 20. 3 squads command efficiency 40 active. 5 squads command efficiency 60. Profile. This demon commander can marshal chaotic fiends into battle. With enough troops, the outcome could be catastrophic. Barasa wields 2 group buffs and keeps his underlings in line with a flaming whip management, demon style. All lesser demons, obey. Advance. Raise the village, and consume their souls. The abyssal roar snapped Li Cha from his thoughts. He couldn't understand the wicked tongue, yet his high language trait let him sense the meaning. The cadence alone carried the order like a spell. A low horn blared across the field. Crack! The fiery whip split the air, a burst of crimson sparks and searing heat washing outward. The lesser demons jerked, then hurled themselves forward, snarling. Even under command they were too wild for formation, surging toward the village gate in a single mass. The whip cracked again, and a blood-red light enveloped the front ranks. Petrified hide. Power surged through them. Their coarse skin hardened into gray, rock-like scales. With triumphant howls, they gained speed. The village path formed a deep funnel, its entrance narrow. As soon as the fiends entered range of thwip, dozens of arrows poured down. Petrified hide blunted the barrage. Arrowheads sparked against stone flesh and slowed, as if sinking into thick padding. The sting only fueled their frenzy, and they charged on. A cold shout echoed from deeper inside the passage. Release. 5 ballistas stood side by side, metal bolts glinting in the firelight. With a resonant twang, arm-thick shafts screamed downrange. Splath's front line of imps was skewered like candied hawthorns on a stick. Blood fountained skyward. Chunks of flesh clung to the stone walls, and the metallic stench filled the corridor in an instant. Even their petrified hides, glimmering pale under the moonlight, could not stop ballista bolts as thick as a child's arm. The scent of blood sent the imps into a frenzy. Snarling, they hurled themselves at the lightly armored infantry. At the same moment, human soldiers raised their leather shields and charged with a roar. Steel met fangs in a series of jarring clashes. Blood trickled through the cracks in the shattered stone, turning the battlefield thick and chaotic. Move the ballista to the second line. Archers, loose at will. Don't let those damned demons set foot in our village. The commander rasped. The crush of close combat weighed on even the most seasoned veterans. At a rear junction, Richard's view was blocked by the human wall ahead. He could only judge the demon's advance by the sudden gaps in the outer curtain of arrows, gaps that told him the line was being chewed up with frightening speed. Master, when do we strike? The mummy hero, Galay, asked in a hollow baritone, the blue soul fire in his empty sockets flickering. Richard was about to answer when a system prompt chimed beside his ear. Dingside quest triggered, a question of good and evil. You have witnessed demons assaulting a human village. Choose your path. 1. Aid the humans in their defense. 2. Join the demons in their assault. 3. Remain neutral or walk away. Note, free roam mode is active. Rewards are unknown. Every decision will affect future encounters. A question of good and evil? A playful glint flashed in Richard's eyes. Sorry, I'm neutral, he muttered. The main quest is to protect Bida Town. A side quest won't derail it. He barked orders. Galay, ready the troops. Once the demons commit their whole force to the front, hit their hero from the flank and wipe them out. Then occupy the village. You need intel. Richard surveyed the instance. Demons, undead, Xingtang. Humans only 4 factions makes this world dull. Huanghun, Ji, Qing won't mind becoming the 5th. From recruiting Andair to the Luanhuihua Trading Company incident, Richard had learned that Guanghui Jiuan never offered only one solution. He had skipped the official quest line, yet still brought Andair under his banner. He had ignored the set rescue route, and instead earned the rare hero altar blueprint that should never have spawned. Break the rules, and the rewards doubled. The main objective is protect Bida Town, he mused. It never said we had to sit and wait. Giliai's soul fire flared, dancing like blue flames in the wind. His master's audacity left him in awe. As you command, mighty sovereign. Anyone who wants to swoop in and claim the prize must first have the power to do so, and Li Cha certainly did. He wielded 20 rare Deadman's axes, enough to cut down almost any opponent. And he had Gray, a formidable A-rank hero, standing guard. With 500 mana at his command, Gray could forcibly cast words of curse 5 times, enabling those axes to deliver instant, lethal strikes. The chance arrived quickly. After his frontal assault collapsed, the demon commander flew into a rage, throwing every chainmace-bearing fallen demon back into the fight, and keeping only 5 squads of lesser demons as his escort. Li Cha reacted at once, ordering Gray to wheel around the flank and strike the demon hero, while he himself took only 1 squad of bandage mummies as bodyguards. Attack! Gray's roar signaled the first battle of the dungeon for Twilight City. The bandage mummies charged in front. Newly strengthened rare 3-star units. They were swathed in shadow-soaked bandages, their arms gleaming like cold metal, and their claws sharp enough to rend a bull's hide. Scorpion warriors followed, and Gray marched alongside 5 Cursed Pharaohs and the 20 Deadman's axes. The towering mummy hero looked small behind the 2-meter-tall axe golems. The demon commander instantly sensed the undead at his rear. Enraged by the stab in the back, he bellowed, "You wretches! How dare these lowly undead provoke the mighty demons?" He barked new orders. Fallen demons, stop attacking the humans and hunt the undead instead. Spitting abyssal blasphemies, he raised his hand, and a crimson glow wrapped around the 5 squads of lesser demons beside him. Blood frenzy activated. Murderous light flared in their eyes as they locked on the oncoming bandage mummies. The commander lashed his flaming whip with a sharp crack, striking a lesser demon's back. The soul-rending pain made the creature scream hysterically, and the nearby demons lunged forward like starving hounds. Farther back, the fallen demons that had been assaulting a human village obeyed the call, dragging their heavy chain maces around to charge the undead. Larger and more brutal than the lesser demons, They spewed abyssal curses through their fanged maws. At the same time, the 10 lesser demons harnessed to the war chariot were driven onward. The whole vehicle swung toward the Twilight City troops. Another whiplash spurred them harder, chains snapping taut as power surged into the chariot. Iron wheels clattered, and the three-bladed weapon fixed to the axle spun so fast it sprayed shards of cold light. Thrilled, the demon hero lashed again and again, wringing more speed from the chariot. Under blood frenzy, the front rank of lesser demons hurled themselves at the bandaged mummies. Backs arched, they sprinted forward, three dagger-like claws slashing, while gaping jaws lunged for throats. The mummies did not dodge. They met the attack head-on. Claws sank deep into their chests, fangs tore at their wrappings, yet the layered bandages absorbed most of the impact. The demons managed to pierce the outer layers, but they failed to inflict real harm. The lesser demon tried to wrench its talons out of the mummy's torso, but the resistance felt like sawing rawhide with a blunt blade. The bandaged creature, numb to pain, struck back the moment it was hitchlunk. Its 5 fingers slid through the demon's abdomen as easily as through curd. Razor-tipped claws burst from the demon's hunched back, and blood sprayed like a ruptured pipe. One slash shredded muscle. The mummy clamped onto the spine and yanked crack. Bone snapped in two. Even robbed of pain, the ruinous injury left the demon helpless on the ground. A final swipe split its skull, extinguishing the soul within. The carnage reached the distant demon commander. Gray light rippled over him as vast mana surged. In a blink, every lesser demon's skin darkened to stony gray petrified hide. Defense up 30%. Against equal foes the buff could turn a fight, and bloodthirst still bolstered them. Unfortunately, they faced a rare 3-star mummy with its attack enhanced once more. Whoosh, the mummy's claws sliced through petrified hide, as if the bonus were nothing. The demon's counterstrikes left only superficial cuts. In their first clash, scores of lesser demons fell, while not a single mummy dropped. Enraged, the demon hero cracked his long whip and drove the yoked demons to haul his war chariot straight into the brawl. He meant to crush these wretches himself. 3-bladed wheels thundered, spinning like giant meat grinders. Slower demons lost legs to the blades, yet kept running, numb to pain. The chariot rammed into the melee. The demon hero raised his flaming whip snap. Bandages that resisted fangs shredded apart, tearing a great chunk from a mummy and cleaving anguish through its soul. He laughed, a jagged snarl. Grovel, vermin, taste the scourge of your soul. The whip whistled again, a blistering arc of fire. A mummy tried to dodge, but was pinned by lesser demon's crack. Its form shattered, dissolving into swirling yellow sand. The sand dulled the physical blow but offered no shield from soul-rending force. The mummy was obliterated. Exultant, the demon hero lashed the reins and barreled toward the densest knot of enemies. Boom, and indescribable terror slammed into his mind like a battering ram. Thoughts scattered, limbs locked. He dropped the flaming whip, arms and legs splayed wide. A storm of chain-bound axes shrieked through the air. Sensing death, the commander bit his tongue. Pain cleared his head for an instant, but the grip on his body held. He could only watch the axes fall. Soul Command, Grade A. Seize an enemy's soul and force one action. If no further orders follow, control ends after 5 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Mana cost 100. Crunch. Axes tore past, shattering black iron armor like broken glass. Blood geysered meters high. 20 Reaver axes struck together, their damage immense. The stronger the target, the lower the chance of soul execution, yet the barrage overflowed the limit's quelch. A massive head spun free, arced upward, and thudded into the mud. The once formidable demon hero lay a headless corpse. The 10 demons pulling the chariot, unaware their master was gone, kept sprinting to avoid the lash. Momentum pitched the body from the platform into the mire. The demon commander was dead. The instant the demon champion was felled, the balance of the battlefield tipped. With their leader gone, the remaining lesser demons scattered like wild horses. Some, driven mad, kept charging, while others turned and ran, terror plain on their twisted faces. The axe of the dead hunt down the ones who flee. Gray's order cut through the chaos like a blade. Far off, the weapon's edge became sweeping arcs of dark red light, neatly harvesting every retreating fiend. Only then did the fallen demons, meant to support the champion, lumber onto the field. Elsewhere, unaware of their commander's death, other demons still pressed the attack on a human village. 2 lines of battle overlapped, and the situation spiraled further out of control. 5 squads of lesser demons and their war chariot were dispatched in moments. Bandaged mummies and scorpion warriors charged shoulder to shoulder, tearing through the stragglers. The axe of the dead held the rear, continuing its lethal sniping. Gray and 5 cursed pharaohs spaced themselves into a triangle, re-establishing the so-called iron triangle of their formation. A few heartbeats later, the first wave of fallen demons slammed into the leading bandaged mummy. Spitting abyssal blasphemies, these brutes were anything but easy prey. A spiked flail whistled through the air, powerful enough to shatter boulders. The mummy couldn't dodge. Its chest caved in with a crack, and it staggered back, yet showed no pain. A body of living sand simply quivered, then knit itself whole again, and the mummy growled forward once more. The flail whirled and crashed down again. Half its skull exploded in a spray of yellow sand, but the ruin flowed back together in an eye blink. Roaring, the fallen demon tried to pulp this stubborn undead, only to find the mummy already in its face. Steel flashed cold. Enhanced claws plunged into its guts platter. The same moment, the flail smashed the mummy's spine, raising a storm of sand. Horror filled the demon as it realized the undead was healing faster than it could harm it, while its own strength bled away through the wound. The mummy's curse was silently devouring it. Seizing the advantage, the bandaged mummy ignored the flail's impact and ripped the fallen demon into bloody shreds. Limbs flew, white wrappings soaked crimson, the scene savage and frenzied. With their power boosted, the mummies fought like juggernauts. Nearby, scorpion warriors hammered other fallen demons in brutal melee. The abyssal blasphemies that should have corrupted their foes meant nothing to beings with no living souls. How do you corrupt the undead? At best, the chance caused the mummies and scorpions to hesitate for a heartbeat. Add their life-saving sand form to the mix, and even the strongest fallen demons were fully contained. Deprived of leadership, the demon host collapsed on both fronts, their defeat now all but certain. The army of Twilight City swallowed the village in an instant. By the time the demons battering the settlement sensed trouble behind them, dozens of linen-wrapped mummies had already stormed their rear, forcing them into the narrow alleys. The villagers who had fought to hold the line felt no surge of hope. Instead, their hearts grew heavier. Demons still raged, and now the dead had arrived. Had the gods abandoned them? Under the twin pressures, the demons' lines collapsed. They crashed against makeshift wooden shields, turned to tear at the mummies, and were shredded in moments by those bandage-shrouded monsters. Activate Sandform. Galay stood at the street's mouth, saw arrows raining from the eaves, and gave the order without hesitation. Dust spiraled along the mummies' wrappings as their coarse outer layers turned to fine sand. Lesser and fallen demons could only bite and claw. Against armor that negated nearly all physical harm, such attacks were useless. Once the demons were consumed, Galay followed Li Cha's will and shouted, "Secure the village." Farther down the lane, a makeshift gate tower barely 4 meters high served as the humans' final redoubt. Ballistafire. 5 bed crossbows that had already loosed volley after volley boomed again, bolts as thick as a child's arm screaming through the air. A moment later, despair claimed the defenders' eyes. The giant arrows pierced the undead, yet the sand-forged mummies emerged unharmed. Galay slashed his hand downward. "All mummies, clear the center." Several breaths later, whoosh. Enormous axes chained to their hafts hurtled forward. Crash. The blades bit deep into the ironclad wooden gate. 2 squads of axes of the dead hauled hard in unison. Boom. The gate shattered, and the village's final barrier fell. Staring at the demon corpses beyond the breach, the defenders felt a chill pierce to their skulls. How is that possible? Galay raised a hand, halting the mummies, and silence cloaked the street. His hollow voice echoed. "Humans, my master the Lord of Twilight City, ruler of the desert commands you. Lay down your arms and cease resisting. Twilight City seeks no massacre. Accept surrender beneath our walls." The unexpected ceasefire stirred a commotion among the defenders and quickly fostered the hope of negotiation. After brief, heated whispers, an aged voice called, "Undead, how can we trust you to honor any pact?" Galay took a step forward, deathly aura swirling around him, but just as the crowd expected a reply, he shifted aside, revealing a handsome human. "I am the Lord of Twilight City, an interplanar traveler," he declared. "I came to hunt demons and undead. Those abominations stole my treasure. I am human as well, and I have no interest in your lives. Doubt me if you wish, but you have no room to bargain. My restraint at this moment is the greatest goodwill you will receive." 20 axes of the dead flanked him, scorpion-tailed, human-faced warriors lined both wings, and the mummies waited motionless in the rear. The captain looked at the shattered gate and the carpet of demon remains. The last shred of resistance in his heart crumbled. He let his sword fall and spoke in a dry, cracked whisper. "Mighty One, we surrender." Ding. You have exterminated a band of demons and forced the humans to yield. You gained 3,000 experience points. Side quest: a choice between good and evil completed. Burning Village instance progress increased by 10%. 3,000 experience points? Now that's the kind of reward you only see in a dungeon. Richard stared at the new number flashing on his interface, a thrill running through him. The progress bar, however, remained fixed at 10%, and he wondered if filling it would unlock a way out of this instance. With that thought, he signaled to Gray, who led the troops into Blueleaf Village in single file. 10 minutes later, the dust had settled. Charred beams at the village gate still radiated heat as Richard stood in the clearing. His calm gaze swept the assembled villagers, each wearing a different blend of fear and uncertainty. They had chosen to surrender, and mummy warriors now herded them into the square, while scorpion warriors kept watch on the perimeter. The main quest demanded that he protect White Tower Town, and Richard urgently needed information. Two fully armed scorpion warriors marched a gray-haired man of about 50 before him. The man introduced himself as Jill Blueleaf, his eyes clouded with fatigue and conflicting emotions. He stole a glance at the villagers guarded by the mummies, sighed, and bowed. "Honored Lord, Jill Blueleaf greets you. Thank you for saving us." Whatever else could be said, Richard had rescued the village from the demons. Had his army been made of humans instead of monsters, Jill would already be sending for food and wine. Richard inclined his head. Richard, Lord of Dusk City. His gaze moved to the village's distinctive stone houses. "Master Jill, who designed these buildings?" Jill clearly hadn't expected the question. After a beat, he answered, "They were designed by a priest of the Justice Church in White Tower Town, my lord. The priest was born here. He's quite important now. So that was why a remote village could afford such construction. It had the backing of a White Tower priest." Richard filed the detail away. "We come from another plane," he said. "My realm is under threat, and am searching for powerful artifacts. I know almost nothing about White Tower Town or these demons. I hope you can help." Jill felt a measure of relief. Beyond Richard's overwhelming strength, the fact that he was human had weighed heavily in the decision to surrender. At least they could speak with him. Placing their fate in another's hands was risky, but they had no better choice. He gathered his thoughts and began to explain. The current date inside the instance was year 5000 of the Radiant calendar, more than a millennium after the main plane's timeline. Given that the gods had shattered the river of time, this discrepancy made sense. The land belonged to an empire Richard had never heard of, perhaps long vanished in his own history. The world was in upheaval. The abyss had ruptured, and countless demons now poured through the rifts, sweeping across the material plane. White Tower Town served as the regional center. 3 days ago, hunters from Blue Leaf spotted demons in a remote valley and prepared to seek aid from White Tower. Before they could leave, a sudden wildfire engulfed the forest, cutting every path and forcing the villagers to fortify their homes. Yesterday, the demons finally located Blue Leaf and descended in a wave of bloodshed. As Richard listened, the picture grew clearer. The instance was called the Burning Village, and Blue Leaf was obviously only the starting point. 3 forces had revealed themselves: the church in White Tower Town, the demons in the valley, and the villagers, while the undead had yet to appear. Piecing the clues together, Richard sketched the likely arc. The wildfire would draw White Tower's attention, investigators would arrive, and they would eventually find the village annihilated by demons. Panicked, Bida Town sent out pleas for aid while scouting the demons' movements. Once it had amassed enough strength, it marched on Demon Valley only for the undead to appear and plunge for factions into open war. Or, the town might simply hunker down after spotting demonic tracks, too afraid to act. In that case, the undead would still emerge, join forces with the demons, and mount a ferocious assault on Bida Town, igniting the final showdown. Whatever the future holds, this village and the blaze that gutted it are undoubtedly the spark that set the storm in motion. Li Cha pulled his thoughts back to the present and studied the soot-stained village chief standing before him. "Lord Jier, I mean your people no harm." His tone was calm, yet carried an unmistakable authority. "I paid a steep price to reach this plane, all to find a relic powerful enough to strengthen Dusk City. The threat we face is no less dire than what hangs over Blue Leaf Village. Tell me, do you know of any treasures hidden nearby?" Sweat formed on Jier's brow as he answered bitterly. "My lord, every month our little village ships all we produce to Bida Town in exchange for its protection. All that remains here are the bare necessities, and even those are scarce." Li Cha waved the words aside. "Supplies won't change the tide. Only a strategic artifact can do that." Jier managed a helpless smile. "Lord Li Cha, aside from the powerful artifact kept in Bida Town, I truly know nothing." "Bida Town has one," Li Cha murmured, filing the detail away before shifting the topic. "What about unit lairs in your village?" "We have only a single lair that can recruit standard 3-star swordsmen. If you need it, my lord, you may take it." "An ordinary 3-star human squad?" Li Cha shook his head, disappointment obvious. One sandbound mummy could wipe out 2 or 3 of those teams. Ignoring Jier's stiff expression, he strode to the cluster of guarded villagers. His sharp gaze swept their anxious faces as he announced, "Demons are eating away at this world, and danger may strike at any moment. I don't yet have the power to purge them, so I need your help. If anyone knows where to find a strategic artifact or a height-year unit lair, I will pay generously." Deep down he was probing perhaps he could trigger a second quest. After crushing several demon squads, he refused to settle for experience alone. He had just concluded the village was nearly tapped out when the crowd suddenly parted. A young man burst forward, shouting, "I know. Let me go know." Several companions clamped their hands over his mouth, but he fought wildly, and the commotion drew Li Cha's immediate attention. He raised a hand, and the mummy beside him stepped forward to drag the youth over. "So you know something?" Jier's complexion shifted from pale to green before he sighed. "My lord, this is my son Bali. He was the first to spot the demon's tracks." Li Cha ignored him, locking eyes with the youth. "I prefer speaking with clever people." "Bali is it? Speak." Bali clenched his jaw and said in a low voice, "My lord, I know where an incredibly powerful strategic artifact is. He'll share everything I know, but you must rescue Lu Shi." Li Cha's eyes lit up at once. Richard hadn't expected a bonus like this. He pressed on at once. "What kind of strategic artifact, and where is it?" Flickering torchlight danced across Barry's face as the young man almost shouted, "A magic orb. It's filled with a special power. Lucy and I found it in an ancient tomb." He drew a deep breath and continued. "Near that tomb, we spotted demons. Those bastards sensed the orb and chased us. Lucy told me to come back for help while she lured them away with it. Sir, they'll lead you to the valley where the demons are, but please, you have to save Lucy." From Barry's trembling rush of words, Richard picked out the key point. There was a love story tangled up in all this. Besides you, who else knows exactly where the Demon Valley is? No one. I'm the only one who's been there. Barry shook his head hard. Hearing Richard's readiness to move, his voice grew more urgent. "Sir, we also found several sealed creature lairs inside the tomb, but we never got to check them. The valley's so close the demons have probably taken it already. We need to wipe them out first, then we can explore the tomb." Sealed creature lairs? Richard's eyes lit up. So the tomb was that advanced strategic artifact and creature lairs. "Do you have a map to the Demon Valley?" "None." Barry answered without hesitation. "But I can guide you myself." The moment he finished, a crisp system chime rang in Richard's ear. Ding. Side quest triggered, Lover's Agony. Barry, son of Blue Leaf Village's chief, discovered demons while in the tomb with his lover Lucy. To protect him, Lucy fled with the artifact as bait. Barry tried to raise the alarm but was imprisoned by his father to safeguard the village, leaving him in torment. He has finally found a chance to ask you to rescue his lover. Accept quest? Note: you are currently in free exploration mode. Rewards unknown. Every choice you make will shape what happens next. Richard's mouth twitched. Straight out of a Hollywood script. Still, the lure of a strategic artifact was right there. He lifted his head, voice ringing with resolve. "Exterminating demons is a duty I won't shirk. Barry, I promise you if Lucy is alive, we'll bring her back. But you must obey my every command." "Understood. He'll do exactly as you say." Barry nearly jumped for joy, repeating his pledge of loyalty. With a guide secured, Richard turned to the silent village chief, Gil. "Chief Gil, send someone to White Tower Town for reinforcements at once and report everything. On our way here we ran into undead no less dangerous than the demons, so White Tower must be warned." The undead hadn't appeared yet, but an early alert beat being caught off guard. Gil met his son's determined gaze, hesitated, then sighed deeply. "Lord Richard, please look after Barry." "Of course." Richard nodded, weighing things quickly. A side quest that yielded a strategic artifact sounded like fair pay for helping the village fight demons. The value of such an item far surpassed ordinary loot. Having extracted the information he wanted, he left the impoverished village without hesitation. Under Gil's unreadable gaze, he let Barry lead the way and set off for Demon Valley. As Richard's party disappeared into dust and twilight, Gil seemed to age 10 years overnight, his back hunching as if half his vitality had been siphoned away. "Uncle Gil, will that lord who commands the undead honor his promise?" Jean finally voiced the worry that had weighed on him. Gil fell silent, then slowly shook his head. This was Barry's own choice, and the lord doesn't seem like someone who breaks his word. Forcing himself upright, he swept his eyes over the anxious villagers behind him. "You, take a few people and ride to White Tower Town at once. Tell the priest what's happened, we're in serious trouble." Leaving the human settlement, Richard drove his army forward from noon until dusk. They marched through a charcoal-gray forest of withered trunks and broken branches. Even birdsong felt like a distant memory. After 7 or 8 hours of forced marching, Barry was near collapse, yet he clenched his teeth and uttered not a single complaint. When the setting sun brushed the mountaintops, scouts rushed back with news demons sighted. Energy surged through Richard, and he immediately regrouped the troops to reconnoiter. 5 or 6 minutes later they scrambled up a low rise. At Gray's signal, everyone tucked in behind a charred log, while Richard peered into the distance. Some 500 or 600 meters away, the valley floor swarmed with thumb-sized figures darting back and forth. Stooped, humpbacked imps hauled rocks and burrowed into the mountainside, the clang of pickaxes echoing through the night air. Barry's fists clenched so hard his knuckles whitened. "My lord, the spot they're digging is where the ancient tomb lies." "Where's Demon Valley itself?" "This is Demon Valley," Barry whispered. "They came from deeper down." Richard narrowed his eyes. By rough count there were already more than a battalion of imps in sight, and who knew how many lurked in the gorge below. Yet the greater the danger, the hotter his fighting spirit burned. These imps were walking experience, and the valley held strategic treasures as well as 2 sealed creature nests. A frontal assault would bleed them dry. He needed another way. After a moment's thought he turned to Gray. "What attracts demons?" The mummy hero's pale eye sockets glimmered. "Blood? Life energy," Barry growled, desperation edging his voice. "My lord, let me be the bait. He'll lure them out. Lucy's still waiting for me to save her." Richard studied Barry's death-defying urgency, then gave a curt wave. "Pull back for now." "What's that smell?" The imps chiseling rock snapped their heads up in unison, nostrils flaring. Blood, hunger roared through their bellies like wildfire. A day's labor had emptied them, and now the scent of food overwhelmed every shred of reason. They milled in restless clumps, craning for the source of the aroma like starving beggars catching the scent of roast meat. The imp hero cracked his whip overhead, trying to impose order, but the lash did little to quell the frenzy. The clamor grew, picks struck stone less and less, and productivity plummeted. Watching his workforce grind to a crawl, the furious demon hero snapped an order and detached 5 full squads of imps. Seething with anger, the flame fiend stormed out of Demon Valley in pursuit of the fresh blood scent. After only a few hundred meters, he skidded to a halt, flaming whip in hand, his predatory gaze locked ahead. On a rocky slope, several mutilated animal carcasses hung from the fork of a dead tree, warm blood freshly smeared over their hides and dripping through their fur. The spot sat squarely upwind, sending the sweet reek of blood spiraling deep into Demon Valley. What enraged him even more was the neat formation of an entire squad of undead beneath the body's lowly, contemptible undead. To stage such a provocation outside the demon's main camp was begging for death. The flame fiend cracked his blazing whip and roared, "Kill them." Starving lesser demons caught the scent and howled as they charged up the rocky pass. Farther back, the commander Li Cha watched with an icy stare. Another drank hero. These demons are anything but ordinary. Bandaged mummies and scorpion warriors on alternating defense let nothing through. Axes of the dead, strike at will. The terrain he had chosen was a natural fortress. A sheer 100-meter cliff to the right, a 50-meter drop to the left, and a corridor barely 20 meters wide for any assault. The passages behind laced together, letting his troops fight while withdrawing without fear of being flanked. In the desert underworld, he had used similar ground to wipe out thousands of undead. Today, he would repeat the feat. The lesser demons bellowed and poured into the corridor, slamming into the first line of scorpion warriors. Black iron pincers snapped open and shut, throwing off cold light and dying screams. Though only 3 squads strong, the level 6, rare, 3-star scorpion warriors treated the level 4, elite, 2-star lesser demons like lambs to the slaughter. Crack, crunch. Each snap pulped a demon limb, spraying flesh and blood across the pass. And no matter how many bodies the lesser demons heaped forward, they could not shake this wall of iron. The flame fiend roared again, crimson light erupting from his body magic. Bloodthirsty berserk. Scarlet veins crawled across the lesser demon's skin, boosting their speed and savagery, and an even fiercer wave smashed into the defense. The scorpion warriors could no longer kill fast enough, and pressure on the line spiked. At that instant, a cold flash split the air of battle axe whirled into the demon horde. Boom. The sound of shattering glass exploded as the axe fractured, and countless razor shards scythed through a 10-meter radius. Blood geysered from every demon caught in the blast. Bodies burst into crimson mist, and a yawning gap opened in the center of the corridor. Having advanced to rare grade, the Axe of the Dead unveiled its new skill, Axe Shatter, for the first time. 2 squads launched in unison, wiping out nearly 2 demon squads in one stroke. Watching the carnage, Li Cha threw back his head and laughed. Worth every resource I spent. Blood splattered across his black robe, yet he took no notice, his eyes fixed on the axe still spinning back toward him. This was his ultimate trump card, a peerless engine of slaughter. With the ridge as a natural bulwark and the combined might of the bandaged mummies, venom scorpion warriors, axes of the dead, and the Cursed Pharaoh, the position was unassailable. The slope's crags turned the mummy's shield wall into solid stone. Twin pincers of the scorpion warriors flashed in the dying light, each strike finding a vital point. At the center, the axes of the dead and the Cursed Pharaoh exuded a chill that made the hillside feel like an ice vault. Above them, the Arank hero Gule rained arrows and spells, weaving an airtight web of firepower. For the demons, the slope became a meat grinder. Every step demanded a fresh layer of corpses. In barely 10 minutes, 5 demon companies of imps were whittled down to fewer than 1. Blood coursed down the hillside, carving bright red channels through the rock. Shattered footprints of broken imps sank into the mire, glowing hotter than the sunset. The demon hero, seething with rage, finally clenched his teeth and ordered a retreat. As he withdrew, his murderous glare branded a vow of revenge the undead would one day pay in blood. Li Cha caught that hateful look, raised his banner, and barked, "Scorpion warriors forward." Mummies shield the axes of the dead and the Cursed Pharaoh full advance. The moaning wind seemed to cheer him on. Empowered mummies raised shields like iron walls, while the no-rare grade axes of the dead burned with battle fervor. Li Cha knew this was only a 1-star instance. Demon strength had limits. He was determined to exploit the momentum would devour the entire demon army. The demon hero fled to Demon Gorge, his furious roars bouncing off the cliffs and igniting the valley's war lust. Imps dropped their boulders and surged toward the entrance. From deeper within came guttural abyssal curses that chilled the bone. Moments later, legion fiends lumbered out, flails swinging, bodies shrouded in black mist. Among them strode newcomers demons with ram's horns and black hooves, clad in gray hide armor and gripping steel longswords, their blood-red eyes cut through the gloom. Outside the gorge, Li Cha raised his staff and instantly spotted the new threat. A flick of his wrist brought up their profile. Ramhorn Demon. Level 5. Agility bonus, 15. Rarity, rare 3-star. Skills. 1. Sword Mastery, C. Expert Blade Control. 2. Demonic Body D. Strength 50, immune to plague and disease. 3. Heightened Reflexes D. Dexterity 50. 4. Enhanced Speed D. Speed 50. Racial Trait. Easily locates enemy weak points. Demon Synergy. When demon numbers 30, Dexterity 60 active. Profile. A rare, highly agile demon unit. Sword Mastery. Li Cha's grin turned feral. Show me how sharp your blades really are. Advance. The Iron Triangle formation, honed in earlier battles, sprang to life. Scorpion warriors spearheaded the charge, axes of the dead close behind. The Cursed Pharaoh, Golay, and Li Cha held the center with control and ranged fire, while Mummies secured both flanks. As the order rang out, steel shrieked and the dead whispered. The first wave, once again, was a horde of imps. Waiting for them was only death's cold smile. Whoosh whoosh. 20 war axes etched with necromantic runes ripped through the air. The imps' hunched bodies split like tofu, bones, gore, and limbs exploding into a crimson veil. Even without any extra fragmentation effect, that single volley erased 4 full squads. At rare grade, the axes of the dead hit like catastrophe. The demons seemed endless. A mixed horde of fallen and lesser fiends surged forward without a heartbeat's pause. The scorpion warriors charged straight in, creatures born for slaughter, every thrust driven by bloodlust and fury. The moment the lines met, blood burst like a punctured waterskin, flinging severed limbs and shredded flesh through the air. While the melee raged, nimble ramhorn demons wielding longswords slipped around both flanks. Skirting the scorpion warriors' blades, they meant to tear an opening from the side. Richard narrowed his eyes and signaled, bandaged mummies, tie them down. Cursed pharaohs, move in for the kill. 6 squads of bandaged mummies lunged forward, lank forms wrapped in ashen strips. Push sword lights split the air. In a blink a ramhorn pierced a mummy's heart, dark miasma spraying out. The mummy clawed back, but the demon twisted away with ease. Maxed in agility, the ramhorn fought with near-perfect technique, footwork and blade weaving a silver vortex that carved long slits into undead flesh. Undead bodies were stiff yet tough. As long as throat and skull were shielded, even a hail of thrusts was rarely fatal. But more ramhorns kept closing in, and the 6 mummy squads were steadily forced back. Had it not been for their innate sand form, which blunted physical blows, casualties would have been catastrophic. The fight deadlocked. Seeing the thickening mass of ramhorns, Richard's gaze turned icy. Axe burst. Chains snapped out. 20 battle axes whistled into the densest knot of demons. Crack. Shrieks sharper than breaking glass erupted as the axes detonated, raining shards across a 10-meter circle. Not even the quickest ramhorn escaped. The blast scoured everything within dozens of meters. In seconds, 2 full platoons of ramhorns lay obliterated, a haul far greater than their first cull of lesser fiends. The mummies and cursed pharaohs finished the survivors, claws ripping, hexes clinging, gore-slick corpses piling into mounds. Yet the demons did not relent. As the ramhorns thinned, more imps and fallen rushed in, hurling themselves at the mummies. With sandform active, purely physical strikes barely mattered. The mummies barreled about, crushing foes, the crack of bones and clash of steel melding into a blistering roar. A low winch grind rolled out from deep within the demon host. Richard looked up to see a jagged war chariot rumbling forward. Unlike the hero's ride scene in the village, this one was drawn by 2-headed demons over 2.5 meters tall, 2 full squads of them. On either side of the chariot's deck sat 2 heavy ballistae etched with infernal motifs, each crewed by a pair of ramhorns. Towering a full head above the other demon hero stood a massive fiend atop a war chariot. A crackling crimson whip of fire coiled around his arm. This was Isaac, the Bloodflame Fiend, a level 7 intermediate hero whose spell damage is amplified by 30%. His potential is rated C, and his class reads Demon Commander Intermediate, granting an additional 15% boost to all spells. He carries 300 mana and regenerates it at 3 points per second. Skill 1, Demon Enslavement C. With a swing of the flaming whip, Isaac can forcibly subdue his troops, compelling absolute obedience. Any demon struck by the lash gains a 30% power surge for a short time. Skill 2, Soul Lash C. Each strike of the whip tears directly at an enemy's soul, dealing pure spiritual damage that no ordinary armor can block. Skill 3, Bloodlust Frenzy C. When activated, his force's hunger for blood and slaughter skyrockets. Their strength rises by 50%, and their sense of pain is completely removed for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Mana cost, 80. Skill 4, Petrified Skin C. All allied demons' flesh hardens like stone, increasing defense by 50% for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Mana cost, 80. Skill 5, Flame Orb C. Iceake hurls an explosive fireball that scorches everything within a 20-meter radius. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Mana cost, 100. Hero trait, when commanding demon units. All demons gain an additional 30% power. Racial talent. The more demons under his banner, the stronger Iceake becomes. Synergy Commander, active. When he commands more than 5 companies of demons, the efficiency of all orders rises by 60%. Profile, a demon commander capable of driving large demon armies across the battlefield. A level 7 crank demon hero. Richard's pupils contracted. Since entering the battlefield, this was the first time he had come face-to-face with such a high-tier hero unit. Worse still, the foe wielded direct damage magic flame orb while Richard's sandform ability was useless against pure magic. This bloodflame fiend had to be eliminated. Golay suppressed his aura and waited for my signal to cast, careful not to reveal himself too soon. The Scorpion warriors surged forward, their razor-sharp stingers slicing through the air as they tried to tear open the enemy vanguard. The axe of the dead glided in silence, poised to behead the opposing hero. Action. The moment my order fell, the flame demon commander atop the war chariot raised his right arm, a tangerine-tinged fireball blooming in his palm. The heat distorted the very light around us. In the next heartbeat he whipped his arm, and the fireball streaked away trailing a long tail of flame, swelling like a snowball as it flew. Every few dozen meters it thickened, and by the time it crossed 100 it had become a 2-meter-wide sphere of burning wrath. Everyone, go to sandform, evade. Licha's face hardened. Even before he finished speaking he had already dissolved into a torrent of khaki sand. Their Class C sandform couldn't nullify magic damage, but it let their life force knit itself back together at an astounding pace. At that critical instant Golay murmured a curse. The words hit the demons' minds like sledgehammers. Several of the lead attackers froze, eyes blank. The Scorpion warriors slipped through the tightest knot of enemies to take cover. Boom. The fireball slammed into the ground ahead of them and detonated. A boiling wall of flame swallowed both the Scorpion warriors and the surrounding demons. Even pressed flat against the earth, the warriors were lost beneath the blaze. The demons chained by Golay's spell had no defense at all. The fire burned their souls to nothing. The stench of scorched hair and blood burst across the battlefield, pillars of fire leaping high and painting the sky a hellish red. At once, the 4 heavy crossbows mounted on either side of the demon chariot fired under the pull of horned demons. Thunk, thunk. Bolts as thick as a child's arm screamed forward, punching clear through the front rank of undead soldiers. Licha stood in their path. His chest was instantly pierced, an empty cavity where his heart had been. A swirl of sand rushed in to patch the hole, sparing him the sensation of wind whistling through his ribs. The fireball has a 5-minute cooldown. Bring down that flame demon commander before it's ready again at any cost. Advance. Licha roared. From the sea of fire, a Scorpion warrior burst free, body charred black, the plates of his carapace still glowing red. His aura was faint, yet his fighting spirit burned undimmed. Had he been made of mere flesh, 3 deaths would not have sufficed. With the front line of demons incinerated, the Scorpion warriors' charge met little resistance. The undead in sand form ignored the lesser fiends clawing at them and made straight for the flame demon commander atop the chariot, the greatest threat on the field. The bandaged mummies abandoned their defense, surging forward, battered shields and linen scraps opening a path for the axe of the dead. Facing the undead's reckless onslaught, the commander sneered. Both arms rose, dark energy flooding into the demons ahead. Class C bloodlust, strength up 50%. Class C petrified flesh, defense up 50%. Compared with the 30% boost of Class D skills, this surge was overwhelming, and the demon horde's momentum exploded. At the rear, Licha reshuffled formations and drove the assault ever harder, feeling for the first time the weight of a tightening command chain. Yet the greater the pressure, the hotter the fire in his eyes burned. The spilled blood had ignited his will to fight. The Scorpion warriors spearheaded the charge while the bandaged mummies wrapped up the lesser fiends. Ignore everything else. Close in on the demon commander. Even with an unknown power swelling the enemy's strength, the petrification Licha had granted still cancelled every physical strike. The fight had become a straight duel between commanders. Under crushing frontal pressure, the army of the City of Dusk hacked its way forward. 5 companies of imps, fallen ones, and horned demons collapsed under their blades and venomous stingers. The scorched battlefield ran dark red with blood. Only 50 meters remained to the demon war chariot. The flame demon commander bared his fangs in a savage grin, a fireball blooming in his palm, so hot it bent the air. 5 brutal minutes had passed. A new disaster was gathering. Licha's pupils narrowed. Golay, get the soul command ready. Golay spread his hands, shadowy mana coiling like mist. An eerie string of syllables spilled from his lips. Astra lea min, ong rei ji, bo lal ja li bha, rat kupiu, ran samye min. The low chant seemed to bore straight into the soul. The flame demon needed only a heartbeat more to finish the orb. That was the window. Li Cha fixed on the blazing sphere, and when its color peaked, he shouted, "Now." Soul command. Class seizes a target's soul and forces one action. Control ends after 5 seconds if no further order follows. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Mana cost, 100. Ghostlight flashed. The flame demon's arm jerked to a halt, shackled by unseen chains. He's locked. Li Cha's eyes lit up. Kill. The soldiers of the City of Dusk thundered forward. Once they hit 40 meters, the axes of the dead would shred the line. Meanwhile, the untended fireball ballooned, its white-hot glare twisting every demon's face. Snapping back to awareness, the flame demon felt the orb slip beyond control. Terror seized him, but his own arm still rammed the fireball against his face. Son of a... Boom. The orb detonated against his skull. A column of flame vaulted skyward. The chariot's armor glowed red-hot. The roof-mounted ballista and its 4-horned gunners ignited together, shrieking as they plunged into the inferno and turned to charcoal. 22-headed draft demons, chained to the yoke, howled as the fire consumed them. Fiends nearby were killed or maimed. The defensive line gaped open. The scorpion warriors seized the breach, no more than 30 meters from the chariot now. After a few blistering seconds, the flames ebbed, revealing a half-kneeling figure. Most of his face was charred bone, his blackened armor crazed with cracks, yet his chest still rose and fell. The flame demon commander had survived his own spell. He threw back his head, lone crimson eye locking on the incoming scorpion warriors. Abyssal fury tore from his throat. Kill them. They'll crush every last soul they own. The words had barely left him when a clutch of chain-bound axes screamed through the air. Thunk. Blades split chest, throat, arm, and gut in cruel succession. Clang. The final axe tore across his helmet, soul-rending pain exploding in his mind. Darkness swallowed him, his body lurched sideways, and thudded onto the wrecked chariot below, where the flames still smoldered. Soul execution. Out of 20 axes of the fallen, one finally procced the decapitate skill. The flame demon commander was slain in a burst of searing light, tasting the blade's merciless edge with his final breath. His fall sent shockwaves through the ranks. Once the higher demon's suppression vanished, the troops' innate frenzy erupted. Li Cha was about to charge when a whip cracked beside his ear. The drank demon hero who had led the lesser fiends down the slope was lashing a flaming whip, forcing the mob back into line. Kill them. Li Cha whirled, eyes glittering. You dare show yourself? Good. A quick glance at his status panel showed the sandform buff had just over 3 minutes left. If he wanted the demon hero's head before it expired, he had to end this fast. Gulay, weaken the troops in front of that hero. Scorpion warriors and bandaged mummies, turn and smash their line. I want him dead. At once, Gulay stepped from the shadows, dark light flickering around him. Pharaoh's Curse, Grade B. Cast on a 30-meter radius, placing enemies in a weakened state and reducing all attributes by 40%. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Mana cost, 50. The curse drained several companies of imps and fallen demons, leaving their limbs rubbery. Scorpion warriors and mummies crashed in, ripping a gap open. The demon hero screamed orders, but the line collapsed. The opposition was overwhelming. Seconds ticked away, sandform was about to end. Li Cha's pupils contracted. Axe shatter. A storm erupted as 20 battle axes tore through the air. Crack. They exploded into clouds of razor shards, the packed formation magnifying the carnage. Demons fell in heaps, and the path cleared. Scorpion warriors barreled forward 50 meters, 40, yet the demon officer suddenly spun, ducked behind the remnants of his troops, and bolted. By the time Li Cha reacted, the hero had vanished into the demon tide. He snorted. So much for being tough. Command lost once more. The demon army plunged into chaos. Some fled, some snatched corpses and feasted, others slammed into Dusk City's lines, while imps butchered one another in sprays of gore. The terrifying wave that had threatened Li Cha dissolved like dust in the wind. Form up on me. Scorpion warriors at the point keep advancing. Axes of the fallen, hunt at will. With no real threat remaining, Li Cha reformed his troops into a spearhead and swept across the field. The battlefield became a meat grinder in which only demons were minced. Savage imps, abyss-ranting fallen demons, nimble horned fiends. Lacking command, they were insects before the iron tide of Dusk City, and they shattered instantly. Kill, kill, kill. The demons swarmed in, and the army of the City of Dusk butchered them with savage delight. Even the Cursed Pharaoh personally stepped in to finish off several lesser fiends. Li Cha had long since lost count of his kills, only that the valley's entrance was now layered with corpses. When the view finally cleared, he spun around. Every demon was gone, not even an afterimage remaining. The last ray of dusk had been swallowed by night, and a millstone-sized moon hung overhead, its silver glow spilling onto the blood-darkened earth, making the scene even more unsettling. The surrounding ridges, scorched by war, were blackened wasteland, and his quick yet steady breathing was the only sound in the vast darkness. One battle had plunged the whole valley into silence. Bathed in silver moonlight and crimson blood, the battlefield felt like a metal pin to his chest, and Li Cha's heart surged with satisfaction. Gray's pinpoint control, the soul executions by the axe of the dead, the Scorpion warrior's brutality, the bandaged mummy's dogged resilience this army had trained was even sharper than he had dreamed. In the end, there was only one victor, Li Cha. The spoils would be his alone. Better still, despite the brutality, only one mummy squad had fallen. Of the 6 squads had fielded, 5 remained intact. The Scorpion warriors and the Axe of the Dead were battered and bloodstained, but none were dead. His careful planning was turning the City of Dusk into a true force. Ding, your army has eradicated a large horde of demons, winning a mid-scale battle and earning 20,000 experience points. Ding, Scorpion warriors, bandaged mummies, and Axe of the Dead have fought extensively and reached level 7. Ding, Cursed Pharaoh has fought extensively and reached level 5. 20,000 X now, that's what I call a grind. Li Cha burst out laughing as his own experience bar leapt forward. Current level, 5, XP 42, 62050, 000, barely 7 or 8,000 more to hit the next tier. Lord Li Cha came a timid voice behind him. He turned to find Barry, his left wrist wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, his face a mix of awe, hope, and fear. May I join you in Demon Valley? Lucy is still waiting for me. The poor kid had willingly bled himself to lure the demons. Li Cha never broke a promise. He nodded slightly. Stay close. He led his blood-spattered forces into the valley. Compared with the day's uproar, it was eerily quiet now. Debris lay everywhere, the scars of battle crossing with the demons' mining marks. One section of the mountainside was gouged into a deep pit, its black entrance like a beast's gaping throat. So that's the ancient tomb? Li Cha narrowed his eyes, then asked, Barry, where are the 2 lairs? Barry, desperate to find his lover, yet forcing himself calm, pointed to the center of the valley. My lord, we'll see it as soon as we step inside the cave. Richard lifted a hand and drew several torches from his system space, handing them to a squad of bandaged mummies. The torches hissed to life, and the mummies advanced, flames held high. Moments later a message confirmed the passage was clear, so he signaled for Gray to lead a second team in for another sweep. Only after both checks reported no danger did Richard enter. The narrow corridor stretched a few dozen meters, torchlight throwing wavering shadows across the rough stone walls. A damp, rotten odor thickened until it seemed to seep into their bones. At the end, the passage opened into the main chamber of the ancient tomb. The floor was littered with pale, broken bones, heaped in disorder as if victims of a burial sacrifice. Some skeletons were blackened and cracked with age. In the center stood an empty altar, lonely and austere. Behind it, what had once been an imposing coffin was now half-rotted timber, splinters scattered, the stench of decay heavy in the air. Rough chisel marks scarred the surrounding rock, evidence of demons who had once scoured the chamber. Most striking were 2 stone statues, each about 5 meters tall, crouching behind the coffin. Their wings were folded, limbs tensed, claws sharp, fangs bared, faces twisted in permanent menace, as if ready to spring from the stone. My Lord Richard, this is the tomb, a follower said, pointing to the altar. That magic orb was found right there. As for the statues, they're actually nests for troops, but Lucy says they're sealed. We'll have to reactivate them before we can recruit anything. The demons tried to carve them out of the rock to take them away. Richard stared at the statues, a spark of anticipation rising in his chest. He opened the status panel, and a moment later his breath caught. Stone gargoyle nest sealed. Grade, rare, 3-star. Recruitable unit, dark gargoyle rare, 3-star. A special announcement. Today is New Year's Eve, so first of all, Happy New Year to everyone. This book has been running for almost 2 months now, and I'm grateful for all your support. My skills are limited, and anyone still reading is practically family. My editor said the book will go premium at midnight on the first day of the new year, right at midnight tonight. It's a busy holiday, and my mom kept me running errands all day, calling me clumsy the whole time, but I still managed to polish 5 chapters. After 3 years of writing, my initial subscriptions have never been very high. My first 2 books, I became the Vampire Progenitor and Cataclysm Lord, starting as a Demon Grand Duke, opened with 110 and 600 subscriptions, respectively. Not bad, but I always felt I owed you more. This time, I want to shoot for a new record 1,000 initial subs. He'll drop 5 chapters at midnight, and if we really break 1,000, he'll post 5 more tomorrow. In the new year, to the students, may your grades soar and may you sit next to your crush. To those working, may your careers climb step by step and your wealth come quickly. To the singles, may someone you like confess to you in the coming year. Love you all, sending you Lucky Cart blessings. Richard froze when he saw the Lair's ranks, sweeping over the numbers a few more times just to make sure he was not imagining things. Then a fierce surge of joy hit him, and his whole face lit up with excitement. Rare-grade creature Lair and 2 of them, no less. This was an absolute windfall. Forcing himself to calm down, he pulled up the detailed stats. Gargoyle Lair sealed. Grade, rare, 3-star. Recruitable unit, Dark Gargoyle Rare, 3-star. Maximum reserve, 20. Weekly output, 10. Recruitment cost, for 1,000 gold, for 1,000 wood, for 1,000 stone, 10 gems. Unit description, a special construct forged by ancient magic under the command of a powerful dark entity. Once classified as glorious grade, it has degraded to rare over the centuries. 10 a week, and 20 stored at once? Richard sucked in a breath. With 2 lairs, that was 4 full squads. After all the effort he had poured into raising the axes of the dead, this haul felt unreal. His gaze lingered on the description. Ancient magical constructs, same idea as dwarven clockwork troops? Shame they used to be glorious grady if they still were. I'd be sky high right now. The rush of excitement passed, and he steadied himself. The lairs were sealed, so he had to break the seal before he could recruit anything. How? He opened the black gold system prompt. Gargoyle Lair Rare, 3-star. 1. Spend 10 rare-grade construct Lair cores to promote to glorious, 3-star. 2. Currently sealed, promotion unavailable. 3. A large amount of fresh blood can break the seal. Fresh blood, huh? Richard's eyes gleamed. The black gold system really had everything covered. Still, blood-based seals on constructs suggested the previous owner was steeped in dark arts, maybe tied to that unseen, undead faction. He shrugged it off, too little information to go on for now. Fortunately, the battlefield outside was littered with demon corpses, perfect for the job. In high spirits, he ordered his troops to comb the ancient tomb one last time for anything they might have missed, then pressed deeper into Demon Valley. Along the way, they smashed several patrols of fallen imps and horned demons, the leftover garrison troops. Without their main force, these stragglers were nothing but appetizers for the Legion. Richard steamrolled them and finally reached the valley's heart. The demon's main base lay hidden in a cavern behind layered rock walls, its interior chamber dozens of times larger than the tomb. Gray led a scouting party in first, confirmed it was clear, and Richard followed. Torchlight flickered against the ceiling, yet the vast underground hall still felt oppressively dim. The moment he took in the scene, his heart lurched. The cave floor was carpeted with human corpses. Their faces were ghost white, as if every drop of blood had been drained, and close inspection showed fatal puncture wounds in each body. At the center of this field of death loomed a massive pool of blood. The torch's feeble glow turned the crimson liquid into something monstrously frightening, sending chills down the spine. In the center of the blood pool, twisted ebony runes flashed in and out of sight, as though a cold-blooded creature might crawl out at any moment. Lucy, I'm here to save you. Where are you? Lucy. Corpses carpeted the vast underground chamber, and only Ba Li's hoarse cries echoed through the gloom. Clutching his torch, he staggered from body to body, bending to examine each chalk-white face with a mix of defiance and dread, terrified that the next one would be the woman who haunted his dreams. From a distance, Li Cha watched and shook his head. Poor fool, he thought, still hoping someone survived. But that pool, he drifted into deep thought. Why would a demon go to such lengths to build a blood pool? To hatch troops from the tomb? No. Ba Li said the demons attacked the human village first, and he only brought his sweetheart here afterward, when the demons hadn't even noticed the crypt. That means the pool came first, the tomb later. If the goal were a nest, the demon could have built the pool right in the crypt. Demons may be chaotic, but they're not stupid. Greater demons are as cunning as devils. There must be another purpose. While pondering, Li Cha followed the safe path the mummies had cleared, stepped over layers of corpses, and halted at the pool's edge. The surface lay smooth as glass yet radiated an icy chill. He opened his status pane but saw no prompts, and his brow tightened. Glancing at the bandaged mummy beside him, he ordered, "Get in and see what's below." Undead felt no fear. Any human would have collapsed by now. Splash. The mummy plunged into the pool and vanished instantly, leaving only ripples that faded in a heartbeat. Silence reclaimed the cavern. Ba Li shuffled to the pool, torch trembling, eyes dull. She's not here, none of them. Despair hollowed his gaze and made his voice quiver. Li Cha ignored him and kept staring at the pool. A demon never left a place undefended. 3 minutes 5:10. The pool remained lifeless. Li Cha prepared to send a second mummy. Gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles suddenly boiled up, their muffled thunder rolling through the cave. Alertness snapped into Li Cha's eyes. Fall back. His troops retreated 20 meters, leaving only scattered torches and the stunned Ba Li. The bubbling grew louder and larger. With a roaring splash, the blood surged and a body shot to the surface. For one breath, it looked like a horror film. The next, it turned into a tragic romance. Ba Li looked up and cried out, "Lucy." As if struck by lightning, he dropped the torch and collapsed at the pool's rim. His mouth worked soundlessly, his vacant stare locked on the body as though his soul had been torn away. Li Cha blinked, unprepared for the turn. He stepped closer, guarded by mummies, and saw the woman's chest still rising and falling, however faintly. Alive? Instinctively, he opened the status pane. Human status. Metamorphosis failed. Metamorphosis failed? Lichaz's pupils shrank. He pulled up the black gold system, and detailed information flooded in. Crimson pool by consuming fresh blood. This pool empowers anyone submerged, transforming the target into a mighty hero. This right originates with greater demons, who infuse the pool with their own blood during construction. Upon completion, the subject becomes eternally loyal to the caster, serving as a rare abyssal priest. The more blood the pool devours, the higher the potential of a successful subject. Note: enhancement has been interrupted. Current target replaced with bandaged mummy. Additional corpses and blood can be fed to increase its potential. Current incubation time, 1 day. Li Cha finished reading, his expression a swirl of shock and delight. So this was the Crimson Pool. No wonder the demons built it. By sheer accident, he had thrown the mummy in and halted the ritual, and now the mummy had become the chosen priest, on its way to evolving into a hero. Unbelievable. To prevent any mishap, Richard immediately had the body floating on the surface of the blood pool hauled ashore. Then he ordered his troops to remove the scattered corpses and clear a stretch of ground beside the crimson water. Since the enhancement ritual could be interrupted, the rest of it had to be protected at all costs. Cough, cough. Lifted from the pool, Lucy was drenched in blood and doubled over with violent coughs. Barry rushed to her side, as if suddenly infused with life, his voice cracking. Lucy, you're alive. I'm here, I'm here. Hot tears streamed down his face. The moment Lucy opened her eyes, she saw the man she loved. Summoning every ounce of strength, she wrapped her arms around Barry as though she could pull him into her very bones. After the brief embrace, she noticed the line of bandaged mummies standing rigidly around them, and her heart tightened. Barry hastily explained, and only then did she relax. After a long rest, Barry helped Lucy to her feet and led her over to Richard. They bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Richard. You are our savior. We will remember your kindness forever. May the gods bless you. Richard nodded. The demons in the valley have been eliminated. You're safe now. When they tried to thank him again, he waved it off. Miss Lucy, where is the magic orb you found in the ancient tomb? He had scoured Demon Valley without finding the strategic artifact Barry had described. Lucy answered weakly, my lord, the demons dropped it into the blood pool. Into the pool? Richard's gaze darkened. Given that the Crimson Pool was built by demons, that move could not be meaningless. He decided to wait until the ritual ended before searching the bottom. While you were down there, did you see or sense anything? He pressed. The demons' whispers, Lucy said, pale as chalk. Countless voices screamed in my ears, trying to drag me into the abyss. Then some force pulled me upward, and the whispers stopped. Richard silently thanked his good timing. A moment later, and she might have been transformed. As he pondered, a strange look crossed his face. According to the usual storyline, if he hadn't attacked Demon Valley, this might have happened. Demons cultivate Lucy into a formidable champion who then leads their army against White Tower Town. Barry survives his village's fall and arrives at White Tower. On opposite sides of the ramparts, a girl turned demon locks eyes with the knight who loves her. If Barry also inherited the paladin legacy, it would play like a Hollywood melodrama. But Richard's decisive strike had wiped out that possibility. The would-be final boss had already been replaced by one of his own subordinates. Go outside and rest. Head back at dawn. They bowed once more, supporting each other as they left the cavern. Once the cave was silent, Richard focused on the roiling blood pool. He reopened the black gold system prompts and studied them, frowning. Adding fresh blood and corpses could boost a hero's potential. The blood sacrifice originally required only blood, but once the bandaged mummy took Lucy's place, an additional option corpse session appeared. Apparently, different races follow distinct rituals and offer unique materials in their sacrifices. The scene reminded him of Gray's stone coffin tribute. The ingredients differed, yet the principle was the same. With that in mind, he summoned Gray and ordered, throw every demon corpse from beyond the valley into the blood pool. Leave none behind. Gray immediately led the troops out of the cave to haul the bodies. Richard kept only a squad of bandaged mummies on guard around the pool, then stepped outside. At the entrance, Barry and Lucy still clung to each other, filthy and exhausted, and he shook his head. How could they ignore the grime? He pulled Riatatoet food from his inventory and handed it to the couple, then found a clean patch of ground and changed into fresh clothes. Before sleeping, he told Gray to wake him if anything happened, spread a soft blanket made from flame dragon hair fur, summoned 2 mummies for the night watch, and slept soundly. With Gray overseeing everything, he could rest easy. At dawn, Richard woke in the warmth of the blanket to find Gray and a squad of mummies posted in a tight perimeter. Are the corpses all moved? Master, we finished during the night. The blood right needs a full day to breed a hero, so we still have 10 hours left. No hurry. Richard stretched. Anything unusual nearby? A tiny spatial fissure appeared near the pool, then sealed itself. I believe that's where the demons came from. Richard nodded. That explained why this was only a 1-star instance. The rift was brief and limited, preventing an endless demon tide. He walked to the blood pool. After thousands of demon bodies had been dumped in, the waterline had risen noticeably, yet not a scrap of flesh floated on the surface. The black gold system prompts were unchanged, proof that the corpses had been completely absorbed. With so much energy, what kind of hero would emerge? The thought thrilled him. Footsteps approached. Barry and Lucy had changed into the clothes Head given them. Though a bit loose, the fine fabric looked comfortable. Assuming they wanted to ask about returning to the village, he said, "We'll head back tonight." "Don't worry." Lucy's cheeks still held a blush, but she shook her head. "Sir Richard, that's not it. Last night I saw you toss the demon corpses into the pool and wondered if those bodies are very important to you. The blood pool is how demons strengthen their forces, and I'm borrowing it to upgrade mine. Demon corpses are perfect fuel." He had nothing. Having suffered under the demons, the young couple felt a surge of satisfaction. Those monsters were being drained even in death. Lucy hesitated, then summoned her courage. "My lord, when Barry and I split up while fleeing, we triggered a mechanism in the tomb and discovered another corpse. It looks more like the tomb's true owner. Perhaps you could use it." Richard was surprised but still shook his head. "The coffins are rotted. The body must have turned to dust. The pool needs an intact corpse. If there's treasure inside, that would be more useful." Lucy grew anxious. "My lord, that body hasn't decayed at all. It looks freshly dead, and my magic orb sensed an immense power inside, far stronger than any demon outside. An intact body when even the coffin had crumbled? It might be a side quest or linked to the yet unseen undead." Richard's interest flared. "Show me." Back inside the tomb, Lucy pressed an inconspicuous stone, and with a sharp click a hidden door swung open. The girl explained that the outer chamber was merely a decoy meant to mislead intruders. Li Chan nodded and, by habit, sent 2 squads of mummies ahead to scout. After they confirmed there were no lethal traps, Galay led the rest of the troops forward while Li Cha stayed at the rear to cover them. The party descended several dozen meters through a narrow, gloomy passage and reached the true burial chamber. In the flickering torchlight they spotted a corpse in a black mage's robe, lying on its back atop a mountain of gemstones that glowed like a river of light. A treasure-mad dragon would have lost control at the sight. More unsettling, the corpse looked nearly alive, its skin full, its cheeks ruddy, and an oppressive aura bled from the lifeless shell, sending chills down Li Cha's spine. Anyone who still radiated such power after death had surely been formidable in life. He opened his status panel. Body of a Lich Lord. Level. Special trait. A vessel prepared for a Lich's life transfer. Description. Powerful Liches forge spare bodies and phylacteries, hiding them in secret places so they can resurrect after destruction. A Lich Lord? Li Cha drew a sharp breath. Liches are already high-ranking undead. Those who bear the title of Lord stand among their rulers. Without near-legendary strength, a Lich couldn't even forge a phylactery. Remembering the magic orb in his hand, he suspected it was the Lich's phylactery. If so, the demons had basically stolen the Lich's heart. Li Cha motioned for the mummies to lift the Lich Lord's body and carry it out with great care. Such potent energy would be perfect for enhancing his bandaged mummies. Once the corpse was removed, his gaze shifted to the pile of gems. The mound rose almost to his waist, multicolored light flowing across the facets like liquid. Li Cha smiled. Now this is a proper dungeon run. The higher the risk, the better the loot. He immediately began gathering resources. Moments later the panel updated. Gems, 750 units. Crystal, 0 units. Sulfur, 0 units. Mercury, 0 units. 750 units of rare resources. Several times what had taken from that gem mine made him nearly laugh aloud. His sealed gargoyle nest required gems for recruitment. This haul was perfect. Only then did it occur to him that the Lich had likely stockpiled these gems to summon gargoyles after its resurrection. Too bad all that meticulous planning had become his spoils. Li Cha laughed heartily. He turned the chamber upside down once more to ensure nothing was left behind, then left, satisfied. A cool breeze greeted him outside as he tallied his gains. On just the instance's second day, he had claimed 2 rare creature nests from the sealed zones, priceless in themselves. Acquired a hero unit mid-metamorphosis, its sheer consumption of corpses proving its potential. Secured a cache of rare resources greater than several mines combined, and taken possession of a Lich Lord's body, which had already boosted his troops' levels. This bounty had exceeded all of his expectations. "Master, how should we dispose of the Lich's body?" Richard's gaze swept the ground. The Lich's corpse was still leaking a dense aura of death, as if it might sit up at any moment. "Hack it to pieces and toss the chunks into the blood pool in batches," he said with a lazy wave, though his tone carried a chill. "Revive? Dream on. Once you're ground into paste, let's see what you use to come back." The moment the words left his mouth, several bandage-wrapped mummies hoisted the Lich's body and hauled it toward the pool, leaving a sticky trail behind. Still uneasy, Richard ordered Gray to supervise personally and make sure no loose ends remained. Moments after the remains hit the pool, a flurry of system prompts exploded in his ears. "Ding, you have destroyed the Lich Lord's body. Its phylactery has nowhere to hide, and its soul has been dissolved by the blood pool. The Lich Lord is dead for good. You have exceeded the objective, purge the undead. Instance progress 30. Current progress, 40. Ding quest completed, Lover's Agony. Instance progress 10. You have rescued Lucy, who was fated to fall and become a demon hero. Instance progress 10. Current progress, 60. Ding you struck preemptively and eliminated the demon before it could mature into a powerful hero, exceeding the objective eliminate the demon. Instance progress 30. Current progress, 90. Ding instance progress has surpassed 80. You may exit at any time. Note: after reaching 80, you may remain inside the instance for at most one more day. The barrage of notifications pounded his eardrums. Richard froze, wearing an odd expression. That's it. He wasn't even warmed up and the progress had already rocketed to 90%. So the lich they had just dismembered was actually the final boss of the undead faction among Burning Village's 4 forces. A big boss wiped out this easily? Compared with that bloody battle against the demons, this was ridiculously unbalanced. Whoever designed this instance must be an idiot. If they dared show themselves, he would gladly help them remember with fists the size of sandbags. With the pressure gone, Richard felt instantly lighter. Rubbing his chin, he looked at Barry. There's a strategic artifact in White Tower Town. What is it? Barry shook his head hastily. All we've heard are rumors. Only the priest at the chapel knows the details. Looks like we need to pay White Tower Town a visit, Richard said with a curl of his lips. This instance is loaded. We might as well squeeze it for a bit more. While pondering, he walked back to the blood pool and opened the black gold interface. As expected, a new message popped up. Crimson Pool Current Upgrade Target, Bandaged Mummy. Because a special corpse brimming with power was absorbed, the transformation process has mutated. Further potential can no longer be raised with additional blood or bodies, and the metamorphosis is now irreversible. Current incubation time, 6 hours. Because of the Lich Lord? Richard narrowed his eyes. Not only had he wiped out the undead faction, he had also triggered a ritual mutation in the bandaged mummies. This haul was turning out to be extraordinary. He ordered Gray to reorganize the troops and establish a tight perimeter around the pool, then settled in to wait. In the afternoon, the placid pool suddenly began to churn, countless bubbles bursting as the surface dropped rapidly, as though some colossal beast were drinking from below. When the level reached a threshold, splash the blood surged, and a head wrapped in crimson bandages broke the surface. Next, a bandaged mummy drenched in blood stepped onto dry ground. The blood ran down its body, but the wrappings absorbed it instantly, leaving them dry again within moments. Only then did Richard get a clear look. The crimson bandages clung to its bones like sinew, while fresh flesh writhed in the gaps. Its exposed face was no longer a skull but a warped, savage visage covered in raw meat. 2 blood-red eyes stared out coldly, like a beast starved for 10 days, making every onlooker's hair stand on end. The mummy walked toward Richard, knelt on one knee, and bowed its head to the ground. My lord, Gant Bloodfang, your humble servant offers you his highest respect and thanks you for my rebirth. Richard nodded in satisfaction. The core rules of the Age of Radiance dictated that any unit would pledge eternal loyalty to the lord who recruited it, even after ascending to godhood. The ferocity Gant had just displayed proved he had entered the ranks of mighty heroes. As for his stats, with eager anticipation, he opened the status screen. Gunter Blood Lich Hero Unit. Level 6 Mid-Tier Hero, 30 Magic Damage. Potential, Grade A, Class. Intermediate Blood Lich, Spell Potency 15. Mana, 600, regenerates 6 per second. Skill Soul Phylactery Grade A. Creates a container for the soul. When slain, the hero resurrects through it with no loss of power. Current Vessel, Soul Orb, 50 Magic Damage. 1. Soul Phylactery Grade A. Creates a vessel for the soul. On death, the hero revives with full strength. Current Vessel, Soul Orb, 50 Magic Damage. 2. Body of Blood Grade A. Immunity, Deadly Poison, Plague, Curse, Instant Death Effects. Passive, Defense 70, Magic Resistance 70. Devours blood to regenerate HP rapidly. 3. Corrosive Sphere Grade A. A 30-meter wide ball of concentrated corrosive magic. Massive area damage. If formed with blood, 50 extra magic damage. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Cost, 100 mana. 4. Corpse Explosion Grade B. Target, a single corpse or a 20-meter area. Range, 100 meters, no cooldown. Cost, 50 mana. Damage scales with corpse quality. 5. Corpse Conversion Grade B. Turns corpses into mummies. Limit, 3 squads per day. Stronger corpses create stronger bandaged mummies. 6. Sandform Grade C, Hero Trait. While commanding mummies, Defense 30, Strength 30. 7. Racial Talent. In desert terrain, Mana Regeneration 50. 8. Blood Bond. Spells cast with blood deal 60 magic damage. Profile, a mummy empowered by lich magic, with staggering potential. Richard's pupils contracted, excitement exploding in his chest. A grade heroine, a grade hero. He nearly cursed aloud, knuckles whitening as he gripped the holographic panel. He spotted the cause at once. The Lich Monarch's corpse and its phylactery had produced Gunter. 3 grade A skills and 2 solid grade B damage boosts filled the firepower gap his Grey Era squad had always lacked. This score is vein-popping good, Richard exulted. He had figured that even feeding in thousands of demon corpses would, at best, spit out a grade hero in a 1-star dungeon. One wrong toss had just netted him an entire prize. Whoever designed this dungeon deserves a bonus. Next time, let me stumble over a red dragon egg. When he calmed down, he looked at Gunter. At ease. Hand over the soul orb. The mummy hero draped in blood-soaked bandages, equal parts sinister and regal bowed and flicked his wrist. A fist-sized crystal sphere appeared, black and crimson soul mist churning inside. Master, I can hide the soul orb in a special space. Awaiting your command, Gunter rasped, his voice metallic and hoarse. Soul orb. Rarity. Special. Property. Soul phylactery. Stores souls and revives the bound user on death. Bonus. Gunter's blood magic damage 50. Note. Shattering it completely may be the only way to truly kill a lich. Richard studied it for a long moment, then nodded in satisfaction. He couldn't have been happier with the stats. So this was an unexpected perk. A crisp chime rang out, and a line of blue text flashed in front of Licha's eyes. Ding. You have completed the side quest Destroy the Blood Pool. Instance progress 10. Current progress 100. All objectives cleared. You may remain in the instance for another 12 hours. When the time is up, the time fragment will return to the River of Time. Licha skimmed the message, elated. Under the original storyline, he should have hurried to White Tower Town to deliver a warning and come back empty-handed. The demon would then find the lich, hurl him into the blood pool, and the lich lord would revive through his phylactery, unleashing an undead plague and joining forces with the demon to assault the town. At that point, a prodigy named Lucy would rise under the demon's secret tutelage, locking horns with the lich over a magic orb while remaining entangled with humanity textbook heroine material. Now she was reduced to a background character. The demon lay dead at Licha's feet. After the demon tossed the lich lord into the blood pool, the phylactery kept the lich from reviving immediately, and Licha finished the job dissing the corpse and dumping every piece back into the pool. End of story. If he had stayed in White Tower Town, he might have scraped together a few city resources and then faced the nightmare of a demonic alliance. Clearly, breaking free of the quest rails was the winning strategy. Every time he crossed the line, the payoff had been huge. This time it was downright absurd. He had finally cracked the instance's hidden rules. After a brief pause, he turned to the 2 heroes behind him. Deep in the tomb were 2 creature lairs sealed by magic, both needing fresh blood to unlock, and the blood pool was right at hand. These were rare-grade lairs, planned as the Lich Lord's elite troops for the upcoming large-scale event. Now they were his for the taking. Licha pulled a few wooden buckets from his system storage and offered them over, only for the undead Mage Gant to give a stiff smile. Master, I can manipulate the blood directly. Buckets aren't necessary. Licha's face twitched. You could have said so sooner. Gant nodded and stepped to the pool's edge. Raising his right hand, he released dark red mana that rolled out like a tide. The blood pool began to boil. The entire mass lifted as if weightless, swirling into a massive sphere dozens of meters wide. The stench of iron slammed into them. The sight nothing short of spectacular. Figures. Casters really are flashy, Licha thought. A warrior has to love buckets, but a mage can levitate the whole pool. Who wouldn't be tempted? In that moment, he resolved to switch to a spellcasting path someday. Once the pool was completely drained, Gant turned and guided the enormous sphere deeper into the tomb. Blood mist churned in the air as he spread his arms, moving with an almost theatrical grace. The sphere split in 2 and wrapped perfectly around 2 gargoyle statues. Gurgling noises erupted. Bubbles streamed from the stone surfaces while the crimson liquid was greedily absorbed. The dull, gritty stone began to gleam with an eerie sheen. When the blood reached a critical point, both gargoyles snapped open scarlet eyes in unison. Shing! Another notification popped up. Ding! Gargoyle Lair unsealed. 2 rare creature lairs successfully claimed. Richard opened the Gargoyle Nest status panel, and sure enough, something had changed. The seal section had vanished completely, and a new node appeared at the bottom. Note. Having absorbed sufficient energy, each dark gargoyle can be recruited for just 10 units of gems within the next 3 days. His eyes lit up. What a stroke of luck, clearly a benefit prepared for the Lich's revival that had fallen into his lap instead. A surge of excitement washed over him, and he hit the recruit button without hesitation. Ding, spend 400 units of gems to recruit 40 dark gargoyles? Confirm. The moment he approved, the 750 units of gems on the panel dropped to 350. Crack. The chest of the towering gargoyle statue in the center of the nest split wide open. A ferocious head thrust forward, both arms bracing against the fracture as stone chips flew. Inch by inch, the creature tore itself free from its stony womb. Whoosh, the last segment of a pitch-black tail slid clear, and folded wings snapped open. A 3-ma turtle, imposing figure now stood before Richard the Dark Gargoyle. It looked like a scaled-down version of the original statue. Muscles, cast in stone yet flowing like molten iron, hinted at explosive power. Talons sharper than razors would shred any common shield. Curved wing bones ended in scythe-like spikes that were clearly more than decoration. Barbs studded its elbows, knees, and shoulders. Every inch of its body was built for slaughter. The sudden appearance of a legendary grade unit made the very air seem to congeal. Dark Gargoyle. Tier, Level 5, Intermediate Unit Strength 15. Potential, Rare, 3-star. Abilities. 1. Obsidian Body Grade B. Immune to magic damage and instant kill effects, but cannot receive positive buffs. 2. Statue Form Grade B. Transforms into an immobile statue. Defense 500, restores 10 HP per minute, 30-second cooldown. 3. Brute Force Grade B. Structure grants terrifying strength, strength 100. 4. Iron Breaker Grade B. Custom claws pierce heavy armor and magic shields. Sharpness 70, durability 70. 5. Swift Flight Grade C. While flying, agility 40, speed 40. Racial trait. Resistant to armor piercing and penetration damage, defense 50. Synergy Gargoyle. Number 10, defense 10, strength 10. Number 30, defense 20, strength 20 active. Number 50, defense 40, strength 40. Description. A specialized construct boasting exceptional strength and defense. Richard reread the stats again and again, elated. These numbers were Insinino wonder it had once belonged to the glorious tier. The immunity to magic alone was priceless. With sandification in play, conventional physical damage barely scratched Twilight City's troops. Only mages could threaten them, and now even that edge was gone. The arrival of the Dark Gargoyles finally patched this weakness. Richard narrowed his eyes, already picturing the rhythm of the next battle. Once these creatures ran into an enemy mage, that poor fool would instantly learn the meaning of Mage Killer. As flying troops, the gargoyles could vault over the front line and strike straight at the fragile rear, turning their strategic value up to 11. He nodded with satisfaction, his gaze sliding over their ash-gray wings and stone-like bodies, when a bold idea took root. If gargoyles were immune to magic, could he still bestow Sandform upon them? Sandform isn't spellcraft, he reminded himself, but a bloodline gift, a lord's innate talent. Magic consumes mana, while talents draw on the power of one's lineage. Outsiders can't tell the difference. Yet any caster can feel the distinction as clear as day. Still uncertain, he summoned the first 2 dark gargoyles that had finished gestating. Master. Their voices were raspy and stiff, like rocks grating against each other. Richard raised his right hand. A glow the color of drifting desert sand poured from his palm and spread in an instant, enveloping them completely. As expected, the gargoyles rejected spell energy, but they offered no resistance to this power born of blood. Moments later, ding. Under your blessing, the dark gargoyles have grasped a sliver of the desert's strength and learned a new skill Sandform, Grade C. Ha! It worked. Richard threw his head back and laughed, his chest ready to burst. The Desert Lord's gift was simply outrageous. Gargoyles were already tough-skinned and magic immune. Now, with Sandform layered on top, they might as well have the word invincible branded on their foreheads. He watched in excitement as more gargoyles took shape for full squads, so many that the cavern was packed to the rafters. After granting Sandform to every last one, he promptly demolished the gargoyle nest and stored the 2 shrunken core fragments in his system space. Stepping out of the ancient tomb, a cool breeze greeted him. He stared at the neatly lined-up legion before him, still a little dazed. In just a few days, his gains had far exceeded expectations. Richard opened his status panel and took stock. Rare 3-star Bandaged Mummy, 50. Rare 3-star Venom Scorpion Warrior, 27. Rare 3-star Cursed Pharaoh, 5. Uncommon 3-star Axe of the Dead, 20. Uncommon 3-star Dark Gargoyle, 40. Total forces, 142 1.5 companies, all of exceptional quality. Even better, the army now boasted 2 A-rank heroes. Hero Grey, evolved from a Cursed Pharaoh, excels at curses and crowd control, capable of chaining spells to suppress the enemy. Hero Gunner Blood, evolved from a Bandaged Mummy, focuses on offensive magic and can recruit 3 squads of bandaged mummies each day from available corpses. Richard's gaze settled on Gunter. Can the corpses around the blood pool be turned into mummies as well? Master, any corpse will do, Gunter replied respectfully. The materials are weak, though, so the resulting mummies would be no more than common grade. That's fine. Let's give it a try. Richard nodded. He had always envied the undead faction's ability to bolster its ranks with enemy bodies, and now he held the same trump card. Once those mummies were recruited and granted Sandform event at lower levels, they would still be a force to reckon with. Thanks, everyone. With your support, our target of 1,000 songs has been met. Love you all. Richard was in high spirits as he stepped into the cave, where bodies were strewn everywhere. A damp, rotten stench filled the cavern. Human and monster remains lay in chaotic heaps across the floor, apparently stockpiled as wages for the Lich Lord. The moment that Lich returned to life, it would have been able to summon an undead army in one seamless motion. Now that Richard had barged in, the entire setup had become his spoils. Gunter stood atop the mound of corpses, ankle-deep in stagnant water streaked with black blood. Thick crimson energy flickered in his palm, draping his entire body in a haze of blood-colored mist. Gifa Fok ten Zakira Padisk. An impossibly harsh incantation burst from his throat like a blade rending the air. Whoosh! The scarlet energy flared outward, forming a crimson veil that rolled across the cave. Every corpse inside it began to desiccate, flesh shriveling as though centuries of moisture were sucked away in seconds. Richard noticed hair-thin threads of energy drifting loose, then rushing back to merge with the blood mist, darkening its hue even further. Crack crack. As time passed, sharp snaps of splintering bone echoed around the battlefield. Desiccated corpses crumbled to powder until only 30 intact bodies remained. At last, the blood energy Gunter had amassed poured entirely into those 30 husks. The blood mist unraveled into countless ribbons, wrapping each corpse like tight bandages and turning them into mummies in an instant. When the final wisp of red seeped beneath the bandages, silence returned to the cavern. Roar! A low, rasping bellow shattered the quiet, accompanied by the creak of realigning joints. The freshly made mummies lunged to life, their throats clogged with grit. The harsh sound they produced was enough to chill any newcomer to the bone. Ding! A system chime rang clearly in Richard's mind. Your hero unit Gunter Blood has used mummy recruitment. You have gained 3 squads of Crimson Mummies Elite, 1 star. Troops recruited by a hero still belonged to Richard, giving him absolute control. He had no interest in leading mummies himself, so he tossed command back to Gunter and opened the status panel at random. Crimson Mummy. Level 1. Potential, Elite, 1 star. Skills. 1. Corpse of Death. Rank E unfeeling toward pain and death. Immune to poison, plague, and curses. 2. Crimson Curse. Rank E when attacking, has a 20 chance to curse the target, reducing its strength by 30. Racial trait. In desert environments. Wound recovery speed 50. Synergy. Mummy when the number of mummies is 50, strength 30, and Crimson Curse, trigger chance 15 active. Description. A mummy with average combat power. Richard read the stats several times and felt reassured. Crimson mummies were a bit weaker than units produced by a regular troop nest, but the reason was obvious: the source corpses hadn't been very strong. Even so, they were still elite units, and they were free. Why turn them down? The more, the better. He was delighted. During earlier scouting trips, he had to sell ineatable game to undead merchants at throwaway prices, a painful loss. Now, with Gunter's mummy recruitment, every corpse on the battlefield could be squeezed for its final bit of value. Perfect. With business settled, Richard left the cave and called over Barry and Lucy, both of whom had regained some strength. The demons have been wiped out, and the few that escaped can be finished off by the garrison from White Tower Town. Li Cha slid his blade back into its sheath and checked the remaining time in the instant's 12 hours. If he hurried, he could still make another run to White Tower Town. It was the hub of the main quest, and there was no way he would leave empty-handed. Remembering the rich haul he had just collected, he felt his anticipation for that town grow even stronger. Bali and Lu Shi, elated, immediately took the lead. While crossing the charred, jagged Demon Valley, they clung to each other's hands. One last glance at the blood-stained rubble and scorched bones left their hearts still pounding, yet they couldn't help sharing a smile. The joy of surviving made them embrace fiercely under the moonlight. By the time the moon hung high, the group had returned to where it all began, Blue Leaf Village. In just 2 days and 1 night, Li Cha's strength had undergone a complete transformation. Blue Leaf Village. Inside the spacious council hall, an elderly priest with silver-white hair and beard sat at the head of the table, his silver-trimmed white robe glowing softly in the candlelight. His name was John. 2 church knights in heavy white armor stood silent guard behind him. On either side of the 7-meter table, more than a dozen villagers stared at the priest with a mix of excitement and fear. In their eyes, his arrival meant salvation. You're telling me that a self-proclaimed lord from another plane led an army of mummies and overran several demon platoons? John frowned, disbelief heavy in his voice. Jier, the village chief and Balla's father, sprang to his feet, his voice trembling. That's right, Lord John. Bali guided that lord himself. I fear they'll provoke the demon horde. Please, gather your forces and wipe the demons out for good. The knights behind John turned grim. That damned extraplanar lord, one growled. Charging in like that will only enrage the demons. Taking them on with a single platoon? He's courting death. John tapped his knuckles on the table, his brow furrowing even deeper. He cared little for the stranger's fate, but if the demons were truly angered, the danger wouldn't stop at Blue Leaf Village. The whole of White Tower Town would be at risk. A massive fire days earlier had cut off all news, and only now had word reached them of the disturbance in Demon Valley. Any further delay could be catastrophic. Gianna's face went ghost white. Bali was still in Demon Valley. If things spiraled out of control, his son would be the first to fall. Voice shaking, he pleaded, Lord John, Those demons have already destroyed more than a dozen villages. If we keep waiting, White Tower Town will be next. The old priest rose slowly, swept his sleeves aside, and declared that Desert Lord's reckless provocation will doom him. I will return to White Tower Town at once and muster the army to face the demons. Jair swayed, his voice barely above a whisper. Lord John, are you saying that Lord truly won't return? A knight snorted. Jair, you more than anyone know the demon's strength. You were there for the defense of White Tower Town 10 years ago. The scouting parties roaming about are just a sliver of their force. Their lair holds the main host. Even a casual patrol is several platoons strong, and the real army is 10 or 20 times that. Your extra planner lord has a single platoon. No matter how powerful he is, he can't survive against such odds. What would he rely on? Luck? John nodded, reaching the same conclusion. Precisely. Marching in like that is suicide. Forget annihilating the demons. If even a tenth of his men make it out alive, it would be a miracle. But before old John's words had even faded, a voice rang out from outside. Barry and Lucy are back. Jill shot up from the bench, her eyes blazing like sparks. One foot was already out the door, but she forced herself to stop and glanced back at old John and the two church knights. Old John frowned, then smoothed his expression. Go see what's happening. I suppose that Desert Lord made it back. I thought his people were wiped out by demons, but if a few survived, they're lucky. The two knights, already angry at the Lord's reckless behavior, let out cold laughs. Let's hope enough of them lived. We'll be stuck cleaning up the mess. Some inner planner Lord, what a curse. The thought of facing enraged demons only stoked their anger further. When we find that fool, we'll make him learn White Tower Town's less no matter which plane he comes from. Old John shook his head and stopped trying to reason with them. Come on. Jill's heart raced, but she forced herself to slow down and lead the way. Just outside the village gate, she saw Barry holding Luce's hand, speaking quietly with other villagers. The torchlight fell across her son's face, and the weight on her chest finally lifted. She kept whispering, thank the gods, thank the gods. Barry spotted his mother, eyes turning red. Pulling Lucy along, he hurried over. Mother, I brought Lucy back. Jill's lips trembled. She clapped his shoulder hard. You're home. That's all that matters. Then she remembered. How did you make it back? By now old John and the two knights had reached them. Barry was so excited his voice shook. Mother, it was Lord Richard. Lord Richard led his troops into Demon Valley and wiped every demon out. The Desert Lord from another plane? One knight exclaimed, eyes wide. He cleared Demon Valley with a single squad? Are you joking? Have the demons scrambled your brains? Jill also found it hard to believe. Lord Richard killed the demons? Where is he now? Barry and Lucy exchanged glances. Lucy added softly, we were so excited we ran ahead. Lord Richard is still behind us. The empty knight offered no answer. At last the knight snarled. Jill, your son needs to be examined at the cathedral. He's clearly been corrupted. If demons were that easy to kill, would we live in constant fear? Are the people of White Tower Town useless? Old John cleared his throat, ready to intervene. Suddenly shouts erupted at the street's end. Something's in the sky. Run. Demons. More demons. Everyone instinctively looked up. Against the black sky, dozens of blurred shapes circled just beyond the torchlight. The old priest instantly cast a detection spell, light flashing across his clouded eyes. Uncommon grade gargoyles. A chill shot up his spine, dozens of them. With their meager forces, if those creatures dove, they'd stand no chance. Prepare for battle. That's the demon army. The panicked cry split the night, and the villagers of Blue Leaf bolted for the heart of the settlement on instinct. Torches swung wildly, screams overlapped, and order collapsed in an instant. Don't be afraid. That's Lord Licha's army. Barry rasped, but the moment the words left his mouth, a church knight brandished his sword and roared, Find him's been bewitched. Just as the knights moved in and chaos threatened to explode, a steady, heavy march rolled out of the darkness ahead, each thud like a hammer against the crowd's chests. The villagers' agitation was crushed beneath the sound. Fear and curiosity rooted them to the spot and turned every head. Licha emerged from the shadows at the head of a nightmarish host of mummies. Burial wraps snapped in the wind, withered feet sank into mud, and a dry, rhythmic rustle filled the air. The fleeing villagers froze, whispering, Is that Lord Licha? Before Licha could speak, wings thundered overhead. A heartbeat later, dozens of dark gargoyles plummeted and slammed into the ground. Boom dust billowed, soil trembled. 3-meter brutes clad in metal black shells flashed cold light from narrow slits, as if eager to tear apart anything in reach. The air felt sucked away, no one dared breathe. Licha finally reached the front of the crowd. Only then did G-Air exhale, hurrying forward with a broad smile. Good evening, Lord Licha. Barry says you eradicated every demon. Astonishing. Your army would strike terror into any foe. Flattery never held much appeal for Licha. He merely inclined his head, swept his gaze over the still shaken villagers, and replied as calmly as commenting on the weather. Sir G-Air, the demon Lair has been flattened. There's nothing to fear now. Had anyone else spoken so lightly, it would have sounded like a joke. Yet with dozens of dark gargoyles arrayed in grim formation, all doubts were swallowed. Strength sets the weight of words, everyone knew it. Priest John and the two church knights blanched, then flushed with shame. Moments ago they predicted Li Cha's death and prepared to clean up for White Tower Town. Now had returned with power enough to topple the town itself. For squads of rare gargoyles, 2 imposing hero units, and that ferocious legion of mummies alone, they could cripple White Tower, whose garrison held only 3 squads of rare troops. Remembering their earlier disdain, the trio felt their cheeks burn and could only avert their eyes. Li Cha noticed none of it. After a brief exchange, he finally focused on the white-robed, white-staffed old priest who was deliberately looking away. Curiosity stirred. He opened the status panel. Priest of White Tower Town, John. Level, 7. Potential, C. Unit type, Hero. So, a pillar of the church faction, Li Cha thought, a bit underwhelmed by the priest's power. Jier steadied himself and bowed again. Lord Li Cha, thank you for your aid. The 300 souls of Blue Leaf Village owe you everything. He tugged the still awkward John forward. Allow me to present Priest John of the Temple of Justice in White Tower Town, and these 2 church knights who safeguard righteousness. John forced a smile and offered praise. Your reputation precedes you, Lord Li Cha. Meeting you tonight proves every word. The knight's mouth's twitchity's tone was worlds apart from moments earlier. The desert has always been a neutral faction. Though it fields undead troops like mummies, it has never unleashed a scourge-style catastrophe. The land is too barren to tempt invaders, so clashes with other factions are rare. The church venerates the light, and unless provoked it does not oppose the desert. Yet not opposed hardly means friendly. Li Cha nodded and seized the opening. Priest John, a few demons slipped away during the purge. I fear they'll cause more trouble. I hope White Tower Town will send troops to help track them down and spare innocent lives. His words sounded righteous, but inside he was already calculating how to squeeze some profit out of White Tower. Since he was here, he might as well bring home a souvenir. When Li Cha finished speaking, John found himself believing every word. He immediately pressed for details on how the demons had been wiped out. Barry, delighted by the audience, launched into a vivid recounting how they had baited the fiends at the foot of the mountain, lured them into attacking, and then used the slope's drop to mow down scores of minor demons in one sweep. How they had met the main horde Hedon, cut down the flame demon commander, and finally sent the survivors fleeing in chaos. With every sentence Barry doubled their exploits, and the townsfolk gasped at mentions of blood pools, millennia-old corpses that refused to rot, grotesque gargoyle statues, and a steady stream of other arcane curiosities. Each new marvel deepened the crowd's awe of Li Cha. Even Li Cha felt the tale was growing tall, yet every time John asked for specifics, the answers matched the intelligence he already possessed, and his last doubts melted away. Respect, he realized, was earned by strength. A church knight leaned to John's ear and murmured, My lord, we could send the White Eagle to scout. John nodded. Summon it. At once, my lord. The knight touched 2 fingers to his lips and let out a sharp whistle. Moments later a flash of white streaked across the sky as a snow-feathered eagle dived toward them. The knight raised an arm, and the eagle settled on his gauntlet, beating its wings hard enough to whip up a small gale. John bent close to the bird and whispered for a while, then tapped its head with his staff. Path-seeking go? The eagle wheeled once above Barry and Lucy, then shot into the heavens like a white arrow. Li Cha watched with interest. A handsome bird, he mused. Next time I cross the desert, I should get myself a sand falcon. Seems a shame not to use the local wildlife. Lucy's rescue and the demon's destruction threw White Tower Town into celebration. The townsfolk ushered Li Cha inside, produced their finest stores of food, and set a lavish dinner before him. He made short work of it, eating with gusto. By the time the meal ended, the air between him and the old priest had grown noticeably warmer, and when the White Eagle returned with its report, John's gaze held outright fondness. Sir Li Cha, the priest said earnestly, no matter which plane you hail from, what you have done for White Tower Town is an immeasurable favor, and we thank you. Orderly and kind, that was exactly the sort of attitude Li Cha liked. It meant no one would turn on him without warning. He pondered a moment, then asked, Lord John, I'm looking to change classes. Does the town have any spellcasting paths available? Ever since Gunter was born, the urge to become a caster had only grown stronger. Spellcasters were simply too impressive to resist. John shook his head. Sir Li Cha, the only arcane path we can offer here is that of the priest. He paused, voice laden with meaning. Embrace our God, and everything else is simple. The power of the divine can change anything. Li Cha smiled. A priest, in the end, was someone who borrowed a mighty backer's strength. Advantages, rapid growth, solid combat power. Drawbacks, every ounce of power depended on the deity, obedience was mandatory, and that deity could reclaim its gifts at any time. For most people, switching to the priest class isn't a bad move. A powerful deity is the ultimate patron. But in Richard's eyes, the gods of the Radiant Era are hardly worth a bow, let alone worship. Unwilling to spar over theology, he smoothly changes the subject. I heard from Barry that you're holding a formidable strategic artifact. Before he can finish, The old priest raises a hand, pointing to the milky white staff in his grasp. This is it. Holy staff. Restriction. Followers of the God of Justice. Required level, 1 star. Skill banish evil. Forces all evil beings within a 100-meter radius to reveal their true form and boosts radiant damage against them by 30. Mana cost, 20 per second. Description, a loyal companion for believers, capable of purging evil within a set area. Casting requires a priest devoted to our God. Richard pulls up the item panel. One glance and he loses interest. If it can't be sold, it's not even worth a fire poker. Seeing his disinterest, the old priest pauses, then tries a new angle. Sir Richard, 10 years ago White Tower Town fought a brutal war against demons. We've offered a standing bounty ever since. Anyone who discovers and stops demonic activity will earn a generous reward. We're not wealthy, but we keep our promises. The prize for that quest is a set of building blueprints, the finest reward we can offer. Blueprints? Richard's eyes light up. Because he hadn't followed the scripted path to White Tower Town's main quest node, had never heard of them. Maybe this is the normal loot for clearing the instance. The benefits he already holds are ridiculous. No ordinary player could snag them in a 1-star dungeon, but with brute force and a strong army, he carved his own road. Father John, that's exactly what I need. Relieved, the old priest produces 3 pale gold sheets from his robe. Sir Richard, you may choose one as your reward. Richard's mouth twitches, so the quest loot was ready and carried around all this time. He unfolds the pages one by one. Residential house. Grade, common. Trait, permanent. Unlocks the residential house template for the territory. Future construction requires no additional blueprints. Materials, 500 stone, 500 wood. Build time, 1 day. Workers required. 10 fewer workers extend the build, extra hands shorten it. Footprint, 10 tiles. Description, a standard house design that provides lodging for civilians. Stable. Grade, common. Trait, permanent. Materials, 500 wood, 500 stone, 500 steel. Build time, 5 days. Workers required, 30. Footprint, 8 tiles. Capacity, 30 horses. Description, a standard stable suitable for horses and camels. Brewery. Grade, common. Trait, permanent. Materials, 2,000 gold, 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 2,000 steel. Build time, 7 days. Workers required, 30. Footprint, 10 tiles. Brews, unlimited. Recipe requirement, none. Description, a standard brewery where any recipe can be used to craft fine liquor. Wow, all 3 are permanent. Richard clicks his tongue. The food workshop blueprint head snagged from the metal mine gods was disposable, one-time use only. Permanent blueprints are a different league. But pick one and lose the other 2 forever? What a waste. Clutching all 3 sheets, he declares with righteous conviction, Father John, my territory needs every single one of these. He'll just take the other 2 as the remainder of my reward. No need to give me anything else. The old priest's face turns into a string of question marks. The remainder of the reward? What remainder? That was the entire reward. Stop right there. Have you no sense of honor, young man? Before the protest leaves his lips, Richard has already stowed the blueprints and looks at him calmly. Father John, is something wrong? The old priest nearly coughs up blood. The old priest was on the verge of tears. These are the mayor's blueprints, he stammered, hands shaking as he held the 3 blue scrolls. Li Cha burst out laughing and brushed the dust from their edges. Relax. We'll take out the demon. The mayor will be over the moon. A few sheets of parchment won't bother him. Won't bother him? Nonsense. The priest almost jumped. Those are permanent construction plans. You don't know how tight-fisted he is to pull the church doors off their hinges to get them back. Li Cha raised an eyebrow, half amusement in his eyes. Sir John, anything else? Father John rubbed his temples and sighed. He had only wanted to look authoritative, but now he was stuck. The plans weren't his, and if the mayor demanded them back, he'd have no answer, especially with dozens of gargoyles at Li Cha's side. He consoled himself. If 3 blueprints could rid them of a demon, it was still a good trade. Swallowing his pain, he forced a calm expression. Lord Li Cha, get some rest. I must return to White Tower Town. The runaway demons still need handling. With that, he hurried off with 2 church knights. Outside the village gate, his composure shattered. He looked to the sky and wailed, my precious blueprints. Both knights flinched. Was it you 2 whispering about my stinginess, so he overheard? Am docking a year's pay? Sir John, you were the one who mentioned. You saw I was wrong and didn't stop me? 2 years. With 3 permanent blueprints in hand, Li Cha was in high spirits. The instance was about to collapse. Leaving the plans here would be the real waste. They were relics, 1,000 years old treasures rescued from the dust of history. If he had more time, he'd visit White Tower Town again, but the dungeon had minutes left. At dawn the countdown hit its final stretch. Rested and ready, Li Cha chose exit instance under the villagers' mixed gazes. The scene shifted. He landed on a dry riverbed. Behind him, the one-way portal cracked and shattered into sparkling shards. Ding, burning village instance complete. Time fragment returned to the river of time. Progress, 100. You eliminated the demons and undead threatening White Tower Town. Bonus experience 10,000. Ding level up. Current level 6. Power flooded his body like a scalding winter hot spring. Every cell rejoiced. The rush was intoxicating. After a long moment he exhaled, thinking, even without new stats, this feeling alone is worth it. He opened his status panel. Level 6. Experience 4,320 100,000. Required experience had doubled from 50 to 100,000, and without a class, level 6 gave no new attributes. Still, the instance had yielded more than 40,000 experience clearly. Leveling meant farming dungeons. He closed the panel and surveyed the area. The army waited nearby. Ganti, wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, stood out. In excellent spirits, Li Cha swung his arm. Back to the territory. Time outside ran 10 times slower than inside. 3 days had passed for him, yet dusk had barely fallen. It was still May 18th. Nothing had been delayed. They made a beeline for Dusk City. When Kalu saw Li Cha return, his surprise made every wrinkle on his face come alive. That morning Li Cha had warned Ka Lu that he might be gone for quite some time, yet he was back in less than half a day. Ka Lu stared in disbelief, then noticed the dark gargoyle at Li Cha's feet, its body covered in obsidian scales, and a wide smile spread across his face. Clearly, the expedition had been a resounding success. After a brief recap of the instance, Li Cha returned to the Lord's manor in high spirits. Supper was a steaming pot of meat stew with flatbread, which he finished to the last crumb. Next he soaked in a warm wooden tub, washing away the road's dust and his lingering fatigue. When night fell, he began to tally the spoils. First came an upgrade hero Gunga Teshinshua. He wielded explosive offensive spells and could use corpses as conduits to summon mummies, making his value immeasurable. Li Cha now had 2 combat-oriented upgrade heroes, Gule for support and Gunga Te for all-out assault, a nearly perfect combination. That prize alone made the outing more than worthwhile. Second, he had secured 2 rare-grade creature nests and 4 squads of obsidian gargoyles. At this stage, that haul rivaled the upgrade hero in importance. Nests produced troops continuously, and he had gained 2 at once. The 4 gargoyle squads were rare 3-star units with innate magic immunity, and when paired with Li Cha's sandification buff, they were downright overbearing. Dusk City's military strength was about to skyrocket. Third, he possessed 3 permanent building blueprints: residential housing, a stable, and a brewery. Housing would ease the current shortage. Once the stable was finished, desert horses and camels could replace manual labor and raise productivity. As for the brewery, liquor always sold well, though a proper recipe was still lacking. The instance had also granted a hefty amount of experience. His main force had climbed to level 7, boosting overall power yet again. The more Li Cha thought about it, the brighter his smile became. In both development and military might, his foundation had multiplied several times over. When the excitement faded, he washed up early and slept straight through to nearly 10 the next morning. After breakfast, he summoned Ka Lu and began a tour of the territory. Walking at his side, Ka Lu delivered a detailed report. Lord Li Cha, the desert Juju grove has finished flowering and is setting fruit. It ripens once a month, exactly as promised. We expect a harvest of 70 to 80,000 units at the start of next month. The flame dragon rabbits are thriving, and the desert goblins say the first molt should happen by the end of the month. The kits are growing fast. By next month they'll enter heat and start a second breeding cycle. At this pace, large-scale production of dragon rabbit pelts is within reach. The desert crown bees, after the Juju blossoms withered, had to fly farther for nectar, so the next batch of honey may be smaller. The food workshop is finished, but right now it can only turn out basic fare since we don't have any skilled cooks, Karu explained as the 2 of them stopped in front of the building. The 3-story structure of packed earth and stone towered in the sunset, the fresh mortar still visible on its rough walls, giving it an imposing look. Richard glanced at the open wooden door and frowned once again at the lack of talent was staring him in the face. While other lords worried about an overflow of refugees, he could barely find a single newcomer. In the past half-month, no one had moved in besides the first batch Andale had brought. The endless desert was short on supplies, and even shorter on people, and sooner or later he would have to fix that. After a moment of thought, he lowered his voice. Pick out anyone here who can cook and bring them into the workshop, he ordered. As long as they can create something distinctive, take them all. The market outside the desert is huge. If the product is good, it will sell. When the sand dates ripen, use them as a new ingredient. He pulled a sealed clay jar from his storage pouch and handed it to Karu. Here are 10 units of desert honey. See if you can develop something more advanced. Karu accepted the jar with both hands and nodded eagerly. They'll get on it right away. The yard in front of the workshop was empty, yellow sand swirling in the wind, and Richard couldn't help feeling a twinge of concern. The shortage of talent had become a problem he could no longer ignore. Dusk City still hadn't reached the 500 residents needed to upgrade to a level 2 town. It was maddening. The top 1,000 territories on the ranking list were already level 3 towns, while he was stuck at level 1, buried somewhere around 50 or 60 millionth place. Compared with lords who sat on rich resources, Dusk City's foundation was painfully thin. After a pause, Karu seemed to remember something and spoke with hesitation. My lord, those refugees camped at the Oasis could fill our gap. The Oasis has plenty of food, and they're even trying to lure our people away. They might also have a god-granted resource like the Sandate Grove. If we could take that Oasis, we'd solve our population problem and perhaps gain a new blessing as well. Richard raised an eyebrow. The Oasis lay a full day's journey from Dusk City. He had never found the time to go, but he had never forgotten it either. Now that Karu mentioned it, he made up his mind if only to secure desperately needed residents. The trip would be worth it. Being stuck because of a population cap was infuriating. After Li Cha and Ka Lu spent a few minutes deciding when to explore the oasis that was sheltering several hundred refugees, Li Cha pulled out the 3 construction blueprints he had obtained in the instance. He handed them to Ka Lu with unusual solemnity. Ka Lu, the territory is expanding fast, he said. Select capable residents at once and set up a planning department. Divide every building into functional zones and reserve land for future development. This can't wait. Keep these drawings, map out the master plan first, then decide where each structure will stand. The stables and the brewery can wait, but housing must break ground immediately. As the domain grew, Li Cha was already envisioning a complete administrative system. Twilight City couldn't rely forever on a handful of people working independently. It needed dedicated departments. Ka Lu accepted the blueprints, sensing how serious his lord was, and nodded crisply. Yes, my lord. He'll draft the regulations at once and submit them for your approval. Li Cha inclined his head. Ka Lu had always been dependable, one of the aides he trusted most. It was a pity the man was already getting on in years. If he were 20 years younger, he might have shouldered even greater responsibilities. While they were speaking, and Dyer strode over, a long-handled bronze hammer strapped to her back, excitement lighting her face. Good day, Lord Li Cha. Li Cha turned, saw her radiant expression, and laughed. No need for formalities, and Dyer, say what's on your mind. To him, this budding master smith was a treasure of Twilight City. A combat boost she had given the bandaged mummies was obvious to all, and Dyer could scarcely wait. My lord, I want to keep studying ways to raise our unit's attack power. While analyzing the bandaged mummies' attack patterns, I've already touched the threshold of becoming a master smith. Subordinates who took the initiative always pleased Li Cha. The units you can work on now are the bandaged mummies, scorpion warriors, death axemen, and dark gargoyles. The cursed pharaohs are magical troops, so the forge can't enhance them. The bandaged mummies will reach intermediate attack with one more upgrade. Which unit do you want to start with? And Dyer's eyes blazed. The techniques I used on the bandaged mummies can be transferred to the scorpion warriors. Then focus on the scorpion warriors, Li Cha agreed. If we can boost that already vicious unit again, their combat power will be off the charts. He opened the forge interface and queued up the project develop scorpion warriors. Current unit tier, basic attack. Estimated research time, 10 days. Estimated cost, 20,000 gold, 20,000 timber, 30,000 iron ore. Base success rate, 70%. Compared with upgrading the bandaged mummies, both the required resources and time had risen sharply. Li Cha still had 100,000 units of resources in reserve, but he knew they never lasted long. Fortunately, and Dyer's hero trait granted an extra 30% success rate, bringing the total to a guaranteed 100% and eliminating any risk. He immediately transferred 30,000 units of resources into the forge warehouse, then settled in with interest to watch in Dyer's daily research routine. Just then, a forge apprentice hurried in to report that a resident was asking for an audience. Richard could only sigh at his never-ending workload. Even a moment's rest was a luxury. After telling Andal to keep at it, he left the smithy with Karu at his side. They had barely stepped outside when a round, applard smile filled their view. Aunt Mary, the Desert Grove's caretaker, was panting in the doorway. Good day, Lord Richard. Good day, Aunt Mary. Is something wrong in the grove? Richard remembered the plump woman well, rosy-cheeked, barrel-shaped, impossible to mistake. No problems at all. Aunt Mary shook her head, her chubby hands flapping in the air. We watch those trees all day. Nothing will happen to them. Then what brings you to me? As ruler of Dusk City, he seldom met residents face-to-face. Most messages reached him through Karu. Words poured from her like a machine gun. You always warn us not to provoke the venomous wasps, but it hurts to see them tearing into the desert honeybees. Those bees make desert crown honey. So we wondered, why not track down the wasp's nest and burn it? We never had a way, but yesterday, we finally figured it out. Richard's eyes lit up. The venomous wasps had plagued him for ages. They were level 5, rare 3-star creatures with blistering speed, and had been too busy to deal with them. He hadn't expected the grove keepers to crack the problem. Tell me, how did you find their nest? Seeing his interest, Aunt Mary straightened proudly. Wasps eat meat. They take the bees for the flesh. We tried other bait, and learned they adore the flame drake rabbit you hunted. We asked Lord Karu for 2 units of dried rabbit, soaked it in the juice of a plant with a special scent, and tested it yesterday. The wasps not only accepted the bait, they carried it off without a fuss. And you followed them? Richard asked. Exactly. We tracked them at once, but the nest is far from the city. We walked an hour and still weren't there. Night fell, visibility dropped, so we pulled back. Her tone held both regret and excitement. That proves the plan works. Richard raised an eyebrow. What plant leaves such a lasting smell? And how are you tracking if they've really turned into bloodhounds? Aunt Mary thumped her chest with pride. One of our people is hypersensitive to the scent. One whiff, and he starts sneezing. We've tested it many times, it never fails. Richard laughed in spite of himself. An allergy as a tracking tool, why not, if it led the way? If they could locate the wasp's nest and claim it, the reward would be enormous. Rare rank troops, perhaps thousands strong. The vision of swarms of venomous wasps overwhelming his enemies made Richard's spirits soar. What attracted Richard most about the venom hornets wasn't just their formidable power, but their sheer numbers. A single hive could house more than 1,000 of them, each a rare 3-star creature at level 5. If such a swarm went berserk, who could possibly withstand it? But if he could subdue them and station them in the Juju grove to protect the desert honeybees, the safety of the grove and the entire territory would soar, rivaling the value of the dark gargoyle nest. After ironing out the details with Annie Fatty, Richard acted immediately, gathering his forces and setting their sights on the grove. To ensure speed, he called in the dark gargoyles. No other unit was better suited for a pursuit. The grove's residents were already prepared. Barrels of plant sap were neatly lined up, and strips of rehydrated rabbit jerky glistened with oil. Richard made a point of meeting the young man with the special nose, clapped him on the shoulder, and offered a few words of encouragement. If not for his heightened sense of smell, Richard would have insisted he see a doctor. Lord, Hay raced the soaked rabbit jerky. After hours of soaking, the meat had become pliable, giving off a rich scent of greenery mixed with blood. Richard nodded, rehanging the strips on the branches he had marked the day before. Achoo! A loud sneeze echoed. Richard turned to see the young man again. Unashamed, the youth stood tall under the villagers' admiring gazes. Helping the Lord was an honor in itself. Richard pretended not to notice. Whatever kept him happy was fine. Once the bait was set, there was nothing to do but wait. Venom hornets hunted without any pattern, and everyone held their breath. Roughly half an hour later, a dense buzz erupted through the grove. 3 hornets sliced through the air, originally heading for their hive, but suddenly veering toward the jerky, clearly drawn by the unique energy within the meat. One hornet landed on a branch, sniffed the air, then hooked its claws into a strip of jerky and lifted off. The other 2 mirrored its actions. Dragging the heavy meat slowed them noticeably. Richard's eyes lit up. There was a scent to follow and a drag to reduce their speed. Perfect. At his signal, the dark gargoyles scooped up the young man, kicked off the ground, and surged into the sky, their gray-black wings flapping as they pursued the hornets. The rest of the gargoyles followed close behind. Richard didn't linger. He led the ground troops across the sand at a run. No matter how fast they moved, foot soldiers couldn't match the speed of flight, and in moments the airborne gargoyles disappeared beyond the next dune. After cresting several rolling hills of sand, they spotted a gargoyle hovering ahead, its arm pointing toward the entrance of a canyon. Richard followed the direction, and the creature rejoined the formation. One gargoyle after another served as a marker, steering the troops around clusters of wild monsters. Today's target was the venom hornets, and Richard had no interest in engaging anything else. 1 hour passed. Then 2. After a full 6 hours, the returning gargoyles were already heading out on a new patrol. Li Cha rubbed his aching neck, ready for a brief rest, when a gargoyle streaked in carrying the young guide. Dangling in midair, the youth waved excitedly and shouted, "Lord, the venomous wasps are in that rock Paliaccio." The deafening sneeze echoed all around. Li Cha inclined his head and signaled the dark gargoyle to set the scout down. Ahead lay a chaotic field of broken stone, the ground buried under boulders of every size. Yet not a single venomous wasp hovered in sight. "Keep leading. Watch your eyes, my lord." Another sneeze, but the guide was still bursting with energy. Knowing he could sense the insects let Li Cha relax a little. Li Cha didn't plunge in. First he ordered Golay to take the troops and reconnoiter while the gargoyles fanned out as sentries. With flyers, scouting truly is worlds faster. Golay had scarcely set off when the earth rumbled like distant thunder. Boom boom boom. The ground convulsed as if some leviathan beneath it were tearing through the bedrock. Li Cha's face darkened. "Earthquake. Fall back now." Before the words were out, the gargoyle behind him swooped down, scooped him onto its back, kicked off, and shot skyward. Rising fast, Li Cha watched the land ahead cave in, fissures racing outward, pillars of dust hundreds of meters high roaring up. Boulders crashed down. The scene was terrifying. Other gargoyles dived in succession, lifting squad after squad clear of danger. But there weren't enough of them. Many foot soldiers, too slow on their feet, vanished into the widening cracks. Li Cha's jaw clenched. Drop them in the safe zone and get back here. Search for survivors. The disaster came without warning, more troublesome than any enemy. When the dust finally settled, his expression eased. Many soldiers were clambering out of the rubble. Sandform had saved most of the army once again. Still, he took no chances. He pulled the force completely out of the quake zone in case of aftershocks. Then, astride a gargoyle, flew toward the epicenter with his guards. Gangte had just been hauled up, but there was still no sign of Gulay. Losing in a class hero was a price no treasure could repay. Sand filled the sky, stinging his face. Visibility was awful. Luckily, Gulay hadn't gone far. Moments later, Li Cha spotted several gargoyles overhead. On the ground, Gulay still in sand form stood on a bare slab of rock while loose stones hissed around him. The aftershocks were clearly ongoing. Achu the young guide sneezed again, oddly breaking the tension. Once Li Cha confirmed there were no mass casualties, he finally exhaled in relief. A heartbeat later, he whipped his head around. The dust ahead slowly thinned, and within the swirling haze a colossal shape, more than 10 meters tall, flickered in and out of sight like a nightmare beast clawing its way up from the abyss. The silhouette rocked from side to side, each shift punctuated by a harsh crack, and wave after wave of dread pressed the breath from Richard's lungs. When the last of the grit finally settled, Richard saw the truth. It wasn't a beast at all but a massive tree, half buried in the earth. The portion above ground stood nearly 15 meters high, its trunk a stone pillar propping up the sky, its roots driving into depths unknown. Deep furrows scored the bark, and in the center a twisted face bulged outward, its wrinkles catching the dim light like a demon glaring into one's soul. 7 or 8 branches, as thick as ancient pythons, writhed non-stop, pounding the rocks that imprisoned the trunk. Each collision landed with a dull boom, spraying shards of stone. Richard had mistaken the racket for aftershocks. Only now did he grasp that the tree itself was smashing the rocks to break free. No leaves clothed the tangled limbs. Instead, countless gray fruits the size of fists dangled in clusters, resembling rows of eerie armor. Today's quarry, the venomous stinger wasps, whirled in a frenzy around those branches. Richard had assumed their hive was wedged in the bark, but the next sight made his scalp prickle. One gray pod split open, exposing a slick inner membrane, and 7 or 8 wasps lay curled inside side by side, a hair-thin tube connecting each abdomen like an umbilical cord. When the pod fully unfurled, the wasps flicked moisture from their wings, strained once, snapped the cord in unison, and shot into the air with a piercing drone. Richard stood rooted to the spot. The stinger wasps were actually born from the tree itself? What kind of creature was this, and why did it feel so unspeakably horrific? Li Cha had never imagined that wasps could sprout from a tree. The tremors had barely faded when yellow sand kept trickling through the cracks. Overhead, a gargoyle flapped its wings. Li Cha motioned it lower, and the gray-white wings skimmed the ground, deliberately staying out of the human-faced tree's line of sight. The ancient tree took no notice. All its attention was locked on the boulder beneath its 7 or 8 branches as thick as pythons slammed down, their thunder rivaling the earlier quake. Li Cha inhaled air laced with dust and resin and touched down lightly. Gulay, still in his sand form, hurried over, desiccated grains sliding off his cloak. "Master." The mummy hero saluted, his voice rough. Li Cha surveyed the split earth and scattered rubble. "Casualties." "Everyone went sand for minimal damage," Gulay replied crisply. Satisfied, Li Cha cut to the chase. "What's with that human-faced tree? Did it cause the quake?" Gulay shook his head, the soul fire in his hollow sockets flickering uneasily. "What only just arrived when the ground split open. The treant crawled out after the fissure appeared." Li Cha nodded, his gaze drifting past the swirling dust into the black chasm below. Something was buried down there, but a shock that violent has likely destroyed it. He could not help recalling the collapse in the land of the dead, where he had recovered the sacrificial coffin that birthed Gulay just as fierce. Gulay kept his eyes on the savage tree, his tone unusually grim. "Its aura is lethally toxic." Li Cha didn't answer. He summoned the system, and the creature's stat panel flashed open. Shiny Ancient Tree Boss. Unit level, 10, Advanced Boss. Bonus magic damage, 100. Increased defense, 100. Potential, Grade A. Bloodline, Tree of Resentment Special Grade, Spell Effects 50. Mana, 2000. Regeneration 20 per second. Skills, 1 Body of Malediction Grade A, formed by devouring Godspawn flesh. Immune to all magic and curses below Grade A, instant death effects, and lethal poison. Rapidly heals by drawing power from nearby corpses until the energy is spent. 2. Swarming Brood Grade A, breeds hunting wasps. 3 tiers Venom Wasp, Slaughter Wasp, Reaper Wasp. Higher tiers consume more energy. Current Brood, Venom Wasp Rare 3-star, 1, 5003, 000. 3. Devour to Grow Grade A, consumes corpses and flesh to strengthen itself and empower the swarm. 4. Withered Branches Grade A, manipulates dead limbs to attack. 20 chance to trigger the instant death effect Soul Shatter, killing the target outright. 5. Whisper of the Mind Grade A, within a 100-meter trunk radius, unleashes a psychic assault that shatters enemy willpower. Boss traits, corrupts a 100-meter radius into blighted ground, storing corpse energy in the soil. Racial talent. Can pull up its roots and move slowly through the earth. Synergy Hive. When the swarm is within 200 meters of the cursed tree, its potential increases by 1 grade. Description. A wicked tree born of Godspawn flesh. Do not provoke it. Line after line scrolled past, and Lee Cha's breathing quickened. Apart from the Desert Dragon, near the one-way portal whose stats were all question marks, this shinny ancient tree was the single strongest creature he had ever met. Not only was it a level 10 creature, it was also an exceptionally rare boss unit. The manual made it clear that bosses born in the wild were almost unheard of, and each one possessed combat power far beyond that of a hero of the same level, let alone ordinary troops. Richard's original prize was the venomous wasp's nest. He planned to transplant the entire hive to the tamarisk grove to guard his desert bees. The idea sounded brilliant, but reality hit hard. The ancient tree of resentment before him was absurdly huge, its limbs swinging like colossal clubs, and its canopy swarmed with poisonous wasps. The wasps alone were enough to ruin his day, never mind the branches that carried a built-in 20% instant death effect. Even if he threw in every soldier he had, he doubted he could scratch this boss. As the dust settled, he ordered an immediate retreat. Only after he had cleared the rubble atop a gargoyle did he finally exhale. Master, did we find the wasp nest? Gunter called from behind. He had no idea what monster was lurking there. Gray filled him in, and Gunter understood at once. Gunter, leave 2 squads of crimson mummies to watch the ancient tree of resentment. We'll come back when we're stronger, Richard ordered. Crimson mummies were a bargain basement troop raised from corpses. Gunter could churn out 3 squads a day, so losing them was no loss. After acknowledging the order, Gunter teamed up with the gargoyles and scattered the 2 mummy squads at a safe distance. Their only job to track the tree's position. This creature could uproot itself and walk away, and letting it slip would be a crime. Richard was already picturing the day he transplanted the monstrosity beside the tamarisk grove. Who would dare covet his honey or his flame dragon rabbits then? The thought thrilled him, but for now he lacked the strength. On the way back, Richard refused to return empty-handed. He split his force, letting Gray and Gunter each take half in a fan-shaped sweep. An angler never heads home with an empty creel, he muttered, stubborn to the end. With gargoyles scouting from above, search time plummeted. The ground troops only had to charge straight at confirmed targets. Having tasted the convenience of riding a gargoyle, he conscripted 2 for personal use. One to carry him in level flight, the other to hover below in case he fell. The 3 maternal dark gargoyles were made entirely of stone. Their broad shoulders carried a rider as steadily as bedrock, though the unyielding surface made a long flight torture on the tailbone. He assigned a squad of gargoyles, each to Gray and Gunter for scouting, while he kept 2 squads of dark gargoyles for a rapid clear-out. Rare 3-star, level 5 dark gargoyles were nothing short of weapons of mass destruction. Apart from lacking an instant kill ability, the dark gargoyle hits even harder than the axe of the dead. A single dive is enough for its talons to tear ground-bound foes to pieces, and its stone carapace lets it break free and scathe even when surrounded. Whenever it enters a monster nest, it can dart in and out 7 times over. Richard sighed in admiration. If the recruitment cost weren't outrageous, this airborne unit would be almost perfect. Late that night, Richard led the party back to Dusk City. With the gargoyles clearing the way, the day's haul was several times richer than usual, and the soldiers returned laden with loot. Behind Gunter, the rank 1 elite crimson mummies had grown to 4 squads. Not a single corpse from the day's battle had gone to waste, and the gains were staggering. They stacked the spoils beside the well, left 2 mummy squads on guard, and Richard headed straight for the manor. Pushing the door open, he was surprised to find Carl still on duty in the hall. Under the flickering tallow lamps, shadows danced across 3 middle-aged men bound with hemp rope as they were interrogated. Good evening, Lord Richard, Carl said, rising to salute. Richard gave a brief nod, his gaze settling on the prisoners. What's happening here? They're spies from Oasis City, Carl replied gravely. They pretended to defect this afternoon, but secretly tried to persuade our residents to abandon the territory and join them. The townsfolk saw through them and reported it at once. Oasis City. Richard's eyes narrowed. Yes, the same oasis the scouting party found a few days ago. They've already built a settlement there. A shock ran through Richard. Could a single oasis really sustain so many people? A few hundred refugees clearly weren't enough to satisfy them if they were bold enough to poach settlers from Dusk City. Just what was hidden in that desert oasis that allowed it to support such numbers? Carl had mentioned it only yesterday, yet today the other side had already reached out. As Richard collected his thoughts, his interest flared, could sense enormous profit lurking beneath the surface. Find anything? Kalu shook his head. No, sir. What barely started when you returned. Lee Cha stepped into the crude dungeon. His gaze settled on 3 men bound like parcels at the base of the wall, terror flooding their eyes. In the shadows, an obsidian gargoyle crouched, its claw scraping the stone with a rasp as harsh as a saw. I ask, you answer. His voice was calm, yet every word drove into their skulls like a nail. Nerves already frayed, the prisoners broke at once. Ask anything at all. Who sent you? Xena Kalina, ruler of Oasis City. She belongs to the Kalina clan. Kalina clan? Li Cha glanced sideways. Kalu sucked in a breath. The women who marry men, then kill them and trade their lovers' souls for power? That's right, the captive whispered. Them. Kalu muttered. Death roses of the desert, so the Kalina really are involved. Li Cha filed the name away and pressed on. How strong is the Kalina clan? Few in number, extremely powerful, Kalu replied. Legend says every member sacrifices a beloved for strength, making each one a hero-class fighter. Li Cha's eyes cut back to the prisoners. Why did she send you? To gauge Twilight City's defenses, one man blurted, and if possible, stir the residents to join Oasis City. Just the three of you? Li Cha arched a brow. The men hung their heads. About 10 days ago we met a search party you'd sent out. From that we guessed Twilight City's garrison was thin, so. Li Cha nodded. At the time his forces had indeed been weak. Normally 2 months of growth couldn't have produced his current strength. Yet he now held 3 scarce Tier 3 creature lairs, lethal assets this early. Back to the point. How does Oasis City feed so many people? Where does the food come from? Do they have a divine artifact? His stare made sweat bead on their foreheads. My lord, we don't know. Lady Xena supplies everything. But the speaker swallowed. Deep inside the Oasis is a restricted zone. Outsiders can't enter. Rumor says there's an underground tunnel, and all the food comes up from below. An underground tunnel? Li Cha's eyelid twitched. Had recently explored an undead-infested subterranean complex. Perhaps this oasis hid something similar. If it produced a steady flow of food and water, no wonder its ruler dared to expand. Kalu's eyes lit up. My lord, if we seize that oasis, would gain much-needed population and secure that secret supply line. It would change everything. It was his second time urging an attack. A plan already forming. Li Cha merely gestured for more details. Military strength? 1 squad of rare units the Owana Guard. Lady Xena recruited them herself. Where from? How many creature lairs does the city have? Just 2, both inside the restricted zone. How many heroes? As far as I know, only Lady Xena, my lord. On paper, Oasis City was no pushover, yet the newly empowered Dusk City could still swallow it whole. Oasis City's population had already topped 600 and was still drawing refugees from the surrounding desert. 600. Li Cha's pulse quickened. That was a wealth of labor Dusk City desperately needed. A level 2 town required 500 residents, and higher tiers would only demand more. These people were a timely godsend. The unfinished brewery and the recently completed food workshop both needed skilled hands. Out of 600 souls, at least a few were bound to prove useful. After a brief pause, he made his decision. Gray, take them away and keep questioning them. I want every scrap of information. Yes, master. The mummy hero Gray hauled the 3 captives off, their fearful eyes glinting in the dim light. Li Cha turned to Karu. As Dusk City grows, more enemies will come calling. We must stay vigilant and strike first. Karu considered, then advised, my lord, Oasis City is weak enough for us to take. The sooner the better. Once they're alert, the situation gets messy. Spies today, soldiers tomorrow. Let's pull out this thorn before it pierces us. Li Cha nodded approvingly. Karu's vision and decisiveness impressed him. The aging hero unit had clearly seen much. We move at Dawno, we move now. Assemble the troops and march tonight. His voice was resolute. If they dared scout Dusk City, he would seize the initiative. Dark gargoyles, born with night vision, would handle the watch, while the re-stunned dead, guided by soul fire, fought equally well in darkness. My lord, the journey takes a full day and night, Karu cautioned. We can rest on the road. With gargoyles on guard, we'll be fine. We have to spend a night in the desert either way, so leaving now changes nothing. With the plan settled, Karu offered no further objection. Li Cha packed rations, water, and other supplies, ordered Karu to dress the game, and brought the 3 prisoners along. Before dawn he left the territory. To protect the rear, he stationed 4 squads of blood mummies plus the guardian mummy, nearly 2 platoons, ample to repel a raid. Under cover of darkness, the column crossed the desert, meeting roaming creatures now and then. Because their goal was Oasis City, Li Cha ignored every beast except those worth eating. They left late on the 18th. Before the sun dropped behind the dunes on the 19th, Li Cha arrived at his destination, a mysterious oasis rumored to shelter precious resources and treasure. Lord, walk another half hour, cross the next 2 hills, and you'll reach the oasis. Then will you let us go? 3 prisoners dangled in the air, clutched by gargoyles. Their cracked lips and scorched skin made them look like meat left all day in the desert sun, and even their pleas came out as hoarse whispers. They'd been slung over stone shoulders since dawn, roasted until noon, and given only a sip of water. Now their blood felt boiled away, their bodies on the verge of turning into human jerky. Worst of all, they regretted taking that persuade the locals to defect job. The moment they revealed their identities, they were captured, betrayed by neighbors they'd known for years. What hold did this lord have that made his people so fiercely loyal? Li Cha ignored the pleas. He signaled a gargoyle squad to fly ahead and scout, then dropped to the sand to confer with Golay and Gang Tae on retaking Oasis City. Moments later, the scouts beat their stone wings back and reported, "Master, the Oasis has been taken by lizard folk. They're herding human captives out of the city." The three prisoners went pale. Oasis City fell? Even Lady Shina couldn't hold it? Their last sliver of hope snapped. Li Cha's brow tightened. He had marched through the night to prevent exactly this, yet still arrived too late. How strong are they? We kept our distance, the gargoyle rumbled. We counted more than 5 squads. 5 squads. Li Cha's gaze shifted to the mummy hero. Golay, take a team, get close, and identify their units and levels. If you're spotted, disengage at Oncino fighting. Yes, master. Controlling the field was Golay's specialty. Slipping away would be easy. He launched with 2 gargoyle squads. Li Cha rounded on the prisoners. Any strong factions near the Oasis? Where did these lizard folk come from? They only shook their heads. None, we've never heard of any. After several useless questions, Li Cha threw them aside. The sand blistered under a sun already half sunk behind the dunes. 10 minutes later, Golay returned. Report, Li Cha said. The desert lizard folk are loading their spoils, Golay replied evenly. They don't plan to garrison the Oasis. They field lizard cavalry, warriors, and berserker archers, levels 4 to 5, rarity ranging from rare to epic. A levels even lizard mage hero commands them. Rarity, unknown. 5 squads of lizard spellcasters, rare 3-star, accompany him. No wonder the newly built Oasis City fell so quickly. Any air units? Li Cha asked. None spotted. They're careless after their victory and moving fast, as if hurrying somewhere else. Li Cha nodded, thought for a moment, then issued the order. Form up. We're going after them. They dared to snatch the prize right from his mouth. These lizard folk were downright audacious. At the moment, Li Cha's forces were at their peak. In addition to 2 A-rank heroes commanding the army, he still had 4 full squads of dark gargoyles at his disposal. Flying units are difficult enough for ground troops to counter, and dark gargoyles are immune to magic. The lizard folk's mage heroes and spellcasters could do nothing against them. As constructs, their shells are so tough that only heavy siege weapons can even hope to crack them, and with the extra sandform ability Li Cha had granted, the unit was nothing short of monstrous. In the glow of the setting sun, Li Cha led his troops across the scorching dunes at full speed. When the sun finally sank beneath the sea of sand, they reached a low rise a few hundred meters from the Oasis. From the hill he saw the lake reflecting a dark, golden sheen in the twilight. Tall trees ringed the water, their silhouettes dense and thick, and a scattering of buildings nestled among the trunks. If not for the littered corpses, the rivers of blood, and the houses still burning, it would have been a perfect haven. Following the bloody drag marks and wheel ruts, Li Cha shifted his gaze to the horizon. On the far side, unarmed civilians were being herded away by lizard folk in huge numbers, and his eyes turned deathly cold. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Oasis, a lizard folk hero sat astride a giant monitor lizard more than 6 meters long, studying a piece of parchment again and again. In the dusk, his gray face, covered with coarse, sand-grit scales, looked especially sinister. His amber-slit pupils drifted without emotion toward the smaller mount beside him. Bound to the saddle of that second beast, Xena Kalina was trussed up with chains as thick as a man's thumb. Blood streaked her body, and a torn layer of leather armor barely covered her. The chain clinked with every jolt of the reptile's gait, while 2 lizard folk warriors stood guard over her with cold, indifferent eyes. Woman of the Kalina clan, your luck isn't half bad. You actually got your hands on a map to the ruin. The lizard folk hero shook the yellowed parchment and bared his fangs in a grin. He tapped the saddle with a black staff. Shame the key is in my possession. Huh. You never would have guessed that the 2 relics would resonate with each other, would you? The parchment fluttered again as he flicked it, his laughter echoing across the sands. Xena lifted her eyes weakly, giving his black staff a faint glance. Her voice was low. Without that relic, it would take me less than 10 breaths to kill you. The hero's face twitched, as though stung by some unpleasant memory, yet he only snorted. They say the Kalina clan carries a terrifying bloodline. Once I claim the relic treasure, the first thing you'll do is slice your throat and offer your soul to my god. May your blood please him. A sneer curled Xena's lips. Didn't your deity already lose his head to the god of justice? What new faith could you possibly have? The color drained from the lizard folk's face. The great lizard god merely slumbers. He has not fallen. Then, remembering how close victory was, he broke into a pleased, feral grin. The shrieking of the weak is like a rabbit under a hawk's talons, powerless and ridiculous. It delights me. His gaze roamed brazenly over Xena's shapely figure, and he sighed with a hint of regret. A pity I have no interest in humans, or ID sample the Kalina woman everyone in the desert dreams of. Enemy attack. A cry of pain cut short his obscene talk. The lizard folk hero snapped his head up, turning at the same time as Xena to stare at the sky. In the dying light, more than a dozen gargoyles glinted with dark metallic luster as they dived, their wings screaming through the air. On the back of one of them, Xena caught sight of a young human with a cold, hard face. For a split second, A strange sense of déjà vu washed over her. Who is he? Archers loose. The lizard man commander roared as dark gargoyles swept across the sky, casting a vast shadow. An entire company of lizard archers drew back their crossbows in unison, the strings hissing into one long, piercing shriek. Black bolts rained upward like a storm. The gargoyles didn't even dodge. Their bodies, black as forged iron, merely flashed a cold light. Before a single grin could spread across lizardman faces, the harsh clang of metal shattered their hope. Arrows capable of piercing a bull's skull ricocheted backward, unable to scratch the gargoyles' hides. Bolts stabbed into lizardman ranks instead, and screams broke out everywhere. A chill shot down the commander's spine. How could anything be this well armored? Before the last bolt hit the sand, the gargoyles folded their wings and dived. Membranes as sharp as blades rode the wind like giant executioner's swords. Slice. Several lizard men were severed at the waist, their limbs thudding into the dust while blood sprayed in crimson fountains. The reek hit instantly, and rage ignited the survivors like a barrel of oil. They charged with axes and blades raised high. Sparks flew, but their weapons only skittered off the gargoyles' obsidian shells, nicking their own steel instead. In mid-glide, the creatures slashed with talons faster and sharper than daggers, tearing through anything that stood in their way. Made for slaughter, their ferocity was unstoppable. Bodies flew, flesh turned to ruin, and in moments the dive of just 3 dark gargoyle squads plunged the lizardman army into chaos, a wholesale massacre. Amid the melee, a lizardman hero snapped his head toward the captive Xena, his voice like a drawn blade. Is this your army? Xena blinked herself awake and looked up to see a handsome human youth riding a gargoyle high above. She turned back to the lizardman hero, blood spattered across her mocking smile. Prepare to die. Ignoring his fury, she fixed her gaze on the boy in the sky, something unfathomable swirling in her amber eyes. Rage flooded the hero, yet he forced it down within a single breath. His cold, reptilian eyes stayed on the rampaging gargoyles as he barked orders. Lizard cavalry, guard this Kalina woman. Do not let the gargoyles take her. Right flank, cover the archers. Rear legion, form on me at once. Mages, prepare slow and control spells. Cast the moment they close in. The command snapped the wavering troops back to order. Shield bearers locked into place before the bowmen. Lizard cavalry spurred their raptor-like mounts into restless patrols. More than a dozen 5-meter monitor lizards converged at the hero's side. Nearby, spellcasters raised blackwood staves and chanted in guttural tones, gray-green light crawling over their scaled claws. With the formation restored, the lizardman hero looked up again. High above, the youth astride a gargoyle watched him with a gaze as calm as it was unreadable. His jet-black eyes were as deep as a star-filled night. The human commander sat in silence upon a throne of bone, a mummy cross-legged on either side. The one to his left wore a crown strung with colorful ribbons. Its desiccated fingers clutched a cracked wooden staff. The mummy on his right was swaddled in blood-soaked bandages, as if it had just clawed its way out of a mountain of corpses. From its outstretched palm hovered a sphere of congealed blood, a single, staring eye of some abyssal beast, fixed on the battlefield. The enemy commander. The lizard folk hero growled, his expression darkening. As he formed the order to strike, he saw the human's lips move, issuing a command of his own. In the next heartbeat, power surged within the blood-bandaged mummy, swirling like a maelstrom from the ocean's depths. The crimson sphere bloated until it shone bright enough to burst. Beneath it, a gargoyle spread its wings and dove at the apex of that magic. Slow. Stasis. Everyone cast now. The lizard folk hero shrieked, raising a blackwood staff. Ancient words rippled through the air. 5 squads of lizard folk mages targeted the descending gargoyle. Dozens of spell beams screamed upward, swallowing the creature in blinding light. The glare flickered out. The gargoyle emerged unscathed, still shielding the blood-bandaged mummy. The combined magic of 5 squads had brushed off it like a breeze. A single, terrifying term flooded the hero's mind: spell immunity. In an instant the mummy was overhead, hurling the fully charged blood sphere into the center of the lizard folk ranks. Corrosion Orb, Grade A, condenses mana into a highly corrosive sphere, dealing massive damage within a 30-meter radius. If formed from fresh blood, damage increases by 50. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Mana cost, 100. The orb struck like a falling star. Omer shattered, and scarlet rain splashed outward, drenching the dense ranks of archers and warriors. Armor sizzled, flesh burned straight through. Agonized screams erupted. Within seconds, 7 or 8 squads lay in smoking craters, their charred flesh still bubbling. Before despair could settle, the human commander's cold voice rang out again. Corpses detonated as though packed with explosives. Shattered bone and gore formed a secondary blast that hurled the remaining warriors skyward. In a single volley of magic, 2 full companies were wiped away. Such is the might of a class heraldically ruthless. The lizardman hero took in the carnage, and his pupils contracted sharply. Goddamn bastards. Scum. Those had been his elite troops, 2 full companies wiped out in a single exchange, and it felt as if his heart were bleeding. He ready to counterattack, but the enemy was already streaking away on their stone gargoyles, leaving him seething with rage. Even worse, the gargoyles that had been harassing the outskirts suddenly wheeled around and stormed toward his hilltop like a downpour. They intended not only to crush his army, but to cut him down personally. How could he endure that? The lizard man hero raised a claw, and a surge of mana coalesced in an instant. Whoosh-2 spheres of cyan fire took shape in his palms, hot enough to melt steel. The light twisted his features into a snarl. When the spheres reached their limit, he thrust both arms forward. The fireballs tore through the air for more than 20 meters before colliding. Boom. Azure flames fused at once, swelling tenfold into a blazing comet that left a warped trail of light as it drilled into the gargoyle flock. A mushroom cloud of fire towered dozens of meters high, turning the sky to daylight. Rolling heat waves filled every corner of the airspace, transforming it into a searing furnace. His face contorted, the lizard man hero let out a wild laugh. Immune to magic? Let's see what kind of magic you can ignore. The words had barely left his mouth when a violent rush of wing beats rose from the heart of the inferno. Massive fireballs burst from the flames, but in the blink of an eye the fire peeled away, revealing midnight black gargoyles gleaming like polished metal, utterly unharmed. Against the blazing sky, their silhouettes looked even sharper and more lethal. The remaining gargoyles didn't bother to detour. They punched straight through the dying flames and dived toward the lizardman mage formation behind him. Alarm tightened the hero's chest, but he would never sit and wait for death. He yanked the reins of the great lizard beneath him and roared, "Tear them apart." A dozen desert monitors, each 5 meters long, lifted their heads and bellowed. The first dark gargoyle swooped in. One monitor lunged like a crocodile exploding from water, jaws snapping for its prey. The gargoyle flicked its wings and slipped aside, then raked its talons across the monitor's skullschlack. Blood sprayed, and the beast crashed to the ground. The attack, however, had pulled the gargoyle's attention. Another monitor seized the moment, leaping up to clamp its jaws around the creature's thigh crack. The savage bite dented the gargoyle's armor and dragged the weighty monster toward the sand despite its furious wing beats. A rare 2-star desert monitor. The other monitors pounced as well, 3 or 4 massive beasts hauling the gargoyle down. Seeing no hope of escape, the dark gargoyle abandoned flight and slashed back with bloody claws, sending yellow sand billowing around them. Yet there were only so many monitors. When more dark gargoyles came screaming down, nothing remained to hold them back. Lizard folk knights and warriors closed ranks, trying to shield their mage from the onrushing gargoyles. Yet no guard could blunt the monster's crushing charge. Talons, wings, even the barbs on their elbows and knees flashed cold light. Every sweep shredded flesh into ribbons that sprayed through the air. They were born to slaughter, and now their eyes burned crimson. Xena stood beneath the crimson rain, watching her kin butchered. Her newly scarred face curved into something close to a radiant smile. Death and carnage were, to her, wondrous. Roar. Scalding rage burst from his chest as the lizard folk hero thrust a blackwood staff toward the sky. As if a deep-sea maelstrom had erupted, a suffocating power whirled around him. Even the ground rippled with visible tides of magic. A dusky light exploded from the staff's tip, its overwhelming force like millions of tons of seawater overturning the heavens, making every heart quiver. Hatred flickered in Xena's eyes, a relic from the ruins. If the lizard folk hero hadn't possessed that treasure, she would never have been taken prisoner. She threw her head back and screamed at the sky, "Get out of this area." That staff is a illicit, conceal all power nearby. Her warning ended abruptly as an invisible surge of magic clamped around her throat. Behind her, lizard folk riders jerked their giant lizards aside, trying to escape the coming dead zone. Xena could only sigh inwardly, her gaze locked on the sky. The next moment the human lord, Li Cha, fixed his eyes on the lizard folk hero. With a casual gesture he loosed the hounds. Every gargoyle wheeled like a beast off the leash and charged a single target. The lizard folk cavalry had to become the last wall. 7 or 8 giant lizards were recalled by the hero, piling up layer upon layer of defenses. But when dozens of rare 3-star dark gargoyles focus on one prey, their savagery becomes calamity. The lizards were fierce, the gargoyles fiercer. Blades and fangs tore through, flinging limbs and bone fragments aside. The line became a sieve in a heartbeat, and the demons broke into the core. In desperation, the hero raised a sturdy magical shield before him, hoping to hold the swarm. Claws crashed down. Crack. The barrier shattered like glass in less than 3 seconds. The blackwood staff kept building toward its peak, but the gargoyles didn't flinch. They closed to point-blank range. One talon punched through the hero's abdomen and ripped sideways, sending blood geysering out. Almost at the same instant, the spell he had finally woven detonated. Blood gushed from his lips as he swung the staff with unwilling fury. Boom. A tidal shockwave burst outward, whipping up clouds of sand. For a heartbeat the air froze. Every living being, Li Cha included, was locked in place. Everyone except the hero, gut pierced but still moving. He could only cough up blood, vision swimming, his heavy eyelids impossible to lift again. With a dull thud, he slid from his mount and hit the searing sand. The black staff slipped from his fingers as well. In that split second, the frozen air released its grip, and the surrounding lizard folk saw their champion fall. They went berserk, hurling themselves at the dark gargoyles with frenzied roars. Leaderless, they were gnats against a cliff. The elite 3-star creatures tore them apart, and bodies littered the sand in an instant. With their greatest threat removed, the dark gargoyles began a new round of slaughter, swinging their claws like reapers. Infantry and riders alike fell beneath those ash-gray wings in showers of blood. Escape? Impossible. Even as the lizard folk broke and ran, none escaped the gargoyles' killing zone. Amid the chaos, Hina was thrown from her war lizard and slammed onto the sand. 2 bloody carcasses toppled in front of her, blocking her view. She listened as the clamor of battle thinned, dwindled, and finally fell silent. In the hush that followed, her ragged breathing was all that remained. Was the fight over? She didn't know how long she lay there before a soft crunch of footsteps approached. One massive carcass was suddenly heaved aside, its bulk sliding away. Still prone, Hina watched her field of vision widen with the rising corpse. 2 rock-armored legs of a dark gargoyle filled her sight, its shadow engulfing her. When the body was fully removed, the human who had directed the battle from above stood just beyond. 2 mummy champions flanked him, and he idly twirled the lizard folk hero's ebony staff in his hand. His jet-black eyes looked past the gargoyle and fixed on Hina. Hina raised her head and met his gaze, alert yet searching. Who was this human? Once the giant lizard's corpse was dragged away, Richard studied the shackled woman with open curiosity. Her fiery blonde hair hung in a tangled cascade, and her blade-sharp gaze swept the room with practiced menace. Even in her battered state, the seasoned ferocity she radiated made everyone think twice before approaching. Who are you people? Her voice was low and raspy, like stone grinding on stone. Richard ignored the question. At his signal, several mummies swathed in gray bandages hauled 3 prisoners forward and forced them to their knees before her. The trio had worn vacant expressions, but the moment they saw Zinwo looked even worse off than they did. Complex emotions flickered across their faces. They had marched out brimming with confidence, hoping to earn merit by capturing residents of the City of Dusk and delivering them to Oasis City. In just a few days, that dream had collapsed. Instead of glory, they had lost their freedom, and the brand new Oasis City now lay in ruins. Worse yet, their former lord shared their fate, reduced to a prisoner just like them. Lady Xena, one of them stammered. Drawing a painful breath, Xena forced herself upright. You're the lord of the City of Dusk? Before sending scouts, she had thought she understood that fledgling settlement only a handful of squads, nothing that could threaten Oasis City. Yet the gargoyles confronting her were clearly mid-tier troops, each squad brimming with potential beyond even 2-star rarity. For squads of dark gargoyles alone had been enough to cripple her city. How had their army reached this level in barely 10 days? The question made her chest tighten. In a subdued voice, she said, "Honored sir, I apologize for my mistake." When the lizard folk were massacred, she had realized her defeat was absolute. Richard remained silent until he confirmed her identity, then opened her status panel with interest. Name, Xena Kalina. Role, Hero Unit. Level, 8, Intermediate Hero, 30 to Strength. Potential, Unknown. Bloodline, Sealed. Class, Indomitable Warrior, Rare High Grade, 50 to Strength. Condition, Critically Wounded, all attributes 70. Vitality, 500 points, base regeneration 5 per second, critical state 20 per second. Skills, 1. Fearless Heart Grade A, immune to aura-based intimidation, morale never falters, immune to mental control, immune to instant death effects, all attributes 70. 2. Kalina Bloodline Grade A, powerful, mysterious lineage that stores energy within the user's blood. 3. Born Warrior Grade A, innate combat insight at master level, proficient with every weapon and able to draw out their full potential. 4. Skycleave of Wrath Grade A, channels energy into a weapon to slash enemies in front, no cooldown, costs at least 100 vitality per use, with higher damage for greater expenditure. 5. Ruination Grade A, sealed infuses blood energy into a weapon, massively increasing its sharpness, allowing it to pierce heavy armor and shatter magical shields. Hero Trait Sealed, when receiving a fatal injury, instantly restore 50 health and rapidly heal wounds by drawing on blood energy. Racial Talent, the greater the damage taken, the faster vitality regenerates. Bond Fearless, the stronger the enemy, the fiercer her fighting spirit grows. For every level the opponent exceeds her, her power increases by 30%, up to 5 levels. Description, a mighty warrior whose heart knows no fear. Good grief, those stats are outrageous. Richard's heart gave a sudden jolt. The strength rolling off Xena was staggering. He had already respected the Krina tribe, but now he understood these women from the wasteland were truly extraordinary. Then he noticed something strange. Xena's bloodline seemed sealed, most of her power suppressed. Why? At her peak, she would be no weaker than Grey Gunter. Richard's gaze sharpened like a blade. Fixing his eyes on her, he said in a low voice, "Xena, I'm curious, why did the lizard men attack the Oasis?" Xena turned toward the nearby townsfolk, poor souls the lizard men had captured, now watched by mummy soldiers. She frowned slightly. "My lord, please treat these people kindly. I will tell you everything." Richard shook his head, still speaking coolly. "What Twilight City lacks is population. These refugees should have been mine from the start. Your sudden appearance interrupted my recruitment. Ask those three over there if life in Twilight City is worse than in Oasis City." Xena glanced at the three prisoners. They exchanged uneasy looks, then nodded. Life in Twilight City was indeed no worse than in Oasis, perhaps even better. Getting her answer, Xena let the matter drop. She drew a deep breath and spoke directly. "Recently, a violent sandstorm swept the desert and exposed an ancient tomb. I found a piece of parchment inside marking the location of a ruin." Her eyes hardened. "I know where the ruin is, but I lack the key. Somehow, the lizard men obtained a black staff. The staff can sense the map, but the map cannot sense the staff. A few hours ago, the lizard men attacked the Oasis to seize the map. The black scepter in your hand is the key to that ruin. It can freeze space. Without it, their hero could never have kept me confined." "An ancient ruin?" Richard perked up. Nothing else interested him nearly as much. "Where is it?" "The map shows the spot. It should be on the lizard man lord," she answered. Richard looked back. His troops were already sifting through the spoils. It wouldn't be long before they found it. Certain of that, he turned to his main purpose. The Oasis houses so many people and still plans to expand. You must have something that boosts resources and food. Did the lizardmen steal it? Xena met his eyes, a slight smile on her lips. "That treasure came with me from my tribe. The lizardmen never found it." "I need that artifact," Richard said bluntly. Xena lifted her manacled hands, gaze steady. "My lord, you saved my life. That treasure is nothing compared with your kindness. Allow me a moment to recover." Richard's expression finally softened. Though formerly an enemy, this hero knew how to repay a debt. After a brief silence, he shifted the topic. "Xena, what brought you to the Oasis to establish a territory? Is it that ruin, or the seal hidden in your bloodline?" The moment the question left his lips, Xena's eyes turned turbulent, a storm of dread and hope. "Sir, how do you know about the seal?" Her voice was hoarse with urgency. Li Cha lifted his brow, speaking evenly. "I can sense it on you. Your injuries have stirred the power inside, making it easier to detect." Inside the dim tent, the torches crackled, painting their figures in sharp relief. Xena fixed her gaze on him, equal parts wary and desperate. Li Cha met her stare without flinching. The air felt frozen until the long silence finally cracked. Xena drew a measured breath, but said nothing at first. In that pause, Li Cha confirmed his guess. She had built a city in the Oasis because of the seal. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice. "My territory produces a potent honey that can purge most negative effects." Composure returned to Xena's features, and the battle-hardened edge in her eyes gleamed once more. "Sir, you cannot imagine the seal's power. The Kalina have tried 1,000 times and failed. I want freedom. I must keep searching for a way to break it." Li Cha held her gaze. "If you leave now, where will you go? Back to your clan? Do you have any lead at all?" The question struck deeper than any blade. Her Oasis city lay in ruins. Her life hung by a thread, and freedom was little more than a dream. Return to the clan? Then what had this journey been for? He went on, voice steady. "Twilight City needs people. Stay for a while. They'll look for a way to lift the curse." A system prompt flickered through his mind. "Leadership. Your powerful charisma may cause wild units to surrender." Twilight City trait, safe haven. With morale at 90, the city strongly attracts refugees and heroes. For reasons she could not name, Xena found herself trusting him. Following this stranger to an unfamiliar land no longer seemed impossible. She studied his determined face, her own expression shifting, and finally spoke. "Sir, I know what you're thinking. The Kalina have suffered under this seal for ages. If you can free me, I will become the blade in your hand and offer you my very soul." Her tone grew solemn. "I found clues about the seal in that ancient tomb. The ruin may truly help us. I beg you to let me join the expedition." The lizard folk were finished, and any treasure in the ruin would belong to Li Cha. Xena had abandoned her clan and carved out a city for one reason: to break the bloodline seal that had tormented the Kalina for countless generations. Now that a faint path lay ahead, she would not let it slip away. If Li Cha could truly lift the curse, she would serve him, even at the cost of her life. Ding. Xena Kalina has issued a hero recruitment quest. Lift the divine curse and break her bloodline seal. Complete the quest, and she will pledge loyalty to you. Li Cha felt his scalp prickle. A curse from a god. So the seal binding Xena was placed by a deity. There's something I'd like to say, though I'm not sure I should. Richard stared at the system prompt before him, one eyebrow shooting up. Hero recruitment quest, lift a divine curse? You might as well ask me to slay a god. He raised his eyes, letting them rest on Xena. What could the Krina tribe be hiding to provoke a god's curse? Do mortals even merit a deity's personal wrath? If this were real divine magic, One blow would erase the soul, no need for such roundabout torment. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and his gaze turned razor sharp. I can sense an unimaginable power sealed inside you. Do you know where it comes from? Xena trembled, her eyes suddenly complicated. You can actually sense that power? A bitter sigh escaped her lips. Only the chieftain is allowed to know that secret. Her blood-streaked face showed pure frustration, yet the facts would not change. Richard narrowed his eyes. So, there really is a hidden danger here. Otherwise the Krino wouldn't keep even the cursed in the dark. Still, he had never feared trouble, so he spoke plainly. The seal inside you is connected to a god. Xena looked as if struck by lightning, her expression blank for an instant. I knew it. Richard frowned inwardly. Clearly she had suspected as much. Perhaps this was the true difficulty of a high-level hero quest. He reviewed the 3 heroes already in his ranks. Andalian, easy recruit, young enough to be coaxed on the spot. Gray targeted with the black gold prompt, then secured only because he chanced upon a mummy's heart. Without it, even a crank would have been a windfall. Gunter, an utter accident inside a dungeon full of opportunities and free of constraints. Compared with them, Xena made him feel, for the first time, how troublesome the word advanced could be. Breaking a divine seal was no joke. He waved for the soldiers to unlock her chains. With a metallic clatter, the cold shackles fell away. Freedom arrived, yet she remained dazed. After a long moment, her eyes refocused, and the ferocity of a battle-hardened veteran surged forth. Even if it is a god's curse, I will break it no matter what. Her voice was low, but it carried the edge of steel drawn on 1,000 fields. She then bowed to Richard. Xena Krina, descendant of the Krina tribe, greets you. May the desert shelter you. Richard inclined his head. Richard, Lord of Twilight City. May the desert bless you. Formalities complete, Xena glanced around, then bent to pick up a sharp shard of stone. She drew it across her palm, and beads of blood welled up instantly. To everyone's surprise, the crimson droplets gathered in midair, condensing into a thumb-sized crystal, clear and flawless, entirely without color. Xena's expression did not change. Only after the crystal fully formed did she withdraw her hand. Ignoring the wound that was closing at an unnatural speed, she handed the blood-forged crystal to Li Cha. The pallid shard pulsed in the firelight like a living heart. Li Cha took it, his deep gaze sweeping over her, hiding an item inside one's own blood. So this race still keeps plenty of secrets. He raised his hand and brought up the information panel. Shamai resource treasure. Grade, 3-star. Area, about 16 acres. Traits, must be planted in desert soil, requires a steady water supply, ripens once every month. Description, a resource treasure unique to the desert. A 3-star treasure? 100 mu of Shamai? A spark flashed in Li Cha's eyes. Grain that ripened every month was the steady supply line he had dreamed of. The corners of his mouth lifted. This trip hadn't been in vain. Compared with the desert dates that served only as a side dish, Shamai was better suited as a staple. If a territory hoped to grow to 50 or 100,000 people, hunting alone could never sustain it. Farming was always the safest income. He had searched for a treasure like this for ages. Now, at last, his farming plan had taken a giant step forward, and the thrill was indescribable. Nearby, Gunter had been rummaging through the heap of lizardman corpses. He hurried over and placed a badly weathered parchment in Li Cha's hands. Master, I found this under the giant lizard the lizardman hero was riding. Li Cha examined it. The parchment was yellowed and brittle, as if buried beneath the sands for millennia. One careless touch, and it might crumble. Strange symbols dotted the surface, but the heavy damage left most of it blank. Fragmented parchment. Grade, none. Description, appears to record information about an ancient mage tower, but the damage is so severe that the original text is almost unreadable. Li Cha turned it over several times, but found no map. He frowned. Xena, there's no ruin marked on this. Still weak. Xena looked up at the sun sinking into the sea of sand. At dusk and at dawn, the map shows itself. As her words faded, the last ray of light slipped below the horizon. The black wooden staff in Li Cha's hand suddenly blossomed with pale yellow light, and the broken map floating in Xena's grasp drifted upward. A curtain of light spilled from the staff, enveloping the parchment. The nearly powdered lines reformed into a translucent background, and in the center a map of blue energy emerged. At its heart, a sigil of a circular tower hovered gently, mysterious yet distinct. Xena's expression stayed calm. She had clearly seen this before. She pointed at the wavering blue tower. That's the ruin, about 10 hours from here. I chose to build a city at the Oasis only because of the seal on this site. If not for breaking the seal, she would never have claimed any territory. Li Cha leaned forward, intrigued. Are there powerful forces near the ruin? Xena shook her head. The winds there are brutal. I've gone more than 10 times and never met another soul. A quiet light flickered in Li Cha's eyes. 10 hours on the road wasn't far at all. To Li Cha, the ancient ruin spotlighted on the official website felt like a searing magnet, waiting for him to uncover its treasures. The Age of Radiance guide had made it clear. Such ruins often held vast stores of relics from the age of antiquity, every bit as enticing as a dungeon instance, yet completely unrestricted if he wished. He could charge in with tens of thousands of people. A large-scale instance was set to open in a week. Li Cha calculated quietly. If he could locate a few more outposts like the gargoyle nest inside this ruin, Twilight City's edge would be unstoppable when the instance launched. The thought ignited his eyes. They blazed with resolve. He wanted the top lords to kneel before him. This ruin was his for the taking. Even if a god descended, it wouldn't stop him. The moment that resolve hardened, the blackwood staff in his palm dimmed, its eerie glow vanishing. The map on the parchment faded as if it had never been there. Li Cha immediately opened his status panel, and this time the staff's details finally appeared in full. Obsidian staff. Grade. Special. Temporarily imprinted skill. Spatial freeze. Super attire. Effect. Freezes a necrometer diameter sphere of space centered on the caster. During that time, only the caster can move freely. Duration. 20 seconds. Remaining charges. 13. Trait. Key to the resplendent mage tower. Note. Can be used to open the tower gate. Super attire. Spatial freeze. Li Cha's heart skipped, then hammered against his ribs. If the skill were permanently bound, it would qualify as 3-star, maybe even 4-star, strategic gear. Good thing that Lizardman hero hadn't burned through every charge, or Li Cha would have strung him up for it. Even with only one use left, the obsidian staff was priceless, a hidden trump card capable of tipping any battle at the critical moment. Master, the lizard folk corpses have been gathered. Gunter's voice rang out behind Richard, pulling him from his thoughts. He casually stowed the obsidian staff that could unleash a single steer spell, then turned to the mound of lizard folk bodies already almost as tall as a man and nodded. All of the corpses are yours. Begin the recruitment. As you command. The mummy hero, his body wrapped in blood-red bandages, strode forward and slowly extended his right hand toward the pile. A heartbeat later, crimson energy burst from him like steaming mist, swallowing the remains at once. A harsh, guttural incantation spiraled over the desert, slicing through the air like a blade. The refugees who had been captured by the lizard folk and were now guarded by mummies went deathly pale. The eerie aura pinned them in place, trembling as though the scarlet light might devour them at any moment. Blood-colored radiance poured downward. The mountain of lizard folk corpses melted before their eyes, flesh and bone liquefying into dark red streams. The blood flowed to the base of the pile and was hungrily absorbed by 15 giant lizard carcasses, like parched sponges drinking rain. Richard's gaze sharpened. Was Gunter trying to turn the monitors into mummies as well? Could that really work? Minutes later, the hundreds of lizard folk bodies had vanished, leaving only 15 5-meter-long giant lizards. Torrents of flesh and blood twisted into crimson bandages that wrapped around each beast, tightening until every one of them became something entirely new. When the final glimmer of light faded, a system prompt chimed. Ding Gunter Blood of Twilight City has recruited 15 giant lizard mummies from the lizard folk corpses. Giant lizard mummy. Level 4. Potential. Rare. Skills. Mummified body drank. Pounce bite drank. Tail whip drank. Frenzy drank. Racial trait. In deserts, recovery speed 50. Bond mummy. When more than 50 mummies are present, strength 30 active. Description, a variant mummy with impressive power. 15 5-meter-long giant lizard mummies, wrapped in blood-red bandages, stood starkly against the yellow sand. Richard's lips curled. If ancient Egypt could mummify cats, why not lizards? Gunter truly was a treasure of a hero. Yesterday, during their march, Richard had killed several groups of wild units, so Gunter wouldn't waste recruitment slots, allowing him to raise 3 squads of elite 1-star bandage mummies. Now, with these 15 giants added, the recruited troops alone filled 4.5 squads. Richard had also granted the giant lizard mummies the sandform ability, turning the hulking creatures into moving fortress-perfect living shields. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the surrounding civilians still shaken, their faces pale with fear. He turned to Xena. I'm sending these people back to Twilight City. Xena, I need you to help calm them down. Xena's expression turned complicated. These were her own subjects, yet she had to entrust them to someone else. Still, she had founded her territory for one goal: to explore that ancient ruin and break the seal within her body. The territory had been reduced to ashes by the lizard folk. Years of effort were gone in a single blaze, and there was no point in clinging to it any longer. Shina stood at the edge of the still smoldering ruins, fingers tightening around her sword. Rather than manage a city that had already been burned to cinders, she longed to carve a path through a blood-soaked battlefield that was where she truly belonged. Beyond a shattered wall, the refugees stared at her, eyes bright with barely contained fervor. Li Cha remained silent at her side, simply watching. At last the discussions ended. 7 or 8 people stepped out of the crowd, and, led by Shina, approached Li Cha, bowing with their hands over their chests. Li Cha, these are the administrators appointed for Oasis City, Shina said in brief introduction. Li Cha glanced over their uneasy faces and nodded. They'll send you to Twilight City on territory. It's perfectly safe. Your job is to keep the rest of the residents in order. I expect no trouble. A middle-aged man hesitated, then mustered his courage. My lord, may we look for the Luanwihua Trading Company? We crossed the desert with them. Li Cha smiled. What do you think? The man's gaze flicked sideways. Gulei's face was gaunt as bone, and 2-3 maternal, spike-covered dark gargoyles loomed behind him, their shadows oppressive. The man swallowed twice, but couldn't manage another word. When have the weak ever had the right to bargain with the strong? Li Cha looked away, ending the matter. Hundreds of residents waited in the center of the ruins, nervous and lost. He had planned to escort them back to Twilight City with his troops, but moving so many people on foot would take 2 or 3 days and consume vast amounts of water time he could ill afford. His eyes settled on the dark gargoyles beside him, and a decision clicked into place. 2 passengers per gargoyle, he calculated. An hour or so to the city, a round trip in 2 or 3. The order went out at once. Using such rare units as pack animals felt surreal to the natives. When had commoners ever ridden on the necks of precious battle troops? Their expressions turned oddly conflicted. Was the Lord serious? But Li Chaswell allowed no doubt. The first wave of gargoyles spread their wings, sweeping over the scorched ruins and kicking up waves of hot air. The campaign against Oasis City was officially closed. Despite the lizard folks' interference, the haul was still remarkable extraordinary, even. 1. A 3-star resource treasure, 100 mu of desert wheat. It truly warranted the word strategic, ripening once a month and providing food for a sizable population, laying the foundation for Li Cha's agricultural plans. 2. The allegiance of the warrior hero Shina, whose divine seal power complemented the mage heroes Gang Tae and Gulei. Mages shaped the battlefield, warriors cut down enemy commanders. Once her loyalty was secured, she would be the blade at the forefront. 3. Detailed information on an ancient ruin. Such sites, remnants of civilizations that collapsed tens of thousands of years ago, lie buried deep underground or hidden in dimensional rifts. In the era of Radiance, exploring ruins is as irresistible as entering a dungeon. 4. More than 500 new residents, filling his population gap and easing both the numeric requirements and talent shortage for upgrading the territory. 5. An obsidian staff engraved with Insplus skill. It can freeze a 1-kilometer radius for 20 seconds, enough to decide an entire battle. Any one of these gains was worth the hard ride. Taken together, they put Li Cha in excellent spirits. He twirled the obsidian staff in his hand, the dark sheen reflecting the sharp light in his eyes. If a mere key could hold Insplus skill, what other treasures might that ancient ruin conceal? The next morning, May 21st. After spending the night in the charred ruins of Oasis City, Li Cha rose at dawn. After a simple breakfast, he waited until every dark gargoyle that had ferried residents through the night returned, then assembled the entire force and prepared to march toward the ancient ruins. Xena, battered and grimy only a day ago, now looked like a different person. The generous supply of honey Li Cha had given her erased every scar, and the new form-fitting leather armor traced her panther-like curves to perfection. The brutal aura of a battle-hardened veteran contrasted sharply with her nearly flawless face. She carried a cruciform longsword in her right hand, her gaze as keen as a hawk's. Unlike the youthful Andair, Xena radiated a chilling, murderous intensity. She was a pure warrior born for the battlefield. Xena, once we enter the ruins, everyone moves on my command. Li Cha's tone was stern. The team had to speak with one voice, especially since Xena had not yet sworn formal allegiance. She met his eyes and answered firmly, "Yes, Lord Li Cha, I will obey without question. But if I discover an item that can lift the seal, I beg you to help me obtain it. If the time comes, I'll do everything I can," he promised with a nod. The troops moved out. Li Cha rode on the back of a dark gargoyle. Since acquiring the creature, ordinary marching no longer appealed to him. It lacked a dragon's grandeur, but its obsidian, rock-like body looked impressive enough, though hard on the backside. Mid-march, a thought struck him. Xena had the only map to the ruins. Oasis City had been founded because of those ruins, and her hero recruitment quest was to break the seal. Perhaps the means to do so lay inside. The idea felt bold yet plausible. Conquering heroes, recruiting troops, claiming artifacts, seizing resources, exploring the map, these were the essence of glorious era. In a hush, the army pressed northward. Xena had already reached the ruins once, and the parchment map was synced to Li Cha's own, so getting lost was impossible. 5 hours later, howling winds loaded with sand lashed their faces, forcing them to squint. They had entered the storm-torn wasteland. No wonder Xena said almost no one came here who would willingly. Li Cha ordered the dark gargoyles to scout farther ahead. The deeper they went, the worse the sandstorm grew, but the Mummy Legion advanced at an even pace, unfazed. Not wanting to waste Gungate's recruitment trait, Li Cha eliminated several wandering monster packs along the way and added 3 squads of elite, 1-star blood mummies. His army now totaled 7.5 squads. 6 squads of elite 1-star mummies plus half a squad of rare 2-star basilisk mummies. After receiving the sandform blessing, these troops would excel in the desert. After slogging through blinding sand for several more hours, Li Cha checked the map and felt his spirits lift. The destination was close. Xena, riding a basilisk mummy, sent the same arrival signal. Li Cha recalled the scattered gargoyles and landed. Xena pointed toward a prominent dune ahead. Commander, once we clear that dune, we'll reach the ruins. Li Cha nodded and signaled the mummy hero Goulet to lead 2 dark gargoyle squads ahead for reconnaissance. Only after Goulet confirmed the area was clear did the army move forward. In the howling sandstorm, the column halted before an immense dune more than 200 meters high and several hundred meters long, a daunting wall of sand. A fierce wind had carved a vast hollow at its base, creating a pocket of calm. Staring at the dune, Li Cha felt a twinge of excitement. Could the ancient ruins be buried beneath this yellow sea? He drew the obsidian staff from his dimensional inventory. At once, a dim light pulsed from the weapon. After verifying their position, he turned to the 2 mummy heroes. Goulet, gang take 2 dark gargoyle squads each, along with every bandage mummy we have, and sweep the perimeter. I want absolute security. As you command. They departed at once. Li Cha remained where he was, the obsidian staff and the parchment map glowing in his hands. He stood motionless, a statue in the gale. Half an hour later Goulet returned, reporting the surroundings secure, and stationed 3 blood mummy squads as sentries. Only then did Li Cha relax. He looked at Xena. How do we open the ruins? Approach the dune. The ruins will call to you. Li Cha nodded and handed the staff and map to Gang Tae. Leave your phylactery here. You'll open it. A hero who could resurrect was the safest choice. Swathed in bloodstained bandages, Gang Tae showed no fear. He set down his soul vessel and strode toward the dune. The artifacts glowed ever brighter in his grasp. At the foot of the slope, he placed the staff and map side by side on the sand. A shudder ran through the dune. Sand cascaded like a waterfall, swallowing both items in an instant. Gang Tae stepped back as the stream surged. Sensing danger, Li Cha waved his arm. Fall back. Clear the valley. The troops had barely withdrawn when a thunderous roar echoed from within the dune. The 200-meter wall of sand convulsed, then collapsed in an avalanche that surged toward them like a tidal wave. A dark gargoyle dove, snatching Gang Tae clear just in time. Within moments the hollow was filled level with new sand. After verifying no one was missing, Li Cha let out a quiet breath. There was no point wasting their precious sandform escape skills before even entering the ruins. Dust clouded the sky, blotting out the sun. At length the wind died, the haze thinned, and an astonishing sight emerged. The dune had been stripped away, revealing its true shape. 9 colossal bronze arches stood among the yellow sands. The central gate soared a full 100 meters high, its surface etched with countless arcane runes that pulsed with a cold bronze light. The exterior radiated an indescribable aura of mystery. The main gate, forged from an unknown alloy, towered overhead. Its massive panels bore a bas-relief of a white-bearded archmage wearing a tall, pointed hat and sumptuous robes. Metal-inlaid eyes gleamed with lifelike brilliance, making it easy to forget the image was only a carving. If mortal craftsmen had attempted such work, it would have taken centuries. Flanking the central entrance, 4 secondary gates rose on either side, each several stories high and stepping down in height as they arced outward. Their bronze surfaces were etched with mages in varied poses, some holding scrolls, others brandishing staves, each figure brimming with arcane grandeur. The 9 bronze doors formed a sweeping crescent, a sight so imposing it seemed miraculous. Richard stood before them, awestruck. 9 bronze gates made quite a statement of power. As his gaze roamed, Hina suddenly raised her hand and pointed to the gate on the far right. The staff is over there. Richard followed her gesture and caught the muted gleam of an obsidian staff. Dinga system chime cut through the air. You have discovered an ancient ruin, the resplendent mage tower. Every ruin hides untold dangers and opportunities. You might recover a lost artifact or awaken a curse sealed for millennia. Proceed and explore it well. Richard glanced at the alert, then called up the black gold interface. Resplendent Mage Tower, Ancient Ruin rating, 3 stars. Secondary gates threat level. Moderate danger rises the deeper you go. Main gate threat level, extremely high. Note, the ruin cannot be upgraded. Well, a 3-star ruin, no wonder it looks so intimidating, Richard muttered. Fortunately, among the safer secondary gates, the one on the far right not only posed the least danger, but also required the obsidian staff as its key. His eyes narrowed as he turned to Hina. How much do you know about these bronze doors? Hina shook her head. All I have is a clue from an old parchment. Legend says this tower specialized in seal magic and regularly captured powerful beings from other planes to imprison within. I came here to find a way to break those seals. The side entrances are relatively safe. We could start there, but I will follow your lead. Richard nodded slightly, his eyes blazing. Form up. We're going in. They walked across the soft yellow sand and stopped beneath the rightmost bronze door. Although this side entrance was the smallest, it still rose more than 30 meters high, making any ordinary person feel like a dwarf before a giant. The arch was carved with a pot-bellied mage whose kindly face and gentle eyes seemed to watch every visitor. At Gray's signal, a bandage-swathed mummy patrolled the doorway, and when no threat appeared, Li Cha stepped forward. Somehow the drifting sand had already buried the map, leaving only an obsidian staff floating in midair. He reached out and closed his fingers around the staff. In that instant, the bronze door rippled like water, turning from solid to insubstantial in seconds, while the mage's statue grew even more lifelike. "Welcome home, children." The gentle voice came from the statue itself. Li Cha snapped his head up, startled. Was it alive? Before he could react, the figure lifted its own staff and swept it through the air. A blast of power struck them, the scene blurred, and everyone was teleported into a place none of them recognized. They landed in a vaulted hall roughly 200 meters wide and more than 30 meters high. 3 pitch-black corridors opened in the surrounding walls, their destinations hidden. The domed ceiling was covered with lavish frescoes fit for a palace. Metallic walls caught the light, and suspended arcane lamps spread a soft glow across the chamber. The abrupt shift raised Li Cha's guard. He swept his gaze over the troops, and only after confirming that no one had been left behind did he let out a small breath. "We got careless," he muttered. "No honor at all. Straight to a sneak attack." Ding. System prompt. "You have entered the ruins and may explore freely." Xena tightened her grip on her cruciform longsword, holding the blade upright against her chest as the poise of a battle-hardened veteran settled over her. "Lord Li Cha, we've triggered the tower's arcane guardians. Enemies are on the way." The words had barely left her mouth. Clack, clack. Gears groaned in the depths of the hall, and matching footsteps echoed from all 3 corridors. Li Cha barked his orders. "Form up along the walls. Blood mummies and giant lizard mummies in front. Venom scorpion warriors and bandage mummies. Protect the axe of the fallen and the cursed pharaoh." The army shifted instantly. Footsteps grew louder and faster, and Li Cha held his breath. The most fearsome foe was always the unknown. A few heartbeats later, under the arcane lights, ranks of magical golems surged from the side corridors. Each towered 2.5 meters tall, forged from blue-gray metal whose armor-like shells looked all but indestructible. Twin crystal eyes flashed white, then flared crimson the moment they spotted the forces of Dusk City. Intruders detected. Terminate. The puppets emitted harsh, mechanical voices, and in the next instant their hands transformed. Their wrists split open with a bang, and 2.5-meter serrated blades snapped outward, turning the once clumsy constructs into pure killing machines. Unit details. Tier, level 5, intermediate rare. Defense, 15. Potential skills: puppet body C, serrated blades D, shield breaker D, armor breaker D. Racial trait: arcane construct, strength 50. Bond puppet, can coordinate attacks. Description: nearly every mage forges these golems to guard a tower. Richard's pupils shrank. If the first gatekeepers are already this fierce, what's coming next? Epic units, maybe even legendary? A 3-star ruin really does live up to its name. He snapped his orders. Gargoyles, take to the air. Blood mummies, sandbind. Axes of the fallen, free fire. Bang, bang. 5 full squads of puppets advanced on Twilight City's line, their heavy steps slow but overwhelmingly oppressive in number. The dark gargoyles struck first, wings beating as they dove, black membranes drawing razor arcs through the air. Swoosh, crack. With the brute force of a rare flying unit, they shredded 4 or 5 puppets in a single pass, metal shells bursting and parts scattering. Yet the constructs were far tougher than living flesh. The gargoyles had to pull up at once or be dragged down by the sheer impact. After losing one subunit, the puppets adapted, closing shoulder to shoulder, blades lifted like spears toward the sky. The gargoyles dove again, but were forced back by the wall of steel. After a brief clash, the real front line congealed. 5 puppet squads slammed into the vanguard like a tidal wave. Half-meter serrated blades hacked downward with savage force, able to rip through steel itself. Whoosh whoosh. The front rank blood mummies had nowhere to dodge and were smashed apart, bodies crumbling to sand. With sandform active, they could endure for 10 full minutes. Their claws lashed back, leaving only faint scratches on metal. Hidesno real damage, but they bought vital time. Clatter chains rattled, war axes whistled out. The true killers, the axes of the fallen, began their harvest. At the optimal range of 21 to 40 meters, throwing power rose by 60%. The sluggish puppets never dodged. Every axe struck home. Crack. Ash-gray metal split, deep fissures spreading. One axe wielder snapped his chain, pouring explosive force into the blade. Crunch. A puppet was cleaved clean in two, crashing backward, crimson eye lamps going dark. Bang. From its shattered chest spilled several flawless gems. One rolled half a circle before a hand snatched it up. Richard straightened, cradling the gem in his palm. As he examined it, the system chimed. Ding, you have obtained 1 unit of gemstone. He blinked, then followed the gem's path with his eyes, seeing dozens more scattered among ruptured puppet chests. In an instant, the threat before him turned into a field of glittering treasure. These golems run on gemstones. Joy surged through him. He flung out his arm and yelled. Rip every last puppet apart. Leave none standing. There could be 1,000 of them in here. Holy smokes, we're about to strike it rich. The swarm of arcane golems was overwhelming, and their perfectly synchronized assault put crushing pressure on the front line. Even the elite crimson mummies, sand form active, were shattered in clusters. Severed limbs and loose grains of sand were forced to retreat step by step. Sensing trouble, Richard suppressed the thrill pounding in his chest and gave a decisive wave. 15 5-meter-long lizard mummies roared into the breach. Crunch. Their razor-sharp fangs clamped down on the golem's metal arms. The next instant the lizards thrashed violently, trying to tear the enemy apart by brute force, but the golem's steel-hard shells barely budged. Still, the towering undead used their massive bodies to dam the raging flood, buying the rear ranks a precious firing window. Axes of the dead whirled through the gaps. Each spinning blade landed with surgical precision, carving deep scores into enchanted armor. Richard's eyes darted across the field just in time to see fist-sized gems roll out of shattered golem husks, sparkling like starlight. His heart leapt. These were rare resources. A small vein only yielded 100 units, and a few destroyed squads had already dropped the same amount. The exhilaration of loot and slaughter flooded his chest. But more golems surged down the corridor like a tide, and the front line was soon torn wide open. Even after shifting to sand again, the lizard mummies could not withstand the tsunami-level impact. Richard's face darkened. Scorpion warriors, bandage mummies, forward. Tear those constructs apart. The two rare-grade units slammed into the gap like iron wedges. Empowered, the bandage mummies raked jet-black claws across golem hulls, sending showers of metal shards flying. They could not curse the targets, yet they held the shockwave heat in and sealed the breach. The scorpion warriors were even fiercer. Their thick iron pincers closed, hooked blades pierced deep into a golem's chest, and with a savage yank, they ripped most of the torso free. Arcane golems dealt only physical damage, hardly fatal to the undead. If the situation turned sour, the troops could sand shift at will, slip behind enemy lines, and keep the options wide open. Even so, the golems grew denser, the iron flood pressing the defense tighter and tighter. Richard's eyes went cold. Axes shatter. 20 war axes left his hand as one, howling through the air. Crack. Mid-flight, the energy-charged blades detonated into countless fragments, becoming a whirlwind of metal. At the heart of the storm, spiderweb cracks crawled across the golem's shells, their armor blasted full of holes. When the tempest died away, more than 2 platoons of golems had lost over half their bodies, their combat strength plunging to nearly nothing. The lethal power of the axes of the dead was on full display. Yet the constructs kept coming. The moment the front ranks were carved down, fresh units filled the gap, and the battle was far from over. High above, the dark gargoyles dove again now that the golem formation had loosened. With each dive they reaped an impressive tally. The flying units rolled, banked, and swooped with native agility, their blade-like wings tearing the air as they slaughtered the lumbering golems, every bit as lethal as the axes of the dead. Dusk City's formation had become a massive meat grinder, swallowing ranks of constructs and strewing gems across the ground. Each time a golem toppled, Licha could almost hear a handful of gemstones clinking into his storage ringa money chime, so exhilarating that his voice trembled while he kept reforming the lines and changing their angle of attack. Soon, however, his own casualties mounted. When the blood mummy's sand form expired, the golem's razor-curved arms gutted them heathen. Within moments, only 2 squads remained. Without sand form, these elite 1-star troops could not even raise a proper guard before being shredded like rags. Licha ordered an immediate retreat. The last 2 squads fell back to await sand form's cool down and serve as expendables once more. The battle reached a fever pitch. Xena, who had yet to act, lifted her head, her sharp gaze locking onto the leftmost passage where golems still surged. Master Licha, request permission to engage. Licha glanced at the front line, now compressed to less than 100 meters, and nodded solemnly. Xena streaked forward like silver lightning, plunging into the densest knot of constructs. Clang. 2 towering golems barely raised their arms before a cold gleam flashed. Their metal heads were cleanly severed, their hulks crashing into the ranks behind. Her style was brutally direct. The sword struck and returned in one fluid motion, pausing for nothing. The arc of her blade was so fierce that the eye caught only afterimages. Wherever she passed, it was almost always one swing, one head, her veteran's aura forcing nearby allies to give her a wider berth. Licha forced his attention back to the broader front and felt the pressure mounting again. Ganter, corrosion orb. He commanded. Wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, the mummy hero answered before the words had faded. Crimson energy roared from his body, congealing between his palms into a fist-sized orb that pulsed like a heart. Had there been real blood here, the spell would have been 50% stronger, yet even now a rank hero's magic was terrifying. Whoosh. The orb trailed a crimson tail through the air, slamming into the thickest cluster of golems 50 meters away. Boom. A dull blast, and a red mist 30 meters wide billowed out like concentrated acid. Metal shells pitted and bubbled, vital joints melted through, and a swath of constructs collapsed where they stood. With Xena and Ganter in the fray, the sector became a true grinder. Golems disappeared faster than the eye could track. The fighting dragged on for nearly an hour. Then the stream of enemies from the three passages thinned and finally ceased. When the last construct crashed to the floor, Li Cha wiped sweat from his Brohine Tensity command taxed him almost as much as hand-to-hand combat. He glanced down and felt his mood soar. The entire hall was carpeted with shattered golem parts, gemstones scattered like candies in a gale, sparkling under the magic lamps. It felt as though he had broken into a dragon's hoard. Everywhere he looked, there was wealth. This ruin is positively overflowing with riches. Ding, your forces have destroyed a squad of arcane constructs, claiming a minor victory and earning 20,000 experience points. Ding, after countless battles, the Cursed Pharaoh has leveled up to 6. A string of system messages echoed in Li Cha's ears, sending a warm rush through his chest like a shot of hot wine. 20,000 experience. Out in the wild, he would have worn out half a dozen pairs of boots for that much. But what really set his blood racing were the broken constructs strewn across the floor. Each one ran on a gemstone power core picked clean. These ruins could easily yield several thousand units of gems. That was nothing short of glorious. Strip them. Take every last cordon, leave a single stone behind, he ordered. Once a construct was wrecked, it couldn't be repaired, so there was no risk of ending up with a pile of junk you couldn't use. Judging by the haul so far, this ruin might prove just as lucrative as a full-scale dungeon. 3 tunnels still glimmered in the dim light, though no more constructs emerged. Li Cha split his remaining 2 squads of blood mummies into 3 teams and sent them down each passage to scout. The blood mummies moved with a dry rasp, cracked skin bound in dark red bandages, walking desiccated corpses. Li Cha's eyes shone. Perfect cannon fodder, free to raise, disposable, and fearless. He would have Ganny stock up on them, and maybe teach Golay the arts of mummy recruitment. Undead troops were born scouts and bullet magnets. Before long, every mummy returned, waving bone-thin arms to signal that the way was clear. Li Cha nodded and motioned for Golay to lead a detachment deeper inside. 10 minutes later, Golay came back unharmed, offering a yellowed sheet of parchment. Master, I found a floor plan for this ruin on the far side of the passage. Obsidian, Mage Tower, Arcane Hall layout. Grade, Common. Description, a map detailing the layout of the Arcane Hall. Li Cha unrolled it. Age-worn edges had curled and faded, but the common tongue labels were still legible. Current position, the Arcane Hall of the Mage Tower, the core workshop where arcane constructs were manufactured. Past the outer defenses, the path continued forward. Several more complexes lay ahead. At the deepest point sat a warehouse packed with construct materials, and the exit was located there as well. Li Cha's pulse quickened. An entire warehouse, full of magical supplies. Who knew what treasures waited inside? Only the main routes were marked, leaving most buildings unlabeled, so he couldn't cherry-pick the best loot. Still, the prospects were thrilling. Meanwhile, the salvage teams kept working. Metal rang under their tools as chests were pried open and gemstone hearts flashed in the torchlight, still hot with residual power. Depleted cores held only a unit or 2 of energy. Wealthier constructs surrendered 3 or 4. After a solid hour, the tally was in 3,000 units of gems. Li Cha drew a sharp breath. Found money. A micro-sized gem mine held barely 100 units. This was like swallowing 30 of them at once. Without the strength to push this deep, he would have been crushed to dust by wave after wave of constructs. The thought made him grateful for his careful planning. Satisfied the hall held nothing else of value, he regrouped his forces, spirits high, and led the army down the central passage toward the heart of the ruin. The other 2 passages had already been scouted. They were nothing but storage rooms for arcane automatons, now empty after the constructs had been cleared away. After a 100-meter walk down a narrow corridor, Richard entered the construct workshop. The vaulted ceiling soared 40 meters overhead, and the circular hall stretched more than 500 meters across. Mountains of puppet parts piled up in jagged layers, a chaotic mesh of broken runes and razor-sharp metal, a breathtaking sight. How much raw material had been poured into a place this vast? A conspicuous, empty patch on the floor whispered that a full regiment of intact constructs had marched out only recently. The air was thick with mold. Deprived of mana, the components had not withstood the ravages of time. Rust and decay lay everywhere, drowning the room in desolation. Richard's gaze swept the piles with a pang of regret and tact. These parts could have built an army capable of crushing every Lord player in existence. Consulting his map, he led the team through the Mage Tower's mechanical wreckage and along a cramped 20-meter passage that opened into the second complex, the smelting chamber. This hall had once been the heart of arcane metallurgy. Stretching several hundred meters wide, it housed more than a dozen furnaces, each over 10 meters tall. For colossal bellows sat beneath every furnace, their nozzles aimed straight at the fireboxes. The flames were long dead, leaving only scattered or rolling across the floor, while the sigils on the walls lay dull and dark. Dominating the center stood a 30-meter furnace carved with countless runes large enough, Richard reckoned, to melt down a dragon. The lingering echoes of past glory drew an involuntary sigh. Snapping back to the present, he ordered the troops to search the hall. The ore littering the ground was of remarkable quality and bound to fetch a high price. Before the soldiers could spread out, a deafening rumble sounded. The passage behind them slammed shut and became a seamless wall of stone. At that very moment, the bronze furnaces, silent for who knew how long, blazed to life. Wind howled from the bellows, and dozens of fireboxes ignited in unison. White-hot flames leapt upward, swiftly turning the steel inside to liquid. Richard's face drained of color. He sensed lethal danger in those flames and yelled, "Fall back, now!" They sprinted toward the exit. They had barely reached the doorway when the nearest furnace spewed a jet of molten metal several meters high. The molten stream blackened the instant it hit the floor, yet still hissed viciously. Richard's eyes hardened as a fire-wreathed creature crawled out of the cooling slag, and that was just the opening act. An instant later, blazing fireballs clambered from every lit furnace, dozens in all. The heat rolling off their bodies could melt gold. Richard's eyelids twitched as he shouted, "Into the corridor, move." As he dove into the hallway, he pulled up their info panel. Flame Elemental. Level 6. Rarity, Rare. Abilities. 1. Body of Fire Grade C. Born of Flame. Immune to all fire magic. Its body burns at steel-melting temperatures and can erupt instantly, engulfing a 5-meter radius. 2. Fireball Grade C. Hurls a ball of fire at a target. Cooldown, 30s. 3. Consume Flame Grade C. Absorbs nearby fire to heal rapidly when injured. 4. Burning Wrath Grade C. Instantly quintuples body temperature for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Innate. Immune to physical damage. Synergy Flame. If killed within fire, immediately respawns by consuming the flames. Description: an elemental life form perpetually ablaze. Rare, level 6, and immune to physical damage. The ambient temperature spiked. Xena's face went paper white. The tower must have dragged these things out of the plane of fire to smelt enchanted alloys. With this many around, there's probably a fire elemental lord sealed up somewhere. Her warning cut off as the 30-meter furnace in the center erupted like a volcano, spewing a crimson flood of molten metal. A colossal being more than 15 meters tall strode out of the molten torrent, flames coiling around it, its crushing aura descending like a falling mountain. Richard instinctively called up its stat window. When he read the header, his breath caught. Fire Elemental Lord Boss. Level 18. Oh? His scalp tingled. A level 18 boss. Li Cha felt the creature's aura slam into him so hard he forgot to breathe. The Fire Elemental Lord heaved its body out of the furnace mouth, its scorching pressure fiercer than the ancient godspawn tree that once bred venomous wasps. With a metallic crash, rows of azure chains appeared above the furnace wall, wrapping around the level 18 monster and pinning it to the crucible's center. Roar! The Lord bellowed. Tongues of flame surged while blue runes pulsed along the chains, bursting into fireworks of blinding light. No matter how it thrashed, the lynx never moved, and it was forced to watch as Twilight City's troops filed into the adjoining passage. A heartbeat later, a fireball with a blazing tail screamed down and slammed into the entrance. The Lord remained shackled, but lesser flame elementals kept crawling from the furnace and launched their assault. Boom! The blast sent scalding heat through the narrow corridor. 2 rearguard gargoyles snapped open their charcoal-gray wings, blocking the rolling inferno. Dozens of elementals crowded behind. If they bombarded in shifts, the fireballs would keep coming. Everyone sprinted, and the 100-meter passage vanished in moments. Li Cha burst into a second hall, even larger than the first. A vaulted ceiling covered in splendid frescoes flashed by as he barked orders. Stay clear of the passage, mouthwatch those fireballs. Dark gargoyles up front. Don't let the elementals into the hall. Axe of the Fallen. Hold the flanks and cut down anything that shows itself. Gray, Gant. Work with the Cursed Pharaoh and back up the axe. The corridor's narrowness kept the elementals from advancing side by side, giving him room to set a defense. The true threat, the level 18 Fire Elemental Lord, was nailed to the furnace. Without those chains, today would be a disaster. A creature whose stats all red question marks was not something he could fight heat in. Li Cha marveled inwardly. What kind of ruin imprisons a level 18 Fire Elemental Lord as fuel? The scale is unimaginable. Even as the thought flashed by, another fireball streaked toward them. The dark gargoyles held the line. One roared and punched the projectile heat in. Boom! Orange-red flames billowed, engulfing several gargoyles. When the blaze cleared, their jet-black stone bodies were still smooth and unscathed. The tyranny of magic immunity was on full display. If flame elementals cared about physical damage, these gargoyles would have ended the fight already. Fireballs kept raining, and the corridor's temperature soared. Amid flickering glare, the blurred outlines of the oncoming elementals finally came into view. Whoosh! The axe of the fallen, already poised, sprang forward. The weapon left its wielder's hands, hurtling like a city-shattering meteor. Chains clattered behind it, whispering like death itself. The leading elemental sensed the danger only when escape was impossible. Elementals are immune to physical damage, but the war axe forged from condensed energy deals pure magic. With a savage howl, the blade tore straight through the molten body of the flame elemental. For a split second the blaze froze, as if its very soul had been ripped apart. Then its aura vanished. The creature collapsed with a sharp crack, shattering into scarlet shards that scattered like broken glass. The flames guttered out, leaving only a few chunks of coal-black slag. Li Cha's keen eyes caught a brilliant flash among the debris, brighter than any gemstone. He had no time to examine it. More flame elementals surged forward like a tide. The axe of the dead guarded the tunnel mouth, its spinning edge whispering like a reaper. Any elemental that drew near was cut down instantly. Another body burst apart with a crunch, and a fiery gem bounced across the floor, clinking to a stop at Li Cha's feet. His eyes lit up. He pulled up the item panel. Fire Element Core. Rank, 1 star. Property, magical component. Can be used to enchant gear with fire damage. Description, formed only within fire elementals. A 1-star treasure that can enchant gear? Li Cha could barely contain his excitement. So this ruin's real secret is loot drops from monsters. The fight kept escalating, and several times the flame elementals nearly broke through. Only when Goulet and Gang Tae joined did the line hold. Whenever the axe of the dead couldn't keep them back, the two mummy heroes stepped in, forcing the elementals away. Gradually, the front stabilized. Just then, a cold metallic clatter echoed from another passage. Li Cha spun around magical constructs. Venom Scorpion warriors, bandaged mummies, hold that tunnel. He ordered, then siphoned 2 squads of dark gargoyles from the elemental flank for support. The troops formed up just as iron footsteps rushed closer beneath the dim mage lights. Seconds later, a mass of constructs spilled into view, many of them 4-armed models shimmering with silver clearly higher grade. Li Cha glanced at the panel. Level 7, rare 2-star potential, stats far above standard golems. Seal the passage, nothing gets through. At his command, the 4-armed machines snapped out their blades, a cascade of cold steel. The Venom Scorpion warriors slammed into them, pincers meeting swords with a shower of sparks. The first impact drove the scorpions 3 steps back before they could brace. One level of difference, and a gap in potential were enough to push the fierce warriors onto the defensive. Li Cha adjusted at once. Dark gargoyles, take point. All non-sand troops rotate to delay. The axe of the dead remains our main strike force. But the axe was still locked in battle with the flame elementals. Without it, these constructs would tear his line apart. The clash raged on. Constructs kept pouring from the depths, while fresh flame elementals boiled up in the smelting chamber. Even buried under desert sands for 100 millennia, this once glorious mage tower still wielded terrifying defenses. Hemmed in on 2 fronts, Li Cha issued high-speed orders, suffering and exhilarated all at once. Every construct he destroyed yielded units of rare resources gemstones. Each elemental he slew might drop a 1-star treasure, a coveted fire element core. Magical constructs drop gems, while fire elementals leave behind blazing Carresso. This is the allure of the ruins, isn't it? The pressure in Li Cha's chest evaporated the moment those cores clattered to the floor and gems began to roll, turning into a surge of fiery motivation. Every time an enemy fell, the reward appeared at his feet, and the instant gratification was downright addictive. Hold the line. Take out the flame elementals first, then deal with the constructs. He barked. The swing rate of Deadman's axe surged, their heavy blades howling through the corridor. 2 Deadman's axe squads locked down the passage, the Cursed Pharaoh and 2 A-rank heroes giving support from the flanks. Ahead of them, 2 dark gargoyles braced against the burning tide, blocking the molten waves. The flame elementals, rare and volatile, could liquefy steel in a heartbeat, yet still could not break the line. The stalemate dragged on for half an hour. Then a roar that seemed to shake the soul rang out, and the remaining elementals abruptly fell back. The heat faded, their glows sinking like iron into a quenched forge. Li Cha exhaled, but there was little elation, only hunger for more. So few cores were nowhere near enough. Those 1-star treasures could power up equipment. He ordered 2 blood mummies to sift through the elemental remains while shifting Deadman's axe to the fiercest corridor. Against the rare magical constructs with their outrageous defenses, Deadman's axe was the only reliable wrecking ball. Dark gargoyles could block, not break. With the axe wielders joining, the kill speed doubled, and bursts of arcane energy shredded golem armor like parchment. Gems soon carpeted the ground. Fortunately, his army was entirely undead, no fatigue, no complaints. Even so, their soul aura ebbed. The swing of Deadman's axe grew visibly slower. Undead run on soul power. They do not tire like the living, but overuse still exacts a price. Once soul energy wanes, every attribute drops. Perhaps that is the glorious era's built-in balance for all races. Another hour crawled by, just as Deadman's axe became sluggish and every sandform ability ticked on cooldown. The heavy, monotonous footfalls of the last construct finally stopped. In that war of attrition, Dusk City emerged victorious. They had bled themselves almost dry. Apart from the rear-line blood mummies still lively from gathering cores, every unit including the giant lizard mummies was listless, soul energy nearly tapped. After the count confirmed no losses, Li Cha beamed. He surveyed the wreckage littering the floor. Shards of armor glinted with embedded gems, and his eyes shone with reflected light. Exhausted to the bone and nearly blocked off by an elemental lord, yet the hall was magnificent. Half an hour later, with the spoils finally tallied, Li Cha stood in the empty workshop, unable to hide his grin as he read the numbers in front of him. From the vanquished flame elementals, he had collected 160 fire cores, each a standard 1-star treasure, perfect for upgrading gear or adding enchantments, and always worth hard coin. On top of that, he had extracted 4,000 units of gemstones from the remains of a rare-grade golem. Combined with the 3,000 he already carried, his stash now exceeded 7,000. If he bailed out of the ruins right this moment, he would still be walking away rich. Excitement buzzing through him, he opened the map. 2 more buildings lay between him and the arcane hall's Valtriel treasure country. The black obsidian mage tower produced wealth at an absurd rate. The place was practically drowning in valuables. Unfortunately, the main entrance still unnerved him. If the side door had been guarded by a flame elemental lord, it wouldn't be surprising to find level 20 monsters squatting behind the front gate. Just as Li Cha was about to press on, a deep, resonant voice rolled out of the smelting room behind him. "Human, I am a lord of the plane of fire. Do not fear, I wish to negotiate. Those cursed mages imprisoned me for 500,000 years." The words echoed through the hollow corridor, carried on waves of blistering heat. "The obsidian mages fell during the divine war, yet I remain bound. Free me, and I will reward you handsomely." Li Cha whirled toward the smelting room glowing 100 meters away, his expression a mix of shock and amusement. Since when did bosses open talks? Then he reminded himself that the Age of Radiance was no longer just a game. Every being here had history and motives. While he weighed his options, a system chime cut through his thoughts. "Ding, you have triggered the random event plea of the Elemental Lord. 500,000 years ago, a legendary mage from the Obsidian Tower sealed a fire elemental lord and dragged it back to this plane, imprisoning it in a custom-forged furnace. The tower fell during the Divine War, yet the Lord remains captive and now seeks your aid. Note, random events have no fixed reward. Your choices shape the outcome." Li Cha's eyes lit up. The last random event, Caravan of Luanwihua ambushed by desert bandits, had scored him a rare hero altar blueprint from the merchant Onyx. A boss who had survived 500,000 years had to be worth at least that much, probably more. His mind racing, Li Cha called back, "Flame Lord, your earlier behavior makes trust difficult, but stripping anyone of freedom for 500,000 years is cruelty. They'll help you once I see some goodwill." His voice carried down the passageway, followed by the scrape and rattle of massive chains. Moments later the furnace blazed brighter. "Do not attack, human. I shall speak through one of my offspring." Scorching air surged out as a flame elemental drifted from the tunnel's end. Li Cha instantly pulled up its status panel. Nothing unusual yet. He kept his death axe poised, ready to strike at the first sign of betrayal. The elemental drifted closer, the temperature spiking so fast it felt as if fire were licking the air itself. Li Cha's curiosity burned just as hot. What could an 18-level Fire Lord possibly offer for his freedom? The flame elemental inhabited by the Lord of Fire stepped from the corridor, casting his gaze across the chamber. Scalding flames billowed around his translucent body like a cloak, and bright tongues of fire painted shifting colors on the walls. At last, his molten eyes fixed on the human lord standing amid a phalanx of undead Li Cha. He had never imagined he would one day bow to the despised humans and beg for aid. 500,000 years' time, so vast it defied description. Even for one who deemed himself nearly immortal, the torment was unbearable. For 500,000 years he had been sealed inside a cramped furnace, unable to move. The walls allowed him only a contorted crouch. Fire and heat swirled at his side, yet remained beyond his command. Endless loneliness and emptiness gnawed at his mind like rust, and every lucid moment teetered on the edge of madness. The seal woven into this wizard tower was crushingly strong. The mages who cast it had long since turned to dust, yet the spell still drank ambient mana and had not loosened in the slightest. The necromancer before him was the first outsider he had met in all that time. His original plan had been to capture the intruders, enslave them, and force them to break the seal. Unfortunately, their strength far exceeded his expectations. Were he unshackled, a single breath would melt them all, yet the cursed seal kept his power locked within the furnace. When the flash of anger faded, fear took its place, fear that these people might leave and condemn him to another span of lonely millennia. He missed the nest he had built above the magma seas, the elemental plane filled only with fire, heat, and his own kind. This time, whatever the price, he would win his freedom. Freedom. Only a sentient being caged for 500,000 years could crave it with such blazing, near hysterical intensity. As the creature approached, Li Cha finally saw his true form. A translucent body like crystal of unknown origin, veins of molten gold flowing beneath the surface, all wrapped in a violent mantle of flame. Even from 20 meters away, the heat curled Li Cha's hair. He had seen what these beings left behind in deathgem-like corpses and a core dense with formidable magic. Human, your power is sufficient. The elemental lord spoke in high elemental, his voice a hiss like white-hot iron plunged into ice, yet it resonated inside the mind. I beg you go to the deepest chamber of the arcane hall. In the storeroom where the mages kept their reagents you will find the key to my prison. Retrieve it, and I will reward you richly. High elemental carried a unique resonance. Even those unfamiliar with it could understand. Li Cha, who had encountered abyssal and necrotic tongues before, was accustomed to such effects. He caught the crucial words at once. Key, reagent storeroom. Lord Elemental, your seal can be undone with a single key? Li Cha asked. Flames roared higher around the Fire Lord, the furnace-like howl rattling the air. The wretched mages did not take the key. He thundered, each word crackling with fury. Li Cha raised an eyebrow. You have plenty of flame elementals around you. Why not send them? That sector repels all magic, the Lord replied, voice low. Flame elementals are magical beings as well. They cannot approach. I have tried more times than you can imagine. Indeed, had he not been driven to desperation, his hatred for humans would never have allowed him to bow. Calculating quickly, Li Cha continued, Lord of Flame, I sympathize with your plight and am willing to help, but a moment ago we were hardly allies. How can I be sure you won't harm me once you're free? He had no intention of playing the farmer to this particular snake. After a brief silence, the Fire Element Lord, speaking through the blazing elemental body, spoke again. Its voice was low and solemn, like thunder rising from the heart of the flames. Before the elemental god, I swear upon my soul once I am free, I will not harm you or your army, and I will deliver the reward I promised. Should I break this oath, let my soul turn to ash and never be reborn. Li Cha hesitated, about to respond, when the elemental suddenly released a searing surge. A crimson veil of light enveloped him, and he distinctly felt a strange, powerful energy trying to connect with him. Ding. System prompt. The Fire Element Lord, under the witness of the elemental god, requests to form a contract with you. The contract contains the Lord's promise. If it is broken, the Lord's soul will be annihilated. So that's possible. Li Cha's pupils contracted, interest flaring as his mind raced. Lord of Flames, what exactly do I gain from helping you? They owed each other nothing. Negotiation was the only path forward. The flames around the Lord drew back slightly, as though weighing options. After a long pause, its voice returned. Across countless ages I have studied many human spells. You understand the value of knowledge. I can teach you 3 powerful brank spells. The fire rose several feet higher, painting the chamber red. I also sense desert energy within you. You haven't completed your class change yet, have you? By chance I acquired a rare class inheritance Huangsha Mage. It matches your power perfectly. Free me, and I will grant you that class. Rare class. Huangsha Mage. Li Cha's heart pounded, but he kept his excitement in check. Not enough. A wave of heat-laden pressure slammed into him. Then what do you want? 3 rank spells, and 300 fire element cores. Impossible. The flames roared like a wounded beast. Passing on spells drains my soul, and I possess no rank spells. I can, however, give you 300 cores. 500, Li Cha replied without budging. The flames writhed for a long moment, then gradually steadied. Deal. Li Cha glanced at Shina beside him. And I want you to help my friend lift the seal inside her. Shina froze, surprised that Li Cha still remembered his promise. The Lord's gaze shifted to her, the fire surging before suddenly halting. No, impossible. The seal within her bears a power I cannot touch. That aura is terrifying. Li Cha felt a flicker of disappointment. Recruiting a rank hero was never easy. He recovered quickly. Then give us 2 strategic artifacts instead. Silence swept the fire-filled hall. After several breaths, the flames darkened and receded. Deal. That is my final offer. The contract formed instantly. 1. Rare class inheritance Huangsha Mage. 2. 3 brank spells. 3. 500 1-star treasures, fire element cores. 4. 2 strategic artifacts. Li Cha's price was simply to act once on the Lord's behalf at a place he already intended to visit, the deepest part of the ruin where his own quest lay. When the negotiations ended, Li Cha felt elated. The Lord's offer surpassed his expectations by far. Even better, the exit from the ruin lay in that deepest chamber. The Lord's task was practically free profit. The quest placed no restrictions on him at all. Success or failure carried no penalties. Though the Fire Elemental Lord was powerful, Richard had kept absolute control of the negotiations. The instant the terms were set, twin runes flared in the searing light, sealing their pact. After hundreds of thousands of years confined to a cramped furnace, the Elemental Lord finally glimpsed the dawn of freedom. For that chance, he had agreed to a painfully one-sided bargain. Yet nothing mattered more than release from centuries of torment no outsider could fathom. Now, Richard said, his voice steady but edged with urgency. Where's the key? Flames surged, pulsing like a frantic heartbeat. It's locked away in the deepest chamber of the arcane hall, the elemental lord rumbled. The entire area is a null magic zone. Any spell is snuffed out on contact and it's guarded by a host of constructs. Your army can handle them. He paused. The core looks like a fist-sized crystal packed with raw mana. Once you remove it, the arcane hall will collapse in 10 minutes. You must withdraw immediately or be buried alive. His tone grew grave. The collapse won't break my seal, but it could entomb the furnace so deeply that we lose our only chance at freedom. Richard unfolded a map and gave it a shake, the parchment crackling in the heat. Anything else in those ruins worth our attention? Nothing, the elemental lord answered without hesitation. Over the millennia, I've sent my offspring everywhere I could reach. When the mages abandoned this place, they took nearly everything of value. The few relics that remain are on me. Once I'm free, they're yours. After confirming the routes, the construct models, and every other detail, Richard rolled up the map. Stepping over the mangled shells of shattered golems, he led his forces into the next pitch-black passageway. The rewards the fire elemental lord had promised made his pulse quicken, especially the thought of unlocking that rare class Wangsha mage. An 18th level boss with loot like this was a walking treasure trove. Driven by the hope of discovering a rare class, Richard trod across broken golem husks and advanced along a corridor that stretched for dozens of meters. At its end, he entered a rare-tier golem foundry. The vast hall resembled an abandoned scrapyard. Shattered limbs and torsos were piled higher than a man, some streaked with rust, others rotten where wood had been used. The troops combed every heap for hours and came up empty. Seeing the search had failed, Richard wasted no time. He headed straight for the doorway to the next section, his expression growing grim. The fire elemental lord had warned him that the chamber ahead was a glorious grade assembly line. The elemental claimed every golem there had been destroyed in the old war, but Richard kept his guard up. He released 2 squads of crimson mummies to scout, and only after they reported no threat did he let the 3 heroes Gray, Gunt, and Heinenter, following last himself. The moment he stepped inside, Richard's eyes widened. Hundreds of giant frames, each more than 5 meters tall, stood in neat rows. Some were humanoid, others shelled like beasts, and a few wore metal wings like predatory birds. Whatever the shape, every potential weapon mount still held a blade that flashed in the dim light. Cracked housings and stripped gears could not hide the oppressive aura of machines built solely for war. Good thing this is only the side entrance, Richard muttered. If the main gate held the same number of glorious class units, the ruin would never have been labeled a medium threat. The map marked the front gate as extremely dangerous, and the image of endless glorious grade troops and perhaps something even stronger made his scalp tingle. Without overwhelming strength, he would not throw lives away at that door. Before long, Gunt's team finished their sweep and returned. Master, we found no gemstones or anything else of value inside these frames. Richard nodded and looked to Hina. Any sign of a seal? She shook her head. Nothing. With the room stripped of possibilities, Richard waved the group onward. They threaded their way through a maze of passages until they reached the mouth of the next corridor. Even before he stepped through, the ambient mana seemed to freeze. He advanced a few paces, and his sense of magic evaporated as though it had been siphoned away. A null magic zone. The map showed they had reached the heart of the arcane hall. Beyond lay the fabrication wing for special-purpose golems, the material warehouses, and the complex's central control. Magic was entirely suppressed there, and guardian constructs of unknown power stood watch. Richard turned back, his tone calm but final. Everyone stay alert. Gray, Gunt, you stay out here with the Cursed Pharaoh and cover our exit. Both mummy heroes are spellcasters, and a null field is fatal for any wizard. A spellcaster who can't draw on mana is little better than a militia recruit. As the group prepared to explore the unknown tunnel ahead, Li Cha turned, his gaze intent. Shina, the fight we're about to face is extremely dangerous. You're not formally under my command. If you'd rather stay here where it's safe, I'll allow it. He paused, then raised his voice. Of course, you can also choose to fight at our side and share whatever fate awaits us. Trust is built on the battlefield. Of all the bonds we forge in life, the one tempered in fire is the strongest. His words laid bare their current relationship and reminded her of the effort he had made to lift her seal during the earlier negotiations. Shina's eyes never wavered. Lord Li Cha, I request permission to fight with you. Meeting her steady gaze, Li Cha nodded. From this moment, you serve under the banner of the City of Dusk. I will give you orders as I would any subordinate, and if necessary, will demand your life. Are you prepared? I am at your command. Her answer was crisp. Since he had taken her freedom to heart, she would not disappoint him. Li Cha's satisfaction showed in a brief nod. Unlike the outwardly smooth-talking and Dire, Shina's directness suited him. Composing himself, he began to issue orders. Crimson mummies, scout ahead. If you meet the enemy, fall back at once. If you can lure them out, Do so, but don't get drawn into a fight. Everyone else, stand by. The crimson mummies slipped into the darkness. Within seconds, distant steel clashed, then silence swallowed the sound. Two squads were gone, wiped out in a heartbeat. An arched passage 10 meters high gaped before them, a maw of shadow wide enough to swallow the whole army. Li Cha stared into the quiet entrance, his brow furrowed. He cared little for the loss of units. What mattered was the creature waiting inside. After a moment's thought, he motioned for an unused Cursed Pharaoh to approach the tunnel. Activate Sandform. At his command, the Pharaoh's outline blurred, its body reassembling into a swirl of grit. Delight flickered across Li Cha's face. Even in an anti-magic zone, Sandform still worked. The skill came from his own bloodline drawn from internal power, not ambient mana. You can lock down free magic, he thought, but you can't touch the strength in my veins. If even the mana-immune dark gargoyles could shift to sand, this result was hardly a surprise. Hold position. We move once Sandform is off cooldown. His own cooldown lasted 1 hour. For the troops, too. The army used the interval to recover to peak condition. When the timer ran out, he selected a squad of bandage mummies to advance 20 meters in Sandform while the rest followed. The passage stretched only a few dozen meters. Soon they reached the final chamber of the arcane hall. The space opened dramatically. A vaulted ceiling rose 50 meters overhead, and every wall was packed with runicintricate, mysterious symbols that evoked the tower's former glory. At the far end stood a monumental structure, the storeroom, their ultimate goal. Before Li Cha could savor the sight, his expression hardened. 100 meters away, an entire squad of golems stood in formation, surrounded by shredded remnants of crimson mummies. Each construct was more than 5 meters tall, forged of platinum white metal and radiating menace. Both arms wielded a 2.5-meter cleaver weighing several hundred kilos. A segmented tail jutted from each back, ending in a spear-like tip capable of piercing tower shields. Jagged spikes armored their shoulders, elbows, and knees, machines built for killing, nothing more. Li Cha needed only one look to feel his scalp tighten. Heavy Blade Warriors, level 9, mid-tier units. Strength enhanced by 15%. Brilliance rating, 2 stars. Radiance tier 2. Li Cha's breath caught in his throat. In front of him stood not one or two, but more than an entire squad of heavy blade golems. His mouth went dry, and one thought leapt to mind. How the hell are we supposed to fight these things? He forced himself to take a deep breath and read the panel. Skills. 1. Golem Body Grade B. Forged from rare materials. Strength 90. Defense 90. Magic Resistance 50. 2. Brutal Cleave Grade B. After a brief charge, unleashes a strike at 500% strength. 3. Spiral Storm Grade B. Locks the long blade to its wrists and spins like a top, 5 revolutions per second, gaining 50% strength, 30% speed, and extra armor penetration while spinning. 4. Overload Grade B. Burns energy at 20 times the normal rate, tripling Spiral Storm's rotation speed. 5. Piercing Tail / Grade B. Blade sharpness 90%, durability 90%, a charged thrust with built-in armor penetration capable of piercing heavy plate. Racial traits. Immune to curses, poison, plague, and mind control. Bond Arcane Golem. Automatically repairs when its body is shattered. Description. A specially forged arcane golem that delivers terrifying physical damage. 5 grade skills. Li Cha's heart plummeted, yet he felt a flicker of relief. It was all physical damage. The heavy blade golems advanced in perfect, thunderous steps, eyes glowing dark red. The wide blades in their hands were as heavy as city gates, ready to split a fortress wall in two. Inside this anti-magic zone, bringing down Radiance-class golems in an instant was impossible without 2 A-rank mage heroes working in tandem. But Li Cha still had an ace Sandform. Arcane golems could only deal physical damage. Everyone, Sandform now. Surround and kill the golems. If you've got 2 minutes of Sandform left, pull back. If we can't finish them in one burst, we'll bleed them dry, he ordered, voice ice cold. Axes of the Fallen, focus on a single target. The rest of you clear space for them, he added. At his command, every unit melted into semi-corporeal streams of shifting sand. Bandaged mummies, venom scorpion warriors, and dark gargoyles were the first to crash into the enemy line. The axes of the Fallen lumbered after them, dragging massive war axes, ready to explode into action. Li Cha turned to Xena, his expression grave. Radiance-class golems are lethal. Fight freely, stay alive, don't get greedy. They'll tear open their chests with my blades. A daughter of the Kalina tribe never retreats. Resolve burned in Xena's eyes. Before the words had fully left her mouth, she blurred, leaving multiple afterimages. Even with her strongest bloodline sealed, her master-level combat skill was terrifying. She was the first to clash with a heavy blade golem. The construct gripped its massive sword in both hands and swung. The blade howled through the air as though it would cleave space itself. Xena twisted her body a fraction. Whoosh, the blade shaved past her face, missing by less than 2 fingers' width. That tiny gap felt like a bottomless chasm. In an instant, she slammed her right foot into the ground, the rebound of that explosive force catapulting her to top speed. Clank's longsword flashed cold as it swept past, carving a brutal gash across the heavy-blade warrior's sinewy thigh. Yet the armor of a brilliance-grade soldier was a fortress of steel. Such a wound could not slow it. Whoosh! Two greatswords whistled downward again, and the magical construct's hollow eye showed no hint of emotion. Its single directive was clear hunt the enemy until death. Xena tightened her core, folding like a willow in the wind. The blade gust skimmed her backplate, raising a frigid draft. She pushed off and shot forward like lightning. Clang! Sparks burst as the earlier cut tore wider. Riding the recoil, she slid clear of the construct's reach, pivoted without pause, and struck a second time. The 2.5-meter greatsword swept wide enough to shatter a city wall, yet Xena's master-level skill let her dance on its edge like a ballerina, every hairbreadth dodge landing at the exact limit of its power. Clank third strike. Clank fourth. Clank fifth. Crunch. The barrage shattered the construct's right leg, the severed limb spinning 7 or 8 meters before smashing into another puppet's chest and tumbling away. Deprived of support, the 5-meter giant buckled and pitched forward. Boom. The ground quaked. It tried to brace itself with one arm, but Xena was already on its back like a shadow. One foot pinned its iron helm, the other steadied on its shoulder blade. She drew her arms taut and raised the cruciform, sword high overhead. A low growl snapped like an overwound spring. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air. Clang! With a deafening crash, the construct's massive head was sheared off and tumbled a dozen meters, rolling to a stop at Richard's feet. A brilliant steer, 2-star unit terminated. From a distance, Richard felt a rush of exhilaration. This was slaughter rendered both savage and sublime. Meanwhile, Dusk City's army met the remaining constructs heated, the clash already white-hot amid flying sparks. Scorpion warriors, bandaged mummies, and dark gargoyles all triggered their sand form at once and slammed in without fear. But the greatsword fighters were even more ferocious. Their 2.5-meter blades traced sweeping arcs that left the front line nowhere to hide. Whoosh! A diving dark gargoyle was cleaved through the belly, sand spraying like shrapnel, enough power to bisect an elephant. Yet in sand form it remained unharmed, its wing blades smashing into the construct's breastplate. Boom! The impact drove the greatsword wielder back several steps. The gargoyle seized the opening and raked its talons in a frenzy. Screech! Deep gouges scored the puppet's armored shell. The construct regained its footing, hoisted its massive blade, and brought it down in a chilling arc. Screech again, the dark gargoyle's body was pierced. Behind it, the scorpion warriors snapped their tails, a hail of stingers filling the air. Stingers capable of punching through heavy plate tore gaping holes in the gargoyle's sand-formed body. If they were ordinary living creatures, 100 lives still wouldn't have been enough. Grits swirled through the air, yet the dark gargoyles stood motionless. Trading blows was useless against enemies that ignored 99% of physical damage. Even the supposedly superior magic golems were completely suppressed by that natural advantage, leaving the axes of the dead in the rear line as the only reliable source of damage. Push clang. 20 axes slammed into a single golem already entangled by 2 scorpion warriors. The 5-meter colossus boasted staggering strength, but its bulk robbed it of agility, turning it into an oversized bullseye. A volley of axe strikes laced its shell with cracks, yet the damage barely slowed it. Its brutal power remained intact, while the 2 scorpion warriors were sent reeling, their carapaces splintering from the shock. With a metallic rattle, the axes of the dead hauled on their chains, recalled the whirling blades, and hurled them again without pause. The execution trigger only activated when an axe was caught and thrown. Simple chain lashes dealt nowhere near enough damage. Richard wasn't sure the instant kill effect would even work on a golem, but he had no choice except to try. Unfortunately, neither the second nor the third volley triggered either. The skill didn't affect golems, or the higher tier of these radiant grade units suppressed the activation chance even further. Still, the combined impact of 60 axes over 3 rounds finally pushed the golem past its limit. Crack! The fractures exploded outward, shards of armor flying as the hulking body crashed to the ground. There was a reason mages loved magic golems. A regular radiant unit could never have survived 3 furious waves from 2 squads of axes of the dead. Yet the golems, frustrated by their inability to land decisive kills on nearly invincible foes, suddenly went berserk. The heavy blade warriors flung their arms wide, clasped shot from their wrists, locking their massive twin-edged blades in place, forming a rigid horizontal bar. Their torsos cinched into wasp-thin waists. The lower bodies stayed rooted while the uppers began to spin with a deep hum. The blade-wielding arms blurred into lethal strings, whirring like helicopter rotors. Tilting their 5-meter frames ever so slightly, they created a sweep with no blind spots. A bandaged mummy happened to be within range. Crack! Crack! The blade spun 5 times a second, 5 slashes per heartbeat, shredding the mummy before it could escape this 5-cut-second nightmare. Even with 99% physical immunity, Such relentless strikes were overwhelming. Before Richard's eyes, hundreds of golems began spinning at once, turning into colossal tops that surged forward like a living storm. A spiral tempest. The sight was absolutely breathtaking. Li Cha's eyes hardened at the terrifying sight, and he gave a decisive order. All troops, fall back at Oncino Heroics. The whirling blades landed 5 strikes a second. Even if every soldier switched to sand form, they still couldn't hold. Standing their ground would only shred flesh and bone. The moment the order reached them, the wind-torn troops spun around and surged to the rear. Xena had just cut down a second heavy-blade warrior and was lining up a third automaton. Yet she sheathed her weapon and withdrew without a second thought. A veteran of countless battles, she knew that obedience on the field meant survival. The army couldn't advance through the spiral storm, but in a straight retreat the automatons lacked any means to stop them. When the last soldier burst from the corridor, 2 minutes of sand form still remained. Deprived of targets, the heavy-blade warriors flicked off the clinging gore and marched back to their stations. Aside from a few airborne dark gargoyles, every other unit lay in pieces. Had they lingered, the monsters spinning 5 times a second and resisting 99% of physical damage would have ground them to paste. Worse, the constructs could still overload, tripling their speed to 15 strikes a second, like crazed helicopter blades. Li Cha stared into the dim passage and ran the numbers. After that furious assault, they had destroyed barely 6 constructs, and 2 of those were Xena's finishers. Brilliantier units were every bit as stubborn as advertised. Even so, his expression remained steady. The meager results still proved the plan worked. If 1 round wasn't enough, he would do 10, 20. Time was on his side. Just then the system chime sounded. Ding, all unit dwellings have refreshed. Lords may now recruit. Ding, resource week has begun. Gem mines will produce 10 extra units per day. It was Monday, May 22nd, the regular dwelling reset. He was away from his territory, but once he returned his army would swell again. The thought of buying more dwellings and mass recruiting troops lifted his mood. The upcoming instance demanded elite quality, yet numbers mattered too. He shook his head, shoved the stray thoughts aside, and refocused on the battle. Whether he wanted the Fire Element Lord's reward, more supplies, or simply to escape the ruins, those Brilliantier constructs had to go first. After a 2-hour respite, the sandform cooldown was up, and Li Cha led his force back into the hall. The constructs were fully repaired. Lesson learned. He kept the troops together and pointed straight at the front line. Focus fire. He barked. This round we take down 10 mage constructs. The moment they start the spiral storm, pull out, no lingering. Breaking through the hall in one push was impossible. They would have to cycle sand form again and again, grinding the enemy down by attrition. Fortunately, the enemy had no hero leading them. Otherwise, clearing this stage would have been hopeless. Once the single objective hunt down every arcane golem was confirmed, the troops moved with ruthless precision, ignoring everything else. The heavy blade warriors chosen to spearhead the assault were swarmed in seconds by more than 100 enemy units. Our side only had a few extra squads, yet the pressure felt like a tidal wave of bodies. In the tightening ring of steel, the axe of the fallen finally triggered soul execution again. Li Cha exhaled in relief. Even against a construct, the instant kill effect still worked. Perhaps the skill shattered the glyphs inside the golem instead of targeting a soul, but whatever the mechanism, soul execution remained reliable, and that was the best news he could have hoped for. Xena still danced alone along the edge of the battlefield. With no enemy spellcasters to pin her down, no one could restrain this frighteningly skilled hero. The seal on her bloodline had cut her raw power, yet her breathtaking technique magnified what strength remained, masking the weakness. The longer the fight dragged on, the more Li Cha admired her. If he could fully win her over and lift the seal, how terrifying would her unleashed power be? During the second push, after 7 more golems fell, the enemy's heavy blade warriors activated Spiral Storm without hesitation. The objective unfinished, Li Cha ordered an immediate withdrawal. They had a 2-hour window, but each clash lasted less than 5 minutes, and every second felt brutal. Twice they had barely dropped 2 golems before the spiraling blades forced another retreat. Time slipped away. On the night of May 23rd, after fighting for a full day and night, Li Cha was physically and mentally drained. In the last skirmish, the golems had triggered overload for the first time, tripling their spin speed, and he had seen just how obscene that unit could be. 5 bandaged mummies were a heartbeat too slow and ended up encircled by more than 10 golems. Even turning to sand couldn't save them under 15 revolutions per second, and they were shredded on the spot. It was the first time Li Cha had watched sand form torn apart by raw force, and his heart sank. Relying on a single ability was a death sentence. Vigilance could never slip. After a brief moment of reflection, he steadied himself and began adjusting tactics in finer detail. At dawn on May 24th, after 2 days and nights of combat, the number of heavy blade warriors was whittled down to a single squad. Li Cha had lost count of how many times he had faced these 5-meter constructs. His gaze swept over the field of wreckage, and satisfaction surged in his chest. No matter how hard the struggle, victory would be his. Destroy the last golems and end this marathon battle. On his command, the whole force surged forward. A full platoon against one tattered squad of golems, pure numerical dominance. 3 golems were smashed apart before the remainder pulled tight and launched Spiral Tempest, immediately stacking overload on top. 2.5-meter blades whirled at 15 revolutions per second, screaming through the air. The Sandform Legion did not flinch. They threw their bodies against the spinning ring, forcing it to slow. From the rear, the Axe of the Fallen spotted an opening and focused fire, severing heads one after another. With less than a minute of Sandform remaining, the final Heavy Blade warrior's head was hurled skyward. A metallic crash followed as the spinning giant pitched over, its massive sword carving the ground and spewing sparks before wedging fast with a resounding crack. Staring at the toppled golem, Lichaz's exhausted face instantly lit up, emotion flooded out. They had finally won. After 2 days and nights of grueling combat, Dusk City had secured the victory, and words could not capture the taste of it. Your army has eradicated a contingent of arcane golems, winning a minor engagement and earning 20,000 experience points. An entire platoon of golems for 20,000 experience, yet that was not the true prize. Lichaz's eyes shifted past the fallen constructs to the building behind them, its walls etched with shimmering runes. His breath quickened. It was the storage vault for magical materials, the very core needed to unlock the Fire Elemental Lord Seal. Now it was time to reap the rewards. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.